Excuse me. I beg your pardon.
Huh? What's on your mind, mister?
Can you tell me where I can find Bill and Harry Reese?
What do you want to find them for?
Well, I talked to Bill Reese on the phone. He said to come down here, and he might do business with me. This is 819 Brewster Street, isn't it?
Yeah. And you'll find Bill and Harry in that room back there.
Oh, thank you.
Come in.
Reese?
Yeah, come in.
Well, thanks. My name is Otis, Mr. Reese. I talked to you on the phone
No, you didn't. You talked to my brother Bill. He's not here now, but he told me about your call. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now, what's the proposition?
A very simple one, Mr. Reese.
Simple for you to think up, maybe, Mr. Otis, but maybe a little harder to carry out?
Well, I don't think you'll find that at all. Now, my wife has a diamond necklace worth $50,000.
How do you know it's worth $50,000?
Because 10 years ago it was insured for that amount. In fact, it still is.
Uh-huh. So?
So I need cash. A lot of it. Right now.
Say, $50,000, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you want us to do about it?
I want you to steal my wife's necklace.
For how much?
Well, the necklace is worth $50,000.
Yeah, I know you said that. Only we won't get that much for it. And anyhow, we like some sort of payment in advance.
Well, I don't have much with me. How about $100?
Make it $100 each for me and my brother, and we'll see what we can do.
All right. Now, the best time to steal this necklace...
Don't bother, Mr. Otis. Thanks, just the same. Bill and I'll decide when and where to steal the necklace.
You don't trust me?
Oh, sure, we trust you, Mr. Otis, but you see, stealing things is our business. We don't try to tell you how to run yours. Now, do we?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
You must have a good show in that nightclub there, Bill. Otis and his wife have been in there for 4 hours.
Yeah, here it's a good show, Harry, but it can't be going on all this time. They ought to be coming out soon.
Yeah, and alone, I hope.
Well, if they're not alone, we just let them go. We'll do it some other time.
Yeah, I know. If we don't do something soon, Otis will think we're not keeping our promise and come back for his $200.
Yeah, we're going to keep our promise and the
Hey, wait a minute.
200.
There's Otis and his wife now.
Oh, yeah, and they're alone, too. Go on, get up there to them. I'll pull up alongside you in a few seconds.
All right.
Well, Jim, this air certainly feels good. How long were we in that club?
Oh, quite a while, dear. But I felt a
I
little...
hope you don't feel like yelling, Miss
Huh?
Flynn.
Jim, the man has a gun.
Sure. But if you behave yourself, I won't use it.
What do you want?
Nothing much. Get in the car that just pulled up. Come on, both of you.
Why, you ought to
Jim, don't argue with them. They won't harm us if we do as they say.
Now, that's what I call being smart. Now, get in, both of you. Come on, come on.
Well, we're getting in as fast as we can.
Well, not fast enough to suit me.
But you have to shove.
Yeah. I want to get this over with. Okay, step on it.
You bet.
What do you men want?
We'll talk business when we're around the block.
Anybody following us?
Nah, nobody in the street knew what was happening.
Well, will you tell us what's happening?
Sure. Bill,
Yeah.
turn left at the next corner. Stop down the block.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's have that necklace the lady's wearing.
Oh, Jim, my necklace.
You better give it to him, dear.
Jim.
Look, you told him not to argue. Now, don't you start it. Now, give me that necklace and we'll let you go.
All right. I guess there's nothing else I can do.
Oh, yeah. There's one thing more. When we let you out, you can forget to call the police for 30 minutes. But the next thing you'll call is an ambulance.
We were held up by those two men just a little after midnight last night, Inspector Faraday.
A little after midnight, huh, Mr. Otis?
Yes.
And you didn't get a good look at the men, huh?
No, it all happened too fast.
Those planned things usually do.
You think this was planned, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do. They had a car waiting for you, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And all they asked for was your wife's necklace?
Yes.
Then it was planned, all right. And there's probably a third person involved, too. Somebody who spotted you in the nightclub and saw your wife wearing the necklace.
Well, I don't know about those things, Inspector. All I know is that necklace is worth $50,000. And even though it's insured, I want it back.
Don't worry, Mr. Otis. You'll get it back. And fast.
You mean it'll be easy?
Sure. From the description you gave me, that necklace is going to be hard to get rid of. And, I have another reason for thinking this will be easy.
What's that?
Boston Blackie isn't mixed up in it. And when Blackie's not around to bother me, nothing bothers me.
Five ball next. That's a money ball. Back up, boys, and watch your man shoot. Hi, Harry. Hey, Harry, what's your hurry? Hey, you're flowing here like a shot.
My brother in the back room.
Sure, Harry. Bill's back there. Hey, what's the rush? Who cares? I got me a 5-ball to make.
Bill.
Hi, Harry. Hey, what's got your head up? Did you take the necklace we heisted down at Mike's?
I sure did. Bill, I got news for you.
Good news?
Figure it out for yourself. You got to double-cross from here to China.
Huh? Hey, what are you talking about? You go down to a fence to get rid of some rocks and you're nice and calm. You come back and you're ready to eat iron. What gives?
You'll find out. Give me that phone book.
Yeah, sure. Here. What are you looking for?
What?
I said, what are you looking for?
2 things, Bill. A certain party's address and Boston Blackie's phone number. I got to call him in an hour.
Hello.
I want to speak to Boston Blackie.
Well, go ahead. This is Blackie.
Good. Look, Blackie, I want to explain something about that diamond necklace.
What diamond necklace?
The one you have.
Sorry, pal, but I haven't worn a diamond necklace in years.
You don't understand, Blackie. This necklace isn't yours.
And maybe this phone call isn't mine either. Who are you?
That doesn't matter. I just don't want you to get excited when she brings you that necklace. All you have to
When
do
she
is
brings
to...
me that... Who's she, and what necklace are you talking about?
The necklace stolen from Mrs. Jim Otis last night. And the she is your girlfriend, Mary Wesley.
What?
I said don't get excited. It's okay.
Miss Wesley has stolen the necklace, and you say it's okay.
Sure it's okay. We just gave it to her. She had nothing to do with stealing it. A pal and I stole it. But now we don't want to have anything to do with it either.
So?
So you take over from here, Blackie. My pal and I are going to take off.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Come on in.
Thanks.
I didn't expect you so soon. Our dinner date isn't until 7:30, is it?
No, it isn't. But I didn't come to take you to dinner just yet. Well, let's have it.
Have what?
That necklace.
What necklace?
That diamond necklace.
What diamond necklace?
The one they gave you.
They gave me?
Yes, 2 men.
Blackie, do you feel all right?
Fine, but I'll feel a lot better when I return the necklace to Faraday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
2 men gave you a necklace, Mary, a diamond necklace. I don't know why or when or where or how, but they gave it to you. Maybe to give to me. So now suppose you give it to me.
Blackie, what's the matter with you? Has this been such a dull week that you're trying to dream up some excitement?
I didn't dream that phone call I had a little while ago.
Well, then somebody else has been doing the dreaming. I don't have a diamond necklace.
You sure?
Now, you know I wouldn't lie to you.
No, but you might tell a little fib.
You can't tell a little fib about a diamond necklace. I think somebody's trying to kid you.
Oh, maybe. That somebody isn't you?
Mm-mm. Well, I guess you'll just have to believe me.
Oh, all right. You have an honest face.
And a date tonight?
Sure. I'll be back at, 7:30.
And not to ask me about a necklace I don't have.
Forget about the necklace. I think you're right. Somebody was trying to kid me. See you later, Mary.
Bye.
Bye.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector Faraday. This is Mary Wesley.
And this is police headquarters. Don't bother me.
I'm not going to bother you, Inspector Faraday. I'm going to help you.
Oh, you are you? Well, I'm looking for a $50,000 necklace that was stolen last night. I suppose you know who has it and where it is.
Yes, I do know, Inspector. I have it, and it's right here in my apartment.
Miss Wesley! Miss Wesley, open up! It's Inspector Faraday. Up! Well, it's about time.
Oh, come in, Inspector Faraday.
You bet I'll come in, Miss Wesley. Say, what's the matter with you? You look as though you've been in a fight with a wildcat.
Well, I did have to put up a struggle, Inspector.
Yeah, with what? Your conscience? Where's that necklace Blackie gave you?
Blackie didn't give it to me, Inspector. I found it here when I came home this noon.
Well, no matter who gave it to you, let's have it.
I can't give it to you.
No? Why not?
It's gone?
Oh, I see. It found out it was in the apartment, so it just walked out. Come on, Miss Wesley, give me that necklace.
I don't have it anymore.
That's no reason.
Now, look, Inspector Faraday, just a half an hour ago, the doorbell rang. I opened the door because I thought it was you. I had the necklace in my hand because I wanted to get rid of it right away.
Uh-huh. Go on, make it good.
Well, I did get rid of the necklace, all right. There was a man at the door with his collar turned up to his chin and his hat way down over his eyes.
Uh-huh. This is getting better every second.
Well, what happened didn't last more than just a few seconds. I tried to close the door, but the man was too fast. He forced his way in, he grabbed me, and then he grabbed for the necklace.
Oh, come on. You can do better than this.
Well, I didn't do so well as a fighter. The man was too strong for me. Before I knew it, he had the necklace and was out the door again. When I got out into the hall, he disappeared.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
Well, let me tell you a little story, Miss Wesley. I think you're lying. Just like that.
But, Inspector Faraday, it's the truth.
That's what Blackie told you to tell me, isn't it?
Oh.
You don't have the necklace. You never had it. And this is all a big thing you and Blackie cooked up to annoy me.
That is not true. I did have the necklace, and I did try to keep the man from getting it, only he got it just the same.
I'm getting it, too. Only it's nothing but a gag.
Oh.
You and Blackie are just Hey, what's that on the floor there?
Where?
Here, this shiny piece of stuff here on the rug. Hey, look. It's a small diamond.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Well, there. Doesn't that prove my story? That diamond must have fallen out of the necklace when I was fighting with that man.
It proves something to me, but not your story. It proves you did have the necklace, and that's all I need to put you in jail.
In jail?
That's right. Come on, Miss Wesley. You're under arrest.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jim Otis hires Harry and Bill Reese to steal his wife's $50,000 necklace. They steal it, but for a reason not apparent, they give it to Mary Wesley, whom they think will give it to Blackie so that Blackie will give it to the police. But Mary tells Blackie she doesn't have the necklace. Later, when Inspector Faraday comes to Mary's to get it, she tells the inspector it was just stolen from her. But Faraday finds one of the diamonds in Mary's apartment and arrests her. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
Faraday, you let Mary out of jail.
Will you quit pounding my desk, Blackie?
You let Mary go, or you'll be pounding a beat.
Oh, you will you?
Yes, and if your feet are as flat as your head, you'll be a flop at that, too.
Well, I'm not letting Miss Wesley out of jail.
But you can't hold it just because you found one tiny diamond in her apartment.
No? Why not? She admits it was part of the stolen necklace.
She says a lot of crazy things. She told me she didn't even have the necklace.
She told me she did, until it was stolen from her.
I don't care what she told you. You've got to let her go.
I can't let her go.
Why not?
Because, well, she isn't even in jail.
She's not.
No. I'm just holding her here to teach her a lesson. Just for a couple of hours.
You're not smart enough to teach anyone anything in 20 years. Now, I want to know why, if that diamond was part of the stolen necklace, why didn't you arrest her?
Because it wasn't part of the stolen necklace.
How do you know?
Because I know a phony diamond from a real one.
The diamond you found at Mary's was phony?
Yeah. And the necklace stolen from Mrs. Otis was real. Insured for $50,000.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah? What's interesting about it?
Oh, nothing much, Faraday. But if you'll just tell me where I can find Mary, maybe I'll tell you where you can find that stolen necklace.
Blackie, did you like it in that phone booth? Or did Shorty have a lot to say?
Shorty said enough to give me a start, Mary.
Oh, Blackie, you aren't going to get mixed up in this, are you?
I'm not in it far enough to be mixed up in it yet.
But I
Mary.
lied to you about having that necklace just to keep you out of trouble. Now, please don't.
Get into trouble? I won't. And don't you ever lie to me about anything again. Or you'll end up with Faraday again.
Yeah, I guess I did do wrong, didn't I?
Well, you didn't do right. Shorty says he's sure the Reese brothers stole that necklace, but he doesn't have any idea where I can find
Well,
it.
good for Shorty. Now we can go home and just forget all about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. You go home. In fact, I'm sending you home.
Oh.
Because Shorty told me something that gave me an idea.
What?
He told me where to find Grace, Harry Reese's girlfriend.
Well, if that gave you an idea, then I don't like it.
Never mind what you don't like. You go home. I'm going down to see Grace. See if I can get some information gracefully.
Yes?
Hello, Grace.
Hello yourself. Handsome?
You don't know me, do you?
No, but I think I ought to.
Then you ought to let me in.
Sure. Why not? Come in.
Thanks. We'll get acquainted faster if I tell you I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie, huh? Aren't you sort of on the wrong side of the tracks down here?
I don't pay any attention to tracks except when I hear trains coming.
Yeah. You look like an all right guy. But you didn't come down here to talk trains to me. What do you want?
I want to find Harry Reese.
And why come to me?
Because you used to be Harry Reese's girlfriend.
Wait a minute. Where do you get that used to be?
Well, I don't think Harry has two girlfriends at a time, or have you always shared him with somebody else?
I don't share anything with anybody. I'm strictly for Grace, and so is Harry. Or I'll know the reason why not.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why not. It's Mary Wesley.
Who's she?
She used to be my girlfriend until Harry came along.
Are you on the level?
Sure. And I'm also on the lookout for Harry.
So he's gone for your girlfriend, huh? Why, that
Look, you let
two-timing
me
double...
take care of him, will you?
Okay. You look like the guy who can do it, too.
I can. But I've got to find him first.
I'll tell you where you can find Harry. At 819 Brewster Street. Just ask one of the boys in the pool room in front where the Reese brothers are. They'll tell you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. But look, don't tell Harry I tipped you off. I want him back when you get through with him.
Don't worry, Grace. You can have him back. What's left of him. Say, you.
Huh?
Where can I find Bill and Harry Reese?
Who's looking for him?
I am.
Who are you?
Someone smart enough not to answer foolish questions. Where'll I find him?
In that room back there?
Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Back to 6 ball, cross side.
Hello, boys.
Hey, don't you know how to knock?
Sure, but I didn't want you to hop out the back way. Well, I did.
Hey, Harry. Who is this guy?
I don't know, Bill. But I got a pretty good idea.
I'll save you the embarrassment of guessing wrong, Harry. I'm Boston Blackie.
I thought so. How'd you find us?
I just followed my nose and somebody else's news.
Boston Blackie, huh? What do you want?
Maybe your brother Harry can tell you that, too.
Guessing your business is a little out of my line, Blackie.
That's odd. You ought to know why I'm here. You telephoned me.
I telephoned you.
Hey, Harry, what's this guy talking about?
I doubt if he knows himself.
Oh, you fellas don't understand, huh? One of you phoned me this morning about a necklace.
What makes you think so?
Oh, come on, kid. Stop clowning.
All right. So I called you about the necklace. So what was wrong with that? I wanted you to give it back to the police.
That's what you wanted when you called me. But a little later, you changed your mind. But I haven't changed mine.
What are you talking about?
About how one of you took the necklace away from Miss Mary Wesley.
What? Are you crazy?
No, just a little confused. What made you change your mind?
We didn't change our minds. We planted that necklace on your friend Mary Wesley because we didn't want it anymore. We knew she'd give it to you, and you'd give it to the police, and the police would give it back to the owner. And that's exactly where we wanted it. Only we didn't want to take it back.
Why did you want it returned? Because it was hot?
No, because...
Never mind that, Bill.
Well, I was...
Hush, shut up. We've answered enough questions.
You haven't answered one important one. Which one of you went to Mary Wesley's and took back the necklace? And where is it now? Well? Look, am I going to have to beat it out of you?
Get out of here.
I'll handle him, Harry.
Oh, yeah? When you get up off the floor, be a good boy, Bill, or I'll have to knock you down there again.
Yeah, what are we going to do with this guy, Harry?
Not what you're thinking, Bill. We don't have the necklace. Why should we do anything we'd be sorry for? Look, Blackie, if you want to search the place, go right ahead.
No, never mind. Somehow you seem to be on the level. Maybe you don't have the necklace. But when I find out who does, he'll get it in the neck.
Get out of my office, Blackie. I'm not holding Miss Wesley now.
I know that, Faraday. And don't hold your breath until you find that missing necklace.
No. So all of a sudden, you're worried about my health.
Yes, I was just thinking how dull life would be if you got sick and a smart cop got your job.
Well, you listen to me, Blackie.
No, you listen to me. We'll both hear something worthwhile. I know who stole that necklace from Jim Otis.
Oh, you do you?
Yes. Bill and Harry Reese.
Oh, they did they? I suppose they told you all about it.
Yes, but they don't have it now. They got rid of it by giving it to Mary.
Well, now, isn't that nice? Two professional crooks lift a $50,000 necklace, decide they don't like it, and so they just give it to Miss Wesley. Now, what kind of sense does that make?
It makes a lot of sense if you can guess why they didn't like it.
I don't make dumb guesses.
Well, they aren't originally. They just come out that way. I guess you're going to let me use your phone, aren't you?
No.
All right. So once in 30 years, I guess wrong. Pick up the receiver on that other phone there. I want you to hear this conversation I'm going to have.
Who are you calling?
Listen and find out.
Okay. But if this is another one of your...
Quiet. In case you want to know how I know this fellow's number, I looked it up in the phone book outside.
I don't want to know anything about you.
Good. Then you won't care if I pretend to be Harry Reese for a few minutes.
Harry Reese? Why do you want...
Shh. Just listen.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Otis.
Yes?
Mr. Otis, this is Harry Reese.
Reese? I told you not to call me again.
Sorry, we aren't through doing business yet.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, no. I think the police would like to know why Bill and I wanted to get rid of that necklace and who has it now.
What is this, Reese? Blackmail?
Now, that's an unkind word, Mr. Otis. You shouldn't treat us that way. After all, Bill and I lifted that necklace for you, and then we told you we slipped it to Mary Wesley, didn't we? You wouldn't have wanted the police to have seen that necklace, would you?
You know I wouldn't. But I wouldn't have had to go to all the trouble I did if you and your brother hadn't been such fools and tried to return it.
You paid us to steal a necklace worth $50,000, but the necklace we stole was a phony, and you know it. You crossed us up. We didn't want any part of it.
Well, what are you going to do about it now? Go to the police and tell them you stole it?
No. But I could call and tell them you hired somebody to steal it, and it was a phony, and that you stole it from Miss Wesley so the insurance company wouldn't find out it wasn't real.
Look, Reese, what do you want?
You get $50,000 from the insurance company if they don't find out what you've done, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Bill and I will take a half of that $50,000, that's all. I'll let you know when and how. Goodbye. Well, Faraday, what do you think? Hey, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? Otis hid the real necklace, hired the Reese brothers to steal a phony, and he's trying to collect $50,000 insurance on it. I'm placing him under arrest. I just figured this whole thing out. Well, what are you laughing at?
My own stupidity, Faraday. I thought I figured it out.
So once again, Inspector Faraday claims that he figured it all out, Blackie?
Yes, Mary. But even I was wrong in one respect.
You were?
Uh-huh. I thought Otis had hidden the real necklace, actually. He'd broken it up and sold it a stone at a time over a period of years.
Oh, I see. And his wife had been wearing a paste copy for a long time.
Uh-huh. Too bad. Otis neglected to tell the Reese brothers they were going to steal a phony necklace. When they discovered it wasn't real, they thought Otis was double-crossing them. That's why they decided to turn it over to the police, through us, so they wouldn't be involved.
I understand you did quite a job imitating Harry Reese's voice, Blackie.
Adequate, my dear. Just, adequate. You know what I was just thinking?
I'm not that smart. What?
I was just thinking that because Mr. Otis fooled with a phony necklace, Faraday put the bracelets on him.
here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. In 3 months, more than 250 cars have been broken into. Property mounting well into thousands of dollars has been stolen. 2 youthful members of the gang have been apprehended. The all-important brains of the criminal ring, the leaders, are still at large. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, March 2nd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night shift out of auto theft. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the interrogation room, and it was 10:58 p.m. when I got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Real tough kids, aren't they?
Yeah, they won't admit a thing.
Now, sit down.
Thanks.
When'd you pick him up?
About 8:30 tonight in the parking lot behind the Star Theater out on Sunset. He was lifting the radio out of a 48 convertible. He's had lots of experience.
The report says you picked up a 19-year-old girl with him.
She was waiting for the guy in a parked car across the street from the theater. The car was full of loot.
The first real break we've had on those auto burglaries in 3 months, and it's no good to us.
Neither one of them will talk. They won't even admit they know each other.
You run makes on them?
Just did. We've been questioning the boy for an hour, getting nowhere.
What's his name again?
Freeman, Stanley Freeman.
Oh, yeah. Age 20. Address? Butte, Montana. Down here for a vacation.
He doesn't lie very well, Ed. He's never been to Butte, Montana in his life. Knows less about the town than I do.
Well, get to him.
Right, Ed.
Where'd you put the girl?
We had a policewoman take her to our office. We can talk to her when we finish with the boy.
Well, what's her story?
Hasn't any. She won't even open her mouth.
19 years old, probably needs a good spanking. Now get him to talk.
Right.
Did you run a make, Joe?
Yeah, he's clean.
Get wise, huh, Flatfoot?
Look, you're in a bad spot, son. That kind of talk isn't going to help.
Says you.
We caught you red-handed trying to steal a radio that didn't belong to you from a car it didn't belong to you. Is that right?
That's enough to send you to San Quentin, boy. You better give us the story.
Shut up.
We got all the evidence we need for him.
Maybe you don't realize how serious this is. We've had more than 250 car burglaries in this city in the past 3 months. Over $200,000 worth of property's been stolen. That's a lot of money.
So what?
So you're the number one suspect, young fella. Your method of operation in breaking into that car tonight is the same used in most of the other burglaries. That means you're not going to be tried just for this job tonight.
What are you getting at, Flatfoot?
Listen, son. In the state of California, breaking into a locked car is a felony. You can go to state penitentiary for that. And we're going to file a complaint of burglary with the district attorney in the morning.
You say you're from Butte, Montana. All right, I don't believe you, but we'll make sure. Ben, go down to our office and call the news photographers. Stanley here is going to have his picture on the front page of every newspaper in Los Angeles tomorrow.
Right, Joe?
No. You can't. I won't let you. I got my rights.
What's the matter, youngster? Everybody wants his picture in the paper.
Yeah, well, I don't. I won't let him.
We got your picture already for him, remember? They took it when they fingerprinted you.
You can't use it. You can't. I'll get a lawyer.
Reporters will be over in a couple of minutes. We have to give them your story and your picture, too. This one.
You won't. You won't. Give it to me.
All right.
Give it to me.
All right, Freeman, get your hands off him. Now, sit down.
All right. Now let's have it straight.
Don't let him use the picture. Don't let him. You can't. You can't.
We gotta have the truth, son. Now, look, you're 20 years old. You know right from wrong. You'll have to take your medicine. If you cooperate, we'll do all we can to help.
Oh, I live out in the Wilshire district. All I wanted was a little extra money. We didn't take much. We didn't think it was so wrong.
It was stealing, Freeman. You know that's wrong. Where do you live out there?
Piper Avenue. 821 Piper. Oh, you won't give him my picture.
You live there with your family?
Yeah, my mother. Father's dead. Promise me you won't give him the picture. My mother, she'd see it. Oh, promise me.
You're working with a gang on those auto burglaries. We know that. Now, who are they? Where are they? And what's the setup?
I can't. They get me for it.
Who'd get you?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Who's your girlfriend, Stanley? The one you were with tonight?
Joanne. Joanne Miller.
Where does she live?
Piper Avenue, same as me. Lives on the same block, 866.
Is that her home? She live there with her folks?
Yeah. Mother and father. They work.
And you got her into this. Isn't that the story she gave us, Ben?
I did not. I didn't. It was her. She said a bunch of kids were doing it. It was quick money, something to do at night. She started it.
All right, Romero. I'll go see the girl. You stay here with Freeman.
All right, Joe. Just stay put in that chair for him.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Joe. You and Romero handling this case?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to the girl a few minutes. Marge, will you stand by?
Right, I'll sit over here.
Thanks. All right, miss. What's your name, age, and address?
I told this lady cop 15 minutes ago I'm not saying anything.
All right, then we'll tell you. Your name's Joanne Miller. You live at 866 Piper Avenue. You live with your father and mother. Both of them work.
You're a liar. That's not me.
You're 19 years old. You live on the same block as your boyfriend, Stanley Freeman, and you're the one who got him mixed up in this gang. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right. It's not. I didn't do anything.
Well, that's only half the story. Freeman told us everything. You want to hear the rest?
No. Stan wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't.
He told us how you got him mixed up in it. Quick money. That's what you told him, didn't you?
No, it was him. I can prove it. The rest of the kids will tell you. He got me in this. Ask them, they'll tell you. It was Stanley and Fred Milford and George Jansen. They started it, all three of them.
All right. Will you tell the story to a police stenographer?
I'll tell him everything. He's not blaming this on me.
Marge, will you go get the stenographer?
Right, Joe.
Now, how many persons in this gang of yours?
Oh, about 10 or 12. And it's not my gang either. He got me into this, and now he's trying to lie his way out, blaming me.
How long you been doing this, burglarizing cars?
Me? Oh, only about 2 weeks. It was supposed to be fun, something to do at night. The rest of them been at it a couple of months.
Who's the head of the gang?
I told you, it's him, Stanley, and Fred Milford and Jansen, all three. I only started going out with them 2 weeks ago, maybe less.
All right, Joanne. Tell it to the stenographer the same way.
Stenographer will be in a minute, Joe.
Okay, Marge, thanks. Stay with her.
Right, Joe.
Just about a closed case, Ben. Girl gave us a full confession.
She didn't. Oh, you're not tricking me again. She didn't.
She told us you're one of the leaders of the gang, Stanley. Said you got her into all this. The other two are George Jansen and Fred Milford. About a dozen kids in the gang, all of them about your age. Isn't that right?
She's lying, can't you tell? She's lying. She got me into the gang. Well, she did. She's Milford's girlfriend. Ask her. Oh, she can't lie out of that one. She got me into it. I can prove it.
Who's the real leader of the gang?
Milford. He started it. He organized the whole thing. He collects the stuff we get, and he delivers it. Jansen helps him do it.
What do you mean he delivers the stuff? Where does he deliver it?
Somewhere in Dogtown, I think. Down around South Main, near the railroad yards.
Who's it delivered to?
Oh, I don't know exactly. I heard Jansen mention the name once. Myra, he said. It's supposed to be a big secret. Myra, that's all I remember.
Where does Jansen and Milford live?
Well, Jansen rooms down on East Flower. 1042, I think. It's a rooming house. And Milford lives 2 blocks over from me on Quincy. 234 Quincy. He lives with his grandmother.
Got that, Ben?
Right.
All right, let's pick up Milford and Jansen. It was 10 minutes past 1 when Ben and I returned to headquarters with George Jansen and Fred Milford in our custody. In Jansen's room at 1042 East Flower Street, we found 2 fur coats, a box full of new car accessories, an S&W .38 revolver, and a .45 automatic. When we picked up Fred Milford at his home, we discovered 5 deluxe car radios hidden in the garage, plus a valuable assortment of cameras, cigarette lighters, and clothing. Both Jansen and Milford refused to talk, but when we got them to headquarters and showed them the signed statements of Stanley Freeman and the girl, Joanne Miller, they broke.
Milford, where else did you and your gang operate besides the Wilshire district?
No place, only out there, that's all.
Same type of car burglaries have been committed all over the city. You telling us your gang didn't have a hand in them?
It's the truth. Our territory was Wilshire district. We didn't go outside.
You mean some other gang's responsible?
I don't know. All I know is we didn't have any part of them.
Is there another gang, Milford?
Maybe. I don't know. You find out. It's none of my business.
It is your business, Milford. You admit you and your gang committed 55 jobs in the past 3.5 months. That leaves about 200 jobs to be accounted for.
That's right. You figure it out.
We have figured it out. I think you and your gang of young thieves pulled every one of those 250 jobs. There isn't any other gang. That's the story the district attorney's going to get.
You're crazy. There is. I know there is.
Then give us the information and save yourself a lot of trouble.
Well, we're not the only ones. That's all I know.
Milford, do you know how many years you get for auto burglary?
I told you, we're not the only ones. There must be a couple of others besides us. Vince Mahoney, he's got a gang.
Where does Mahoney operate?
West Hollywood and Beverly.
Where's he live?
I don't know. Honest, I only met him a couple of times.
Where'd you meet him?
I don't remember.
Where'd you meet him, Milford?
Delivery. I met him down at the delivery place a couple of nights.
When you delivered the property you stole from cars, is that right?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Down by the railroad yards.
Where?
Chavez Street. It's a little alley off East Main.
Who'd you deliver the stuff to?
I told you, her name's Myra. That's all I know. We meet her and some guy on Tuesday nights. We give them the stuff and they pay us off. Mahoney delivers the same night I do.
Do you meet her every Tuesday night?
Yeah.
You're going to meet her this Tuesday, tomorrow night?
I don't know. I guess so.
Same place?
Yeah.
Are you the only one she deals with?
Sometimes Joanne. Me or Joanne. I know what you're thinking. You want to use me to trap Myra. Well, what's it worth?
You know better than that.
How about it, Milford?
Oh, what else can I do? Give me another cigarette.
By 3:30 that morning, the signed statements and confessions were piling up fast. Milford gave us a list of the names and addresses of each member in his gang, and within an hour, they were all under questioning at headquarters. Most of the suspects, about 1/3 of them girls, ranged in age from 18 to 21. As they told their individual stories, the scope of the case grew until it covered most of the city. By late afternoon of the next day, Tuesday, March 3rd, 3 more gangs operating in Venice, Bel Air, and North Hollywood had been apprehended. They confessed to more than 175 burglaries from locked cars during the past 3.5 months. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
How many admissions you have now?
Over 50, Ed. Here are the gang leaders' statements.
What's their story?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. They all say this woman Myra set up the operation.
You mean she got the kids and put them to work burglarizing cars?
Well, not exactly. She picked the leaders, contacted them in bars or on the street, asked them if they wanted to pick up some spare money getting auto parts for her.
Then she didn't tell them to go out and burglarize cars?
Well, not in so many words, Ed, no. After they brought in auto parts for a couple of weeks, she told them to bring her everything they could find, outside the car or inside. Those are the words she used.
5 of the kids dictated those words into their signed confession.
Oh, that should hold in court. What else did you get on this woman?
Oh, she taught them how to work, told them to wear gloves, all angles.
Well, we got most of the small fry. Now, where do we find this Myra woman? Any description on her?
Yeah. Kids say she's about 33, 34. Good-looking redhead.
5'5", about 120, well-dressed.
No description on the guy she runs with.
You run a make on her yet?
Yeah, no previous record. We've set up a stakeout for her tonight. 2 of the gang leaders have volunteered to go along, this Milford and Vince Mahoney.
Good. Down on Chavez, where she usually meets them?
Yeah, that's right.
When?
11:15. That's the regular time for the meet, according to the kid.
All right, I'll be at home. Call me. I don't want to miss out on this one.
When Ben and I left Ed Backstrand's office, we went home for dinner and a few hours' sleep. At 9:30 p.m., we were back at the office. We met the men in the special detail, which Backstrand had assigned for the stakeout that night. We briefed them on their duties, and then we got Fred Milford and Vince Mahoney out of their cells. To avoid any possible suspicion of the presence of a trap, we had Milford's permission to use his car in the stakeout. The car which he had said he had driven to the delivery meetings with the woman Myra at least a dozen times before. We arrived at the stakeout area, Chavez Alley in East Main, at 9:58. The meeting was scheduled for 11:15. The moon was out, but the sky was overcast, and there was a cold wind blowing from the east.
Hey, what time you got, Sergeant?
About 10. Why, Milford? Getting nervous?
No, just wondering.
How you cops gonna rig this thing?
In just a couple of minutes, we're going to plant you two in Milford's car parked up there in the alley. Now, you stay there until Myra shows up. We'll do the rest.
Yeah, I know, but what'll we say? Suppose she asks for some stuff. We ain't got any.
You won't need any. You won't have much time for talking.
Hey, suppose she wises up. Maybe she'll pull a gun.
Maybe. Does she carry one?
No, never saw her with one.
Don't worry, Milford. We'll make sure you're not in danger.
She's got an awful temper, that redhead. Got mad at me once when I squawked at the prices she was paying us for radios.
What was she paying you, Mahoney?
An 8-tube radio, good shape, $7.
She got all the gravy and you got all the grief.
You're not kidding.
Joe, are you?
Yeah, Steve. What do you got?
Well, the men are all staked out, Joe. Got the area covered from every angle.
All right. You got an extra man to stay in Milford's car?
I'll handle that myself.
Fine, thanks.
Okay.
All set, Joe?
Yeah. Now, Milford and Mahoney, we're going to put you two in your car now. There's going to be an officer with you, so there's no need to be nervous or afraid. You just sit in the car and act natural. When this Myra drives up, don't leave the car. Have her come to you. You got it?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Joe, let's go.
Sure is cold out. I don't even have a heater in my car.
You stole enough of them.
Okay, Steve, here they are.
All right, boys. Milford, get in first behind the wheel.
Okay.
Mahoney in the middle. Now I'll sit in the back.
We'll be parked in that garage across the street, Steve. Got a perfect view of the alley.
Okay, Ben. Check with you later.
All right. Mean night, Joe.
Yeah, come on. It's cold here in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah. And it might be a long wait. What time you got?
6 minutes past 10.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
What is it?
It's nothing. Thought that passing car was turning in the alley.
Relax. It's early.
Lonely place. It's dark. Gets on your nerves.
That's it, Ben. 11:30. Nothing yet.
Somebody might have tipped her off.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Well, let's wait it out anyway.
Joe, that blue coupe.
Yeah, just turned in the alley. Let's go. Come on, run, Ben.
Behind you.
All right, young fella. Quit your fighting.
What'd you get, Steve?
Here he is. Just drove up in the coupe. Got out and called Milford Mahoney by their first names. He's in on it.
What about the girl?
No sign. Kid was the only one in the car.
All right. Tell them in the stakeout's off for tonight. Have them report back in. We'll take the kid with us.
Okay.
All right, young fellow, this way.
What do you cops think you're doing? I ain't done nothing.
Look, sport, we heard that from 54 different kids yesterday. We're tired of that line. Come on.
When we got back to the office, we took the boy to the interrogation room and questioned him. He gave his name as Matthew Leiter, age 21. He wouldn't break until Vince Mahoney definitely identified him as a member of his car burglary gang and the special favorite of the red-headed woman they called Myra. Then Leiter copped out and told Ben and I that he had talked with Myra as late as 10 o'clock tonight. He told us that she had heard that the police had picked up some of the gang members, and she asked Leiter to drive down to the Chavez Alley meeting place. He was supposed to tell Milford and Mahoney that the weekly delivery date was off until further notice. We questioned Matthew Leiter for an hour and a half.
You told us a little while ago that you talked with this woman, Myra, late tonight.
Yeah.
Where'd you talk to her? At her home?
Her home? Don't be stupid. Nobody knows where she lives. I met her at a bar.
Which bar?
Julius. Out of Santa Monica.
How did she contact you?
Called me at home. She's not such a bad dame. She treats you right.
Sure, that's why you're in jail. Did you ever call her on the phone?
I don't know her number. None of the kids do. She's smart. She taught me all I know about the racket.
You'll have a rough time getting her.
Maybe, but we'll get her. Ben and I left the office at 2 a.m. and went home to bed. We reported in at 8 that morning to Ed Backstrand. The three of us went down the street to Koken's restaurant for a cup of coffee. Nobody was in a good mood. We had most or all the small fry in the citywide burglary ring, but it seemed we were still a long way from cracking the inner circle.
The latter kid said that none of them knows where she lives, what her phone number is, nothing. Pass the sugar, Ed.
I think we still have a few angles to study on that score. Right now, I've got some more bad news for you.
What's that?
You been through your mail this morning?
No, not yet. We haven't had a chance.
I saw the overnight reports. There were 32 car burglaries last night. 32. All the way from Wilmington to North Hollywood. How you figure it?
I can't. This girl Myra must have an army of kids working for her.
How much did they get, Ed? Any idea?
Rough estimate about $3,000. Usual stuff people are foolish enough to leave in their cars. Watches, cameras, furs, expensive clothes.
M.O.'s the same?
And like the others. If the car happens to have a rigid handle lock, they slip a piece of pipe over the handle for a lever and break it. If that doesn't work, they pry open the wing window. Some of the windows were smashed out.
Sounds like you're in an awful hurry, Joe.
Yeah, maybe this Myra wants a few big nights before she peddles the stuff and gets out.
If we're going to get her, we can't waste time.
Any suspects picked up last night, Skipper?
None.
Well, where did they hit most of the car?
Outside the Pan Pacific. The parking lot. Hockey game going on. Must have been 4,000 cars for them to pick over. They picked the best.
As usual.
Well, you better get on it. There's one way to handle it.
What's that?
She works fast. You work a little faster.
We got back to the office and we went over the reports one by one. Then we called the young gang members to the interrogation room and questioned them separately and re-questioned them. We got nowhere. Many of them had met Myra on the street, in a bar, but not one of them had any idea where she lived. At least that's what they told us. Ben had a hunch that Matthew Leiter knew more than he was telling. We had him brought to the interrogation room, and all that afternoon until 10 o'clock that night, with interruptions for his meal periods, we talked with Leiter. He would admit nothing more than what he'd already told us.
Yeah, it's got me beat, Joe.
Yeah. Well, let's check with Ed.
Good morning, Joe. Ben?
Hi, Mike. Skipper in?
Just went down the hall for a minute. Be right back. Hold it a minute, will you?
Yeah.
Chief of Detectives always handing. Yeah. For you, Joe.
Oh, thanks. Oh? Yeah. He does? We'll be right over. That was Sergeant Hopkins over at the jail.
Yeah?
Matthew Leiter's got something to tell us. Says it's important.
Have a chair here, Leiter.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. You wanted to see us.
I'm getting even with that dame Myra. I'm squaring with you.
Yeah?
She told me if I was picked up, she'd have me out in a couple of hours. She promised me a lawyer if anything happened. Said she'd get me bail.
All right. Where can we find her?
I don't know if she's there now, but you can find out at Francisco Motors. Big used car lot. Garage, too. It's out on Melrose past La Cienega.
What's the tie-up?
That's where she fenced most of the stuff we stole. Some old guy she buddies with runs the place. Big shop in the back. Store a lot of hot stuff there.
Barney.
Yes, Sergeant?
We're through with him. Take him back. We checked with Chief Backstrand, and then we drove out to the Francisco Motor Company. We located it on the corner of Melrose and Geneva Avenue. It was a big layout. Consisted of a large used car lot sign bannering the slogan, Deluxe Auto Accessories, lowest prices in town. Along the back end of the lot, there was a large L-shaped garage. We found the man in charge, and he gave his name as Paul Hackett, the owner of the car lot. In the garage, we found the entrance to a large back storeroom. It was loaded with thousands of dollars worth of auto radios, spotlights, cratefuls of assorted car accessories. Special closets built into the walls of the garage contain racks of fur coats, suits, dresses. Below that, smaller boxes containing watches and cameras, all wrapped in tissue paper.
You can save all of us a lot of time and trouble by talking to us now, Mr. Hackett. Where is Myra?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you explain what we just found in your garage?
I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it was stolen.
Well, which is it, Mr. Hackett? Make up your mind.
I bought it. But I didn't know it was stolen. You can't prove I did know.
I think we can prove it, Mr. Hackett. Some of those stolen car radios stored back there, the serial numbers are filed off, and this workbench here is full of filings.
I didn't know.
You'll have to do better than that. How does Myra figure in?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's all right with us, Hackett. We found the stuff and we got you. If we don't find Myra, you'll be doing time for 2 people. Stand still.
You can't. You can't do this to me. I don't know anything about it.
Come on, Hackett. We're taking you in. All right, get in the car. Come on, in the car.
Am I going to jail?
You're going to jail.
All right. I'll take you to Myra.
Hackett told us that Myra lived at 1345 Munich Drive in Beverly Hills. He said that he was Myra's husband. He told us that he'd been in a legitimate garage business for 10 years before he married Myra. She talked him into the racket. He identified 1345 Munich Drive as their home. When we got there, we found stores of stolen property similar to those found in the garage. Myra was not there. Hackett had no idea where she might be. We sat down in the living room and waited. One hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 5 hours of waiting, the monotony started to wear on everybody's nerves, especially Hackett's.
The whole thing, it was her idea. I should have known, all hers. She did this to me. I won't take it alone. Where is she?
You tell us, Hackett.
Told you, I don't know. She couldn't have gone. She didn't know. I'm not going to take this alone.
All right, quiet down.
That you, Paul? Thought I heard you talking to some. Who's he?
The police, Myra. The police. Your smart kids told them the whole story.
What are you talking about, my smart kids? What are these cops doing here in the living
room? That's enough.
Get your dirty hands off me. Get away.
Kids are right, Joe. She got a
Get away.
temper.
Who do you think you're...
There, that ought to hold you for a while. All right, come on, you two. Let's go.
All right, copper. You win. Stupid husbands. How many times did I tell you? Don't trust those kids. Don't store their stuff in the garage. Don't open it for anybody. Get a lawyer. No, you knew better. Dumb jerk. The idea of having those cops camping in the living room waiting for me. Why didn't you warn me? I'm going to divorce you. That's what I'm going to do. I'll stick you for plenty. Jerk.
All right, inside you two.
You got a smoke, Ben?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. I was just thinking.
What?
Those kids were right. She's a pretty nice-looking woman.
Yeah. Nice face. Beautiful figure.
Mm-hmm. Sure talks a lot, though, doesn't she?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, remind me to take home some flowers to my wife tonight, will you?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Paul and Myra Hackett were tried and convicted on 7 separate counts of receiving stolen property. They are now serving out their sentences in the state penitentiary. Realizing that most of the young persons involved in the case were influenced by the strong personality of Paul and Myra Hackett, a separate investigation was made into the backgrounds and home life of the young offenders. In most cases, they were found to be basically good, and they were placed on probation and returned to their homes. You have just heard the 13th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Detective Harry William Vosper of the Seattle, Washington Police Department, who on the night of July 21st, 1949, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. And now, an important announcement. Starting this Saturday, September 3rd, Dragnet will be heard at a new time over your NBC station. Consult your local newspaper for the new listening time. And now, speaking in behalf of the producers and the entire cast of Dragnet, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many kind letters of encouragement and approval. Remember, next Saturday for Dragnet, this is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Do you remember way back in the 30s how the blowhards went around with the spiel? A car in every garage, a chicken in every pot. Do you know why they didn't have more success? They left something out. A Valentine in every closet. Think of all the trouble he'd have saved you. Like the time Junior ran Rover through the lawnmower, as he figured he'd look better in a crew cut. Now don't take it out on the little rascal just because he has aspirations to be a barber. Let George do it. He'll give it to him once over light, like he never got. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun to George Valentine. He gets all kinds of mail. Take the letter he's about to get from this old tumbleweed character.
Mr. Valentine, sir. I'm a cowboy movie star. I'm sure you must have seen me sometime, even if it's only on television. Well, anyway, I know how silly it sounds, but I need help. There's a most desperate situation that requires the action of a hero. And while I'd like to qualify, this same situation requires certain proficiencies that I haven't got. Notably, there's a mystery. Mysteries aren't my longest suit. You see, I met her. But just barely. And Mr. Valentine, this lovely young lady I refer to, she's in distress. She is.
But, Mr. Disbrow, in your letter you didn't tell us...
Daphne. That's who she is.
Oh.
Daphne.
Daphne, huh?
Yeah. I met her just the other day, you realize. I was talking to a man I know, a song plugger. That's like a fuller brush man, only with music, you see. He pointed her out. The little school teacher type that's always having westerns, you know, big, bashful blue eyes and hair like honey and a heart just as big as all out of doors, you
With
know.
a head to match. I know.
Who cares if she's smart? I don't. Anyway, I find this little girl lives all alone, way up in the Imperial Crest Apartments.
Uh-oh, I take it back.
Daphne does all right, doesn't she?
Oh, she has money, but she's nervous, if you know what I mean. So nervous she'll hardly talk. And afraid? Oh, yeah, I think somebody's watching her up there.
Well, I'm not surprised. A big bad wolf, maybe.
Me? No, this is different. No. It is. She didn't even want to meet me, and most women do.
Oh, now look, cowboy.
Yeah, and today when I tried to talk to her on the street, even after I'd been properly introduced, she just walked away.
So am I.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. Now, she wanted to talk, and she would have, if the man she walked away with hadn't been carrying a gun.
Oh. So maybe it is a case, huh? What man?
Big. Bigger than both of us. Black hair and sour face.
Her husband, maybe.
No, she told me she wasn't married. I don't know who he is, but she's afraid of him, all right.
Uh-huh. And what do you want me to do, scare him away?
No, figure it out, Mr. Valentine. Go meet her. Protect her before something worse happens. And then let me know before it does.
Oh, I see. That's it. I do the dirty work, hand you the answers, and then you step in to scare away the rustlers.
And win the girl, of course.
Well, that's right, honey. And having keep my public name intact, my fans and all, you know, I'm a beautiful patsy.
Okay, partner. But don't think you got a corner on the market.
Well, you better get out your earplugs, kiddies, 'cause methinks there's going to be plenty of shooting in this here Opry. Oh, but don't put them in for just a minute, because first I want you to hear this. You know something? That did this old heart good. Now let's see if George is doing any good for Daphne. Uh-oh. Hey, George, someone is trying real hard to bump you off. Hey, George, duck!
Hey, what the...
I put your cigarette out, didn't I?
Well...
One shot at 30 feet, that's pretty good.
Oh, but I missed the sandbag again. Look at them holes in my wall.
Hey, lady, you got holes in your head.
Oh, now
What?
don't be angry. I'm practicing here on my roof garden. See that clay pipe down there? I never miss.
Oh, fine. You must make a big hit with lots of people.
Well, my landlord and neighbors do complain once in a while. See the other pipe?
Hey, you.
But I talk them out of it.
Well, now, look, I don't talk so easy.
Don't you?
No, he doesn't.
Not when you're around, you mean?
All right, Annie Oakley, so you're nice to look at.
Daphne Crockett, girl type Davy.
Crockett? Oh, of course. The Club Paris.
Mm-hmm. I've been there 5 years, longest run of any act in nightclubs. Everybody likes my shooting.
Oh, so that's it. Little Red Riding Hood turns out to be Two-Gun Nellie, professional bullseye artist.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To see the bull about some black eyes. No, wait a minute. I'm here now. I might as well speak my piece, even if it's only for laughs.
Speak your piece? Like Miles Standish?
In a way. Only John Alden's name this time is Rafe Disbrow.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he's funny, all right. He thinks you're in danger. The cowboy says you're being watched up here.
He says what?
Well, there's the building next door. I guess from that one apartment over there you could probably...
Oh, no. No, of course not.
All right, lady. But the rest of my recitation says you're afraid of a big man, black hair, sour face. How about that one?
Mr. Disbrow has quite an imagination, hasn't he?
Maybe. And maybe not.
I suppose he sent you over here to protect me.
That was a general idea. And think twice before you say no.
I'll show you what I think of Mr. Disbrow in spite of that lovely Texas accent. You see those 3 little dolls in a row?
Lady, I said think twice.
And there are 3 bullets left in this gun.
Oh, now look, if you are in trouble,
3
Daphne...
answers you can take back.
Okay, lady, never mind. We get the idea. This is where we came in, Angel. Hey, that was 4.
Miss Crockett, Daphne!
No, I'm all right.
Oh, God.
It missed me.
What missed you? Where'd that extra shot come from?
No, there wasn't one. Get out of here, won't you? Please leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Don't waste your breath, lady. We've already gone.
George, shall I telephone Lieutenant Riley?
No, he's on vacation. Ask for Clary and tell him to get up there fast.
Yeah, but George...
I got a date next door, Angel. See you in the second reel. There's a card outside this apartment. Says R. Seaver. You him?
I don't know. You?
Now look, Bright Eyes, I want
What's
some...
to look? A guy comes busting in, upsets my equilibrium. I'm teaching myself canasta. Now go away.
All right, don't mind me. I won't tell if you cheat.
Your manners get worse. The door's back that way. Remember?
Yeah, just call me a building inspector. Come to take a look at your window, that's all.
Don't fall out.
Yeah, this is it, all right. The only apartment from which you can see the roof garden.
You don't say.
The only apartment from which you could take a pot shot at a woman across the way there.
Sit down. Maybe we could both learn canasta.
You always wear a hat when you play cards?
Sure. What woman?
What's it cover up? Black hair to match your sour face?
I said what? We don't like each other much, do we?
Daphne Crockett. I was there when it happened. Now we like each other less, huh?
I don't know. Friendship begins slow sometimes. Sit down, will you? I'll deal out a few.
What do you use for chips? The bag there?
Huh?
The black bag there by your foot. The one you're trying to keep me from seeing.
A real observant boy, aren't you?
Oh, wait a minute. I can see a hand when it starts to move, so stop moving it.
I'm dealing this, Inspector.
Oh, no, you're not. You're...
Too bad nobody can argue with a blackjack, Inspector. We might have had a nice little game.
Shall I tell you what hit you, Valentine?
No. But don't tell me that's Lieutenant Clary's voice, not at last.
At last. Valentine, if you'd wait for the police once in a while, or better yet, if you wouldn't get mixed up in cases like this.
All right. You sound just like Riley. My headache's bad enough.
His name was Curly. Curly Blackson, the strong boy, wanted for ducking out of prison back east.
What was he in for?
He was serving time for shakedowns. He was a blackmail artist.
Blackmail? Hey, is there a little black bag still around here anyway? Never mind, of course not.
No, there isn't, George. And this Curly may have been the man Rafe saw once with Daphne, but I don't think he took the shot at her across the way.
He didn't talk like he did.
Not to mention the small fact he had a gun, but it was still loaded and hadn't been fired for some time.
So you know an awful lot, don't you, Lieutenant?
Come on, wake up. Open your baby blue eyes wide.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Curly's dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I didn't do it.
No. You just slept through it, that's all. First you get mixed up in it, but then when you might be useful, you take a rain check while Curly takes a bullet.
Bullet?
One shot, clean as a whistle, right through the heart, from a short distance.
Yeah. And he was armed. Somebody outdrew him or surprised him. And a marksman, too, huh?
Or a markswoman.
Yeah, where is she?
Where is she? Where do you think she is? Gone, of course. And while we look for her, there was all the time in the world for this to happen. All the time for...
Listen, take it easy.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah. And remember, Lieutenant, the girl didn't shoot at herself out there on the roof. And if Curly had... Shh, wait a minute.
Keys.
Sure, it's the guy who lives here, our Seavey. You want to bet?
All right, friend, that's enough music. You can notice us now. Grab him there. That's it.
Okay, put down that stick, Buster. That's better.
Well, a little surprised, that's all. You can let me go. I'm all right.
You're all right.
Sure. Da-da-da-bum, you're breaking my heart. Never leave a tune unfinished. Had to finish it, that's all. Hey, didn't expect a room full of roses. Sit down. Roses are in 7th place this week, you know that?
My name's Clary, homicide.
All right. Sit down.
Sit. Listen, my friend.
Hold it, Lieutenant, just a minute. Roses are number 7, huh? How's Jealous Heart?
A little raise on records, down in sheet sales, though. Oh, but you ought to hear the blues number I've got.
Song plugger, huh? Maybe even the same song plugger who once introduced a cowboy to a girl.
Maybe. I don't know. Play piano down at the Club Paris, too.
The Club Oh, all begins to tie together, doesn't it?
My friend, we're going to pull up our chairs for a nice long talk.
Be careful, don't stub your toe.
What?
Chairs are all nailed down. Keeps the maids from moving them around.
Keeps them in. Look, Looney, Daphne Crockett was being watched from here, and I doubt if Curly did it. She was shot at from here, but he didn't do it.
Did it. My name's Seaver, Lieutenant, not Looney. Seaver. Dick Seaver. Dead-Eye Dick, they call me.
Dead-Eye? And Curly was murdered by a Well, brother, if you're crazy enough to
admit
it...
Wait a minute, Lieutenant, wait a minute. Chairs nailed down, that stick you carry. You haven't even noticed the body yet. You haven't been watching Daphne, have you, Dead-Eye?
Of course not. I couldn't. I'm blind.
George, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. Don't jump at conclusions. You tell me how a poor old blind guy goes around filling people full of lead. It just can't happen. Unless maybe he uses seeing-eye bullets. Hey, you know, that's all right. And for that matter, so is this. Say, before the shooting starts again, I think we should pause briefly for story identification, don't you? It seems that a self-styled cowboy named Rafe Disborough, who got himself fired from Monogram because he could only ride side saddle, hired Valentine to keep his beady brown eye on a doll named Daphne. He figures that only one eye will be necessary, as he will have to keep the other one peeled for a guy named Curly, a black-haired character who was very repulsive. On further investigation, Daphne turns out to be an up-to-date Annie Oakley, who's been knocking him dead at the Club Paris with her fur-lined six-shooter. However, some patron who doesn't like the cover charge takes it out on Daphne and starts shooting back, only he misses and plugs Curly. Meantime, George has been sleeping it off in Dead-Eye Dick's apartment, a song plugger around town, as he has become very drowsy from a hit on the head. George immediately points the finger at Dead-Eye, only Dead-Eye is blind and can't point back. Still, George figures that if he can plug songs, he can also plug people. However, this sets well with nobody, so he goes back to see Rafe Disborough, who was no help either, because all he can say is...
Gosh, Mr. Valentine, that's all I can say is, gosh.
Well, you should try harder, Mr. Disborough.
Usually there's just good men, the bad men.
And the little school teacher in between, I know. Well, this isn't the plot of a Western. But why you really wanted us to meet Daphne, you didn't say. So suppose you start saying, Buster, right now.
What? I told you she was in distress.
Are you being blackmailed, cowboy?
Uh-huh.
That was Curly's business, you know. And I saw a little black bag once. Blackmailed, I said.
No, not me.
Not you?
Well, I'm always cautious about those things, but... Well, Daphne, she has another suitor besides me, is Mr. Michael J. Martin.
Martin?
Yeah, one of those millionaire fellas. This is strictly confidential, you understand.
And you figure Martin's a better sucker than you are, huh?
Oh, well, he is a married man, and I have never taken that step.
Uh-huh. And you really hired us to look into Daphne because you were afraid she was going to knock you over, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. You totally misrepresent me. No, I mean nothing of the kind. The little lady is always innocent.
Okay, Disborough. When you decide to tell me the truth, let me know, will you?
But I am. I'm just a bystander who...
Or better yet, let the police know. This is still a murder case, Rafe. And they tell me cowboys are pretty good shots.
What? Oh, well, I'm just a singing cowboy.
That's the last straw.
No, I'm not proficient except with a guitar. I don't shoot guns. Well, my fans wouldn't like it. Well, listen, I'll show you.
Come on, Angel. Let's get out of here.
Here we are, George. Dressing room number 4, 3, 2...
Sure. She's number 1 with a star on the door.
Just a moment, please. I'm very sorry, but no one's allowed inside.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Shorty, but we want to see...
Miss Crockett isn't receiving any callers this evening. She hopes you understand.
Well, now, that's real thoughtful of her. Just step to one side.
You needn't raise your voice, but if I haven't made myself clear...
Oh, George, just pick him up and throw
And
him.
I really don't feel like arguing about
Shorty,
it.
get out of the...
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye.
Oh, no, you don't. Stand still, sister.
Well, I've really got nothing to say. Come along, Mike.
Okay, get out of my way. Shorty, wait a minute, you.
Please don't be difficult, Mr. Valentine. Mac, Fred, Joe.
Slow down, I said. Would you... Hey,
Oh, George.
Let go, will you?
Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Will you... All right, Mac, Fred, Joe, she's gone. You can let go.
Sure, don't get sore. Let me brush your coat.
The boys, huh?
Stagehands, that's all. Don't want to see you getting in trouble.
Buster, I'm not the one who's going to be in trouble.
Oh, yes, you are. Little guy's important, tough, too.
The what?
Little guy went with her, the Michael J. Martin.
Martin? You mean that little shrimp was Martin?
Lucky we saved you, huh? Lion hunter, you know. Toughest little guy in the world. Best marksman, too.
No, Miss Crockett isn't here. Of course she's not here. Don't expect her to show up. I even had one of our own men tailing her, and Martin shook him off, too.
All right. So she's not here. You said that, Lieutenant.
Little schoolteacher type, caught in the middle.
Martin's not much to look at, only 5 feet tall.
$2 million you could look at.
Maybe blackmail does make sense.
I told you that a long time ago. But nothing else means sense. Why did Curly come out here? Why did he get killed?
Oh, stop asking questions.
All right, you want an answer? Curly was Daphne's husband.
What?
It's in the record. They used to be married.
Sure. Now she was afraid of him.
Sure. Does it tie together a cowboy, lion hunter, Annie Oakley? Does it tell which one of those marksmen put a bullet through a man's heart with one shot?
Let's not leave out Seaver.
All right, so he's tied in. He's a friend of Curly's, too. But
Angel,
let me tell you something.
When we were at the Club Paris, who was playing the piano?
Huh? Well, it was... Oh, George, it wasn't Dixie.
Uh-huh. See what I mean? He's missing, too. And you know, Lieutenant, a blind guy who's a heel could get into trouble easily. Now his heart's beating. Now he's just unconscious, I think. Come on, Seaver. Come on, snap out of it now.
His door's still open. Somebody must have slugged him when he was running out before he could get away.
Oh, Daddy beat me. My head.
Oh, he's okay. Take a look inside.
That's what I'm doing. It's quite a mess.
It's been ransacked. All the drawers, only thing still in place are the furniture. Michael J. Martin. Dead.
Would you look at that? Another one-shot victim. Sharpshooting. Even about the same distance.
Yeah. Got Martin a little higher up, though. Yeah, look here. Hit him right in the neck.
So what? He's as dead as Curly, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I'm just...
What is it, George?
The window. Lights just went on there, opposite.
What? Yeah, so they did.
The roof garden.
Little Nell has finally come back home, huh?
And, Lieutenant, if you work a process of elimination...
Come on, let's get over there.
I'll stay here.
But, George...
Go on. I'll take care of Seaver here. Now, I'll take you 5 minutes to make it from building to building anyway.
All right, we'll keep our eyes open, but you watch from here.
Don't worry, I've been wrong before. I'm not going to be wrong this time. Get going.
Oh, Daddy, what a head. What's happening? What's happening, Mr. Valentine?
Here. Come here now, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. That's my chair, by the poker table.
Okay, careful now.
There she is. Whew. Sit down yourself, Valentine. It's good for the rocks in your head. From the chair opposite me, the wing chair there, you can see out the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Already there, aren't you? I tell by your voice. What you doing now?
Nothing. Taking off a coat.
Take off your coat. Take off your hat. Cigarette? Got some right here on the table.
No, thanks. Go on into the kitchen now.
I bet you can't cook.
You've never seen her, huh?
Nope, blind since I was 21. Lost him in a stick-up I got messed up in.
Stick-up? Nice guy.
I've been around, but I'm straight now.
She's back on the roof now. Why do you say you're straight, Seaver, when you were all mixed up with Curly?
I didn't know he'd taken a hop from prison.
He was up here all the time watching his wife, wasn't he?
Sure. It's a cinch I wasn't.
You were in on the blackmail with Curly, too, weren't you? Somebody must have tipped him off that there was a good touch going, that Martin here was a pushover.
All right, so what? What have I got to lose?
Conspiracy to blackmail, but everybody's dead. You're right, we can't prove it.
I've been around.
You're not.
What's that?
Oh, she's just practicing, that's all. Funny, isn't it? Everybody's a marksman. You know, poor Martin there has a gun in his pocket, too, but he was outdrawn, just like Curly.
That cowboy can shoot, too, Mr. Valentine. I don't believe that stuff he says, do you?
No, I'm not talking about murder anyway. I was thinking about when Daphne over there was practicing early and somebody took a pot shot and missed.
What about it?
Well, that couldn't have been a marksman, could it? So it must have been somebody who just stuck a gun out the window and shot to attract attention.
You've been around, too, haven't you?
You knew somebody'd come running over like I did and find Curly and lock him up. He was a fugitive. Good way to get rid of a partner, huh, Seaver? Well, she's going to work on the clay pigeons now. Good shot.
Never mind her. Then what happened?
Well, it didn't work, obviously. Curly knocked me out instead, so when you ducked back into the room to pick up the dough in the black bag, you found Curly alive and plenty suspicious. So you had to kill him, I guess.
Oh, is that it? Now, how could a blind man do that?
Then maybe later Michael J. Martin figured out who'd been in on the blackmail and came up for a little talk. So you had to kill him.
Well, I guess you can't be blamed. Lots of people think I'm not really blind, but I am, see? Look at the match in front of my eye.
Never mind, skip it. It's because you are blind that I know you killed both of them. Who else but a blind man would shoot two men at the same height? A big man in the heart and a 5-footer like Martin in the neck.
You're crazy, Mr. Valentine. I'm blind. I don't even know where people are.
You can tell by the sound of a voice, can't you?
What? But not close enough to...
Tell what chair they're sitting in? The chair that's always in the same place because it's nailed down? Well, come on now, tell me the rest, Buster. What happens?
Yeah. You'd like to know how it works, wouldn't you? You'd like to know which chair. Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'll show you. It's the chair you're sitting in.
Ain't I an old meanie, though? You know, a situation like this could set Cliff hanging back 10 years, which might be a good idea. For that matter, so is this. Now let's see how the little game of blind man's bluff is turning out. It can't be good for George, because old Deadeye is getting his jollies over something.
Simple, isn't it? The blind man can fool them all. A little heavy on the downbeat, maybe. It won't look like a marksman this time. Ah, but the coroner won't care. I'll just move him out of the chair and... Valentine! Valentine, where are you? Where are you?
Just where I was, Seaver.
Huh?
Standing by the side of this chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I can't tell you how grateful I am for apprehending that barman.
Yeah. He was a little twisted, I guess.
George, we've got to be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I asked you out here to explain about her. Oh, boy, he's really nice. She was afraid of her husband, she was, afraid of what he might be up to. And she wasn't really mixed up much with that rich man, Mr. Martin.
Oh, we know, Rafe. You told us. She's a school teacher type. I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Mr. Valentine.
Well, this is the last reel, Angel. So look out for the cactus while we mount up and ride off into the sunset, leaving the little ranch house behind.
Huh? Well, George, at this point, doesn't the hero usually kiss the girl?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Huh?
He always kisses the horse.
Oh.
You know, after a crack like that, I'm not going to even try and defend that boy anymore. I'm just going to say that Robert Bailey played George Valentine with the story by David Victor and Jackson Gillis. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. There's no corpse like an old corpse.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Yeah, but what am I going to do? I can't be witty and handsome at the same time.
Well, don't be greedy. Just concentrate on one of them.
Oh, you're pretty nothing today.
Why don't you come on over and we'll both try and improve?
Shame on you. You know I've got to work.
Oh, have you got a client?
Well, not yet, but I've set bear traps all the way down the hall.
Well, now that's silly. How can you be sure you'll catch a client?
Well, I can't be, but, I get so lonesome up here with no one to talk to. It's fun setting broken legs.
You're impossible.
Diamond.
Oh, my gosh.
What's wrong, Rick?
Those traps. I think I've caught something terrible.
Diamond, I gotta talk to you.
Who is it, Rick?
Sergeant Otis says he's got to talk to me, but I'll be darned if I'll teach him how.
Oh, say hello for me.
Helen says hello, Otis.
Tell her hello, then get off the phone. This is serious.
Hey, what's with you? Somebody steal your catnip?
Can't you stop being funny, Shamus? I mean it. This is serious.
Helen, I'll call you back.
Why, something wrong?
Well, Otis looks worried, and he's making sense for the first time in 11 years.
Oh, well, call me later and tell me about it. Bye.
Bye. Now, Sergeant, what's on your personal
I want
mind?
you to come down to the station with me in a hurry.
Of course, you'll think this is a silly question, but why?
You remember Louis Spence?
Louis Spence?
About 4 years ago,
Caught him running around sticking dynamite under the homes of some of our city officials.
Oh, yeah. Socialistic nut. Put him away, didn't they?
Yeah, crazy as they come. Well, he's out.
What do you mean he's out? If they cured his head, he'd still face a lot of years up the river.
Oh, he ain't cured. Not a bit he ain't cured.
You mean he busted out?
Yesterday. Now, do me a favor and come on down to the station.
Oh, wait a minute, and take it easy. What's going down to the station got to do with Louis Spence?
He's down there with the lieutenant.
Well, great. Put them both in fancy jackets and send them home.
We can't. He walked in 20 minutes ago and asked to see the lieutenant. I didn't recognize him, so I let him in. Now we can't get him out.
Well, why the devil can't you?
He won't let us in, and he won't let the lieutenant out. He's sitting there holding a big bomb, and it's ready to go off.
Well, it looks like a convention.
Everyone's trying to think of something to do.
Why is Spence doing this? What's he going to do? Just sit in there?
You'll really get a boot out of this, Shamus. If the mayor don't jump off the top of the city hall by noon, Spence blows up the whole 5th precinct.
What?
That's right.
Hey, Otis, get Diamond in there. It's 11 o'clock.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Rick.
What do you mean, get me in there?
Didn't you tell him, Otis?
No, I ain't had time.
Well, come on. Why me? What do you want me in there for?
Spence wants someone Levinson can give direction to. He says no cop. Levinson buzzed out and told us to get hold of you.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Talk to the lieutenant on the intercom. Spence won't know who's walking through the door and maybe blow the whole joint up.
Otis, you amaze me.
I ain't so smart. It was Spence's idea. Come on. Here. Go ahead.
Walt?
Rick?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Diamond's outside now.
Okay? Tell him to come in. But just him. Anyone else?
Okay. Rick, come on in, but no one else.
All right. Otis, stick right here. I may want to talk to you.
Sure. Diamond.
Yeah?
Nothing.
You're so right.
Hello, Rick.
Walt?
This is Mr. Lou Spence, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, Mr. Diamond?
What's the matter, Spence? You want an early 4th of July?
Rick.
You think I'm kidding, Mr. Diamond? You think I'm not serious about this thing?
Is that the bomb?
Right here in my lap.
He's got it rigged so it goes off the minute he relaxes his hand.
You see, I thought maybe the police would want to take it away from me. If you shoot me, try to knock me out, well, it goes off.
Then you won't mind if I take a look, huh?
Rick, please.
Stay right where you are. And I'll stay over here.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Spence.
Mr. Diamond, the reason you're here is because I want someone to talk to the mayor. I don't know whether it was explained to you or not, but unless His Honor has done away with himself by noon, a lot of people are going to get hurt.
Including yourself.
Oh, that doesn't really matter. You see, in making my escape, a guard attempted to stop me. I had to kill him.
He split his head open with a crowbar.
That's right.
Oh, mind if I sit down?
Not at all. But it's 4 minutes after 11. I hope you don't plan on staying too long.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
You look like a pretty reasonable guy, Spence.
Well, thank you. It's too bad Lieutenant Levinson didn't think so when they arrested me. Now I'm going to have to show him I'm not as insane as he thought I was.
Oh, well, you'll have to excuse that, Spence. Walt thinks everybody's a little, well, you know, even me.
That's very interesting.
Oh, and with good reason. Ever take a look at his sergeant?
Mr. Diamond, when the lieutenant arrested me, I was putting an explosive under the mayor's house. He stopped me in my first attempt to rid the community of a political Judas. But now, as you see, I have a second chance.
You really think the mayor's going to jump off the city hall?
He better. And by 12 o'clock. By the way, you have 55 minutes.
Now, look, Spence,
Forget it, Mr. Diamond. I know just what you're thinking. How to get me without the bomb going off. You'll never make it. It's too well thought out. I've planned this for 4 years.
In case you're wondering how much dynamite he's got, Rick.
Mr. Diamond needs convincing. Well, under this overcoat, Mr. Diamond, are some 100 sticks.
Does the mayor know about it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to talk to him, huh?
I don't care whether you talk to him or not. I just want you to be there when he jumps.
Swell.
And just because you come back and tell me he's jumped, that isn't enough. I want his body in this room.
Walt, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Rick. Just get out of here. I'm sorry I dragged you over, but I needed time.
You still do. It's 54 minutes to 12.
Clear the building, Rick.
Yes, do that, Mr. Diamond. I think the lieutenant is going to make a hero of himself.
Look, Spence, I've got till 12 o'clock, haven't I?
Unless someone tries to get me.
Oh, good. Well, then sit tight, Walt, and give me till 12.
Okay, Rick.
I hope you spend the time wisely. I'm sure you'd rather see the mayor die than your best friend.
Oh, Spence, if you forget about this, they'll probably just put you back...
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. 53 minutes.
Okay. Walt?
Go ahead, Rick. Like you said, 53 minutes.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. Come back soon.
Otis.
Yeah? What's going to happen?
Clear the building.
Well, what about it, Rick?
Lieutenant wants the building cleared.
Okay, come on, you guys. Levinson says clear the building, so we'll clear the building. Good luck, Rick.
Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, what do we do?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's 10 minutes after 11. In another 50 minutes, this whole building is going to get blown higher than a kite.
Okay, do something.
Huh?
Well, go ahead.
Well,
You see, Otis, you're in just as tough a spot as I am.
Yeah, but you're smarter than I am. You can usually come up with something.
Well, usually my problems are a puzzle, Otis. Spencer's a problem and a puzzle. I don't know about guys like him.
Well, for Pete's sake, who does?
Well, that's an idea.
Huh?
Stay here and keep close to the intercom. Don't let the lieutenant get any crazy ideas.
Hey, wait a minute. Where you going? You're acting screwy.
Well, Otis, I'm going to go see someone who takes care of people who act screwy sometimes. Well, that's the story, George. You're a psychiatrist. What do I do now?
Well, we solved your problem with that little blonde dancer in Flatbush. Maybe we can do something about this. Of course, she didn't have 100 sticks of dynamite.
Oh, she didn't, huh? What do you think I talked about for 6 weeks on that couch over there? Look, George, this isn't anything like that. This is a real mess.
Now, Rick, take it easy. It's only a mess because you're used to working with something that has a pattern. Maybe not at first, but you know there's one there and you set out and find it. But with Spence, you feel there's no pattern.
Oh, there's a pattern, George. Just wait for 38 minutes, then duck.
There's no possible way to get the bomb away from him without it going off?
Not the way he tells it. He only has to relax his hand.
That's the way he tells it.
Well, I'm not going to take the chance and call him a liar. If I only knew for sure just how that bomb worked, I could reason with him.
Well, before you can reason with him, you've got to know something about him. And what do you know about Louis Spence?
Arrested a couple of years ago for planting dynamite under the homes of some of our more prominent city officials. Found insane, sent to the state asylum, killed a guard, broke out, turned himself into a human bomb, and took a seat in the 5th Precinct police station.
That's all?
Well, isn't that enough?
Well, I'll tell you what, Rick. I know Dr. Carroll at the state asylum. Suppose we give him a call and see what we can find out.
You think it'll help?
I don't know. It might.
Long distance.
Operator, this is an emergency. This is Dr. George Thacker, and I want to speak to Dr. Robert Carroll at the state asylum immediately.
What was the name again?
Dr. Robert Carroll.
One moment, please.
It'll be a minute, Rick. What time is it?
25 after. You got another phone here, George?
Yes, I've got several lines in the other office.
Good, I'll make a call. Let me know when you get Dr. Carroll on the line.
Operator, would you please hurry? I hate the use of the expression, but this is a matter of life and death.
You're on my line, Rick. Use the other phone. Yeah?
Otis?
Yeah. Where the devil are you? It's almost 11:30.
You talked to the lieutenant since I left?
Yeah, once. He wanted me to get out of the building.
Now, you just stay put until I get there. I don't want Walt to try anything stupid.
Yeah, well, I want to know what you're doing.
I'm trying to get an idea, Otis. Just one little idea.
Trying to get an idea. I suppose you've been spending the last 20 minutes sitting in Central Park waiting for one to come to you.
Rick, come in here and pick up the other phone. I've got Dr. Carroll on the line.
Bye, Otis.
I've explained the situation to him. I won't interrupt unless I think it's necessary.
Fine. Hello, Dr. Carroll?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Now, Doctor, I really don't know what good this is going to do, but tell me everything you know about Louis Spence and as fast as possible.
Well, first of all, he's an aggressive paranoiac with homicidal tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
He feels persecuted by society, or rather by those who help to govern society.
Why does he feel this way?
He believes in a great many things, all of which he thinks himself capable of achieving. Paranoiacs are frustrated to a point where they perhaps imagine themselves as capable artists or great scholars.
such as in the case of Louis Spence, society being his judoscope.
Pardon me for interrupting, Bob, but don't you think Spence is capable of doing this sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely, George. You see, he's doing this whole thing purely because he enjoys the agony of it. But he's nonetheless ashamed.
But what about the mayor jumping off the city hall, Doctor? Just to be ridiculous for the moment, what if His Honor did jump? Would Spence then give up the bomb?
I doubt it. If the mayor jumped, it would give Spence a certain amount of satisfaction. But I still think he'd set the bomb off as a climax to his own cleverness and persecution.
Pardon again, Bob. Any usual therapy that you used on Spence?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Spence, as I've said, imagined himself a great talent. And he seemed to lean particularly toward the more artistic accomplishments, such as painting and music. In his quieter moments, we saw that he had a radio.
How does this music affect him, Bob?
He allows it to lull him into a sense of security. Sometimes even believes he's written it. You see, Mr. Diamond, he believes that his environment is against him, that it is trying to debase, degrade, and persecute him. He fights off any acts of moral turpitude by becoming the thing he imagines.
Oh, I hate to break it up, boys, but it's 25 minutes to 12. I've got to leave. Thank you, Doctor.
I hope I've been some help.
Well, you've given me an idea anyway. Goodbye. Miss.
Just a minute, just 1 minute. I'll be right with you.
Oh, look, I'm in a hurry.
So you're in a hurry. So's everybody else. You'll have to wait until I'm through with this gentleman.
Sweetheart.
Now look.
You look.
Oh, a badge.
Yeah, now this is police business. Got to be in a hurry. Is that clock right?
Yeah, it's 11:45.
16 minutes to.
All right, 16 minutes. You want to split hairs?
No, I want a portable phonograph and quick.
Okay. Here's one right here on the counter. 3 speeds, interchanging.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'll go back to the storeroom and get you a new one.
Now, forget it. I'll take this one.
Look, mister, we got a policy here. I can't say you nothing off on the counter, supposing it don't work when you get it home.
You'll hear about it?
You see? That's just what I mean.
Well, does it play now?
Certainly, like everything. Listen. Oh, boy, that's Pete Rugelow's new arrangement. He's crazy.
Okay.
Don't dig it, huh?
Give me a record by Debussy or Ravel.
Oh, no wonder. Well, let's see. We got the Engulfed Cathedral by Debussy.
No, something with a little more excitement.
All right. I'll read them off. Debussy or Ravel?
Ravel.
La Waltz, I guess. And we got Bolero.
I'll take it.
Which one?
The Bolero.
Okay. I'll have to play it for you.
I've heard it.
So what? It's another policy of the store. There might be an imperfection.
Give me the record.
Hey, don't get so grabby.
Now, look, dear. You want me to have you locked up for obstructing justice?
Huh?
Well, unless you give me that record and this machine, this one right here, I'm going to snap the cuffs on you and haul you down to headquarters.
Oh.
You want me to do that?
Well, you can't.
All right. What's your name?
Well, take the machine and the record.
Thanks. And charge it to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, Homicide Division. If it works, you get paid. If it doesn't, don't even bother sending over a repairman.
Diamond, oh, my gosh. Do you know what time it is?
What, exactly?
Exactly 6 minutes, too. What the devil you got there?
A phonograph.
A phonograph?
You talked to Walt since I left?
No. Now, what's the idea with a phonograph?
Hunch, Otis. Maybe we can save this whole mess.
Well, for Pete's sake, can I help?
Sure you can, Otis. Now, take this machine in the other room and play this record. You know how it works?
Well, I can find out.
You got less than 5 minutes to find out, so make it good. I don't want to hear anything until you're ready to let it play all the way through.
Okay. Diamond.
Yeah. Go on.
Whatever you're going to do, if I louse it up, I louse up everything, huh?
You won't louse it up, Otis.
Oh, I'm so stupid. But I'll try.
Otis.
Yeah?
You don't have to wind it. Just plug it in.
Oh, yeah. I heard about them kind.
All right, then get going.
Okay.
Yeah? Walt, it's Diamond.
What's up?
Careful, Lieutenant.
Oh, I'm getting sick of this.
Walt.
Yeah?
Relax. I want to come in.
How about it, Spence?
By all means. Have Mr. Diamond come in.
All right, Rick.
You have some news for me, Mr. Diamond?
Well, in a way, yes. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all.
How do you feel, Walt?
Dandy.
I'm afraid the lieutenant is growing uncomfortable. It is getting late, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Rick, I want you out of this building. This crackpot is
What?
the...
Oh,
wait a minute now.
What did you
Wait
call
a minute.
me?
Now, look, I've taken
what
enough.
What does it make now at 12 o'clock?
Well, sure it does.
Why?
Because the mayor may jump.
What?
Yes, he's locked himself in his office. They can't get him out. He just may jump.
Really, Mr. Diamond?
Well, what's the matter?
I know the mayor won't jump, no matter how many people die when I release this trigger. I just want him to have to face it the rest of his life. I want everyone like me that his kind won't let fulfill their potential talents to realize what a Judas he really is. What all men like him really are.
Well, you know, that makes sense.
Don't try to get on the good side of me, Mr. Diamond. I know what you think about me. I know what you all think. It doesn't make good sense to you or anyone else. How could it? You don't understand those of us who have a truly great talent.
Well, I'll buy that. I don't understand it.
Of course not.
Well, maybe he doesn't, Spence, but how do you know? Maybe I do.
Stop playing, Mr. Diamond. Look at the time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I become a martyr. We'll all get blown to kingdom come.
Rick, get out of here.
All right, Spence, I'm going to prove you're wrong.
Rick, for the love of...
Shut up, Walt.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Diamond. What are you going to prove?
I'm going to prove that I know more about you than you think.
Of course you know a lot about me. Criminals have records.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean more about yourself. What you think, your talents.
What do I think, Mr. Diamond? You fool. How could you know what I think?
Because a talent like yours is easy to spot.
4 minutes, Mr. Diamond.
No, it's not hard to tell about people like you.
People like me? What about people like me?
Well, Spence, I meant that, well, there are not many of them. They're few and far between. They're gifted.
What?
Certainly. There's something you have that very few are lucky enough to be gifted with.
Rick, please.
Nearly 12, Mr. Diamond.
I can tell that you are an artist, Spence.
An artist?
Yes, and a very good one.
How do you know this?
Very few people spot it. Do they, Spence?
Very few. You surprise me, Mr. Diamond.
He surprises me, too.
Walt, keep quiet.
Yes, Walt, keep quiet. It's 2 minutes to 12, Mr. Diamond. You can leave because maybe you have been honest with me. Perhaps you do recognize something that...
What's the matter, Spence?
Music.
Music? I don't hear anything.
Music. Beautiful music.
Oh, I don't hear a thing, Spence. Do you, Walt?
No? Oh, you must hear it. It's beautiful. Don't you hear that wonderful rhythm?
Now, you see, Spence, we're not as lucky as you are.
No one is. This is my music. This is what I would write if it wasn't for the people who won't let me.
What does the music sound like?
Oh, poet's words. The power and strength of death.
It makes you imagine things, doesn't it?
Yes, oh, yes.
You hear the music and you become powerful. Like making that bomb. Not just anybody could think of that. It takes genius.
You understand. You do understand.
Well, of course I do, but I'm still amazed. There you sit with the power of life and death in your hands, and no one can do a thing. It must be wonderful.
It is. Like the music, it's wonderful. In seconds, we'll all be torn from our earthly bonds, taken away from this dirty, filthy world to a place of clean, wonderful things like that music.
No, but you're an artist. How could you ever take a thing like that bomb and put it together?
A thing like this bomb? Oh, this is a masterpiece.
Just looks like a small box to me.
Oh, it took me weeks. Just a small box. Oh, no, you see, if my finger relaxes...
Yeah, I know about that.
But this took genius. It's not just relaxing my finger. It's how I put it together so as to get the required result. It's like the hammer action on a gun, but it's reversed.
Well, I'll be darned. You mean when you release your finger, that makes the hammer fall?
I can see you appreciate things of genius. I wish you could hear the music, too, Mr. Diamond. You'd really appreciate that. It's so wonderful.
Well, tell me more about the bomb. When you release your finger and the hammer falls, what does it hit?
Well, that's a simple part. I'm surprised at you.
I just wanted to hear you tell me. After all, you invented it.
Yes. It strikes a cap. It's that simple. Simplicity can be beautiful. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
Listen to that music. It builds and builds.
Tell me, Spence, what would happen if something got in the way of the hammer? I mean, between the hammer and the cat.
Nothing can. There's nothing big enough in the box that the hammer wouldn't tear right through. Simplicity, Mr. Diamond.
I'd sure like to take a look at it.
Of course. There's nothing you can do. So by all means, look.
Well, you've got glass over the end of the box.
That's right. See my finger on the trigger? If I release it, that hammer falls and strikes that cap.
Why the glass?
So I could look in when I said it and see that everything was all right.
Oh, that's very clever.
That music is getting so big, I can't think. What time is it?
Plenty of time, Spence.
Yes. When the music finishes.
It's nearly done now.
What? I thought you said you couldn't hear it.
It's a phonograph from the other room, Spence.
What?
Tell me, Spence, what happens if I jam my hand through that glass between the hammer and the cap?
What? That music. That music.
Got him off, got him.
Let me go. You don't understand. You cheated. You did lie. Let me go.
Well, that does it. Otis, take him away.
With pleasure.
And you, Rick.
Yeah?
How'd you know that music would work? How'd you know you could stop that hammer? How'd you know you wouldn't... Oh. Did you hurt your hand?
Well, of all the...
Well, did you?
No.
Well, all right.
You just bet it is. Goodbye. Hi.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Well, now, that's nice. Stop by my place some afternoon and see what kind of a welcome you get.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I meant, what are you doing here so early?
Well, things were getting boring. I thought I might come over and beat you up or something.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet? Oh, Rick, what in the world have you...
Oh, the hand? Oh, it's nothing.
I know, Red Heart, but what did you do to it?
Well, I kind of hurt it.
Yes, I can see that, but how?
Playing the piano.
Oh, how could you hurt your hand playing the piano?
Well, you know how I live my songs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, truthfully, I was singing The Brother of the Wild Goose, and I got to that part about a wandering foot or a heart at rest, and while I was trying to make up my mind, my heart was resting, but my foot wandered up on the keyboard and stepped on my hand.
And stepped on your
yeah,
hand.
That's exactly what happened, yeah.
Well, I think you've got that bandage on just so you won't have to sing anything.
Honey, have you ever seen me not want to sing?
Well, sometimes it's a struggle.
I don't even know whether I can play or not.
Well, why don't you find out?
After lunch.
Before lunch.
Before lunch. Well, maybe I don't need that finger.
Go on.
Love is a flower that blooms so tender, each kiss a dewdrop of sweet surrender. Love is a moment of life enchanting. Let's take that moment that tonight is granting. There's no tomorrow when love is new. Now is forever when love is true. So kiss me and hold me tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight. You like that?
So pretty.
Well, thank you.
Oh, that reminds me. We're having spaghetti for lunch.
Oh, good. So kiss me and hold me tight. There's no tomorrow. There's just tonight.
That was nice. Now Now tell me, how did you hurt your hand?
Simple. I was grabbing.
Grabbing?
Mm-hmm. Like this. Come here.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, of all times. Hello?
Hello?
Walt?
Yeah, I just thought I'd call and...
Oh, you did you? Well, you sure picked a nifty time to do it.
Oh, did I bust up something?
Yes, you did bust up something.
Well, you don't have to get sore.
Well, who's sore?
I am. That's the last time I'll let you do me any favor.
Okay. If that's the way you feel about it, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, what in the world was all that about?
Oh, well, honey, you see, it's like this. Walt got in some trouble, and I helped him out of it. No, you see, I don't want him to feel obligated. But, well, that's not actually it. He doesn't want me to know how he really feels. What am I trying to explain it for? I don't understand it myself.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Stanley Waxman, Cynthia Corley, and Paul DeBob. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. There's more great listening in store for you today on NBC. You'll hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show. And this evening on Theater Guild on the Air, Gertrude Lawrence and MacDonald Carey will star in Lady in the Dark. Next, hear guest star Deborah Alden on The Harvest of Stars on NBC.
It's the Rocky Jordan Show.
I'm Rocky Jordan.
We take you now to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine for a world of adventure with Rocky Jordan.
This fellow asked me to go for a ride with him out in the desert and pick up a couple of items. I figured I'd go along just for my health. The gun he held in my back was loaded.
The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with tourists, camel drivers, women, cheats, forgotten men down on their luck, the lonely and the lost. For this is Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Big Heist.
It all started on the afternoon I took a walk to the British Embassy office. One of my customers the night before had lost his passport at the Tambourine. I was going to turn it over to the consul and have him deliver it to the owner. I went through a large plate glass door into the anteroom of the embassy office. There was a map of the British Isles on the wall and a couple of travel posters of the Dominions. A big mahogany desk stood in the middle of the floor right next to a full wastepaper basket. Behind the desk sat a British brunette with a French haircut. She was the consul's secretary. You could tell she was real efficient by the way she was spreading red polish on her fingernails.
Yes, may I help you?
My name is Jordan. I run the Cafe Tambourine. One of your nationals left his passport in my place last night.
Oh?
Here it is. You'll see to it that he gets it?
Oh, yes, of course. Just toss it on that pile, will you? My fingernails are still wet.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jordan. I'm sure whomever it was who lost his passport appreciates your returning it very much.
Excuse me a moment, Miss...
Buckley. Helen Buckley.
I couldn't help seeing that telegram lying there on your desk.
Oh?
It says it's from McLean. Could that be Freddie McLean from London?
Why, yes.
Flew with the RAF, flies British transport now?
Same one.
Oh, we're old friends. We always get together every time he makes Cairo. I see he's coming in.
Yes, the telegram says keep Thursday night open. You saw it.
Say, I don't like to break in on anything, but how about you and I meeting him at the airport together, have supper on me, rehash old times a bit, and then, well, you two can carry on from there.
Well,
Just a suggestion. You can skip it.
No, I suppose it's all right. Might even be fun. It's a date, Mr. Jordan.
Make it Rocky.
All right. Rocky. Thursday evening, then.
Well, Helen Buckley and I were at the airport Thursday evening waiting. The Cairo airport's a modern affair and a very busy place. Planes shuttling in and out from all parts of the world.
Flight 907 for Athens, Rome, Geneva, Paris, and New York. Now loading at gate 6.
From where we were standing, I could see the big Constellation being readied for its flight to the United States, and it gave me kind of a lonely feeling. But I shook it off as the PA spoke again.
British Transport, Flight 61, arriving now from London, England.
That should be Freddie's plane, Rocky.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get closer.
We watched the big plane taxi up to gate 4, and they cut the motors, and the passengers began to disembark. Then we watched the crew come out, and we were in for a surprise. Freddie McLean wasn't among them. Well, we asked a few questions about him, but no one knew anything. We figured we might as well leave. That's when I spotted an armored car with a couple of guards parked off the side of the field. Alongside the armored car was a black limousine that looked real familiar. It was Captain Sam Sabaya's police car, and he was standing by it, nervously looking at his wristwatch. Sergeant Greco was there, too, and a couple of very British-looking gentlemen in street clothes. It was a cool evening, but they were all sweating. I got a funny notion that maybe they were waiting for the same one Helen and I were, so I decided to find out. Hi, Sam.
Oh, Jordan.
It looks like you're hard at work. Armored truck, guards, grim look.
Yes, Jordan, I am hard at work.
Waiting for something?
Please, Jordan, I do not have time for conversation now. If you don't mind, I would appreciate it.
Sorry, Sam. Just thought I'd say hello.
Yes.
Captain Sabaya, please.
Yes, Abdullah.
Mr. Bliss says there is no sense in waiting any longer. He wishes to return to the city.
Yes, of course. Now, if you will excuse me, Jordan.
Well, I guess we've both been disappointed, Sam. I was waiting for a friend who never showed.
Indeed. Well, we shall talk of it another time. Now,
name's Freddie McLean. He's a pilot.
Who did you say?
Freddie McLean. Interested?
Are you here alone, Jordan?
A young lady standing over there is with me. We were waiting together.
You will be kind enough to get her, Jordan, then step into the rear seat of my limousine.
Is that an order?
Yes. Mr. Bliss of the British Intelligence Service and I have some questions to ask of you.
Well, Helen and I moved into the back seat of Sam's car. Sam and Mr. Bliss, a thin, wiry, energetic man with a drawn face, sat in front and spoke over the back of their seat. Mr. Bliss carried the ball, and he wasn't soft.
Mr. Jordan, Miss Buckley, Captain Sabaya tells me you're at the airport waiting for Freddie McLean.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you know of McLean?
Oh, he's an old friend of mine. I knew him when he was flying in the RAF. He's flying British Transport now.
And you were under the impression he was due at the Cairo airport tonight?
That's right.
How did you arrive at that impression?
Hey, what's this all about? Is he coming in or isn't he?
You will please answer Mr. Bliss's question, Jordan.
Oh, Helen can tell you.
I got a telegram from him.
A telegram?
Yes.
What did it say?
Not very much. Just keep Thursday evening open. I assumed from that he was flying in Thursday night.
You have the telegram, Miss Buckley?
Well, I don't know. I can look around the office, but I've probably thrown it away.
She had it, though, Bliss. I saw it.
I see.
What happened? What's wrong? Why hasn't he come in?
Captain Sabaya, you please take Mr. Jordan and Miss Buckley's addresses so I may question them later if necessary.
Well, don't we get any explanation?
No, I'm afraid not.
Not only no explanation, Jordan, but a further order. You are to mention McLean's name to no one, nor are you to speak of what has occurred here. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Now you are free to go, but do not plan any trips out of the city without notifying us first.
Something was up, something big. And whatever it was, it looked like Helen and I were right in the middle. Well, it was past supper time when we left Sam and Bliss, so we picked up a cab and headed for the house of Pompeii. But our appetites were someplace else, and we took it lightly. As we stepped out of the restaurant and started down the Sharia Muhammad Ali, going toward Helen's apartment house, I spotted a tan gabardine overcoat leaning against a telephone pole. It was draped around a heavy-set man with hanging jowls and black horn-rimmed glasses, and I knew we were being watched. I saw Helen to her apartment house safely, and then I turned my attention to the guy in the glasses. But as I moved toward him, he moved in the opposite direction, and I had to pick up speed. He led me around the corner and down to the alley where he ducked in. I ducked in after him. The man in the gabardine overcoat was still running. I didn't notice the two guys standing against the wall till one of them got his foot in the way.
It figured. Poor sense of balance.
Go on, Maxie, help him up.
Save it, I can handle it myself.
Oh, no, Maxie wants to help you.
Sure, Maxie wants to help you. Up, Jordan.
Don't strain yourself.
Nothing strains Maxie. He takes pills.
Yeah, I take pills.
You're a little out of your district, Jordan.
Maybe.
Tamborine's the other way. What you doing over here?
Passing out handbills.
Now, what kind of an answer is that?
What kind of a question is it? What do you guys want?
You were following a friend of ours.
Was I?
He doesn't like to be followed.
Neither do I.
What you like isn't the point, Jordan.
Who is he, the guy with the glasses?
That's a bad question, Jordan. Show him how bad that question was, Maxie.
Sure. Maxie will show
Oh, wait.
You hurt, Jordan?
Let him have his fun. I'll get my turn.
You heard the man, Maxie. Have fun.
Maxie, have fun.
Okay, Maxie, okay. I can't stand the hilarity.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
From now on, Jordan, the only things you follow are blondes. Drape him over that garbage can, Maxie. He gets the point.
It took a while for the ground to get steady again. By then, the two muscles had vanished into the Cairo night. I dragged myself out of the alley and whistled a taxi to a stop. It took me to the Cairo police station for a word with Captain Sabaya. Even at that late hour, Sam was still sitting behind his desk. Bliss of the British Intelligence Service was standing by the window. They both looked real worried, like goldfish in a shark pond.
Jordan, what are you doing here this time of night?
I got a complaint.
What happened to you?
Helen and I were being followed tonight. After I dropped her off, I tried for the tank man. I didn't get him, but two of his friends got me. I can give you a description of the big boy.
Go on.
45 or so, heavy set, 5'10", I'd say, 200 pounds. Big jowls, black horn-rimmed glasses, and walks with a lean to the left.
You could identify him if you saw him again, Mr. Jordan.
A pleasure, Mr. Bliss.
What about the two men in the alley, Jordan?
That was too dark. All I can tell you is what their fists felt like.
I shall have Sergeant Greco bring in some pictures from the Rogues Gallery. Perhaps you will be able to find a photograph of the man you followed.
Yeah. Look, fellas, don't you think I've earned some answers? What's this all about? What's the mystery around McLean?
Mr. Bliss, shall Jordan be told?
You might as well tell him, Captain. He's in it now, whether he wants to be or not.
Jordan, earlier today, a transport plane left the London airport carrying cargo. Its destination, the Cairo airport.
And Freddie McLean was a pilot?
Yes. But the flight was to be most secret. No one was to know of it.
Why?
Because of the nature of the cargo. The Federated Bank of London was sending $1 million in gold coin to its branch bank here in Cairo.
Oh, I see. That's what the armored cars and guards were for.
Unfortunately, there was a leak. Perhaps the telegram McLean sent to Helen Buckley. Perhaps something else. At any rate, there was a leak. The plane did not arrive at the Cairo airport.
So that's big trouble.
Communication with it was lost someplace over the desert. And so, Jordan, a huge cargo plane, Freddie McLean, and two other men, and $1 million in gold coin have all completely vanished.
Well, Sam had cleared some of it up. At least he had told me why he and Bliss were so worried. So $1 million in gold coin was missing. The problem was how to get it back. I spent a couple of more hours at the station going through some photos Sam had, but I didn't spot the man I tried to follow. Then Sam said I could go, so I went back to the tambourine and hit the sack. I didn't sleep well. I was worried about McLean and why he'd been stupid enough to send a telegram. The next morning, I had a visitor at the tambourine. A skinny guy with a hawk nose and dirty robes and a smell like a camel.
Effendi Jordan, owner of this most noble establishment?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is Luca. I'm a driver of the camels. I have followed the desert trails all my life. A humble lot for a humble man.
All right, what's on your humble mind, Luca?
Effendi, observe this small black book.
It's an address book.
Observe the page that I have folded.
Huh? My address, with phone number.
And the person of a poor Inglese who lost himself upon the desert.
A flyer?
His clothes were most odd.
He's got a name.
One I do not know.
Where is he now?
Somewhere. But safe. Safe. He is then a friend of yours?
Yeah, maybe.
And you wish to be taken to him?
So do the police.
Oh, but Luca cannot permit that. Luca will take the Effendi Jordan to this man. If the Effendi Jordan will be considerate of the fact that Luca is a poor man with 3 wives and many children.
All right. How much do you want?
Your wish.
£5.
Will the good Effendi wish again?
All right, 10. Now...
but no police. If the police are called, I shall deny my conversation with you and become as silent as the sphinx of my forebears.
How do I know you're not trying to get me out in the desert for another reason?
A foreigner who chooses to live in a desert land, Effendi, is one who will take chances.
All right, I got a phone call to make. I'll be right with you. I walked into the office and picked up the phone. Luca tagged along. He wanted to be sure I didn't ring the police. I didn't. I dialed Helen Buckley's number. It rang a couple of times, and I heard her voice.
Hello.
Helen, this is Rocky.
Oh, Rocky. I'm glad you called. Any news on Freddie?
Maybe. Listen, I haven't got much time. I think I got a lead on him.
A lead? What do you mean?
I got a visitor here right now. A camel driver who says he found someone out in the desert. Freddie, I think, and he's got him hidden away.
Where?
I don't know. I'm going with him now.
How do you know he's telling you the truth?
I don't.
Rocky, don't do anything foolish.
Stick close to your phone. If you don't hear from me in 3 hours, notify Sam.
Yes, of course, but... Rocky, please.
All right, Luca. Let's go. Luca nodded, and we left the tambourine. I drove to the outskirts of town, where Luca got old-fashioned. He had a couple of horses waiting. We switched, and soon we were riding over the sand. He led me over an obscure desert trail, over endless dunes of hot, still sand, then turned off the trail and wound me in so many circles I felt like a roulette wheel with a loose bearing. It was about an hour and a half after we left the tambourine that I saw a couple of solitary palm trees jutting up toward the sky. When we got closer, I saw a tent. That's where Luca was taking me, and a few minutes later we were reining our horses to a stop.
You will find the Inglesi in the tent.
I sure hope so. You coming in?
I will wait outside. The Effendi will go into the tent alone.
Well, okay. I took it this far. I guess I can take it the rest of the way. I walked to the tent and threw open the flap. The first thing I saw was a body draped on a blanket on the floor. It was dressed in aviator's clothes, and the mop of red hair told me it could have been Freddie McLean. But he was lying face down. I went over to him. It was Freddie McLean, all right. There was a bullet wound in his shoulder, and he was sleeping. I shook him gently and woke him.
Huh? Rocky Jordan.
The same.
Where am I?
In a camel driver's tent out in the desert.
Well, how did you get here?
That's a long story. How do you feel?
Better. The last thing I remember, I was wandering around the desert.
Yeah. Strong enough to ride a horse?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, how's your shoulder?
As well as can be expected.
We got to get into the city. A lot of people are wondering about you.
Yes, I can imagine.
Oh, I know about the gold coin you were flying for the bank. What happened?
Well, I still don't believe it.
Well, let's hear it.
Look, we were flying without incident until we hit a stretch of the desert close to Cairo. Next thing I knew, there was a strange voice on my radio. It came from a fighter plane on my tail.
Fighter plane?
Yes, he had his guns on us. Well, we weren't carrying any guns. It was a secret flight. We didn't want to get any attention by loading up with guns. Anyway, the fighter plane made us cut our radio and then forced us into a landing on some isolated airstrip on the desert somewhere.
That took a lot of planning.
Yeah, I suppose they thought it was worth it. There was a lot of gold on my plane.
What happened to your crew?
Well, they're all dead. I got away somehow. I suppose the thieves didn't care much. They knew I'd caught a bullet, and I suppose they thought I'd die on the desert.
You remember where that airstrip is?
Yes, approximately.
All right, let's get into town and tell Sabaya. Come on, I'll help you.
No, please, do not! Jordan!
Luca!
Effendi Jordan!
Luca!
He won't answer, Jordan. Maxie just separated him.
Yeah, Maxie just separated him.
You guys are pretty busy, aren't you?
There's enough to do. Maxie threw a little sand over that camel driver and scattered the horses.
Sure, Zaco.
You know, McLean, we owe Jordan a vote of thanks. He was good enough to lead us right to you. All right, out of the tent. Climb in the back seat of the Jeep.
What's the tour?
Don't ask. You won't like it. Let's just say a friend of mine's real anxious to see the both of you.
I bet he's nearsighted.
And also rich. You know, he just picked up $1 million in gold someone left lying around in an old airplane.
Well, he won't have it long. You'll lose it in taxes.
My friend just won't report it as income. And anyone who tries to is going to get separated. Just like Luca.
Well, the second lap of that desert journey of mine was taken in the back seat of a Jeep. Zacco drove, and Maxie sat in front with a gun in his lap. An hour or so later, we were pulling into an old abandoned oasis stuck in the middle of some ruins from an early dynasty. There was an airstrip leading to it, probably left over from the last war. To one side, under some camouflage netting, stood the British transport plane McLean had flown from London. Alongside of it stood a fighter plane. That's all we saw. Next thing I knew, we were hustled down some stone stairs. The door was open in front of us. A heavy hand gave us a shove.
All right. Don't go away. I'll be back in a minute with some company.
Yeah, that's that. How's your shoulder, Freddie?
Oh, it's all right.
Put a bar across the door.
I can't understand how they got wind of this thing. The whole thing was a secret. What we were flying, and especially when.
You gave it away.
Well, I did.
That telegram you sent.
Telegram?
To Helen Buckley, saying keep Thursday night open. Anyone who saw it could figure out when you were coming in. I thought you had more sense than that.
But, Rocky, I didn't send her a telegram.
Huh?
I didn't. I flew in the war. Look, I know how to keep a secret.
Well, somebody sent it. There must have been a leak in London someplace. Like Sabaya said, the telegram was used as a signal. It was sent to her to tell what day you were flying. Zacco's boss probably kept an eye on telegrams going to Helen Buckley and picked up the right day that way.
You think there's any way out of here?
The only hope we got is Helen. I told her to notify Sam if I didn't get in touch with her in 3 hours. 3 hours are almost up.
Well, they'd still have to find us.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Zacco's back.
With his boss, I guess.
There they are.
A joyful sight. Good afternoon, Mr. Jordan. Mr. McLean.
We almost met once before, in an alley by Helen Buckley's place.
Yes, almost.
Did you do all the brain work on this?
Most of it.
It must have given you a headache.
I had some notable assistants from Zacco and Maxie and a Confederate in London, and someone else in Cairo who the both of you know very well. Come in, Miss Buckley.
Helen.
Yes, Rocky.
Well, I guess I had the telephone conversation with the wrong person.
For us, it was the right person. Instead of notifying the police, I called Mr. Bannister.
And this, Mr. Jordan, is the result.
And it's all over.
The gold is hidden in the ruins of this oasis. She'll be flown out of Egypt the moment you two are disposed of. Now, Zacco, my lad. Zacco, see what's going on?
Yeah, I'll go take a look.
Bannister, it's the police. They got Maxie. They're all around. Bannister, the police.
Zacco sprawled out on the dirt floor, pretty dead. Helen stood looking at him, too stunned to move, but Bannister wasn't. He started up the stone steps looking for a place to run. I caught him on the top step and grabbed the back of his shirt collar. He spun around, tried to use his knee, but my fist was fast. That bounced him off the dirt wall, and I moved in to try again, but Sam Sabaya stepped up and stopped the fun.
That will be sufficient, Jordan. Take Bannister away, Greco.
And have him take Helen Buckley, too, Sam. She and McLean are down in that room.
Abdullah, take Miss Buckley into custody and see if Mr. McLean is all right.
Yes, Captain.
Well, that's it, Sam. You'll find the gold coin hidden in the ruins someplace.
Bannister will tell us exactly where. Do not fear.
I'm still a little confused, Sam. How did you get here just when you did? How'd you know where to come?
You told me, Jordan.
I told you.
Do you not remember?
No.
But nevertheless you did, Jordan. Come on, let us go back to the police station. I shall explain it to you there.
Well, that was just about it. Sam left some of his men to gather up the gold coin, and the rest of us rode back into Cairo. Freddie McLean was taken to the hospital to have his shoulder dressed. Helen Buckley and Bannister made the lockup. I went to Sam's office with him and Mr. Bliss, the special British investigator. First thing Sam did was dispatch the coroner to take care of Zacco and Maxie. Second thing he did was brew some of that very strong Egyptian coffee. We all had a cup, and for once it tasted good. Well, Mr. Bliss, what are you going to do about Bannister's London contact, the one who sent the telegram through to Helen?
Well, I'll have my London office trace the telegram. They'll find out who sent it and make the arrest. After that, I'll wire the London bank and tell them their $1 million in gold coin has been recovered.
Oh, that shouldn't make them sore. Well, Sam, what about it?
What about what, Jordan?
I still want to know how you got to Bannister's hideout.
Oh, as I said, Jordan, you told us how. A moment, please. Now, listen.
Hello.
Helen, it's Rocky.
Rocky, I'm glad you called. Any news on Freddie?
Yeah, maybe. That's my conversation with Helen. I think I got a lead on him.
A lead? What do you mean?
I've got a visitor here right now. A camel driver who says he found someone out in the desert. Freddie, I think, and he's got him hidden away.
Where?
I don't know. I'm going with him now.
How do you know he's...
Well, Jordan, does that answer your question?
You had my phone tap and made a tape recording, huh?
I'm afraid I'm responsible for that, Mr. Jordan. You see, I couldn't trust anyone. While you were here last night, I had my men set it up.
After that, Jordan, it was just a matter of following you through the desert.
Well, I'm sure not complaining.
At any rate, Mr. Bliss has now learned something that I have known for a long, long time.
No, what's that, sir?
If one ever wishes to locate the source of trouble in Cairo, one should simply observe your movements very carefully.
This is Rocky Jordan again. Next week, I want to tell you about a hand that grabbed my coat lapel and pulled me into a room where I met the second man. He turned out to be a real sweet guy. Trouble was, he didn't act sweet. He smelled sweet.
Rocky Jordan is a weekly presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nina. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm in the middle of a hot deal. Some boys I know are interested in the big money, and they figure if we put all our capital in a gun, we ought to make a killing.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Quarrelsome Quartet. Before the Falcon starts on tonight's case, I'd like to say just a word about something extra delicious. Kraft mayonnaise. Here's really true mayonnaise at its finest. One taste will tell you that. Just one taste of delicate, exquisitely flavored Kraft mayonnaise will tell you that here is mayonnaise to delight even the fussiest cook. Try it. Try it and see for yourself. Tomorrow when you shop, get a jar of wonderful tasting Kraft mayonnaise. And now, the case of the Quarrelsome Quartet. It's late evening in New York, and in a shabby apartment on Manhattan's West Side, a short, heavy-set boy named Dixie Taylor watches his companion, Georgie Reynolds, attack an age-old problem: how to dispose of an empty bottle. But George is equal to the occasion, for, spying the fireplace, he comes up with a practical solution.
Well, I guess that's one way to get rid of your empty.
Anybody ask you, Taylor?
No.
All right, then shut your face. Hazel? Hey!
You want me, George?
No, I was just rehearsing. I'm going in for hard calling.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. I was busy.
Well, I hope I wasn't interrupting anything important.
No, honey.
Give me another bottle.
Well, darling, don't you
Didn't
think...
I tell you something?
All right, George.
There's one in my bedroom closet. Well, what are you staring at, Dixie?
I was just wondering about Hazel.
Well, don't. If you're going to do any wondering, think about Martinez.
Although he'll be here.
Yeah, when? He was due an hour ago.
Or maybe he had some trouble finding Saunders.
Oh, that's just ducky. What goes on with you guys anyway? Do I have to tell
That's
you?
probably Martinez and Saunders now.
Hazel,
Yes, George.
didn't you hear that?
Well, I was trying to get...
Never mind the alibis. Answer it.
Yeah, just a second.
Hello, Hazel.
Hello, Mr. Martinez.
Your boyfriend here?
Yeah, we're in the kitchen. Come on in. Bring your friend with you.
Hi, Georgie. Hello, Taylor.
Hello, Louis.
Well, you took your own sweet time getting here, Martinez.
Well, I have a little bit trouble finding Mr. Saunders here.
Gentlemen. Bring in a couple of chairs, Hazel.
Yes, dear.
All right, now go on. Go on. Beat it.
But, darling...
I said beat it. These fellas and I have some business to discuss. Well, Martinez, did you tell Saunders what I lined up?
No, I think was maybe better I leave that for you.
It's a snatch, Saunders.
A what?
A snatch.
That's what I thought you said. Well, it's been nice knowing you, gentlemen.
Sit down, Saunders.
No, thanks. I'm not interested.
Cost you something to listen?
All right.
Ever hear of Big Joe Gallagher?
Well, enough to know that if he's the party you got in mind, you can include me out, as the saying goes.
Now, don't be a jerk, Saunders. Sure, Gallagher's a big rackets boy, but that's just why we can get away with this.
You're crazy. Now, look, Martinez, why didn't you tell me
Let
that...
Georgie finish.
Dixie and I used to work for Gallagher. We know what makes him tick. A guy in his position would never yell copper.
Yes, but there's one thing you're overlooking. From what I know of Mr. Gallagher, he never goes anywhere without 2 or 3 of his boys. How are you going to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I got it all figured out. Gallagher's a ladies' man, see? Now, if a babe were to call him up and arrange a blind date, it's dollars to donuts he'd go for it.
I doubt it.
Don't tell me. I've seen it work a dozen times.
You got the girl?
Yeah. Yeah, Hazel, the one who let you in.
I suppose she talks.
She wouldn't dare. Besides, she doesn't have to know what's going on. I'll tell her the whole thing's a gag.
Where do I come in?
Hazel will arrange to meet Gallagher at the 49 Club. You and Martinez will pick him up.
What about you and Taylor?
Now, we can't take a chance. He knows us. Well, what do you say, Saunders?
You think this will work, Martinez?
Why not? Georgie's got all the angles figured out.
So it would seem. Okay, gentlemen. Deal me in.
Yeah?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Gallagher, please.
Who wants him?
Well, he wouldn't know me, but you can tell him I'm a friend of Gloria Wilson.
I never heard of her.
Are you Mr. Gallagher?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Gloria made me promise to look you up when I got to New York.
I'm sorry, sister. I don't know anybody by that handle.
She was a chorus girl at Pirandello's.
Hey, wait a minute, baby. What's your name?
Hazel Walsh.
You look anything like you sound, Hazel?
Oh, now, really, Mr.
No,
Gallagher?
kidding, because if you do, I'd like to see it.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, Mr. Gallagher. I'm flying to the coast tonight.
Ah? What time?
1:15.
Well, that still gives us 3 hours to get acquainted. What do you say, baby?
All right. But you'll have to meet me here. You see, I'm expecting friends.
Oh, that's okay. Where are you?
It's a little place called the 49 Club. Do you know it?
No, but I'll manage. What color dress you wearing?
Blue.
My favorite color. Okay, Hazel. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Say, buddy.
Who, me?
Yeah, you wouldn't happen to have seen a blonde around, huh?
Blue dress?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Gallagher.
Oh, who are you?
Hazel's cousin. Didn't she tell you we're having a little farewell party in her honor?
Well, she said something about friends.
Oh, now don't get frightened. We'll be pushing off in a few minutes, and that'll give you enough time to talk to Hazel alone.
Where is she?
She's in the back room with the rest of the family.
Well, let's go.
Right down here.
By the way, fella, I don't believe I caught your name.
Well, it's the same as Hazel's.
Related on your father's side.
Yes, that's right. Oh, here we are.
Hiya, fellas.
Hello, Louis. This is Hazel's friend.
Pleasure to know you, Mr. Gallagher.
Where's Hazel?
Oh, she just stepped out for a minute.
Well, where's the rest of the crowd?
Crowd?
Yeah, her cousin told me she had a flock of relatives down here.
Never believe Saunders. He's a big joker.
Saunders? I thought his name was Walsh. What goes on here anyway?
Watch him, Saunders.
Just keep those hands where they are, Mr. Gallagher. Frisk him, Martinez.
Get your hands off me.
Don't get excited, Mr. Gallagher. He's bad for your blood pressure.
Is he clean?
He is now.
Good. Would you be kind enough to accompany us, Mr. Gallagher?
Oh, no, you're not getting me to walk out of here.
Well, as long as you feel that way. I have to hand it to him, Martinez. He said he wasn't walking out of here, and, he was right.
Guys, anyway. Got the time, Dixie?
You asked me that just 5 minutes ago, George.
Now, don't get smart. Think anything could have gone wrong?
Not a chance.
What'd you tell Gallagher's wife?
Just what you told me. I said we had a husband, and if she wanted him back, she was to dig up $100,000.
Yeah, maybe I should have gone for it myself instead of sending Saunders and Martinez.
What are you worried about, Georgie? They managed the snatch, all right.
Yeah, but how do I know that they're able...
George.
I'll get it.
Hello, George.
You got it, Saunders?
What does this bag look like?
All right, let me have it. How'd it go off?
All the clock works. As soon as Mrs. Gallagher gives us the money, I give her the key and tell her where to find her husband.
Oh, nice work, Louis.
Yes, I guess congratulations are in order all around. $100,000. Just think of it.
You think of it, Saunders, because that's as close as you're getting to it.
What do you mean, George?
Well, I tell you, friend, it's like this. The boys and I had a little talk.
And you decided why split 4 ways, huh?
Why, you catch on fast.
But didn't you think I'd have anything to say about that?
All right, put away that gun, Saunders.
Yeah, Georgie was only clowning.
Yes, I'll bet. You know, I'm a little surprised at you, Dixie.
Look, if we were going to double-cross you, you think we'd send you for the dough?
Sure, that doesn't make sense, does it? No, don't move, Palsy. Just drop the gun.
Nice going, Martinez. Well, Mr. Smart Guy, what do you say?
That's enough, Georgie.
Go on, Saunders. Beat it.
All right. Gentlemen, if this little get-together hasn't been pleasant, it has been informative. Well, I'll be very glad to show you what I learned next time we meet.
Hello?
I'm looking for a Michael Waring, private detective called the Falcon.
Well, you picked the right place.
Oh, are you...
Mm-hmm. Come on in, Angel.
Thank you.
Sit down.
I suppose I should introduce myself.
It's customary.
Well, my name is Hazel Walsh.
Hazel Walsh?
That's right.
Who recommended me?
Well, I remembered hearing about the Falcon years ago.
And you filed the information away for this more convenient date,
Yes. Are you available for a case?
At $50 a day and expenses, I am. What's your problem?
Well, it's really not my problem, Mr. Waring. A girlfriend of mine is engaged to some man, and she believes that he's done something...
Crooked?
Of course not.
All right, let's call it unethical. Go on.
Well, if the man ever was caught, could they force my friend to be a witness against him?
They certainly could.
Even though she found out about it by accident?
Doesn't make any difference, Miss Walsh.
Well, isn't there anything she can do?
Nope. Only if she were married to him could she refuse to testify.
Well, if we got married... I mean, if they got married, I'd...
Let's use the first example, Hazel. It'll be easier on us both.
Now, look here, Mr. Waring.
No, you look, Angel. You're obviously in some sort of a jam. Now, what is it?
I tell you, you're wrong.
What did your boyfriend do?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
All right. I suppose you tell me his name.
It's Harry Prescott.
Come on, Hazel. What's his name?
Well, you have no right to question me like this.
No, but the police have.
But you're not going to call him.
No?
Well, it's George Reynolds.
You the same Georgie Reynolds who used to run with the Gallagher mob?
No. No, it's not that one at all.
Well, suppose you introduce us and let me see for myself. I'm an easy man to convince.
Well, sounds as though Mike follows that good old theory that seeing is believing. Of course, that's a pretty smart idea, I think. And it's a good one for everyone to follow when it comes to food. For example, I can tell you how satiny smooth Kraft mayonnaise is. What an amazing, creamy, rich texture it has because of the special way Kraft blends it. But to really appreciate just how smooth Kraft Kitchen Fresh mayonnaise is, get a jar and see for yourself. That way you can taste for yourself, too. You won't have to take my word for it that Kraft mayonnaise is especially good, with a delicate, delightful flavor, the result of careful blending of only the finest oils and eggs, the most fragrant vinegars and spices. Yes, the best way to tell is to taste Kraft mayonnaise yourself. Try it on a cool and colorful salad of hollowed-out tomatoes topped with spicy deviled eggs and garnished with fresh and tangy watercress. It's really delicious. So tomorrow when you shop, get a jar of Kraft Kitchen Fresh mayonnaise. Whether you're serving a simple, everyday kind of salad or a fancy company special, you'll enjoy it more with true mayonnaise at its finest. Kraft mayonnaise. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Hazel Walsh introduced herself to Mike Waring, and now the two are on their way to Georgie Reynolds' apartment. And strangely enough, Miss Walsh doesn't seem too delighted by the trip.
I don't know why I let you talk me into this, Mr. Waring.
It's simple, Hazel. You're the kind of girl who's taken such a licking you could be talked into anything.
That's a lie.
All right, then why did you bring me here?
Because I thought you could help George.
Well, if it's the same George I think it is, you'll have to get yourself another boy. Whatever made you tie up with a guy like that?
I don't think that concerns you.
This the place?
Yes.
Can I help?
No, thanks.
Where's the light switch?
A little over to your right. Have you got it?
Yep.
George!
Stop that. I saw him. Now you stay where you are.
Is he?
Yes, he's nothing else but.
Oh, no.
Someone gave it to him right through the temple.
George!
Look, you get a grip on yourself.
How can you talk to me like that when my fiancé's been murdered?
I can talk to you like that because it's not your fiancé.
What?
This is a boy named Dixie Taylor. Now will you behave?
I can't believe it, Mr. Waring. There must be some mistake.
What's the matter, Hazel? You disappointed it isn't George?
Of course not.
Did you know Taylor?
Well, he was a friend of George's. I saw him around here once or twice.
Who else was a member of this fraternity?
Just a man named Louis Martinez.
Oh, well, that's some select group. I've heard of all of them. Did they blackball anyone recently?
I don't know what you mean.
Did your boyfriend and Martinez cross anyone lately?
I don't think so.
Hazel, you better stop lying. You don't do it very well.
Well, there was a Nick Saunders.
Good-looking boy? Around 35?
Yes.
What did they fight about?
I don't know.
You think Saunders might have killed Dixie?
I suppose so.
How about George?
No.
Oh, Hazel, don't be a sucker. You think he'll appreciate your loyalty?
Why don't you ask him, Waring?
Georgie.
All right, I will. Isn't it nice of her not to suspect you, George?
Not to suspect me of what?
Take a look under that blanket.
Oh. Who did it?
That's just what I was asking. You got any suggestions?
Nary a one. Say, who invited you here anyway?
She didn't.
Oh, is that so?
Darling, I was only thinking of you.
Now, that's the truth, George. Never have I seen a woman show so much concern.
All right, Waring, beat it. I don't need you.
How about Hazel?
She don't need you either. Go on, Hazel. Tell him.
I made a mistake, Mr. Waring. I'm sorry.
You mean that?
Yes.
Okay. So be it. Oh, when the police show up, tell them I have to leave.
It'll be a pleasure.
Listen, Georgie, I know what you're going to say.
Do you?
Oh, darling, I was only thinking of you. I know what you, Dixie Martinez, did to Saunders. That's why I went to Waring.
Well, that was smart.
But I was worried about Saunders.
And I'm worried about you, Hazel. You think you'll ever learn to keep your mouth shut? Or do I have to teach you?
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, what's on your mind, Mike?
Listen, what kind of caper has Georgie Reynolds pulled recently?
Well, there's some talk going around that Big Joe Gallagher was snatched last week.
Well, that's crazy, Sergeant. I saw him on 48th Street yesterday.
I know, but that's the story we got. Of According to one of my pet stoolies, his missus laid out $100 grand to get him back.
You think Georgie Reynolds was behind it?
Wouldn't be at all surprised.
Well, can't you do anything?
You tell me how when we got no proof, and Mrs. Gallagher hasn't seen fit to make a complaint.
Was Nick Saunders in on it?
You seem to know more about it than I do. What do you know about Saunders?
Not quite enough, Sergeant. I'll let you know the minute I learn more. Oh, by the way, there is a body over at Georgie Reynolds' apartment. Go over and pick it up like a good fellow, will you?
Yes?
Hello, Saunders. Remember me?
Oh, sure. You're the Falcon, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Can I come in?
Why not? Sorry I can't offer you anything.
Well, you never know unless you try.
All right, Waring, what's on your mind?
Well, I heard you and George Reynolds had a little trouble last night.
You must be thinking of two other guys.
Well, what gets me is why you took it out on Taylor.
Taylor?
Yeah, haven't you heard? He's dead.
Not my old pal, Dixie. Well, what do you know?
I know you better have a pretty good alibi handy. Come on, Saunders, get your coat. We're going to headquarters.
Just brief me on one thing, Waring. You're a private detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Now, where do you get off pushing people around?
It's my hobby. You going to get your coat, or will you go like that?
Act your age.
Put away the gun, Saunders. Put it away before...
Cut it out.
Go on, drop it.
No, drop it.
All right, now what do you say, friend? Do we take that little ride I mentioned?
Okay, Waring. But don't be surprised if someday I return the favor.
Is there a guy named Mike Waring here?
That's me, Inspector.
Come in here. I want to talk to you.
Okay. See you later, Sergeant.
You bet.
Sit down, Waring.
Oh, thanks.
Sergeant Corbett tells me you're the boy who brought in Saunders.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Well, I'm glad you got a kick out of it, because I just talked to headquarters about you.
What for?
To see how they feel about attempted blackmail.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you try to shake down Saunders?
Is that what he claimed?
No, I can put two and two together myself.
Well, you ought to go back to school, Inspector. There's something wrong with your arithmetic.
I doubt it. When you start shoving a guy around just because he's got a record, there's only one answer.
Oh, you're crazy. I tell you, Saunders killed Dixie Taylor.
How?
He shot him, that's how.
From Philadelphia?
Now, what are you talking about?
According to the coroner, Dixie Taylor died at 8:30 p.m.
So what?
Well, at 8:25, Saunders was picked up by the Pennsylvania State Police for carrying a rod without a license. And he wasn't released until 2 hours later. Now, who doesn't know his arithmetic?
Hello, Mike.
What? Hazel. How did you get in here?
The superintendent let me in. I've got to talk to you.
Now, that makes us even, Angel, because I want to talk to you.
Look, you've got to drop the case.
Now, that raises a problem. How can I drop something I've never been paid for in the first place?
I don't understand.
I mean, if I'm going to work for free, I might as well do it for myself.
You can't do that.
Well, I'd like to see someone stop me. What's Georgie's phone number?
Why?
Because I want to talk to him.
What about?
The murder of Dixie Taylor.
He doesn't know anything about it.
Are you kidding? Now, what's the number? Come on, Hazel, I'm not clowning.
It's Raleigh 4099.
Now, cheer up, baby. When I get through with Mr. Reynolds, he won't ever lay a hand on you again.
You don't hear me complain.
Next, you'll be telling me you love the guy.
I do.
Hello?
Is that you, Reynolds?
This is Luis Martinez. How are you?
Mike Waring, let me talk to George.
I'm afraid that is out of the question.
Listen, Martinez, if I have to come over there...
It still won't do you any good. He's dead.
He's what?
Yeah. Someone fed him a dose of strychnine about an hour ago. And somehow we didn't seem to agree with him.
It's not true, Mike. I don't believe it. Martinez was lying.
I suppose we go over and check.
But George is dead.
Oh, come on, Hazel. Get a grip on yourself. You're better off without him.
Oh, how can you talk that way?
Because it's the truth. He was no good.
That's a lie.
Oh, don't give me that. You knew he was the brain behind the big Joe Gallagher snatch.
No, you're wrong.
Who are you kidding? Oh, so incidentally, what happened to the loot?
The loot.
The ransom money Mrs. Gallagher paid off.
How would I know?
Well, you would if anybody would. You can't keep it, Angel.
I didn't intend to.
Then where is it?
Well, they didn't tell me, but I watched them through the keyhole.
Where did they put it?
Under the middle cushion of the sofa in George's apartment.
Okay, let's get it before someone else gets the same idea. I wouldn't be surprised if we're a little late now.
You know what Mike said just now about getting there first? Sounds like the race that usually goes on at my house for the last piece of cold chicken in the refrigerator. But a chicken sandwich sure makes a swell snack, especially when you put lots of Kraft mayonnaise on the bread. The delicate flavor of Kraft mayonnaise is just exactly what you want. And Kraft mayonnaise is so creamy, rich, and smooth. Just try it. For a grand sandwich spread, as well as for fine salads, there's nothing like true mayonnaise at its finest. Kraft Kitchen Fresh mayonnaise. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Mike Waring learned that with the recent death of Georgie Reynolds and the earlier demise of Dixie Taylor, the original quartet was now working as a duo on $100,000 worth of loose notes. And now as we rejoin the team of Mark and Hazel, they're making their entrance at Georgie Reynolds' apartment. But Hazel seems to be suffering with a bad case of stage fright.
What's the matter, Angel? Having trouble?
Guess I'm a little nervous.
Here, let me try.
Come in, folks.
Louis.
What do you expect? Shut the door, Waring.
Look, Martinez.
I said shut the door. I'll raise them high.
All right, you don't have to worry. I'm clean.
I don't believe in taking chances.
What's the matter? No sporting blood?
Yeah, I guess I'm yellow. Too bad Georgie didn't have as much sense.
Where is he?
Move the club chair.
What?
Yeah, gone. He's behind it.
George!
That won't bring him back.
You killed him?
Well, while we're on this subject, where were you at 11:30?
She was waiting for me in my apartment.
Nice.
Look, you better watch that mouth.
And you better watch yours. All right, Hazel, where is it?
Where is what?
The dough we got from Gallagher.
I don't know.
Don't give me that. I want it, honey bunch, and nothing's going to keep me from it, understand?
I wouldn't count on that, Louis.
What?
No. Don't bother turning around, Martinez. It's only me.
Listen, Saunders.
Don't mind if I do, Martinez, but first drop the gun. That's a sweetheart.
You want me to pick it up?
No. Don't trouble yourself, Waring. I can manage. Oh, what happened to Georgie?
The same thing that happened to Dixie Taylor.
He was such a sweet guy, wasn't he? Oh, by the way, when I walked in here, Martinez was asking you a question. I don't remember your answering it. Would you like to now?
You'll never see a penny of that money.
Come on, Hazel. We're wasting time. Where is it?
You better tell him, Angel. I think he means business.
I do, and make no mistake about it.
It's under the middle cushion of the sofa.
What? Stay where you are, Martinez. I'll do my own checking. Oh, now, isn't that pretty?
Listen, Saunders.
I'm afraid I haven't the time, Louis.
You'll have to find it, Saunders.
What?
Get down, Hazel!
Oh, hey!
Had enough, Saunders? Yes, he has.
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Hiya, Mike. The inspector sent me around to apologize.
Oh, what happened?
20 minutes ago, a call came through from Philly that Saunders they picked up there was this guy's cousin.
I thought there was something screwy playing.
Well, if you fellas don't mind.
Just a minute. Where are you going, Martinez?
Well, I just figure it's no point in my hanging around just now.
Well, you better get used to it, Louis. You're going to do quite a bit of it from now on.
What are you talking about?
You killed Dixie Taylor and George Reynolds.
You're crazy.
Well, maybe you're right. Here I've got you hanging when any kid knows that in New York they burn you. All right, Sergeant, prove it to him.
Mike.
Oh, don't say it, Angel.
But I was just going to ask...
Ask me to explain things,
Well, yes.
Well, I guess you're entitled to it. You see, this was a modern version of thieves falling out. When Louis Martinez saw how George double-crossed Saunders, it didn't take him long to figure that he was next. So he decided to beat your boyfriend to the punch. First he killed Dixie, which made it look bad for Saunders. And then to ensure his bet, he killed George.
Then why did he wait at the house for us?
Well, he had to. You were the only one who knew where the money was stashed. And until he got it, he committed 2 murders for nothing.
Well, couldn't Saunders have done that?
I knew Martinez was the killer long before Saunders ever showed up.
How?
Well, Martinez told us he hadn't called the police, so obviously there was no autopsy performed. Yet he knew exactly what poison killed George and the time he got it. Remember he told me over the phone that George had been fed a dose of strychnine an hour before I called? Well, now, how would he know that unless he was right there feeding it to him?
Shall I tell you something?
I wish you would.
I lied to you about loving George. You see, otherwise I was afraid you might suspect me.
Oh, I couldn't afford to, Angel.
Why not?
Well, you're much prettier than Martinez and Saunders.
Oh, I don't understand.
Well, you see, I figured to wrap up this case around midnight. And if you were guilty, what would I do for a date?
Folks, here's sure, pure enjoyment for the whole family. Real, honest-to-goodness malteds made with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Easy to fix, too. You just make a tasty paste of Kraft malted milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Then fill the glass brimful of milk and stir it. Enjoy the best malted you ever put to your lips. Include Kraft malted milk on your shopping list for Tuesday. Enjoy a Kraft malted for snacks, with meals, or before bedtime. But be sure it's Kraft malted milk. At your food store now. The Case of the Worried Champion. The Case of the Worried Champion. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a boxing title is something a number of people are willing to shoot for. So be sure to listen next week at this same time to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Amzie Strickland as Hazel. This is Jay Jackson speaking.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, you all set for another visit with Valentine? You know George. He's the boy whose motto in life is let George do it. Nothing too small, nothing too big. Better still, nothing too dangerous. He runs an ad in the personal column, but some of his clients are sent by friends. That is, if you can call Lieutenant Riley a friend.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am without doubt the ugliest man in the world.
Hey, wait a minute. Who is this?
However, I need your help or the man standing beside me will go crazy. Because, Mr. Valentine, I'm
Riley.
dying.
It's you, isn't it? Lieutenant Riley.
Yes, it's me, and I'm the one going crazy.
All right, have it your own way. Only what are you talking about?
Valentine, I've got a client for you. A little ugly stumblebum wants your help. A slot machine repairman, no less. He needs help, or at least he won't help me unless somebody helps him. Only he won't trust the police
I
department.
don't blame him. You make so much sense.
Okay, then, let's say I need your help. Sure, this little guy isn't much, but the idea
Riley,
is...
hold it, will you? You said this guy's dying?
Yeah, police hospital.
The doctor gives him a day or two at the best. Can't operate, can't stop the infection.
From what, Lieutenant?
Oh, gunshot wounds, Miss Brooks. One gun, but all 6 shells. Happened in a dark alley. Whoever it was didn't want to miss him, I guess.
That little man must be tough.
Maybe. Or lucky or unlucky. He's one of those guys who's born to end up at the bottom of the pile, Valentine.
Then why are you so interested in him?
It's just possible that he can steer us all the way to the top of the pile. His name's Trailer. I told you he was the littlest shrimp in the slot machine racket. The repairman. Well, we've never found out who the big shrimp is.
I see. I worm my way into the man's confidence, and then maybe he spills. Is that it? Blows the whole racket apart.
No. You just help the little guy find his girl.
Betty,
Betty, that's her name. I was going to see her tonight.
Betty who, Trailer? What's the rest of her name?
She's beautiful. I'm not, but she is. I'm just her bill, she said. But you don't believe it either, do you?
Trailer, can you understand me?
There's nobody in the world to believe it. You got to be careful. You can't trust people. You got to test them and test them and test them. And then you can't trust them because they're all the same.
What are you talking about, friend? The racket?
I won't tell you anything. I won't. Why should I?
All right. Take it easy. Who shot you?
Ants. You can test people to see if they're ants, you know. Put honey in front of them. See if they choke themselves. Why did you ask me? Betty.
Hey, Trailer.
Find Betty.
Hey, look, Trailer. Nurse?
Betty.
Guess you can have him back for a while.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
Riley, I'm willing to bet he doesn't know anything that'll ever help you pry open the big time.
Is that so? Well, just let me show you. Look in here.
Oh, you mean the tall, skinny man over there?
Yeah, Wilson, the highest priced legal beagle in the state.
Waiting to see if anybody off stage needs defending, huh?
That's it. The watchdog. Ever alert. Just in case the police have a squealer who might stop worrying about the girlfriend and climb out of his delirium long enough to sing.
Sing? What's this? What's all this, Lieutenant? Somebody singing?
That's right, Mr. Wilson. Trailer in there tells me you own all the slot machines in this state.
Yes, of course. It's just a sideline, though, rather a bother, particularly when I don't live in this town.
Here on business, Mr. Wilton?
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
Charmed. No, I've been retained by a client, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, who's that?
The Black Company. Riley here knows about it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Out-of-town corporation. Manufactures will-o'-the-wisps.
Well, I'm only a lawyer. I'm not familiar.
Oh, the Black Company's quite an outfit, Valentine. Perfectly legal. Only nobody knows who runs it. But do they own the slot machines?
Of course not. No
do
more than I do.
Do they know who they make bank deposits for? Does this bird trailer even know who he works for? Does anybody?
The basis of all good organization, Lieutenant, is the pyramid.
Like a spy system, huh? No one man knows enough to incriminate any of the others.
Then why are you here, Mr. Wilton? Why are you worried about this trailer person?
I haven't really said I even know the man, have I? Or that the company I represent is interested in anything more than employees' indemnity, his accident, and so on.
Spoken like a lawyer. Riley, maybe it is possible that the best of pyramids get a little wobbly once in a while.
Huh?
Maybe it is possible that the reason Trailer in there got shot was that he found out too much about the higher-ups in the
Yeah, hold it. Wait a minute. Yeah, hello, Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, I wanted to speak to the nurse about Bill Trailer.
Well, all right. Who's calling?
Well, just the nurse, please. The nurse on duty there.
Well, just a second. Valentine, it's a girl. Now take it, will you? You're the intern on duty, or anybody.
What's this? Misrepresentation, Lieutenant?
Here, let me have it. Hello?
Nurse?
Well, she'll be here in a second, honey. I'm the receptionist.
Well, I just wanted to find out about a patient. His name is Trailer.
Trailer. Well, wait till I get my cards here. Trailer.
Hurry up, please. Somebody said he was there, but I want to know what happened to him.
Well, we had an appendix case come in this morning.
Oh, just tell me what happened to him. What? You don't handle cases like that in the police ward.
I meant in the other ward. She hung up.
It's all right. We got the number. Call came from a phone in a bar at 1612 Commercial Lane.
The old Durfee Hill section, huh?
Yeah. It's quite a district. A 50-cent flop house or a $5,000 penthouse. It's what the harness boys call the anthill, Valentine.
The anthill, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Brooksy.
A million people a day use that phone, my friend. Every third one tries a slug.
But, bartender, all we wanted to know
Besides,
was...
if you whistle at a dame, where's it get you? Maybe your boyfriend's a prize fighter. Me, I'll take television any day.
The girl used the phone only a few minutes ago. Who was she?
Should I know? Should I watch the cash register and be a bulldog for the phone company at the same time?
All right. You don't know. Or maybe you don't want to know. I suppose you never heard of a guy named Trailer around here, either.
Trailer? No, not until the fight last night.
What fight?
Him and Louis. Who'd you think? Nice guy, that Trailer, I guess. But he'll never amount to much, mixing it up with a guy like
slow
Louis.
down, will you? Slow down. Who's Louis? And what was this fight about?
About a dame, natural, classy blonde, lives up the street, name's Betty. Fight ended quick. We threw them both out.
Betty.
Sure. See what I mean about whistling at dames?
You mean this guy, Louis tough? Go on. More about Louis.
Not a price fighter, no, but a real sharp boy, just the same. Working his way up for a good outfit. Makes collections for the Black Company. That's slot machines to you.
Oh, fellow employee, huh? Only Louis's higher up in the pile. He makes collections from guys like you.
From me? You're crazy.
Sure. What's the rest of his name? Louis what?
Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. Good day, friend.
Brooksy, this is where your job begins.
I said I'm sorry, sister. Wrong place. No Betty here. Now beat it, will you?
Hi, lady. Find your party?
Well, no. This gentleman
Look, what is this? A Census Bureau?
Backs of flowers, Max. Sign here.
What? Oh, look, all of you go someplace.
I haven't got all day. Sign here and don't keep the pence.
All right. Yeah, now clear out.
A dime.
People send you flowers?
Come on in. I don't know where Betty is. What do you want?
Well, just to see her. Betty sings down at the nightclub, I found out. She mentioned to me once about a job, and I thought maybe dancing or selling cigarettes might...
Oh, great unemployed, huh? Look, you gotta be a jerk not to get along in this world, sister. What's the matter? No angles?
Oh, I'm just new in town. Gee, that's a pretty box, isn't it? You gonna open them?
How do you like that? Dated yesterday. Now, there's a florist who's gonna fall right out of business. Betty gets him like that all the time, sister. She knows her way around. Nothing better than the best.
Gee, I met Betty's boyfriend, too, once. Trailer or something.
That's what he told you? Boyfriend. There's a laugh.
Well, sure he wasn't dressed so good.
Oh, hopeful Harry. She can do better than him any day.
I didn't know. You mean you're the one she... Say, roses.
Look, I'm Betty's brother. My name is Louis.
Oh.
Now, where did you say you met Betty?
Gee, has a girl got to relieve all of her privacy? We was only in the beauty shop. I was seeing about a tent. Well, don't look at me that way. She spoke to me because I complimented her on a corsage she said her boyfriend gave her.
Boyfriend? Look at that, sister. Those aren't just roses. A wristwatch wrapped around them, you see?
Holy smoke.
From an admirer, see? Guy she hasn't even met. Told you she was good looking. You ought to hear what they say about her singing. We're going places, her and me.
You don't have to hate my wrist about it.
So go be unemployed. Beat it, will you?
Dear Betty, I look forward to meeting you.
What's that?
I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes when I say I'm not a masher, and won't you please telephone me at Durfee Hill?
Hey, give me that.
Hey, let go. It's just a card with the roses, that's all.
Come on, get out of here.
Gosh, I'm not going to try to beat Betty's time or anything.
I'll say you're not.
I never heard that name anyway, Mr. Black or... Black!
Valentine, of course she's all right. You talked to her yourself, did you?
Sure, Brooksy read me the note she'd seen on the flowers, but
we had a man watching him. After Miss Brooks left that place, this Louis fella took off in the opposite direction like a flying duck. But my man lost him. Now, will you please clear up what you've been doing?
That Durfee Hill number in the flower note. It's a new number, Riley. Private listing and installed only a couple of days ago from somebody from out of town who just rented this place.
What place?
The fanciest penthouse in the whole section. Hey, Riley, people really look like ants from up here.
You mean...
Sure, I'm in the place. There was a loose hinge on the service door and nobody inside.
You've got the loose hinge, my friend. Don't you realize it was a Mr. Black who sent those
Oh,
flowers?
Riley, add 2 and 2, will you? Nobody knows who owns the slot machines, who runs the Black Company. And yet a mysterious Mr. Black shows up in town, a man nobody's seen, not even the janitor downstairs.
Trailer's girl, Betty, she must have seen him.
No, remember? He just wanted to meet her. Probably had seen her at the nightclub or something. But that was Black's mistake if he wanted to stay incognito, giving a girl his telephone number. Because now here I am with $10,000 in my pocket.
But what? What'd you say?
Sure. Must be collection time in the 3 Lemon business. About 2 seconds ago, a delivery boy hands me an envelope at the door. Inside was an accounting sheet for all the slot machines on the south side and proceeds for the past month.
Well, I'll...
Riley, I figured out who's the man at the top of the anthill. Don't ask me how long it'll last or why it works this way. But right now, Riley, that man seems to be me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to help Lieutenant Riley because there's a man dying in the police hospital who might tell what he knows about the slot machine racket, provided somebody helps him find his girl, Betty. Well, so far you haven't found Betty, though you have discovered that there's someone else in her life. Someone a little more successful than Trailer, a man who calls himself Mr. Black, who owns the slot machines, whose identity is a secret even from his own employees. Only if your name is George Valentine, now it's you who occupy Mr. Black's apartment. It's a dangerous game, and no one realizes that better than Claire Brooks. Down at the police hospital now, she seems unable to help.
I don't know anything. I tell you,
Trailer,
I don't know.
If you could just remember why you and Louie had that fight last night in the bar. Was it over Betty?
Betty?
Or is something wrong in the business? In the Black Company?
Find Betty. Just find Betty.
No, of course not, Brooksy. We've gone way past Trailer now. We're in the middle of the ants, the scramblers.
The police have the apartment surrounded now,
Well,
George.
tell them to keep out and lay low unless I whistle for help.
But, George...
Angel will never find out who fired those shots into Trailer or who runs this racket unless we ride right along with the gang.
You'll ride yourself right into a funeral notice. Sooner or later, the person who rented that apartment will come back
I
and
said,
then...
don't worry, will you, Brooksy, as long as I can...
What? Go on, George.
What do you people wash those shirts in anyway? Cement mix either. The collars come back with ground glass on the edge.
George, what's the matter?
Well, just don't use so much starch, that's all. Hello.
I didn't mean to interrupt. The door was open.
All right, then shut it and come in. Now, what is it? What do you want?
Don't get sore, boss. Now take it easy.
Your name's Louie, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Sure it is. How'd you know?
You fit the description.
Look, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I know I should have just sent the stuff up by messenger the way we always do, wherever the point is each month.
Oh, so that's it, huh? You're a collector.
Durfee Hill and East Side, sir.
You brought some money. All right, let's have it.
Here. The accounting sheet's right on top. I had all those figures in my head. It's a trick, I taught myself.
Right, boy.
I know it's not healthy to come up here and find out who you are like this,
Relax, will you? Wow.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't mind when you saw that. It's almost double last month.
$23,500. What did you do? Fix the machine so they pay in bubble gum instead of jackpots?
Oh, no, sir. No, I didn't touch them. But I've been in there giving them the old boost. You know, talking it up with the bartender.
A real climber in the business, aren't you, Louie? Now, what's this really about, Buster? How did you make so much money this month?
Well, the truth of the
What
matter
happened
is...
to Trailer, the repairman?
I don't know what you mean, happened.
Who shot him?
Boss, listen, he was cheating you. Did you know that, did you? I can prove he was.
He was what?
Holding out. Jack up the setting on the machines and then split the rake off with bartenders. That's how he did it. You must have heard the same thing from other districts. He floated around all of them, didn't he?
You know, it's getting too complicated for me.
Now, wait a minute. Wait, listen, that's how I build up my total for the month, by catching him at it and stopping it.
Yeah, you earned the Silver Star, all right.
Look, who you going to call? Listen to the rest of what I got.
Buster, I'm going to see a man about pinning a medal on you.
But I didn't do it. I didn't empty any gun into him.
Well, everything happens at once.
You want me to get it for you, boss?
No, I'll get it. Go mix yourself a drink or something.
All right, don't mind if I do. I know who it is anyway.
Huh? This is great. Oh.
Hello. I guess you're the man, huh?
Are you the girl?
Don't be funny. I mean, well, after all the notes you've been sending me with the flowers.
Oh, sure. Come in, Betty.
Thanks. Say, you live all right, don't you?
I hope to. You know, you're not so easy to find, Betty. I've been wanting to meet you for some time now.
Yeah, I got the idea. Do you always use that whirlwind stuff, flowers and presents on a girl, Mr. whatever your name is, Black?
Hey, slow down. Take your coat off.
Sure. Huh? You wanted to meet me. You saw me in the nightclub and you heard my singing and you wanted to meet me.
Well, now, who wouldn't? You're very beautiful.
Do a girl good to be known she associates with you.
No comment.
Any girl would break her neck to get up here. She'd give her eye teeth to walk up close to you like this.
Hey, what's the matter?
You dirty...
Hey, sis, cut it out. Cut it out, sis. You said you'd be nice. Now stop it. Will you cut it out? I don't know what's the matter with the boss. Honest, I don't.
Suppose you both be quiet.
She said she was coming up here to see you. She promised you would, you know. I told her what a great guy you are.
I said shut up, killer.
What?
Now, look, boss, this is my sister. Say, one of the greatest kids in the
world.
I
know. A guy could go places if his sister associated with a big shot like
me.
What
was it you said? You called Louie.
Betty, you came up here to find out about Trailer, didn't you? To slap my face and ask the big shot which one of his hired hands was responsible for your boyfriend being down there in the hospital. Wasn't that it?
He's not a boyfriend. She's 10 times as good as him. He's only been hanging around a couple of months.
Sure, he's not an eager beaver like you, Buster. He wouldn't try to use his own sister to get him ahead in the world.
No, they just thought about it.
In that bar the other night?
Oh, yeah, but that was all.
I told him to stay away, and he got mean and took
a one at a time, will you?
Honestly.
You live with the ants. Don't you know what they're like yet? Or was that what you saw in Trailer? That he was a little different from the scramblers?
It was a dope. He was stealing, holding out.
You want to bet it was you who was holding out from collections, Louie, and he caught you at it?
Boss,
so along came a chance to get rid of two birds with one stone. Get in the boss's good graces and cover your own tracks by being the guy.
You said you didn't see Trailer after that fight.
Well, all I know, Betty, is that your brother said something to me a minute ago about a gun being emptied into Trailer. Huh? Well, it so happens he was shot 6 times. Only how could you know about that little specific thing, Louie, unless you were the guy?
Boss, look, everything I've done is for you. It's for the good of the company. I'm looking ahead all the time. See, I want to...
He did it, if you like.
What? Hey, who's that for? Got a gun.
Shut up. Hello, Mr. Wilton. Party's over, huh?
Yes. Yes, the party's over, I'm afraid, and besides, it's making too much noise.
Next door?
No, I've been in the back of a wardrobe you overlooked.
Oh, sure. Well, I didn't think it could last. It never did make sense that such a careful setup as this apartment wouldn't have...
Wouldn't have me. Yes, me. Surprise.
Yeah. So's Louie. So's Betty.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, who is this guy?
Now, if the three of you will
I'll
just...
take care of him.
Down that gun, Buster.
Don't worry. He can't get away with anything.
Stand still.
Louie, stop it. You're making a mistake.
Ambitious to the end. Couldn't resist trying to make one last impression on you, could he, Mr. Valentine?
Mr. what?
Yes, Betty. I'm afraid I'm the Mr. Black who's been so anxious to meet you. Yeah, it's too bad. Things couldn't have worked out better for us.
But if you're Mr. Black...
The great organizer.
The best of pyramids totter once in a while. I was here to make my own collections this time. I thought it was about time for a visit to South America. So if you'll just hand over my money...
Why don't you come and get it?
You've caused enough trouble already, Valentine.
Sure. Come on. Shoot some more people.
I'm warning you.
No!
It's the only way you're going to get out of here.
Valentine,
Stop that gun!
Well, thanks, Riley. Mr. Slot Machine King, see what the sound of those shots brought you? 3 lemons.
We're
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
And that was it, Trailer. A gun test proved that Louis shot you.
Yeah?
Why? Well, ambition, I guess. Cover his own mistakes, get in good with the big boss. Can you understand me, Trailer? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ants. All scrambling around. That's all Louis was.
Sure. That's all Wilton is, too. But the girl's different.
I think she'd like to see you, Trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, we found Betty. She's a nice girl.
Yes, I know.
Since when?
What?
I said, since when did you know? I mean that she was the kind of a girl who's a little different, who might have really meant it when she said she liked an ugly little guy like you.
Mr. Valentine, I'm very tired.
Wilton isn't kidding anybody. I just want you to know that I know that, Trailer.
I've begun to guess that
His biggest mistake was trying to take over the slot machine empire tonight. Like the rest, he couldn't resist the opportunity.
George.
Think back, Angel. Wilton's tall and skinny. Would he have ever written a note to Betty, just an ordinary-sized girl, saying, I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes?
No, of course he didn't.
He's only a lawyer. A rat trying to grab what he can off a sinking ship. But Valentine, I had no idea.
I'll say it for you, Trailer. Wilton didn't ever own the slot machines like he claimed he did at the last minute. And he wasn't the Mr. Black in the notes. No, they'd have to be a short man, probably. A little guy.
Yeah. A little guy.
Like maybe a man who'd made such a success out of not trusting anybody that he couldn't believe a girl liked him. He had to test her by making her think a big shot was after her, to see if she'd drop him and run for the honey. He was in town for the collections anyway, and to nose around the way he always did, inspecting the anthill he'd built while looking like a repairman.
You mean Trailer here is really Mr. Black?
Yeah, Brooksy. What would you have done, Trailer, if Betty had dropped you and chased after you, Mr. Black, the way her brother wanted her to?
I would have killed her. No, I wouldn't have. I don't.
I know, Buster. It's pretty ironic. You kept your identity so secret. You did so well. That what happened? You got shot by a guy whose only ambition was to get in good with the boss, make a big, fine impression on you. Now you still want to talk to Betty while you can, Mr. Black?
No. She's... Leave her out of our anthill.
You have just heard The Anthill, another adventure with George Valentine. Robert Bailey stars as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Lincoln Airport.
Joe?
Yeah, Emily?
Did you just call me, darling?
No, I didn't, hon.
Oh, the phone rang a minute ago, but whoever it was hung up before I could answer it.
Oh, well, it wasn't me. Probably one of your boyfriends.
Now, is that a nice way for a husband to talk to his wife?
Oh, hon, can't you take a joke?
Sure, darling. I was only kidding, too. Look, I'm going down to the grocer's. Anything special you want me to get?
No, anything you get's okay.
All right. I'll get something I know you like.
Swell.
Bye, darling.
Bye, hon. See you at dinner.
Well, howdy, Joe.
Oh, hello, Tex. Say, I've got
look,
something...
Joe, what's the Aronca out number 2 runway for? You taking a little private trip?
No, Tex, I was just about to tell you. I took that offer Lenny Powell made us. I'm going to fly it to Blancheville.
Well, boy, howdy, that's all right, son. Did you tell Bill we're getting $5,000 for the whole?
No, I didn't, but I'm going to as soon as I see him, which maybe won't be till I get back. Powell's here now.
Oh, he is? Where?
Over in the administration building, making a phone call, I guess. He's going to be right back.
Hey, why is Mike taking the Aronca out? What kind of a freight line are we running?
Howdy, Bill.
I'm glad you showed up, Bill. I wanted to tell you. I'm taking the Aronca out today, and it's going to save our airline for us.
Yeah? What are you going to do, Joe? Sell the thing?
No, I'm flying Lenny Powell to Branchville, and we're going to get $5,000 for the job.
We're going to get 5 G's? Just to haul a guy to Branchville? What, this guy Powell must be nuts.
I don't care what he is. We can use a few more like him.
You said it.
Oh, but look, don't tell anybody Powell's here or that we're taking him anyplace. I promised him nobody but the 3 of us would know this. But he's carrying $25,000 in cash with him.
Wow. $25,000 with him, huh?
Yeah.
We sure could use money like that.
Yeah, Tex, we sure could.
Where'd you say he is, Joe? Over at the administration building?
Yeah, Bill, making a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Well, give him a good trip to Branchville, Joe, and get that $5,000 from him. We need it. See you later.
Yeah, bye.
I gotta run a little errand.
Long, Bill.
Tex, you hold down things at the office, will you? I gotta get something over at the hangar.
Why, sure, son.
You won't be running off now, will you, Tex?
No, stay right here, chum.
Okay, see you before I take off.
Sure, see ya. Well, boy, howdy. Those 2 aren't leaving old Tex here to answer the telephone. Not when he's got something more important to do.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Emily.
I'm over here, Tex, darling. Behind the garage.
Well, boy, howdy. You sure know the good hiding places around this airport. Are you, honey?
Oh, Tex.
Oh, baby. Nobody saw you come here, did they, honey?
No. As a matter of fact, I called Joe from across the road. Told him I was at the apartment, just leaving for the grocery store. He thinks I'm still in town.
Boy, howdy, you sure can give that husband of yours a first-class runaround, can't you?
You aren't objecting, are you, Tex? I'm doing it for you.
I'm mighty glad you are, sugar. Oh, I'm all for you. Hey, look, I only got a couple of minutes.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be in the office to answer the telephone.
But, Tex,
I wanted to tell you, we got a big job, so the airline's going to keep running all right.
That's good, but it doesn't help us any, Tex. I'm not going to give Joe the air until we have some money of our own.
Don't you worry, sweetheart. We're going to have money, and a lot of it, and sooner than you think.
Hello, Avery. This is Powell, Lenny Powell.
Oh, hello, Powell. Where are you?
Still in the city, Avery. Been trying to phone you for 15 minutes. I'm just about to leave for Branchville.
Oh, that's fine, Lenny, as long as you get here with that money in 2 hours.
Look, I'll be there in less than 2 hours, Avery. I'm flying up. I've chartered a private plane.
Fine. Now, don't forget to bring the money with you.
Yeah, $25,000. Right here in my briefcase.
Well, you put it right here in my hands inside of 2 hours, Lenny. The deal's closed.
Don't worry. You'll have it. See you in Branchville, Avery.
I'll be looking for you, Lenny. Bye.
Bye. Oh, hello there. Just about time to take off? Hey, what are you doing? No. No. No, don't.
Sit down. I said sit down, Joe.
I don't have to push, Tex.
I gotta do something. Boy, howdy, somebody's gotta do something. We're in a jam, the 3 of us.
We thought things were tough when we didn't have money enough to keep this airline going. They're really tough now. We've got a murder on our hands.
All right, that's what I'm trying to clear up. Now, looky here, you two guys. All three of us are in this thing up to our sombreros. We gotta cover it up somehow.
That's no good, Tex, no good. It's like I've been trying to tell you. Sure, that Powell guy was killed out here. Sure, the 25 G's he was carrying is missing, but we gotta turn this over to the cops.
You left out one sure, Joe. You forgot to say sure only the three of us knew he was here and carrying that dough. That makes it look like one of us killed him. I say no cops.
Sure, you say that. Why shouldn't you say that? You probably knocked him off. That's why you don't want the cops in on it.
I said before for you to shut up. Maybe this'll help convince you. I meant it.
Hey, cut it, fellas.
All right.
Okay, Tex. This has been cooking for a long while. You want to play, I'll play. Like this.
All right, that suits me if that's the way you want it.
Break it up, will you, Tex? Joe, cut it out. Cut it out, Tex.
I'll cut his heart out. That's what I'll cut out.
Why not? One murder more or less.
Why, you dirty...
Stop. Both of you. Quit it now. We've got enough trouble without fighting among ourselves.
Trouble? We don't know what trouble is yet. Bill, look at the facts. Only Tex and you and I knew about Powell. Powell's dead, okay. But if we don't go to the cops, what happens to us? They'll find out he was killed. They'll find out he was here, and we'll all go to the chair.
They gotta find out first.
They'll find out, Tex. The police always do. I go along with Joe.
That's good, Bill. That makes it pretty clear who must have killed Powell, the one that doesn't want the police in.
You know, you're just about asking for something, Joe.
I'm asking for plenty. I'm asking for the police to be let in on this so that nobody slips me a bum rap. I had nothing to do with Powell's death. I got nothing to worry about if the cops show up here at the airport.
None of us has. Except the one that killed Powell.
Okay. This kind of looks like a showdown, don't it, boys? All right, it's a showdown. I'm saying go ahead. Bring the cops in if that's what you want to do. Call them, bring them in. They won't prove nothing against me.
You're too sure of yourself, Tex. We'll call the cops, all right. But I'm going to do something else, too. I'm going to see Boston Blackie. If the cops don't find out anything, I got news for you. Blackie will. That's the way it was, Blackie. Bill went on an errand somewhere, and Tex didn't stay in the office the way he promised.
You sure of that, Joe?
Yeah, Blackie. He was going to stay in the office while Bill and I were out, but he wasn't there when I got back.
And he wouldn't say where he'd been?
No, in fact, he got kind of excited when I asked him. Sort of sore about it.
Mm-hmm. I see.
So do I, Blackie. And you got to help me. Either Bill or Tex killed Powell, and I've got to know which one it is. You will help me, won't you, Blackie?
Don't you think you should go to the police for help?
We called the cops, but we didn't tell them all the details. I knew you'd find the murderer before any cops.
Thanks for the confidence. You say we found the body. Who's we?
Bill, Tex, and me. We went to the administration building to get Powell, and boom, there he was.
With the $25,000 gone.
Yeah, it was gone.
Then Powell was slugged and killed by someone who knew he was carrying that money. Now, who besides you, Tex and Bill, knew Powell had $25,000?
Nobody else. That's why I know it's Tex or Bill who killed him. It's got to be one of those two.
Yes, that's right, Joe. It has to be Tex or Bill. That is, if it isn't you. Tex, Bill, and Joe, all three found the body, Faraday. That's definite.
All three of these guys found it, huh, Blackie?
Well, according to what Joe here told me.
And I guess Joe said it was me. Huh, Blackie?
Yes, I did. I said it was either Tex or you.
Trying to pin this on me, are you? I don't have the daylights out of you.
Well, boy, howdy, you better work on him soon, Bill, because I'm going to take a crack at him, too.
Nobody's taking any cracks at anybody, kids. Right now, all of you listen. Nobody but you three fellas, Tex, Bill, and Joe, knew Powell had that $25,000 with him.
That's right. So it's one of these three who killed Powell.
Marvelous deduction, Inspector. Even they admit that.
You mean Joe here admits either Tex or I killed him?
Okay, Bill, relax. The point is that none of the three of you can prove where you were when Powell was killed.
Anybody mind if I butt in a minute?
Who are you?
Well, me, I just work here. That's what I want to do, work.
Oh, this is Mike, Inspector Faraday, head of our ground crew. Just stand by, Mike.
Okay. See you later.
Well, Mike, how's your dad feeling?
Oh, not good, Tex. Got another wire this morning. Old man's pretty sick.
Sorry about that, Mike.
Thanks, Bill. I wouldn't worry so much, except he's stuck way up there in Kansas. The doc has to drive 50 miles to get to him.
No hospital in the town, Mike?
Hospital, Blackie? No town. Ever hear of a thing called Plainsville, Kansas?
Can't say I did.
Nobody else has either, except my dad and about 30 other landowners. Oh, well, I'll just sit tight till I get more orders, huh?
Yeah, Mike, sit tight. This thing will be cleared up pretty soon. Don't you think so, Inspector Faraday?
I sure do, Joe. I'll tell you what else I think. Maybe you're all guilty, so I'm going to arrest all three of you.
You're going to do what?
No, Faraday, don't do that. Confine them to the field, if you like. But don't make any arrests.
What?
I'll tell you which of these three killed Powell, and I'll tell you soon.
Yes.
Mrs. Emily Carrington?
Yes.
Joe Carrington's wife?
Uh-huh.
I'm Boston Blackie. You probably know your husband is involved in a murder out at his airfield. And
Yes, I know. He called me a little while ago and told me. You want to talk to me about it, don't you?
Yes, about it and about Joe.
Oh, well, come in then.
Thanks. Your husband needed money rather badly, didn't he, Mrs. Carrington?
Yes, he did.
To keep his airline or to keep you happy?
I don't think I like that implication.
And I don't like murder, Mrs. Carrington. Now, suppose you...
Excuse me while I answer the phone.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Emily, honey. This is Tex.
Sorry, Joe. I can't talk to you now.
Emily, I said this was Tex, not Joe.
And I said I couldn't talk.
Here, let me talk to him.
Let go of that phone. You let go of that
Too
phone.
late. Hello, Joe?
Boy, howdy. What's the matter up there? This isn't... Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right, Tex. When a man answers in a spot like this, you ought to hang up, especially if I'm the man. Hello? Hello? Well, I got what I wanted anyhow.
Well, satisfied now, Blackie?
Satisfied and surprised, Mrs. Carrington. Naughty, naughty. Married to Joe and in love with Tex. Tell me, did Tex kill Powell for the $25,000 by himself, or did you go out and help him this afternoon?
Look, I never go out to the airport.
No? That's funny.
What is?
That red on your shoes. That's a peculiar colored mud, Mrs. Carrington. There's only one spot around here where it's found.
Oh? Okay, I was there today. I went to meet Tex, but I didn't have anything to do with killing that Mr. Powell, and I don't know who did.
That's your story. Thanks for telling me that you were at the airport. You see, I don't really know what color mud there is out there. I never bothered to notice. Besides, I'm not very interested in mud. It's the dirty work of this case I want to figure out.
Blackie, for the last time, I'm telling you, get out of my office. Better still, get out of my life.
What life? You don't call that thing you're living a life, do you, Faraday? Nothing doing, pal. But there's plenty doing between Tex and Joe Carrington's wife, Emily.
You said that. So what?
So I know this much. Emily Carrington either killed Powell herself or Tex killed him, and she knows it.
You think so, huh?
I certainly do. She's the key to the whole thing. Get her to talk, and your troubles are over.
If I ever get you to shut up, they'll be over.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Burke, what do you want?
Nothing, Inspector, but here's something I think you'll want.
What is it?
A report just came in over the teletype. There's been a murder up in Northside.
Well, who got it this time? As if I don't have enough trouble with the Powell murder.
Well, this has some connection with it, Inspector. Victim's name was Emily Carrington.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Tex, Joe, and Bill, pilot owners of a small freight-carrying airline, are chief suspects in the robbery murder of the wealthy Lenny Powell. Each thinks one of the other two is guilty of the crime. Investigating the murder, Blackie sees Joe's wife, finds she is in love with Tex, and was at the airport at the time of the crime. But later, Joe's wife is a murder victim, too. So, as we return to our story, Blackie and his girlfriend, Mary Wesley, walk into the airport hangar in search of further clues.
Blackie, is that the fellow Joe you were looking for?
No, I don't think so, Mary.
Oh.
Looks like Mike, the mechanic.
Hey, Mike! Oh, hi, Blackie.
What are you doing, Mike? Hammering that plane apart?
Me? Nah, trying to hammer it back together.
Where's Joe?
In one of the rooms in back. He'll be out in a minute.
Good. Oh, look, before he comes out, why don't you tell me what you know about Powell's murder?
And about Emily Carrington's murder, too, Blackie. Don't forget that.
I'll settle for finding out who killed Powell first, Mary. What do you know about it, Mike?
For me, nothing, Blackie.
You didn't see Tex or Joe or Bill come out of the administration building about the time of Powell's death?
No, how could I?
Well, if you were here in the hangar, you could look out
Well, what makes you think I was here in the hangar?
I didn't say you were, Mike. I said if you were.
And that's a big if.
And you're a little girl, Mary, and little girls...
Should be seen and not heard. I know I'll be quiet. Especially if Mike will talk.
Well, me, I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Why not, Mike? You're the most talkative guy on the field.
Oh, hello, Joe. I want to talk to you.
Well, if it's about Powell's murder and Emily's death, you'll be wasting your time. I've already told you all I know.
Well, maybe I haven't told you all I know.
Oh, yeah? You know something?
Uh-huh. Your wife was planning to divorce you and marry Tex.
Oh, is that supposed to be news?
Well, it was to me until Tex told me.
Well, it was to me, too, when I figured it out a couple of months ago. Tex killed Powell to get money for Emily, huh?
Or you killed Powell to get money for Emily.
Blackie. I'm no killer. She deserved what she got, but I didn't do it.
Oh, I see. Then you're not sorry Emily was killed.
I'm not glad, but I guess she had it coming to her. Who killed her? Tex?
Or you?
What about Bill?
I think it's a toss-up between you and Tex.
Why? Because of Emily?
That could be the reason.
Well, Bill needs money as much as Tex and me.
Maybe so, but Bill didn't have the incentive to get it. But don't go away. I'll answer this.
You just take over no matter where you are, don't you, Blackie?
I have to sometimes. Funny, the phone only rang once.
In the airline office with you, Inspector Faraday? No, he isn't. Who's this?
Hey, wait a minute. What's going on here? Is that you, Faraday?
Yeah, this is Faraday. Who's that, Blackie?
Oh, yes. Well, where are you, Faraday?
Up here in the airline's office. Where are you?
Over here in the hangar. How did you happen to answer the phone?
It rang here, that's why. Why did you answer?
Because it rang here, too. Who's on the other end of the line?
I am, Blackie. This is Tex.
Oh, Tex, huh? Oh, where are you calling from?
Lunch wagon across the road from the field.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Tex.
Thanks. What for, Blackie?
What for, Tex? Well, unless my hunch is wrong, when I answered this phone, I found the answer to who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Look, Blackie, will you quit questioning the three of us blue in the face and find out which one of us did it?
That's really what I'm trying to do, Joe. Now, I want to ask you each just one more question. You first, Tex. Where are you from?
Well, boy, howdy, you can't tell that. I'm from Texas. Orangeboro, Texas.
Uh-huh, and you, Bill, where are you from?
I'm from Halpern, Maine.
You know, I have ways of checking this.
Go ahead, check. Halpern's a small town. Everybody in the county knows me.
All right, I'll take your word for it for now. Joe, where are you from?
Right here.
Local boy, huh?
Yeah, and I figure on making good as soon as you tell me which one of these two guys killed Powell and my wife, and I can get back to work.
Anxious to get in one of your planes and fly away, huh, Joe?
You think I did it, huh?
I've stopped thinking, Joe. I know who's guilty now.
Yeah? How do you know, Blackie?
The evidence is graphic, Bill. Geographic.
Look, Blackie, I got other things to do besides hang around out here on a flying field.
What other things, Faraday? You haven't had anything to do since I came on this case, and you know it.
I don't know anything.
You're not kidding, pal.
No.
Faraday, my friend, you ought to do something constructive with that badge of yours. Use it to pin your suspenders together or something. Certainly doesn't mean anything where it is.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I like. Snappy answers. Now, if you'll be quiet just 1 second, I'll tell you what we're waiting for.
Well, it's about time. Here comes that mechanic, Mike. What you have to say is going to have to wait, Blackie.
At least it gives you something to look forward to, Inspector.
Inspector Faraday.
Well, what is it, Mike? What is it?
This telegram I just got, Inspector. Here, read it.
I'll take it, Mike.
You'll take nothing, Blackie. Give it to me, Mike. Thanks.
What's it all about, Mike?
It's from my old man, Blackie. He's pretty sick out in Plainsville.
Plainsville? Where's that?
If you could read, Blackie, you'd know where it is. It says here on the telegram. It's in Kansas.
You're reading the telegram, Faraday. I'm not.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. What's the matter with your father, Mike?
Well, I don't know. He's been sick a long time, and, well, he's getting old. I got to go see him, Inspector Faraday. I ain't seen my old man in 9 years.
Okay, you can go, Mike. But keep in touch with us, and make sure you come back.
Oh, don't worry, Inspector. I'll be back, I promise.
Be sure you do keep that promise, Mike. But I'll tell you a little secret, something even Inspector Faraday doesn't know.
Yeah, what?
I don't have to worry about you coming back. I already know who killed Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Hey, look, Blackie, you forced me to tell those three partners they could come and go as they pleased. All right. Why wouldn't they fly out of town instead of taking a train?
This is a rather odd case, Faraday, so expect a rather odd finish to it.
It's odd, all right. I don't even see the connection between the murder of Powell and the death of Emily Carrington.
It's just a hunch, Faraday, but I think it's a good one. Emily was at the field when Powell was murdered.
Yeah?
She saw the killer. She tried to blackmail the killer for part of the robbery money. The killer wouldn't pay.
So Mrs. Carrington paid, huh?
Yes, with her life. Blackmail's a dangerous business.
And so standing in a railroad station when we ought to be watching that airport.
Oh, no. Hey, there goes our killer, Faraday.
Huh? Where?
There, getting into car 409. Come on.
Hey, that's Mike.
My, what a memory for faces. And names, too.
But, Blackie, you said...
Never mind what I said. Listen to what I say now. Hey, Mike!
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh, Blackie, hello.
Hello, Mike. Traveling rather light for a trip all the way out to Kansas, aren't you?
Me, yeah, but I don't expect to stay in Kansas very long.
You're not even going to Kansas, Mike. You're going to jail.
Me? Jail? What for?
Murder, Mike. The murder of Lenny Powell and Emily Carrington.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding, Mike.
This guy committed those murders? You're nuts, Blackie.
Yeah, tell him, Faraday.
Let me have that suitcase, Mike.
Let go.
Grab him, Faraday, while I take this suitcase away from him.
I got him, but I don't know why.
There's nothing in there but my clothes.
No.
Let go.
Well, yeah, now wait till I open it.
You won't find anything.
Hey, relax.
Well, look what the well-dressed murderer is wearing this season. Folding money. Rather expensive material, isn't it, Mike?
Hey, how much is in there, Blackie?
I don't even have to count it. I think you'll find $25,000 in here, Faraday. The money he took from Lenny Powell. Well, Faraday, I close this suitcase and your case at the same time.
Blackie, why are we taking a plane to Branchville?
To close that deal for Lenny Powell's company with this $25,000. And for the ride, too.
But why did the Powell's company ask you to go to Branchville for them?
Well, I closed a tough case of Faraday. They think I can close a tough deal for them.
Ooh, my, aren't you modest?
No, just lucky. I had no idea Mike was the guilty one until Tex made that phone call, and I answered it in the hangar at the same time Faraday answered it in the office.
Well, what did that prove?
It proved the hangar phone was an extension phone, and any telephone conversation from the office could be overheard by Mike at the hangar.
Oh, so Mike could have heard Lenny Powell making arrangements with the partners to be flown to Branchville, and so he could have known about the $25,000.
Smart girl.
Yes, cleverness must be catching.
Thank you. Yes, Mary. Up until that one little break, I thought only Tex, Bill, and Joe knew about Powell and his money. And if only those three knew about it, one of those three had to be guilty. Catch on?
That I do. Hey, look who's coming across the field. It's Faraday.
And running, too. Wonder what he's excited about.
Hey, Blackie, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter, old pal? You need me to solve another case for you?
No. I want to know something.
Well, if I tell you, it'll be one thing you know.
Oh, look, you. I called Plainsville, Kansas, where Mike's father was supposed to be sick. He didn't send Mike any telegram today.
Oh, that's right, Faraday. I forgot to tell you about that. I figured Mike killed Powell and Mrs. Carrington, who saw him do it, so I sent that telegram myself.
You sent it?
But why, Blackie?
For a very simple reason, Mary. I had to be sure. And one way was to find out whether or not Mike had stolen the money. I knew he was too smart to hide it here at the field or at his home, and I knew he wouldn't spend any of it here.
Oh, I get it. All Mike needed was an opportunity to get out of town naturally. You knew that his father was sick and had wired him once, and you knew that even Mike wouldn't suspect it was a trick if he heard from his father again.
That's right, Mary. So when Faraday here gave Mike permission to leave town, Mike felt it was safe to pick up the money and beat it out of town.
Well, I'll be. So you tripped Mike with that wire, huh?
Yes, Faraday, and because of that wire, you got a confession from him with no strings attached.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Oh, calm down, baby. Take it easy. It's all right now.
Hey, what's going on in here?
We'll get a doctor to step on it.
Yeah, okay.
Joyce. You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Anything for the home. Reconditioned V2 bombs, complete with built-in seat for your mother-in-law's next trip. Also a large stock of 5-second hand grenades for the kiddies in the block.
Rick.
Oh, by the way, we have a special today.
Oh, you have?
Yes, with every 5-ton purchase of dynamite, you get free of charge a nifty nitro tank destroyer kit.
Oh, that's nice.
Great for parties. Plant one in your driveway and give your relatives that extra lift.
Richard Diamond.
Yes?
Oh, you're terrible.
Oh, now you only say that because you're an authority on the subject.
It's a wonder you ever get any clients.
Oh, honey, maybe I've been trying too hard. This week, clients have been as scarce as lobsters on the Sahara.
Oh, no business at all?
Helen, if a client walked in now, I'd probably fall off the chair.
Mr. Diamond? Oh, my goodness.
Rick!
Just being as good as my word, dear.
Can I give you a hand?
No. What else do you want to get rid of?
Rick, what happened?
Oh, someone just walked in.
And you fell?
Yeah, right on my...
Rick?
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. What can I do for you, dear?
My name is Joyce Wallace. I want to hire you.
How do you do, Miss Wallace? Why do you want to hire me?
Because someone tried to kill me.
How?
I was sitting in my living room. Someone took a shot at me through the window.
Your new play opened last week, didn't it?
You know who I am.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember a number you did in tights. You got a pretty face, too.
But thank you.
Have you gone to the police?
No.
Well, baby, if someone's out gunning for you, the law's your best bet. I think you better go see them.
I can't.
All right, then tell me about it.
Well, as you know, I'm an actress. If this got out, it would be all over the papers by tomorrow.
You've had publicity before?
Certainly, and some of it's been very bad. But this time, I can't afford bad publicity.
Oh, well, go on.
You see, my husband and I have separated. I'm trying to retain custody of our child.
And the courts wouldn't like you getting shot at.
Barton, it's my husband, will try just about anything to get the child away from me.
You're married to Barton Webb.
The playwright.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he was the one who took the shot at you.
I've thought about that, but it's a little hard to believe.
Why?
Well, we've had a fairly decent relationship up till 6 months ago.
Honey, I've known guys who got mad and slit their wives' throats all in the matter of an hour or so. It doesn't take 6 months to build up to shooting.
Well, that's why I want to hire you. I want you to find out.
Can you think of anyone else who might like you better at the morgue?
Well, I have people who don't like me, certainly.
Certainly.
Why do you agree so quickly?
Sweetheart, look. It stands to reason that half the women who know you would dislike you just because, well, let's say your bathing suits have an advantage.
Nice. What about the other half?
Oh, probably like their husbands in a vault after 6 in the evening.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you take the job, we'll probably spend a lot of time together.
Dear, I've got claustrophobia. If I get nervous, I'll just run my head into a wall or something.
You're hired.
You're jumping the gun. I get $100 a day in expenses.
I have a check.
I'll take it.
There you are.
I certainly am. Well, let's go.
Where to?
Your apartment. I want to look for the bullet.
Good. We can have a drink.
Well, it's a little early, but I could use something cool.
Are you warm?
I think so. I've smoked 3 cigarettes while we've been talking and haven't lighted one match. We left the office then with Joyce Wallace in the lead. I followed her down the hall, into the elevator, down to the first floor, where I bought some seasick pills and decided it was better to walk alongside of her. We grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing on a foot-thick carpet surrounded by a very cozy apartment. Cozy. That means $25,000 worth of furniture that you'd never look at when George Wallace is in the room.
You like it?
Oh, but yes. Tell me, when did Mata Hari go in for decorating?
Would you like to see where the bullet came through the window?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's right over here. See?
Yeah.
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, yeah. Well, the bullet. Right through the window.
I was standing over there by the sofa when I heard the shot.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm looking for the bullet. It's got to be around here someplace, unless you've already found it.
Oh, why, no, I never even thought to look.
Well, it should be in this wall somewhere.
I'll fix us that drink while you're looking.
Take your time.
What do you like?
Oh, any old thing with Hey, wait a minute. You don't know any midgets, do you?
Whatever do you mean?
Mind if I stand on this chair?
Go ahead. Oh, I see it. The bullet up there by the ceiling.
Yeah, that's what I meant about knowing a midget. Your window's right on the street. If an average man pointed the gun, he was either down on his knees or he was a pretty lousy shot.
Can you pry it out?
Yeah, I got it. Uh-huh. There you are.
What are you going to do with it?
I'll run it down to the 5th Precinct and have ballistics check on it.
That means you're going to see the police?
Well, honey, what else can I do? I don't think the Boy Scouts are equipped for that sort of thing.
I told you I don't want the police brought in on this.
Oh, they won't be. I've got a few friends who'll do the job, and that's that.
Oh. Well, how about that drink?
Oh, I'll take a rain check for later.
Well, it's 4:30 now. I'll be at the theater at 6.
If I don't get back here to you, I'll see you at the theater.
That's the Strand. I'll leave word with the doorman.
Tell me, dear, you don't do another number in tights, do you?
Well, no. Why?
Oh, it's just as well. The last time my blood pressure went up so high, some guy sitting right behind me got an idea for a new pressure cooker and made a fortune. I'll see you later, dear. She walked me to the door and said something about all work and no play, and then she stood on her toes and kissed me on the forehead. The kiss was effective, all right. When I finally found my way down the hall, I knew just how the first cow in Texas felt right after being branded. I got out into the fresh air, gulped a couple of lungs full, grabbed a cab, and a few minutes later I was walking into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant.
Oh, what do you want, Shamus?
What do you want, Shamus? Oh, Otis. Oh, why don't you be happy? Conform. The worst has happened. They'll never send you back to the jungle.
Ooh.
The lieutenant in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Sporty. Oh, Otis.
Yeah, what is it?
When are you going to get a haircut?
What's the matter with my hair?
Looks like a mountain lion's been sleeping in it. Hello, Walt.
Why don't you leave him alone, Rick?
He's used to it. It'd drive him out of his mind if I walked in someday and didn't say a word.
It would?
Probably.
Why don't you try it?
Oh, you're as bad as I am.
That's a horrible thing to say to me. And by the way, what are you doing down here, Rick? What's going on?
I want a ballistics check on this bullet.
Oh, you do, huh? Where'd you get it?
What?
That bullet.
Well, what do you want to know for?
Because I think you're trying to hide something.
Now, why would I do that, Walt?
Because that's the way you operate. Now, where did you get that bullet?
What bullet?
Now, you stop that. That bullet you got in your hand, that one right there.
This one?
Yes, that one.
What about it?
Where'd it come from?
You want to know?
Of course I want to know.
Well, who can tell you better about a bullet than ballistics?
Yeah. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get in here.
What are you going to do?
Find out about that bullet.
You wanted me, Lieutenant?
No. I just wondered if you guessed who it was on my private line. Take this bullet down to ballistics and bring me the report.
Right.
Thanks, Walt. I'll check with you later.
Now, you wait a minute. There was something I was going to ask you.
Yes?
Well, I'll think of it later.
Something about the bullet, Walt?
Yeah, that was...
I let Walt chase me as far as the street, then I grabbed another cab and headed for my own apartment. It was about 5 o'clock, so I cooked up a short meal, climbed into a shower, and my other suit. At 6 o'clock, I was at the Strand Theater, talking with the doorman.
Say, your name's Diamond?
Yeah, that's right, Pop.
Well, Miss Wallace said to show you right back, but I don't know whether this is a very good time or not.
Well, she said 6 o'clock. It's 6 now, Pop.
Yeah, but she's got a visitor.
Oh.
Well, come on, I'll show you anyway. Her dressing room is right down this way.
I'm not going to give her up.
Well, my dear, you may just have to anyway.
Oh,
You see what I mean?
Husband?
Yep.
You just get out of
Still
here.
want to go in?
You know I'm
I think
going
so.
to. You're just trying to upset me.
I want to settle this thing once and for all.
Good luck.
Thanks, Pop.
Well, I don't care. I'm just going to go ahead with my plans.
You better answer the door, darling. Give your tonsils a rest.
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, he's a new one, isn't he?
This is Mr. Diamond, and I have some business I want to talk over with him. Alone.
Well, anyway, you look at him. It certainly would be foolish for me to argue the point.
I suppose you chin yourself regularly, Mr. Diamond?
Chins are a hobby with me, Mr. Webb. I've come in contact with several in the past.
A wit. Muscles and wit. This is a new achievement for you, dear.
Please get out of here, Bart. Now.
Good evening, Mr. Diamond. I will say that you're more of a presentable specimen than the others.
You're somewhat of a specimen yourself, Mr. Webb.
Another time, Mr. Diamond. Good evening.
He just won't leave me alone.
Did you tell him about someone trying to take a shot at you?
Well, of course not. He'd go right to the papers. It's just what he's looking for. Oh, no.
I'll get it.
I see you made it all right.
Hello, Pop.
Who is it?
Package for you, Miss Wallace.
Oh, thanks, Pop. Will you take it, Mr. Diamond?
Sure thing. Thanks. Oh, well, flowers.
Flowers? Oh, this is his idea of a joke. Upset me so I can hardly go on. Then a few seconds later, his flowers arrive.
Barton's flowers?
Yes. Sends me yellow roses every Monday. There.
Look out.
A snake!
Get back.
Oh, it's crawling out!
All right, it's okay now. He's dead. Honey, calm down.
Hey, what's going on here?
Call a doctor, Pop.
What's the shooting all about?
When you get out of here and call a doctor, go on.
Okay. Hey, ain't that a snake?
No, it's an eccentric spaghetti. Now get that doctor. Joyce, you've got to take it easy. The snake's dead. Now calm down, baby.
A snake.
You keep on like this, you'll end up sleeping in a cage. Joyce, will you shut up and listen to me? Okay, honey, sorry. Like I said, sorry, but it's better if you sleep it off. I don't usually like to belt women, but this was one of those times when a case of nerves had to be turned off in a hurry. Like a leaky faucet. Pretty soon, the tub runs over and something gets rusted. I caught her as she went down, picked her up, carried her over to the couch, and then I left her that way until the doctor arrived.
Oh, no wonder she went off like that. I'd probably end up walking on my hands if somebody sent me a snake.
I think maybe I hit her a little hard.
Best thing you could have done under the circumstances.
She's coming out of it.
I'll give her a mild sedative, calm her down. She'll be all right now after the initial shock has worn off.
Joyce, how do you feel?
Oh, you bully.
Had to do it.
Think you'll be all right now, Miss Wallace?
Who are you?
A doctor. He's going to give you something to make you rest.
He's not going to hit me, too, is he?
Oh, no, just a mild sedative. Calm you down. Make you feel better.
Well, thank you, but I don't need anything. I'll be all right. Besides, I've got a show to do.
Whatever you say.
You're sure it wouldn't be better?
Where's the snake?
Oh, dear. Pop just took it out.
Oh. Let me sit up. I'm all right.
Right in here, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Everybody duck.
Aha.
Aha.
I might have known it.
You might have, but you've still got your sergeant around to keep you in a stupor.
Oh, he's picking on me again, Lieutenant.
Look, what in the world is going on here?
The law has landed, Joyce. This is good Lieutenant Levinson. Walt, Miss Joyce Wallace.
Oh, they must be here about the snake.
Yeah, I called him, Miss Wallace.
Who's this guy?
Oh, this guy's the doctor, Walt.
I'm just leaving, Lieutenant. And Miss Wallace seems to be all right now.
All right, Doctor. Otis, take him out in the hall. Get his name and address in case we want to talk to him.
All right, Lieutenant.
Well, goodbye, Miss Wallace. You just try and relax.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
All right, Rick. Now, what the devil's going on here? We get a call from the doorman. There's a snake loose in Miss Wallace's dressing room, that someone's been doing some shooting.
Oh, snake was loose. I shot it.
That's right, Lieutenant. It's as simple as that.
Oh, it's as simple as that. How'd the snake get in here?
Oh, maybe he was one of her fans.
Now, you stop that.
You find out about that bullet?
Yes, I found out about that bullet. Fired from a Mauser 25. And that's another thing I wanted...
Lieutenant, there's really nothing to worry about. A snake got into my dressing room. Mr. Diamond shot it, and that's all.
Miss Wallace, how does a snake get backstage and into a dressing room?
Well, now, let's see. If I was a snake...
All right. I looked at the snake. It wasn't poisonous, so I guess it doesn't make much difference.
Wasn't poisonous?
No, Red Heart, just a little old gopher snake. Now, what about that bullet you had me analyze?
That's part of a case I'm working on. I'll tell you about it later.
Nothing to do with Miss Wallace, I suppose? No connection with the snake at all?
None whatsoever, Lieutenant.
Is this the box the snake came in?
Yeah.
I'll check with the florist.
Yeah, do that, will you? And let me know what you find out.
All right, but Diamond, so help me. If somebody gets killed, I'm going to hold you for complicity.
I bet you can't say it again.
Say what?
Complicity.
Complicity.
You never know.
Thank you for not telling him anything, Mr. Diamond.
Well, there wasn't much to tell. Maybe you'd better help me out, though. Any idea why someone would send you a non-poisonous snake?
Well, certainly I have a deathly fear of them, any kind of snake.
How many people know about this?
My husband.
Anyone else?
No one. I've never told anyone. You see, I was bitten by a snake when I was a little girl in Wyoming. I never got over it.
Well, someone must have known about it then.
My family and a doctor. They're all dead now.
All right. I'm going to leave for a while. Think you'll be all right for the show?
Oh, certainly. I have a little time before curtain.
Oh, by the way, what's your husband's address?
559 East Park. Why?
Well, I'm going over to see him. Find out what kind of presents he's in the habit of sending.
Yes? Oh.
You should be in mourning, Mr. Webb. I just killed a friend of yours.
What?
Maybe you better let me in.
Well, if you're running around exterminating my friends, maybe I'd just better call the police.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Now I'm coming in.
I hardly see...
Oh, yes.
Well, you're in. Can I get you a drink, Mr. Diamond?
I haven't got much time. I want a few answers.
Well, at least take your hat off. I don't like being intimidated, but if I must be subjected to your roughhouse tactics, I prefer you to be polite.
If I get the right answers, I'll be so polite I'll even apologize when I break your leg.
I really think I'd better call the police.
Did you send your wife a snake?
Has Joyce taken up the bottle?
Which leg do you want me to start on?
No, don't be ridiculous. Of course, I didn't send my wife a snake.
Did you send her flowers?
Yellow roses. I have a standing order with the florist every Monday night.
Well, this Monday there was a snake in them.
You're serious?
How do I look?
Well, that is a very provocative question.
Look, Buster, let's not...
Good grief. If someone did send Joyce a snake, she must be in a complete state of hysterics. She hates them.
Do you own a Mauser 25, Mr. Webb?
Why, yes. How did you know that?
I didn't. Can I see it?
No, as a matter of fact, it disappeared a couple of days ago.
That's a little thin.
Mr. Diamond, I assure you that if I could show you the gun, I would be most happy to. Loaded and pointing right at your overdeveloped chest.
You say it disappeared a couple of days ago, hmm? Sure about that?
Of course. I kept it in my bureau drawer. When I got up in the morning, it was there, and that evening I went to get a handkerchief, and the gun was gone.
Nothing else moved? No indication of robbery?
No.
Who has a key to the apartment besides yourself? Your wife?
Mr. Diamond, a moment ago you told me someone had set my wife a snake. I mentioned that she must be in a complete state of hysterics. Then you start this ridiculous questioning about my missing gun. Now, if my wife was hysterical, by now she's probably looking for the top of her head. Now, get out of my way.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
My wife and I may have our differences, Mr. Diamond, but unfortunately for me, I still love her.
Oh?
And if you ever tell her I said so, muscles or no, I shall assert myself and beat your head off.
Oh, relax. She's all right. She's probably doing her show right now.
Nevertheless, I'll thank you to remove your oversized hulk and let me go to her.
Someone also took a shot at her.
What? Well, now I am going to the police.
She thinks you did it in order to gain custody of the child.
Well, she certainly deserves to think so. I'm not exactly an easy person to live with. Now, please.
If this gets to the papers, Mr.
You
Webb.
have my word.
Now, one more question. Did you ever tell anyone about your wife's fear of snakes?
Positively not.
Oh. Mind if I make a phone call?
If you like.
You admit sending your wife the yellow roses?
I admit sending my wife some yellow roses. I deny having anything to do with the snake.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
What'd you find out about the flowers, Walt?
Husband sent them, a Mr. Barton Webb.
Oh, I'm with him right now.
Good for you. But there's no possible way he could have gotten a snake in that box. The flowers were sent over by a messenger. The snake had to be put in between the stage door and her dressing room.
Well, Pop, the doorman, brought him in. Maybe he did it.
I'm going down to question him.
Okay, Walt, okay. I'll keep in touch.
Please do that. I couldn't stand it if everything suddenly started to work normally.
Well, did you find out how I put the snake in the box, Mr. Diamond?
No, but I'm still interested.
I'll get it. Yes? Well, hello. Yes, dear. All right, I'll be right over.
Leaving?
Unless you'd care to wrestle. Stay as long as you like, though. Pour yourself a drink. The poison is in the red decanter.
You know, the poison was in the red decanter. I stood there a minute, getting that lousy feeling again. The logical person to have fired the shot and sent the snake was Barton Webb. But my instinct said no. I remembered Walt had said he was going over to question Pop, the doorman at the theater, so I took off fast in the hope of beating him there. The theater was only 4 blocks away, so I ran it.
Well, hello there, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Pop, the law's on the way over here to pick you up.
Yeah, for what?
Well, they think maybe you put that snake in the box of flowers.
Well, I didn't, and they're going to have a hard time proving anything else.
Tell me, what did the guy look like who delivered the box?
Young kid.
Wearing a uniform?
No, just looked like one of the kids in the block. Matter of fact, I thought it was kind of funny, a kid like that delivering for a fancy florist. The fellow who delivered the other box was all get up in a nice blue outfit.
What other box?
Came right after you left. Looked like it was from the same florist.
Thanks, Pop. Is Miss Wallace on stage now?
No. She ain't in her dressing room either.
Her understudy take her place?
Yep. Miss Wallace didn't think she could go on. How did you know that?
I'll see you later, Pop.
I want to know where... Oh, no.
Hello, Walt.
Oh, no.
Bye, Walt.
Oh, no.
Well, that tore it right down the middle. I left the theater, headed across town in a hurry. Started adding things up. Webb owned a Mauser 25, but it was missing. A Mauser 25 had been used to take a shot at Joyce. Webb always sent yellow roses on Monday night. Yellow roses had come, and there'd been a snake in them. Something that Joyce had feared, and only one other living person besides herself supposedly knew about her fear. 2 boxes of flowers had arrived at the theater. Webb openly admitted sending one bunch. Suddenly, everything was tying together, even a motive. Thanks, Gabby. Keep the change.
All right, thanks.
Joyce, now. Joyce, don't be a fool. I told you once, Barton, that I couldn't stand it anymore. Now get away from me. Get away. Help!
Joyce, in the name... Stop!
No,
Come on, open up.
Oh, shut up. Now, Joyce, for once, please try and use your head.
Open it up or I bust it in.
It won't do you any good. You can't intimidate me anymore.
Okay, here he comes.
Get away from me, Barton.
Oh, good grief.
All right, toss the gun over here. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Oh, dear.
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Mr. Diamond. You've ruined the door.
He was going to kill me.
Was he?
Of course I was.
Barton.
Well, wasn't he, baby?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Looks to me like Joyce had the gun.
Well, I was trying to protect myself. He threatened to kill me.
It runs in the family. Instead of an anniversary, we have a funeral. The Webbs have always killed their wives. An old custom thought up by
Barton.
my great-grandfather.
Barton,
Lonesome Webb.
shut up.
This gun is a Mauser 25.
What did you expect? A crossbow?
Who does it belong to?
Me.
You told me your gun was swiped a couple of days ago, Barton.
Once I explained to a drama critic that my only claim to fame was talent.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Diamond. That's my gun.
It's mine, and I can prove it.
And you were the one who shot at Joyce from outside the window?
Naturally.
Which window did you shoot through?
What?
No, which? Which window? Quick.
Why, well, how do I know which window? I did it in such a hurry.
Where was Joyce standing? You must remember that.
I refuse to answer you. These questions are completely ridiculous.
Then if you did take a shot at her, you also sent her the
Oh,
snake.
stop it, both of you.
Well, he did, didn't he?
Of course I did.
Barton, why in the world do you stand there and admit these things?
Well, why not, my dear? I should think you might at least be grateful.
Grateful? Oh, I know you better than that, Barton Webb. You've got some crummy scheme up your sleeve.
Crummy?
Oh, swell.
Despicable. Despicable, that's what I meant. You have some
Well, if you're going to be on, then at least read your line slowly. Slowly, do you hear? Slowly.
Despicable!
Both of you shut up. You admit sending the snake, Barton?
Yes, I do.
He does not.
I most certainly do.
You're a liar.
What?
Yes, he's a liar, Mr. Diamond. I'll tell you all about it.
Joyce!
No, I'll tell you. You came to me because you said someone was trying to kill you. Shot at you through a window. Maybe Barton.
Of course, I told you.
Oh, shut up. Then a snake arrives in a box of flowers. Looks like Barton sent that, too.
I did?
You did like the devil. 2 boxes of flowers came to the theater tonight. One of them was yours, Barton. The other one you sent yourself, Joyce. You put a snake in it and had some kid deliver it.
I did?
Yes, and another thing. Barton left me in his apartment a good 20 minutes ago. If he was going to kill you, he'd certainly have done it by now.
The Webbs are naturally lazy.
You took his gun a few days ago, Joyce. You called him and told him to meet you here, hoping I'd follow. Then you were going to make it look like he'd attempted to kill you.
Oh.
Joyce, darling. I swear, Diamond, that at the first opportunity, I'm going to start working out at a reputable gym, and eventually I shall engage you in physical combat.
No, he's right. Mr. Diamond, you're right.
Yes, and the motive. You were afraid he was going to take away the one thing you loved, your child.
Barton, why didn't you just come right out and tell him? Why did you admit to something that wasn't at all so?
My motive will not be discussed.
Oh, the little brain was feeling a twinge of conscience. Pretty noble, too. He was willing to take the rap for all the trouble he'd given you in the past.
But...
Well, it was really nothing.
He's still in love with you, Joyce.
What?
Yeah, and I think you two better sit down and talk it over. Believe me, you deserve each other.
Oh.
There, darling. There.
You know, you could get in a lot of trouble for this, but I'll straighten it out with the law.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, how can I ever thank you?
By George. You know, you're not such a bad fellow after all.
Look, let's get something straight right now. I've been made a patsy and my feelings are hurt. I may not get over it until I get a big, fat bonus in the mail. No later than tomorrow.
Muscular, witty, and to top it off, a businessman. Mr. Diamond, I think you have a future.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's a new song, dear.
What's it from?
Show that opened last week.
Oh, the one your client is in?
Mm-hmm. She does it in one of those real tight evening gowns. You know the type.
Mm-hmm. And so do you.
Well, it's a pretty song.
Well, let me hear it.
Okay.
Well, 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 look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. Baked a cake, baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band. Grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you'd have come and I'd have baked a cake, hired a band, goodness sake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Oh, how'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Well, honey, how'd you like that?
Well, I don't know why she has to sing that in an evening gown.
Well, she doesn't have a very good voice, dear.
Rick, I can't sing at all.
Sweetheart, you could come on in a tent doing 12 courses of Down in the Canebrake, and the critics would lock Joyce Wallace in the zoo.
Do you really think so?
Let's go buy a tent.
Oh, Rick, don't be silly. I couldn't wear a tent.
Well, you could try. If it doesn't work, I know a camping spot in the Catskills.
Oh, Rick.
Thrifty diamond.
Yes, I know. Never waste a good tent.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Clark Gordon, Joan Banks, Jack Crucian, and Charles Seal. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Later today, you'll hear Thornton Wilder's prize-winning play, Our Town, on Theater Guild on the Air. Today's Theater Guild production stars Elizabeth Taylor and Walter Houston. And for comedy, be sure to tune for the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Sunday on NBC is filled with entertainment, so keep tuned here. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, how did it go?
It was the end, Effie, but the end.
Oh, Sam, not another one of those society things.
Depends on what you mean by society.
Well, you know, Sam, cafe society. Cocktails for two, hands across the table, making another old-fashioned, please.
Let's not lose our head, Effie. Nothing but double martinis, very dry, with 2 olives, sweetheart.
2 olives? Oh, Sam, isn't that overdoing it?
It was all overdone, sweetheart. That's what cracked it. Now, stay right where you are. I'll be right down to mix up my report on the dry martini caper. Get it?
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. August is always a great vacation month, and for those of you planning to take your vacation soon, let me suggest that when you're packing, be sure you include a bottle and a handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. For no matter where you go, you can always depend on Wild Root Cream Oil to groom your hair neatly and naturally, relieve dryness, and remove loose dandruff. Yes, you can take it with you on your vacation, and you should. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
You look sober as an owl.
Wise as an owl, sober as a judge, F.
Oh. Well, the way you talked on the phone, I thought you'd drowned the shamrock, kissed the Black Betty, spliced the main brace, decorated the mahogany, made a Dutch bargain, or, in a word, gone to give a Chinaman a music lesson.
Effie, I wish you'd spend more time with Harper's Bazaar while I'm gone and less with the thesaurus of slang.
Ah.
Didn't know I could say that. Are you sober?
Well, I've been riding the choo-choo, drinking Adam's ale. And if you don't believe it, just ask me to walk a chalk.
Okay, heelsy-toesy, arms akimbo, eyes glazed.
Yes, Sam.
Now then, tip of the forefinger to the tip of the nose.
Oh, Sam, it makes me dizzy.
Dizzy Gillespie?
Dizzy go... Oh, Sam.
Exactly. And you are not sewn up, shagged, shellacked, chickered, stuccoed, tap-shackled, stiffo, or real crazy.
Well, you know best, Sam.
Good. Now try this one.
Yes, Prez.
Sitting posture, limbs cruciform.
What?
Cheesecake style.
Oh, Sam.
That's it. Now place the notebook. Just a little higher. Good. Now apply the tip of the pencil to the top of the fool's cap and proceed viz.
Viz.
Date. August 1st, 1948. To Mrs. Netta Martini, 1000 Marina Boulevard, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, Dear Netta. The first I knew of the caper was day before yesterday morning when I saw your husband's picture in the paper. It was one of those lovingly retouched executive-type photographs of a man in his late 40s or early 50s, graying at the temples and wearing an embalmed man of distinction look. The story was headlined, Corporation Head Waylaid by Mysterious Assailant. Chauffeur foils would-be kidnappers at offices of Martini Trading Company. The item under it wasn't as thrilling as the headline. Sounded as if he'd been knocked down for his wallet and the attempted kidnapping had been dreamed up by a bored city news reporter. I tossed it into the wastebasket along with my morning mail and went back to the Police Gazette. On page 3, the phone rang. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Mr. Spade?
One moment. Who's calling?
Gordon Martini.
Not Gordon Martini, the corporation head, waylaid by mysterious assailant.
Chairman of the board, and there's nothing mysterious about it.
Then what are you doing on this phone?
I can't talk on the phone.
Where are you? In a hospital?
I left that pest house this morning. I'm at my residence, 1000 Marina Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you exactly 20 minutes by cab. You will meet me in front of the building, and we'll have our conference in my car en route to the office.
Where's your office?
Downtown Post Street.
Oh, why don't I meet you there?
I'm a busy man. I have a full calendar. I'm already late due to all that hospital red tape. But I can fit you into my schedule if you'll hurry. Now, look alive, man.
Well, it's a little early in the morning, but I'm trying hard.
Good. What will you want for a retainer?
I'll let you know if I decide to take the job.
Fair enough. 20 minutes. I'll expect you.
I should have looked more alive. It took me 2 minutes to get out of the street, 1 minute to flag down a cab, and 18 minutes to reach your address, Netta. A total of 21 minutes. As my taxi drew up to the curb in front of the canopied entrance to the corner apartment house at 1000 Marina, I saw your husband pacing indignantly up and down in front of the entrance, pausing only to glare at the outsized chronometer on his left wrist. His gray Homburg was perched atop an outsized turban of gauze bandage that decorated his head.
You're Spade. You're exactly 1 minute and 22 seconds late. Hours are made of minutes, minutes are made of seconds. In killing this seemingly negligible interval of time, you have wounded an hour.
Oh, I have? Well, I'm sorry. The traffic's pretty heavy out here this hour of the morning, you know.
You should have started 1 minute and 22 seconds earlier.
I'm sorry. There was a bore on the telephone, kept talking about how valuable his time was.
Well, don't apologize. Only waste more time. Now, here's your check, $100. My car's just around the corner. I paid that chauffeur a large salary. We mustn't keep him waiting. In the meantime, you may as well start earning your fee.
I've been earning it for the past 22 minutes and 22 seconds.
Wait. I suspected as much. Do you drive a car?
Yeah, you mean one man drives all that?
I see him, that rascally chauffeur of mine. Sleep in the back seat. All right, come out of there, you. Hey, watch it!
I was behind him and a little to the right. The shock of the rapid-fire 30-caliber slugs lifted him off his feet and knocked him against me. I went down under his 300 pounds of dead weight. By the time I rolled him off of me and got up, the gunman had jumped out of the limousine and into a gray sedan that was double parked alongside. In the welter of traffic on the boulevard, I didn't dare risk throwing a shot after him, but I did get the first 3 numbers of the license plate before it buried itself in the heavy stream of AM commuters. That's when the air changed from exhaust fumes to something out of a Persian garden. I turned and looked for the first time into your Nile green eyes, Netta, and saw you twisting a handkerchief in your pale hands I might have loved beside the Shalimar, but on Marina Boulevard they looked like hysterics dead ahead.
Who did it? You saw him. Don't lie to me. Why don't they come? Where's the ambulance? Why are all those people standing around there staring at me? Make them go away.
Calm down.
Make them go away. I
Take
can't
it.
stand it.
Stop it, will you? That's better. Now, come on over here. Who are you, his wife?
Yes, and it was all my fault. This is the end. I called Ernie out the window and asked him to come upstairs. I wanted him to return some lingerie. They sent the wrong color, peach.
Yeah. Who's Ernie?
He's our chauffeur. I was looking for the exchange slip when we heard the shots. Is he dead this time?
Yeah, don't go to pieces.
Poor Gordon, he had so many enemies. He didn't drink well, you know. People dropped us like flies.
Well, they certainly dropped your husband.
Are you a policeman?
No, but I'll do until the real thing comes along, which is right now. If I were you, lady, I'd go back upstairs and relax. They'll get to you soon enough.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Poor Gordon, he looks so natural stretched out on the pavement.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he'll get up and stagger on into the elevator. He didn't drink at all well.
Go on, will you?
All right, I'm going. Oh, Ernie, where did you go?
Down to the garage. I heard a car driving. Poor Mr. Martini. It's all my fault.
No, Ernie, it's mine if I only hadn't mislaid that exchange slip.
What?
You know, when I called you out the window to come and get that package.
Oh, that.
What do we got here? Who's the witness?
Me.
Oh, Spade. Lost another client, huh?
Not quite. I hadn't cashed the check yet.
Well, they got him anyway. All right, clear a space in there. Let him through with that stretcher. Step over here out of the crowd, Sam. I want to get that statement.
Yeah. Okay, Gary, take it down.
Got a pencil?
Yeah, and I want it back.
Let's have it.
This guy is Gordon Martini.
Mm-hmm.
He headed up a local firm, the Martini Trading Company.
Yeah.
Last night he was working late at his office. Got boinged.
All right.
Phoned me this morning. Didn't know why. Thought maybe he wanted a bodyguard. Anyway, he needed one.
Mm-hmm.
Gunman was crouched in the back seat of the limousine, shoved the carbine out when Martini opened the door.
Carbine, huh?
Didn't get a good look at him. You could see why, the way it's closed in. No side windows.
Foreign car, isn't it?
Stop drooling. You can't afford one. You getting all this?
What about the getaway?
Martini fell on top of me. I saw the getaway car on the back of his head.
Yeah.
The car was a gray sedan. The back of his head was a standard make, too. Only got the first 3 digits of license plate, 5D9.
5D9. Anything else?
Yeah, give me back my pencil. The homicide boys want some help. They know my fee.
Mr. Spade.
This is Martini. Why aren't you and Ernie upstairs getting your alibis shaped up?
Oh, please, I can't face the questions just yet. Would it be legal if I just avoided them till I can collect myself?
I don't know about legal, but it might be smart.
Where can we talk?
What do you suggest?
Well, there's a little cocktail lounge up on Lombard where Ernie and I all... it's just around the corner.
Very handy. Let's go.
Against my mother's advice, I should have listened, but, well, that's why I married Mr. Martini.
Well, that brings us up to 1943, and it's only 11:45.
You're just like him, always holding a stopwatch over my head.
Always?
Well, he drank, you know.
You told me that.
But it's much more important than you think. He often fell down and bumped his head.
You mean that mysterious assailant that waylaid him last night in his office was a double martini?
2 pitchers full before dinner.
2?
Ernie had to carry him up to his office.
Well, what did he go up there for?
Oh, we had an appointment with the vice president of the firm, Mr. Nesbitt. Something had come up, and he wanted Gordon to sign some papers. I don't know what. It wasn't the first time. I waited outside in the car. After Ernie had taken him upstairs, he came back to the car, and we talked.
Ernie has alibis upstairs, downstairs, and all around the house.
Well, then when the others came out and Gordon didn't, Ernie went upstairs to see why.
Others? Mr. Nesbitt and who else?
Mary Callahan.
Secretary?
No, she's an attorney. And if you think everything was legal between those two, well, but after all, who am I to call the kettle black?
Now, what are you trying to tell me? That you got him drunk so they could make him sign some papers? That he got himself drunk so he couldn't write his name? Or that he just got drunk and fell down?
Between you and me, I think she pushed him down a flight of stairs. In his condition, he'd never remember.
Why are you putting the finger on the Callahan dame?
Well, what would you think? She was the last one out of the building.
Why didn't you want to tell all this to the police?
Well, I didn't want to talk about his drinking. Things were bad enough already. That would have been the end.
Well, that's as good an answer as any. What do you want me to do for you?
Prove that she did it and Ernie didn't.
I'll let you take care of Ernie.
Oh, no. I don't want to alibi him unless I have to. He might get the wrong idea.
You mean I've got the wrong idea?
He might think it meant I still care for him, and I don't. I can't stand him anymore. The way he chews those toothpicks. And besides, if his alibi's too good, I might have trouble about that carbine in the backseat of my car.
Pardon me. It sounded as if you said you might have trouble about a carbine in the backseat of your car.
That's what I said.
Where is your car?
In the garage. But somebody had it out this morning. They scraped the fender coming back in, and they ran into the wall. They must have been in an awful hurry.
Tell me, this car of yours, it wouldn't be a gray sedan?
Yes.
License number?
Oh, wait a minute. It's on my key ring. Here, 5D90...
That's enough. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I couldn't get up the nerve. After I heard you tell that policeman the gun that killed Gordon was a carbine, and the gray sedan and all that, well, it's the end.
I hoped you were right, but I didn't think so. When I went to look at the gray sedan in your garage, I knew you were wrong. Dead wrong. It was the getaway car, all right, and the carbine, as you know, was proven later to be the one that killed your husband. But Ernie had turned into a very poor suspect indeed. He was hugging the carpet between the front and rear seats, and when I nudged him, he didn't move. He'd been shot at closer range than Gordon Martini, and the killer had used only one slug. It was planted in the base of his brain, which made him not only a very poor suspect, but a very dead one.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dry Martini Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Martini Trading Company, good afternoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Nesbitt is in conference. I'll see that he gets your message. Well, what can I do for you?
I would like to see Miss Callahan.
Miss Callahan is in conference with Mr. Nesbitt.
Good. I would like to see them both.
But I have orders not to disturb them.
You do not have to. I will.
Just a minute. You can't go breaking in like that.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else. You won't ever get away with it. Why, everyone in this town knows about your Underworld connection.
Why, you doddering old fool, when I get through with you, if you don't go to the gas chamber for Gordon Martini's murder, you'll wish you
Oh,
had.
If I go to the gas chamber, it'll be for killing you, not Gordon.
Oh, you said it. Oh, why didn't I have witnesses here?
Miss Callahan?
Oh.
Did you hear that?
You weren't talking loud enough. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, come on in here and I'll tell you a thing or two. Close that door. Now, sit down.
Thanks. I listen better on my feet.
Oh, so you're the detective Netta Martini employed, eh? What's she paying you?
That'll depend on how much I have to do for her.
Well, I'll tell you how much you'll have to do for her. You'll have to make a case against me, and that's not going to be easy.
Why do you think she's out to get you?
Why, indeed. For years, this moth-eaten mouthpiece, this parboiled Portia, has been victimizing poor Gordon, taking advantage of his weakness for drink.
Oh,
Now that she's liquidated him, she appears with 55% of the common stock. Motive enough, eh?
Why, you fraudulent old fool. I simply bought up his debts and threw an attachment on those stocks. Unethical, but perfectly legal.
Look,
Why, you're not even a proper thief. You're nothing but a bumbling old embezzler.
Now, listen
You had
here.
him killed because he was going to call in the auditors to look over those books of yours. The Dean of Double Entry, Mr. Spade.
Look, will you save this for the courtroom scene? Now, you've convinced me. You're both crooked. I'll see that you both go up for something. That's a promise.
Oh, Mr. Spade, I gave you credit for better sense. Do you know that this Medusa of the magistrate's court, this harpy of the Hall of Justice, tricked him into changing the beneficiary of his insurance the very night she pushed him down the stairs?
And you were all in favor of it when you thought you held the controlling interest in the company. Answer that. You see, Mr. Spade, he can't answer that.
Good. I'm glad one of you is temporarily lost for words. Now, I only want to know one thing, and I want a straight answer. And if either one of you starts off on another speech, I'm going to push you into the nearest cloakroom and lock you in together.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
Try me, sweetheart.
Well, what do you want to know about this Amazon ambulance chaser, this Trilby of the traffic course?
Watch it.
Well, what do you want to know?
About Martini's insurance policy. Now, you say he changed the beneficiary. Please answer in 10 words or less. Who was the beneficiary, and who is the beneficiary now?
I'll have to answer that question in two parts. The beneficiary was his wife. He changed it to the Martini Trading Company, a corporation of the state of California.
Thank you, and goodbye, Mary Callahan. And that Netta took the heat off of you for the time being, which made things tough for me. Because Callahan and Nesbitt were so horrible, I never wanted to see them again, even to testify against them in court. I was sure of one thing. None of you had pulled the trigger of that carbine. There'd been a hired killer behind it, and the way he operated, taking crazy chances in broad daylight in a crowded street, told me an important thing about him. That night, I made the rounds of the joints. At a plant called the Bing Room, I found a bouncer who'd tossed out a customer that'd run up a bill and tried to pay it with a $1,000 check. He sent me to the Atlas Hotel. The Atlas Hotel is off of 3rd Street down near the railroad yards. Not even a plea bag. The pleas sickened and died a long time ago. They couldn't take it. And from the look of the guests sprawled out in the mission furniture of the lobby, they wouldn't be able to much longer. A half-dead room clerk came back to the land of the living long enough to mutter a room number and wave me feebly toward a flight of crummy stairs.
Yeah, what do you want?
You, Hack Hartman?
Hey, you got anything for me, huh?
Yeah, I got news for you. Get back in the room. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Well, come on in.
Drop the shiv.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll fix you. I'll cut you good. I'll cut you.
I'm glad you did that. You make it easy for me. Now get over there.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not feeling so good.
You can feel a lot worse. Who hired you to put the burn on Martini?
You don't get nothing out of me.
Who gave you that check?
Oh, leave me alone.
I got all night, Hack, and I feel better than you do. Now, what did you do with that check? I'll shake it if your teeth come out with it. Come on.
All right. Stop it. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Where?
Pocket. My shirt.
Don't reach. I'll get it. There was a company check, which is what I'd expected. It was for $1,000 drawn on the Golden Gate Trust and Loan. But I wasn't expecting to find the signature on the bottom line. It was signed in a bold, firm hand, Gordon Martini. Who was the penman on this?
He wrote it himself. right in front of me.
What was it supposed to be for?
He wanted I should knock off his brother.
You get mixed up?
Well, he's dead, ain't he?
That's what I mean. Gordon Martini's dead.
The papers got it wrong. That was his brother, his twin brother. And that other guy, that chauffeur, kept hanging around the garage so I couldn't get out. I had to burn him, too.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm making sense. Now get out of here. I'm getting steamed.
Don't let it worry you. I got a nice, cool place all picked out for you. After I turned Hank over to the cops, I did what checking I could on my own at that time of night. As nearly as I could learn, Gordon Martini could never have had a brother, twin or otherwise. He was a first child. His mother died in childbirth, and his father died 1 month later. So I went back to the offices of the Martini Trading Company, glass-keyed my way in, and made a quick frisk of it. There I learned that the signature on the check was indeed Gordon's, but that he had closed out his account at that bank the day he wrote it. I thought about that on the way out to your apartment.
Sam, I've been calling and calling, trying to reach you. I've been so worried. It's the end.
This time you might be right. Fix me a drink.
Well, there's nothing in the house but those prepared martinis Gordon used to drink. Is that all right?
No, but fix me one anyway. Never mind the ice. It's not morning yet, but I hate myself already.
Why don't you just relax and let me get it for you?
I'll relax. You get the martinis.
What happened? What'd you think of Mary Callahan? Isn't she the end?
She's cute. You're all cute.
All of me? How nice.
I put ice in anyway. It's nasty without.
It's nasty anyway.
I hope it doesn't make you fall down the way it did poor Gordon.
Thanks.
What? Well, what's the matter? Too dry?
You open this bottle fresh?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Where are they, the rest of the bottles? Oh, yeah. More of the same. Is this all your husband ever drank?
Yes, gallons of it. It's a special brand. He even took it with him to bars and people's houses. He'd sit and drink them right out of the bottle like a little child. Then he'd be falling down drunk, of course. And that's how we lost so many friends. They dropped us like...
Like flies. Yeah, it was the end.
Who you phoning?
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Sammy, what can I do on you?
On Martini, Maxie. They got around to the autopsy yet?
Yeah, they rushed him through.
Got the report handy?
Right in front of me. Funny thing, Sam. The doc said they should have saved themselves the trouble. He'd have been dead in a week or two without no help.
What from?
Brain tumor. Malignant, it says here.
Any alcohol in him?
None from drinking, Sammy.
What about the head wounds?
Accidental fall due to periodic fainting spells. Part of his condition.
Thanks, Maxie.
Well, what is it, Sam? Were the martinis poisoned?
No, sweetheart. The martinis were colored water.
Why, they couldn't. Well, what made him get so drunk?
He didn't. He was sick.
But, Sam, who killed him?
He killed himself.
But he couldn't have.
He hired a gunman to do it. He planned his own murder.
But that's... Well, why didn't he leave a note or something? He could have ruined us all.
Come here, sweetheart. Put your little head on Uncle Sam's shoulder.
Why, Sam...
That's, just what he wanted you to do. He wanted to ruin you. He let Mary Callahan fleece him out of his interest in the company. He let Nesbitt juggle the books. He let you go your way with Ernie. He let all three of you fix yourselves up with as nice a set of motives for murder as a jury could ask for.
Oh, he couldn't have...
The real joker was the check he used to pay off the man he hired to kill him. It bounced. It also proved he'd planned his own murder. But he still has his revenge. Because the insurance that would have kept the corporation from going broke won't be paid off on account of a self-liquidating cause.
Oh, Sam, darling, what's going to become of us all?
Well, Callahan and Nesbitt will probably sue each other to death. You might have to go to work and earn a living.
Well, I have $500. I might invest it in something.
You already have. Here's my bill.
But, Sam, you didn't help me. What? This is the end.
No, it isn't, sweetheart. This is the beginning. Come here. Period. End of the end.
Well, you ask me. You helped her.
Now, F.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Show what, F?
Man's ingratitude to man.
Hmm?
But what did Mr. Martini have against you?
Why, nothing, sweetheart. He, just needed a smart operator like, Johnny Madero was on vacation.
Sam.
Hmm?
Have you cashed that check Mr. Martini gave you?
Well, Not yet.
Sam, any bartender would know better than to take a check from a man who drinks that much.
F, you haven't been paying attention. He didn't drink. He didn't. I was able to establish that later on. You haven't been listening.
At the time, Sam, for all anybody knew, he was a hopeless drunk. He was, Sam. Oh, you're so wonderful and trusting. But I do wish that you'd understand this. He was a hopeless drunk.
For the last time, Effie, he didn't really drink.
I'll just type this up, Sam, while you call the bank.
I'll do that.
A final reminder, friends. Whether you're going on a long vacation trip or just a weekend to the beach, be sure you've got a bottle and tube of Wild Root Cream Oil tucked away in your suitcase. Do this, and you'll find it's easy and quick to spruce up again after stepping out of the water or off the tennis court. For no matter where or when you use it, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. So at home and away from home, help yourself to handsome hair with Wild Root Cream Oil. And next time you have a chance, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. I hope it was worth the price of the paper and carbons.
You made carbon copies of that? An unimportant report like that?
Oh, it bounced?
Well, the estate isn't settled yet.
Oh, Sam, you're so wonderful and trusting.
Effie, I am not wonderful and trusting. I am a hard-boiled private eye.
I know. Just a pity there's no money in it.
And I'm also two-fisted.
Sam, have you ever thought of ceramics?
Of what?
Ceramics. It takes virtually no capital. All you need is a small furnace and some clay. And if you don't have any talent, you can just make ashtrays.
Thanks, I already have one.
Oh, flower pots are fun. You can pot them on a wheel.
And you can pot your hat on and wheel on out of here and also take your furnace and clay.
Oh, I love you when you're so gay and carefree.
I am not gay and carefree.
You are a hard-boiled private eye. Good night, Sam.
Good night, and sue me for your back salary, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From New York, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are, about to enter Dr. Watson's familiar study. Hello, what's this? We find the good doctor hanging up his Christmas holly.
Not forgetting a sprig of mistletoe, Mr. Harris.
Hope springs eternal, as they say. But here, help me down from this chair. My old legs aren't as agile as they were in the days when I followed Holmes through the dungeons and up the tower stairs of old Pendragon Castle.
Here we are.
Oh, thanks.
That sounds suspiciously like the beginning of a Sherlock Holmes yarn, Dr. Watson.
It is, Mr. Harris, it is. Holmes always called it the adventure of the Christmas bride. It concerns a ghostly lady in white who was supposed to have disappeared centuries ago. The honor of a noble family and a certain Father Christmas who suddenly sang bass. And now, while I fix us both a Yuletide toddy, suppose you'll tell our friends and listeners about a gift every man in our audience would welcome from Father Christmas, or as you Americans call him, Santa Claus.
With pleasure, Dr. Watson. And not only from Santa Claus. A thrifty man can give himself a worthwhile gift anytime if he insists on Clippercraft. For Clippercraft clothes keep on giving for a long, long time. First of all, you've never seen such truly fine clothes at such really low prices. That means you pocket the savings. That's the first gift to yourself. And they also give you superb styling, perfect fit, and long wear. Clippercraft clothes give you so very much because of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading stores from coast to coast. That means tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. And yours are the savings this brilliant plan makes possible. Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Clippercraft top coats and overcoats only $40, and sport jackets only $26.50. Clippercraft values are so amazing, we urge you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, how about that Christmas bride, Dr. Watson?
Her name was Ginevra, and she was the heir and only child of Lord Robert Neville, 10th Earl and 54th Baron Pendragon of Pendragon Castle. Yes, I shall never forget my first glimpse of that ancient and somewhat forbidding edifice. The walls grey and bleak, without their summer covering of ivy. The towers square and defiant, with the red or rouge dragon pennant angrily defying the winter gales. Well, as I was saying, a rather urgent message from Lord Neville on elegant embossed stationery had arrived at 221B Baker Street. Would Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson do him the honor of a visit to Pendragon over the Christmas holidays? The visit to include the wedding of his daughter, Lady Ginevra, to the immensely wealthy but slightly middle-aged Wentworth Trimmingham, which was due to occur on the second day of the new year.
Now, don't tell me the eminent Mr. Sherlock Holmes was called in to guard the wedding presents, Dr. Watson.
Hardly, Mr. Harris. At any rate, the day before Christmas found us alighting from our train at a small station in the Cumberland Hills, which, as you know, are situated in the north of England. There had been a slight fall of snow. An ancient carriage with red wheels and the Neville arms on the door was drawn up to the station platform, while the anxious face of the lord of the manor himself, in top hat and earmuffs, peered through one of the steamy windows.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
That's right.
This way, gentlemen. His lordship's expecting you in carriage.
Quite a fall of snow you've had here.
Aye, sir. More are coming. By rights, we should have brought the sleigh. Only his lordship loaned it to the vicar for tomorrow night. Vicar always plays Father Christmas at the Hall on Christmas Eve, man knows. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'll hop in before you freeze to death.
Thank you.
Are you here, Mr. Holmes? Your friend opposite. And now then, Dennis, back to Pendragon as fast as you can.
Aye, my lord.
Mr. Holmes, you are doubtless curious as to why I've invited you and Dr. Watson to share our Yuletide celebrations at Pendragon.
To be quite honest, Lord Neville, I didn't think it was entirely for the pleasure of our society, although Watson is quite an asset when it comes to carol singing.
Oh? Tenor?
No, certainly not. Baritone.
Oh, that's good. The vicar who leads the Christmas singing is rather proud of his tenor voice, and I may say he's not too fond of competition.
No?
Mr. Holmes, I have invited you to Pendragon to make sure that nothing occurs to prevent the marriage of my daughter to Mr. Wentworth Trimmingham.
Why is that marriage so imperative, Lord Neville?
To be brutally frank, Mr. Holmes, the Neville estates are mortgaged up to the ears. If the marriage does not go through on the 2nd of next month, I shall be bankrupt. Totally bankrupt.
I see. Has anything occurred, Lord Neville, to make you fear that this marriage may not take place?
Well, no. That is nothing definite.
Perhaps the Lady Ginevra hasn't been able to hide her distaste for the match.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Well, I wouldn't say it was a passionate attachment on either side. But they like the same things. She laughs at all his jokes.
What better foundation could one ask for a marriage, Watson?
Well, that's what I should have said. Well, everything was as smooth as silk until the Dowager Duchess of Terce gave the engagement dinner last month. It was at her suggestion that I sent you the invitation to Pendragon. She's been decidedly edgy ever since Percy returned in the midst of the betrothal dinner 2 weeks ago.
Percy?
Yes, Percy is my cousin, although he's only 7 years older than Ginevra. He's our next of kin.
See.
As a matter of fact, he's an orphan and lived with us at Pendragon until he went off to Canada to seek his fortune 2 years ago.
If anything should happen to your daughter before she produced an heir, would Percy Neville inherit?
Yes, Dr. Watson. Both the title and the estates.
Percy Neville's return was unexpected, I gather.
It was. Unexpected and melodramatic, to say the least. The betrothal dinner was being held in the great hall of Pendragon Castle. My daughter had just risen to return the bridegroom's toast. As she lifted her glass, a casement window was thrown violently open, and Percy walked in out of the night.
And now I should like to make a toast to my future bridegroom. Percy! Good heavens, Percy, is it really you?
I'm sorry to make such an abrupt entrance, Lady Terce, but I came as soon as I received news of the engagement.
Percy, why didn't you let us know you were coming?
Let you know. Let you know when you never bothered to answer my letters.
But, Percy, we never received any letters. We thought you'd forgotten us.
I had forgotten. As if that would have mattered.
Percy, that's not true. You know how fond we are of you.
How touching.
Percy, this is Wentworth. Wentworth Trimmingham, my future bridegroom.
So, this is the little man they've sold you to.
Stop that. Stop it at once. I'm very fond of Wentworth.
Are you, my dear Ginevra?
Percy, why do you look at me like that?
To think you should so soon forget our family motto. Ne vile velis. The name Neville means that, you know. Ne vile velis.
Ne vile velis. Latin, I take it, Holmes?
Quite. It means stoop to nothing base, in case you've forgotten your Ovid, Watson.
Oh, teach your grandmother to suck eggs.
Tell me, Lord Neville, what happened after Percy quoted the family motto to your daughter?
He stamped off to his old rooms in the tower and hasn't been out of them since.
How does the Lady Ginevra react to this unfriendly behavior?
Oh, she says let him sulk. It's no concern of hers. Lady Terce, on the other hand, is thoroughly unnerved by Percy's return.
Oh?
As she feels sure he'll do something outrageous the day of the wedding. Poor Wentworth is as edgy as a hen on a hot griddle. Well, of course, that may be due to his encounter with the White Lady.
White Lady? Who's she?
The ghost of the first Ginevra, you know. The bride who played hide-and-seek on her wedding night and was never seen alive again. Years later, her skeleton was found in her great dower chest, still dressed in her wedding gown. She'd hidden in there, and somehow the hasp must have fallen down, and she was locked in and smothered to death.
Seems to me I remember a rather famous poem on the subject.
Oh, yes. So all the Ginevras in the Neville family have been named after her. She's supposed to walk through the halls of the castle whenever a misfortune is due to occur.
Oh, cheerful damsel, Holmes?
When and how did Wentworth Trimmingham meet the lady?
Well, Mr. Holmes, it seems it's his habit to knock on my daughter's door on his way to bed to wish her good night. Last night, the wind was rather high, and he couldn't seem to make my daughter hear. Suddenly, he heard a strange creaking noise down the corridor behind him. Looking round, he saw the lid of the dower chest rise slowly.
Ginevra, my dear, it's I, Wentworth. I've come to bid you good night. Ginevra, are you there? Ginevra!
Who calls me?
What was that? Good Lord, the lid of the chest is rising. There's something... A woman in white. She's rising out of the chest. Who are you?
The first Ginevra. You called to me. So I have come to warn you. Go away.
Then what happened, Lord Neville?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes. Apparently, the white figure glided past my daughter's fiancé and disappeared up the tower stairs.
What did the lady look like? Blonde, brunette?
Wentworth says her features were hidden by the bridal veil.
Yes, interesting. I suppose anyone in the house would have access to that tower chest.
On the contrary, Mr. Holmes, too many people are possessed of insatiable curiosity. I keep the silly thing safely padlocked, I promise you.
How many keys are there to that padlock?
One, which I keep by me, here, on my keyring.
A very wise precaution.
I say, Holmes, your bed is even larger than the one in my room. The butler tells me Queen Victoria slept there when she paid a visit in 1846.
Don't look so superior, Watson. Queen Elizabeth, I'm told, slept here quite a few years before that.
Oh.
Come in.
Oh, Lady Tuss, beautiful and charming as ever.
Stuff and nonsense. Glad to see you, both of you. Something's going on here. Don't like it.
What sort of something are you referring to, Lady Tuss?
Don't know. If I did, shouldn't have sent for you. Ginevra looks as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Bad sign. Percy looks like a thundercloud. That's worse.
I thought Percy had locked himself in his rooms and refused to see anyone.
I'd like to see anyone refuse to see me. Oh, but I'm Gavin. You'll want to view the premises.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to inspect that dower chest. It might be interesting to investigate how a lady in white can emerge from a carefully padlocked coffer.
Then you don't think it was a ghost. Neither do I. Well, what was she up to?
We shall be able to answer those questions better, Lady Terse, after you've had a look inside that box. I wonder if you could persuade Lord Neville to lend us the key.
Here's the key, Mr. Holmes. Lord Neville insists I bring it back the moment you've finished with it.
Suspicious old boy, eh, Holmes?
Not suspicious, Dr. Watson. Fussy. Well, Mr. Holmes, why the delay? Open the silly chest. Let's see what's inside.
So fast, Lady Terse, not so fast. First, let's have a look at the lock.
Heavy old bit of machinery.
Yes, almost impossible to pick it without showing signs. There are no signs.
Then whoever opened it used that key.
Not necessarily, Watson.
But there's only one key. Lord Neville told us so.
And if Robert says a thing, it's gospel.
Yes. Interesting carving around the lock. The wood's very old.
Naturally. Open it up. I'm dying of curiosity.
Very well. Lock needs oiling. Hasn't been unlocked for some time. I'll remove the padlock. Here, Watson, hold it. Now, Lady Terse, if you'll help me raise the lid.
Right.
Good Lord, what's that?
Oh, it's Thor, Ginevra's spaniel. Goes everywhere with her. Regular shadow. Oh, yes, here she comes.
Hello there. I'm Ginevra. Why, you must be Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Delighted.
Don't let me stop you, Mr. Holmes.
You won't.
Father told me what you're up to. I'm dying to see what's in the chest, too. Go ahead, open it up. Down, sword, down, boy.
You see, it's a biggish box, isn't it?
Yes, a woman could easily hide in there.
Something white and satin lying on the bottom.
Wonderful. It must be her wedding dress. I've always heard it was still in there. Remarkable to find it in such good condition after all these years.
The remarkable thing about it, Lady Ginevra, is this dust and dirt on the hem. Watson, give me an envelope. I shall want to take a sample.
But that's fascinating. I've heard simply fabulous things about you, Mr. Holmes, and now I believe them. Every one.
Do you? Yes, I think we've seen everything there is to be seen here. Watson, you may close the lid and lock it.
Right.
Uh-huh. So this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his famous deductions. They told me you were coming.
They? Who's they? I understood you'd let no one in here, not even the maid.
You've overlooked Lady Terse. Try to keep her out of anything.
I didn't mention Mr. Holmes, Percy. Or did I?
Don't look so suspicious, Lady Terse. I've decided to be a good boy. I've even decided to come downstairs tonight and join in the Christmas Eve festivities.
Percy, that gleam in your eye. I've known you too long. You're up to something.
If you want to know what satisfying people really means, ask any man who wears Clippercraft clothes. He'll sing their praises, with good reason, too. For values like Clippercraft amaze even clothing experts. Until you see Clippercraft clothes and try them on, You won't believe such really superb suits are possible at only $40 and $45. And such rich, long-wearing top coats and overcoats at only $40. Such very smart sport jackets at only $26.50. For just a fraction of what you'd expect to pay, you get correct styling, perfect fit, and long-wearing materials. An ingenious plan makes this all possible. The Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading stores from coast to coast. You get the savings that result from this group buying at your own local independent store, the store you can trust. Selling inexpensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dear, the vicar's late. Down, Thor.
Oh, calm yourself, Ginevra. He'll be here.
But, Percy, the snow's so deep. What if he can't get through?
Now, don't worry. The sleigh is light, and he has Vixen, the best horse in the county. Nothing can pass her, you know.
Oh, dear, I hope so. No, Thor, down. What ails the dog?
He may prove to be a bit of a problem, don't you think?
Goodness, I hope not. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I didn't see you behind that chair.
An ancient wing chair often provides a good listening post, my dear.
Now, look here, you meddling busybody.
Percy, please, you promised.
Suppose you allow me to solve the problem of the dog, Lady Ginevra.
Would you? I mean... Listen, sleigh bells. The vicar's driving up.
He's here. Father Christmas has arrived. Open the door, Paddleford. Now then, everyone.
Good King Wenceslas looked down on the feast of Stephen when the snow lay round about.
Dearie, I have to declare I've never been so cold. My right ear's half frozen.
Come along, Father Christmas. Percy will take you into the dining room. You can have a hot toddy while you get out of your wrappers.
That's a good idea. A good idea.
And better disguise your voice, sir, or all the children will guess who you are.
That's a good idea, too. Gather round all. Bring in the Yule log. Father Christmas will be with you in a moment to give out the presents to all the good boys and girls. There. How is that?
Vicar, you're wonderful. Now go along. Take good care of him, Percy.
Never fear, my dear.
Mr. Holmes, they're bringing in the Yule log. Come and help me set fire to it. Oh, look, Dr. Watson has caught Lady Tess under the mistletoe.
I declare I've never had such a Christmas. Oh, come along, Ginevra. They're ready for you to light the fire.
Dear, where did I put the matches?
Allow me, Lady Ginevra.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Watson.
Oh, look at that. I say, Holmes, how she burns, eh?
Oh, lovely. I do like to toast my feet in front of a Yule log.
I beg your pardon, Lady Ginevra, but haven't you raised your skirts a bit too high?
Oh, my goodness. I forgot.
Oh, Ginevra, my dear, your fiancé is making quite an ass of himself. Runs into the library every other minute to see no one's lifted one of the wedding presents.
Well, all that silver and your present, Lady Terce, the diamond tiara.
I'll admit that tiara is a temptation. You shouldn't have given it to me, Lady Terce. It's wonderful.
Oh, not at all. A confounded nuisance. Given me a headache for years. Glad to be rid of it.
Oh, here comes Father Christmas. Gather around the punch bowl, everyone, and we'll have a drink or so before we give out the presents.
I say, we should. That's the ticket. I stay there, Vicar. Father Christmas, I mean. Start us off on a carol. Can't drink your eggnog without a song.
Right you are, fair lady. God rest you, merry gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day.
Jolly, eh, Holmes? Nothing like a good old-fashioned English Christmas. Straight out of Dickens, don't you know?
Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, oh, tidings
Father Christmas? Not leaving us so soon.
Well, that is a long ride home. Must get going. Don't tell the others. Wouldn't want to disturb the party.
Quite. How about a hot toddy before you leave? Stirrup cup, you know.
No, haven't time.
I thought you might say that, so I prepared this jug full of grog. Keep it well wrapped. It'll keep you warm. It's a long, cold drive to Gretna Green.
But, what, Mr. Holmes?
No time to waste. On your way, Father Christmas. Think of me when you drink the grog.
We will.
Wassail, Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year.
Hello, what's this? The vicar off so soon?
Yes, Lord Neville. He seemed in a hurry to get home.
Oh, can't blame him. It's a cold night. Let us get inside before we freeze to death.
Good idea.
Oh, I say they're ready to start the dancing. Wentworth's trying to find Ginevra so they can lead the lancers.
Help! Who's that calling?
Oh, good heavens, what's that?
Get me out! I'm locked.
Why, someone's got himself locked in the dungeon. This way. The entrance is through the dining room.
I was hoping for more of a head start.
What's that?
Nothing at all.
Ah, this is the door to the dungeon.
Let me out! Let me out, I say!
Yeah, the door is bolted. Just a moment.
Get me out of here!
Good Lord. It's the vicar down there in his underwear and trussed up like a New Year's goose.
This is an outrage! Get me out of here!
But if the vicar is here, who drove off in the sleigh?
Presumably an impostor who stole the vicar's clothes. I thought it might be, you know, when I heard Father Christmas sing bass.
Say, Holmes, where are you? Lady Ginevra, her fiancé can't find her anywhere. She's disappeared, vanished into thin air.
Great Scott! Someone get the vicar out of the dungeon. I've got to find my daughter.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, come quickly. Ginevra's disappeared. Her dog is crouched in front of the dower chest, howling.
Oh, hurry, gentlemen. The same scoundrel that locked the vicar in the dungeon has undoubtedly put Ginevra in the dower chest.
I only hope we're not too late, Holmes?
Wentworth's tried to break the chest open, but the dog won't let him near. There, you see?
Easy, thoughtful boy. Yes, I know what you're trying to say. We'll get her out. Oh, confound it, the key. Lady Terce, what did you do with the key?
But I gave it back to you.
No, you didn't.
Oh, yes, you did, too.
Quite all right, you know. No key needed. The wood's so old and the staple's so loose, it's quite possible to lift the lock right out, like this. That's it. I'll raise the lid.
Great Scott, there's nothing in there but a roast of beef.
Yes. Thor's made off with it, I'm afraid. That explains his interest in the chest.
But if Ginevra isn't here, where is she?
With Father Christmas, I imagine. They're heading for the Scottish border in the sleigh. You'll never catch them, I'm afraid.
Of course. She's eloped with Percy. So she did talk him round. Good for her. So that's why she trailed off up the tower steps in that old bridal gown.
I suspected as much when I discovered some of Percy's ashes on its hem.
But this is dreadful. I should be ruined. We'll have to return all the wedding presents.
Fiddle-de-dee. Personally, I'll make mine a much handsomer contribution. Ginevra shall have the tiara and my emeralds as well. They're worth a king's ransom.
Lady Terce, you are an astounding female.
All women are. Oh, but we're keeping the dancers waiting. You shall lead the lancers with me, Robert. Come along.
Say, Holmes, you old fraud. I believe you knew what was going on all the time.
I suspected, Watson. I suspected. But when I saw the Lady Ginevra raise her ball gown and display a pair of traveling boots, I was sure. But come along, Watson. We shall have to go down to the kitchen and make peace with the cook.
Oh, why that?
For making off with Sunday's roast of beef. Something had to be done to keep the dog interested, or he'd have given the show away.
Well, that certainly was a Christmas story with all the trimmings, Dr. Watson.
Glad you liked it, Mr. Harris. And now, while I fill up our glasses, so we can drink a Christmas toast to our listeners and our sponsors.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure, Dr. Watson.
Here's your glass, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
And here's to our radio friends, young and old. Merry, Merry Christmas and happiness, prosperity and peace in the new year.
Indeed, Dr. Watson, and warm greetings to all the makers of Clippercraft clothes. And now, Dr. Watson, how about just a small hint about next week's story?
Next week, I think I should tell you how Holmes and I spent New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles.
New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles? That sounds amusing, Doctor.
Hair-raising is the word, Mr. Harris. We were aboard the luxury liner Gigantic, expecting that any minute she would burst into flames. There's nothing more terrifying, we know, than a fire at sea.
The
makers of Clipper Craft clothes, and 924 leading stores from coast to coast, have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Christmas seals support the fight to prevent the spread of tuberculosis in this community. Buy and use Christmas seals on all your holiday mail, and be sure to mail your packages now. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clipper Craft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Man with the Key.
A block above Wilton on Hollywood Boulevard, there's a street they call Taft. It isn't very long. About 48 palm trees and a couple of bad sewers. It figures that the guy who laid it was nearsighted. He didn't see the hill 3 blocks away. Got kind of a tired look, like an old lady who's been moving furniture. There's a dirty gray apartment house on the right-hand side of the street. That's my place. 308. A low ceiling and a leaky faucet. A telephone that rings at the wrong time. It was last Monday night, about 11 o'clock. I was in bed listening to the party next door when it rang. It was the Lion.
Regan, get your clothes on.
That the way you sleep?
You're going to be busy. We got a new client.
Well, tell me all about it in the morning.
Special messenger came to my place 15 minutes ago with a C note.
Any good?
It was from somebody named Dora King.
Who's that?
That's what you're going to find out.
I can see better in the daytime.
She's waiting for you right now.
Oh, yeah.
At a place on La Brea called the Southerner.
Should I take my banjo?
Don't be funny. She wants to talk to you, so get over there.
Well, what does she want to talk about?
How would I know?
Well, don't you ever check into things?
That's what I pay you for.
All right, where's last week's salary?
You'll get it.
When?
As soon as I find out if your expenses were legit. Now get busy.
That all?
No, call me right after you've seen her.
Why?
I want to know what's what.
You mean you want to know if she can afford more than a C note?
You're getting out of line.
That's what they told Gypsy Rose Lee. Well, I got over there about 11:30. Turned out to be a small place, long on the shadows and short on the whiskey. There was a bald-headed guy playing a piano in one corner. I guess he'd been inside for a long time, because he'd never been out for a music lesson. The bartender was the only other guy in the joint. His name couldn't have been Dora King. So I went to work on a straight shot and waited. 2 drinks later, a girl in a black dress walked in. She took in the piano player and the bartender and me. I won. She started toward me with a slow, easy kind of a walk, like a panther looking for breakfast. When she oozed onto the stool beside me, the bartender got damp all over. The air conditioning wasn't doing him any good.
What'll it be, miss?
Make it the same as his.
Okay, bourbon and water.
Got a match?
Yeah?
Got a cigarette?
Mm-hmm.
Got a name?
Maybe.
I'll bet it's Regan.
All right, you got that much.
My name's Dora King. I'm sorry I'm late.
You ever on time when you meet a guy?
No.
Your money, you can spend it any way you want.
You always this nice to customers?
I don't get paid to be nice.
What do you get paid for?
You got a story?
I haven't had my drink yet.
Hey, you.
Coming up. I'm jet propelled. Here you are, miss. Hey, hot night, ain't it?
You waiting for the weather to change?
It ain't gonna change in here, brother.
What's your first name?
Jeff.
I don't like it.
Neither do I.
I'm going to call you Regan.
All right, let's start calling.
Have you got a license?
Covers up a hole in my wall.
Have you got something that says you're what you say you are?
All right. Here.
The Lion's Eye. 6 feet, 170. Brown eyes. You fit?
Yeah, I got a mole on my left shoulder.
Let me feel. You pass.
Okay, you won the toss. Let's kick off.
Well, this isn't where we play. We'll go in my car.
Where?
You'll find out when you get there.
Maybe I won't like the field.
You trust me, don't you?
No.
Good.
Fill her up again?
We're just leaving.
Floor show starts in a couple of minutes.
That piano player going to be in it?
Yeah, he's my brother. He's going to play something he wrote himself.
Any good?
Stinks. Maybe you better go.
Well, the bartender was pouring himself 4 fingers of rye and about a fingernail of water when we walked out of there. We climbed into a big Nash convertible, parked in front of the place, and headed for Santa Monica Boulevard. Then we turned east, past Western, down to Vermont, and south to Marathon. All at once, we were climbing a hill on a dark street that gave us a view of the city. 20 years ago, a real estate broker might have had something, but now it was just an old neighborhood with a sad look, like a toe dancer with a short leg. Nobody said anything. I was beginning to have a feeling that maybe she'd forgot her compass when she slowed the car down. She pointed to a 2-story house in the middle of the block, and I nodded. Then she shoved the car in second and spun around the corner and came to a stop. I got out and walked around to let her out. She didn't move.
End of the line.
Short fare.
Time for you to go to work.
What kind of work?
The white place back there, 3936. You saw it?
It came through.
It's a boarding house.
I already got a room.
On the 2nd floor, number 10. Knocked twice.
Prohibition's dead, lady.
There's a man there. His name's Bender. Ben Bender.
That'll wake him up.
He's expecting you.
You're quitting?
My job's finished. You're the new help.
Well, what do I do?
He'll tell you.
That all?
One thing more. Come here.
Yeah. Part of my fee?
That's extra.
I don't generally get tipped.
Just for luck.
You act like I'm going to need lots of it.
You are.
When do I see you again?
You don't. Goodbye, gorgeous.
I stood there and watched her drive away. And then I noticed it. Somebody in a black coupe coasted around the corner, kicked into high gear at the bottom of the hill. I kept watching, but whoever it was hadn't read the traffic laws lately. He didn't use his lights for 2 blocks. Oh, it registered. He was on a tail job, and Dora was nice to tail. .3936 Marathon. Inside, it smelled like stale beer and rotting wood. Room number 10 was at the top of the stairs. The door was already open. A thin guy with a hungry look was sitting on the edge of the bed. He was all bones. He didn't get up when I came in. He just kind of looked at me, and his eyes were full of water. All of a sudden, he pulled a bandana out of his pocket and began coughing. You're sitting in a draft.
All my life. You Regan?
A girl with warm lips said I'd find you here.
Thanks for coming. Sit down. Hey, just got back from a trip.
Up north?
Yeah.
Sanitarium?
State said I needed a cure.
Did it take?
What do you think?
You're still coughing.
The doctor said I could go. You can give me a going-away present. $10 and a suit of clothes. It's a bum rap.
That's what they all say.
Who I am?
Ben Bender.
Big Ben Bender. Does that mean anything to you, Pilgrim?
Must have been before my time.
Yeah? How old do you think I am?
I'm out of practice.
I'm up to 60. I'm 45. That's what 7 years in a sanitarium will do.
You ought to get a specialist.
Already got one.
What's his name?
You.
No, I'm only an intern.
You'll do.
All right, what do you want?
When the guy goes up there, he makes a lot of friends. And a lot of enemies. Sometimes you can't tell one from the other.
Does it make any difference?
Big Ben don't trust nobody.
No, what about that girl?
Dora? Forget her. Her job's done.
That's what she said.
See this key?
Yeah?
I wear it around my neck. I worn it for 7 years. You'll wear it for the next 7 hours.
Why?
Them friends and enemies I was telling you about.
What does the key fit?
My safety deposit box at the American Security Bank. You meet me there. Tomorrow at 10.
What if I oversleep?
Stay up all night. I'll pay for the no-dose. Just be there.
After that?
And your job's finished. It's the softest door you ever made.
Look, now, you kept this key 7 years. Why can't you keep it for 7 more hours?
My business.
What's in the box?
My business.
Okay. Any of those friends or enemies drive a black coupe, white sidewalls?
I don't know. Why?
My business. I left him sitting there. He looked as happy as a sword swallower with the hiccups. Well, I put the key in my coat pocket, but it felt hot, like a dynamite stick with a short fuse. If Big Ben had been holding it for so long, somebody else might want it. Maybe somebody who drove that black coupe. Well, I went out the back entrance, walked down an alley, and doubled over 5 blocks to Vermont. I stopped a cab, and I had him take me over to the Lyons place. It was 2:30 in the morning when he opened the front door. He was wrapped in a bathrobe big enough to keep all the silkworms working overtime.
What do you want, Reek?
Information.
You been drinking?
I've been working.
What kind of work?
Well, I got a key.
That all?
That's what they say.
Who's they?
A con named Bender.
Ben Bender?
That's right.
I thought he was doing a long run up in Quentin.
Well, he's out now.
Where does Dora King fit?
Taxi service. She took me to Bender. He gave me the key.
Let me see it.
All right, here.
Safety deposit box.
That's right. Nursemaid to a hunk of metal until tomorrow at 10.
What then?
Well, I meet him at the American Security Bank and turn it over to him.
Well, do it.
Now, look, Big Shot, this key's hot.
What makes it hot?
Whatever's in that box.
What's that?
How should I know?
Find out. You got the key.
You got the client.
Now, just a minute.
Somebody waves a green back at you and you think it's a rainbow.
That's enough.
Oh, stop it, will you? It's another bum client and you know it.
Let me worry about that.
If Ben held that key for 7 years and won't hold it now, he's scared.
What's he got to be scared of?
Somebody else who wants in on the play.
So what?
I'm holding the key. That makes me the clay pigeon.
You're getting paid for it. Just be there tomorrow at 10. Alive.
Well, I left the Lion and went out to the street. Nobody was there. I hailed a cab, and he let me off in front of my place. Nobody was there. I opened the front door of my apartment. Nobody was there. I began to feel like a good bet for the Lonely Hearts Club. It was a good feeling. I sat up all that night waiting. Nothing happened. I felt about as popular as a bald-headed chorus girl. Nobody made a play. It was 5 minutes to 10 when I pulled into the parking lot next to the American Security Bank. The car next to me was a black coupe with white sidewalls. It could have been the same one that tailed us the night before. But then I figured there's a lot of cars in L.A. like that. But I leaned in and I looked at the registration. This one belonged to a guy named Al Spandy, who lived in Van Nuys. I wrote the address down and walked into the bank. The guard in a blue uniform waved me downstairs to the safety deposit boxes. It was 10, and still nothing happened. I began to feel kind of relieved, like a flagpole sitter when the wind died down. Big Ben hadn't showed yet. The only one there was a blonde sitting in a glass cage in front of the vaults. She looked at me, and I began to wonder what she did on her days off.
Good morning. May I help you?
Yeah, I want to see if the rent on my box has been paid. Here's the key.
60B. Just a minute. I'll take a look. 60B. 60B's all paid for.
Well, I guess my partner must have taken care of it.
This isn't a joint box. You're the only one who can get into it, Mr. Bender. Would you like to go in now?
No, I'm waiting for somebody.
We're all waiting for somebody.
I'm waiting for a man.
So am I.
Been waiting long?
Years.
Here?
Yes.
Better places to wait.
The ones with money keep coming here. My name's Claire.
I'll remember that.
Will you remember this? Granite 3408.
I'll try it on my phone.
When?
As soon as I get a spare nickel.
I'll give you one.
Well, you'll run out of them that way.
That's why I work in a bank.
Kind of hard on the depositors.
Your, friend's late, isn't he?
I can wait.
Maybe he forgot. You should have tied a string around his finger.
No, lady. He already had one around his neck. Well, she went back to copping nickels, and I sat down in one of the plush chairs and waited. 10:30 came, 11 came, Benda didn't. I began to get an uneasy feeling, like a bubble dancer with a slow leak. At 11:10, I couldn't take any more waiting, so I left to head for Benda's place. Outside the bank, a thin guy with a sharp head was hawking papers. I slipped him the nickel that the blonde had given me, and he handed me a Daily News. I wanted to see what a horse named Larry R. had done at Belmont. I didn't get beyond the first page. Benda's picture was there, right next to Governor Dewey's, only Ben wasn't running for office. They found him in his room full of bullet holes. I guess he finally got a cure for that cough. I took my car out of the lot and headed for home. I mixed myself a tall one, and I was just getting to the bottom of it when a couple of guys kicked my door open.
Regan?
Yeah.
I'm Lieutenant Anderson, homicide. This is Sergeant Pinelli.
Hiya. Don't you guys believe in knocking?
My knuckles are sore. Nice stuff.
Well, help yourself. It's out in the kitchen.
Don't drink on the job.
Pinelli?
Me neither.
You boys should have told me you were coming. I'd have called some girls.
Not on a job.
Pinelli?
I got a wife. All right, Regan, find your hat.
What for?
Well, you want to look nice. We're going downtown, you and me and Pete. Right, Pete?
Right, Andy.
No, it's too hot there.
We thought of that. We'll give you a nice, cool place, won't we, Pete?
Sure will, Andy.
You got a warrant?
No, we just figured you might want to tell us why you did it.
Did what?
Tell him, Pete.
Knock off Ben Bender and burn his feet.
You're out of your mind.
Now, Regan, we know you saw Bender last night. We know you got out of a car on the corner and walked up to his place. We know you were the last one to see him while he was still alive.
You got a witness?
Pretty one. A girl told us.
Oh, you're trying real hard, Anderson, but you haven't got anything.
If you were the last one to see him alive, you're the first one to see him dead. That's how we figured.
Did you figure on a guy named Al Spandy who drives a black coupe?
I never heard of him.
And how about a dozen other hoods who knew Bender?
Now you're trying hard, Regan.
You haven't even got a foundation.
We got the whole building.
It'll never stand up.
We'll see.
All right, you tell me why I did it.
You private eyes get folders on bank jobs.
I get them from Charles Atlas, too.
Bender was in on an $80,000 heist 8 years ago. He went up for carrying a concealed weapon, but the money was never found. You know that the Imperial Bonding Company's offering $5,000 for the recovery of that dough.
A lion.
Don't make any dates tonight. You're not going to be available.
All right. The lion will tell you I was working on a case when I saw Bender.
Oh, we already talked to the lion.
Well, what did he say?
He says he hasn't seen you for 5 days.
You are listening to the story of the man with the key, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Commissions are still available in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve. If you were a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. These commissions are still available, and those who meet the high standards and qualify may elect active or inactive status. Those who request inactive status will continue with their civilian nursing duties but stand ready to serve in time of emergency. Nurses who elect active duty become commissioned officers in the regular Army. If you believe you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now back to the story of the man with the key and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Well, I had about as much chance as a violin player with no chin. Anderson and Pinelli took me down and locked me in one of the rooms upstairs. They didn't ask any questions. I guess they figured they had enough answers. Oh, it was a real nice fix. A dame named Dora King takes me to a con named Ben Bender. He slips me a hot key and says meet him in a bank at 10. I'm there on time, getting the phone number of a blonde named Claire, only Ben doesn't show. Somebody burns his feet and fogs him before he can keep the date. And then there's that black coupe registered to a question mark named Al Spandy. And then the Lion deals one from the bottom. Oh, it was a screwy picture, and I was right in the middle of the frame. Well, I spent the next 4 hours taking in some free entertainment from the drunk in the next cell.
Okay, Regan, on your feet.
Bastille Day?
You sprung.
Well, I was getting tired of the floor show anyway.
Try and make it Saturday sometimes. That's our big night.
Hard if I bring a date?
Can I get a phone? I gotta call my wife.
That guy ought to be at Ciro's.
Where do you think we picked him up?
Regan, I'm running out of patience with you. How many times have I told you to keep out of trouble?
Why didn't you tell him I was working on a case?
I went to a lot of trouble to get you out.
And you went to a lot of trouble to get me in.
That was easy. Still got that key to Bender's safety deposit box?
I got it.
Tomorrow morning at 10, you're at that bank getting into the box.
You're crazy. It's in Bender's name.
I'll teach you how to spell it.
I won't do it.
Homicide might like to know you got that key. Now, you listen to me and we'll both make dough.
Where I'd be, I couldn't spend it.
If the $80,000 from the bank job Bender pulled happens to be in that box, like I think it is, Imperial Bonding owes us $5,000 reward.
I don't like it.
You owe it to the company.
Now, listen, you. Bender was knocked off for this key. Whoever wants it might make another try.
Nobody knows you got it.
Well, I'll give it to you, and nobody will know you got it.
Regan, I'm giving you a chance to straighten yourself out.
That's right.
What do you mean?
I feel stiff already. Well, it was a triple play. Homicide to the Lion to the black coupe. I went home to wash off some of the jailhouse Lysol. When I walked in the front door, I had company. A gray flannel suit with a yellow tie was sitting on the edge of my bed. Both hands were full. The whiskey was mine. The gun was his. When he saw me, he set down the bottle and walked over and put the gun right against my neck. It felt cold, and I got kind of nervous, like a hula dancer in a forest fire.
Hiya, Regan. Been waiting for you.
You like my liquor?
I'm a rye drinker myself.
Well, bring your own next time.
That ain't being sociable.
You weren't invited.
How could I have been? You don't even know me.
You're Al Spandy. You drive a black coupe.
What'd I have for breakfast?
Egg, and it's all over your tie.
You look hot, Regan.
You have to hold that gun there.
Right there.
Same one you used on Bender?
The same. All right, now, gimme, Regan.
I told you, I don't have any rye.
Where's the key?
I don't use one. My door's always open.
I'm talking about that key you got from Bender.
I don't have it.
You hear any music?
Yeah, but I'll sit the next one out.
No, you won't. This is a men's cheat.
I'll step on your toes.
I don't mind. It's a polka, and I want to do it with you.
Oh, it was a long dance, but Spandy didn't get tired. I knew I wasn't going to last the evening out. And then I saw Dora King standing in the doorway back to Spandy. She was taking everything in like a Hoover vacuum cleaner on a dirty rug. She had a .25 in her hand, and she knew how to use it. Thanks for cutting in, lady.
I had to do it. He was killing you.
Yeah, I'll take the gun, huh?
You know I had to do it.
Yeah. Here. Go on, drink it.
Yes.
You want to tell me all about it?
Yes. I wanted to tell you at first, but Ben wouldn't let me.
He's not around to stop you.
Do you think Spandy hurt him much before he killed him?
I wasn't there.
He was sick. He couldn't have taken much.
Why'd you tip the cops on me?
I thought you might have done it. Now I know different.
Tell that to Homicide.
I will.
You better. Spandy can't.
He's dead?
That's right.
You still don't trust me.
No, I don't.
I couldn't help myself once the gun went off. Big Ben was my father.
Yeah?
He didn't want anyone to know. All he wanted was to give me a break.
Why'd he hire me?
He was afraid.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Regan,
Yeah?
may I have the key?
I haven't got it.
You can get it.
Maybe. You know what's in that box?
I think so.
Or why don't I turn it over to the police?
That's my job. Like I told you. I'm Big Ben's daughter.
Yeah, lady. You convinced Spandy. Well, I called homicide, and Anderson and Pinelli handled it. We all wound up downtown. It didn't take them long to find out that the gun Spandy used on me was the same one that killed Big Ben. Dora gave Anderson her story. He said it would take some fixing, but he could keep her out of the papers. It was justifiable homicide. She wouldn't even be indicted, but they had to hold her overnight. Well, it was almost daylight when I pulled to a stop in front of my apartment. I was beginning to feel a little better, but it didn't last long. When I walked into my place, it looked like the L.A. Dons had been having a scrimmage. Every corner had been gone over. Oh, it didn't make sense. Bender was dead, Spandy was dead, Dora King was downtown, but somebody still wanted that key. Well, I crawled into what was left of my bed and set the alarm for 9:30. I didn't sleep much. I kept seeing keys and faces and $80,000 bills. Ten o'clock the next morning, Granite 3408 was still sitting behind the same desk near the same safety deposit vault. She gave me the same look.
I waited for you to call last night.
I spent the nickel.
On a doctor?
I'd like to get into my box.
All right, Mr. Bender, sign here.
All right. Looks like part of the new freeway.
One thing about a vault, it's quiet.
So's a tomb.
We're alone.
Yeah.
Well?
All right, Sunshine, open your eyes. My box number is 60B.
That can wait. I can't.
Easy, baby. You'll set off the alarm.
You and I can make a great team, Bender.
You know my name's not Bender.
What is it?
Regan.
You and I can make a great team, Regan.
That what you told Al Spandy?
Why bring up a dead issue?
What's your deal?
You got Bender's key, I got the bank's key. You need both of them to open up the box.
It's good so far. Go on.
Oh, there's $80,000 there. Let's not let it go to waste.
Big Ben waited 7 years to open that box. Look what happened to him.
I waited just as long as Ben. And 7 years is harder on a girl.
How'd you work it?
Ben and I had a great plan. I was the cashier Ben heisted. Only I just gave him a bag full of paper. The real dough's in his box.
Well, that's the safest way. Keep your money in a bank.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When it cooled off, both of you go in and pick up the dough together.
That's the way it was supposed to work, only Ben was dumb enough to get himself picked up and tucked away for 7 years.
Oh, you made real good partners. Nobody trusted anybody.
I trust you.
That why you went through my place looking for the key last night?
Girl's got to use her head. Besides, you might have been home.
Ben and Spandy are dead.
We don't have to worry about either of them. The money's still here. We got the keys that'll open the box. Can you add that?
Yeah?
What's the answer?
About 20 years.
What do you mean?
That bonding company will see that you get the full load for grand larceny.
You wouldn't turn me in.
Don't make book on that.
You and I'd make a great team, Regan. We can't lose.
That's what USC thought. Well, I called Anderson and Pinelli, and they came out and picked her up. I rode down as far as the office with them. That wrapped it up. When I told the Lion what had happened, he was as happy as a college boy in a harem. He got on the phone right away and called up Imperial Bonding, told him to make out that reward check for 5 G's to Anthony J. Lyon. But he was real good about it. He took me for a ride in his new Nash convertible. Well, I guess he deserved it. He was really the patsy that had done all the heavy work ever since he bailed me out of jail. 'Cause that's when I slipped Bender's key in his pocket.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. Jeff Regan, Investigator, written by E. Jack Newman and Larry Roman, produced by Sterling Tracy, is heard each week at this time over CBS. Tonight's cast included Ken Christie, Yvonne Patey, Marvin Miller, Paul Frees, and June Martell.
If you are a graduate registered nurse, please listen carefully to this important message. 29,000 nurses are needed to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. All nurses who receive reserve commissions will benefit from the opportunity for specialized training offered to them by the Army. Inactive reserve status will not interfere with the nurse's civilian life, but the educational opportunities offered her by the Army Medical Department will be of great advantage. For further information, drop a card to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Original music for this program is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
I wonder if you know who first said, "Let George do it." Now, if your name happens to be George, don't say my wife, because you'll be wrong. No, it was all started back in the 15th century by a fellow named Louis XII, who must have been a pretty stale character, because unlike his grandson, Louis XIV, he didn't have any furniture named after him. You see, back in those days, it wasn't considered fashionable for a king to go around stabbing people in the back. So as a result, when some peasant got out of line, he called in George, a fellow with a sharp knife and no scruples. Now, I don't mean to say that George Valentine employs the same tactics, but if you hire him to do a job, he expects you to look the other way if someone starts to bleed. All of which brings us up to the moment whereby George is about to get himself hired by a group of evil politicians. If you'll shut the door, we can put the plot on to boil.
Boys are a little noisy. Guess the luncheon's broke up.
Civic League. Just a lot of talk. None of them will ever do anything, but the three of us, always away, you're not.
I don't know. You've only written one sentence.
Shut up, Vic. And summer, spring. Perhaps you visited the hotel here yourself, Mr. Valentine, but at least it's a sure thing you've seen the outrageous charges the federal grand jury and city newspapers have been making about us.
Now, wait a minute, Nielsen. I'm still not so sure this is the right way to go at this.
Here, the mayor speaks.
Well, now, Vic, you're a lawyer. Would you hire a man you'd never seen to investigate your own backyard? Now, there's a man I know, a fine detective, who would be only too glad to come down here.
Fine detective like that police force of yours, I suppose. Can't see what's under their own noses.
Well, I'm the responsible one, and it seems to me that I should be...
Wall, his back's to the wall, and his head is all full of surmises.
Now, see
You've
here,
got
Vic,
to stop being cautious sometime, Emmett. In my bank, I make decisions, and I make them fast.
Yes, but
I agree with Nielsen, Emmett. If we don't get an outside investigator quick, the grand jury will do it. I say let's us find out first. Clean up our own town.
Objections overruled. Now we're getting someplace. Mr. Valentine, I'm enclosing railroad tickets. A public-spirited group, of which I am the head.
Three of us. Don't we sound fancy, though?
Expects your immediate presence. It has been alleged that Summer Springs is being used as the center of payoffs for the big city collection racket. That our fair town has a jackal in its midst. And it's your job to find him. There. I do it?
That's all right.
Now we'll get some action. I'll mail this right now. Only, see here, both of you. Nobody knows about this but the three of us. Remember, nobody else knows about Valentine.
That's what I call a happy little trio. I wouldn't trust that mayor any farther than I could toss the city hall, which ain't far. On the other hand, here's something you can put your faith in and never be wrong. Well, I guess George got the tickets all right, because there he is at the railroad station. The gorgeous one with him, that's Brooksy. She works for Valentine, when he hasn't got anything else to do.
They made a reservation for me at the Summer Springs Hotel, Brooks, so you can phone me up there.
George, why can't I go with you? Just because they don't expect me
Look,
to
it's
come...
a 5-alarm fire all set to go off, and you know it. Summer Springs is going to be hotter than
But
the 4th
nobody knows about you, just the men who rode.
Angel, I'm looking for a guy who poses as respectable, a big-timer who hasn't been identified. And if you were there, I wouldn't be able to duck as fast.
But there's nothing dangerous if nobody knows.
Hey, wait, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Yeah?
The baggage man pointed you out.
Yeah?
I need your help. I need your lot. I got a case for you.
Sorry, I'm tied up on one.
My, grandmother's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
My grandfather killed her. Used an axe.
What?
I'm not interested.
You see, my aunt's insane, and what happened
I doubt
was
if you ever had a grandmother, Gorilla Boy, or even a mother. Now say it in English and fast, because I'm not going to miss that train.
I got $1,000 here for you to take my case. I could think of one.
Uh-huh. You mean if I don't take the train?
I don't mind. I can tell it to you on the way to Summer Springs.
That's where you think I'm going, huh?
No, just where you think you're going.
So somebody else does know.
Hey, Buster, get out of my way before I miss
Stay
that.
away, I'm telling you.
Oh, no, you
George,
don't.
look out!
Yeah, easy. We're attracting attention.
A corpse would attract more.
Who hired you?
$1,000. Trip ain't necessary. Stay home.
Okay, maybe you're right, mister. Too late now anyway. There she goes.
It's a sooty kind of a trip. You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Uh-huh. Shall we go count the money?
Sure. My name's Lemuel. You're a smart guy. I thought you'd see the light.
Yeah. I hope you do. So you get to go after all, Angel. Yeah, you get to drop me off in Summer Springs yourself. From the car.
Not much of a hotel, is it?
For a fancy town like this, no more potted palms than usual.
Do I get to come in with you?
Sure. Lemuel kept me off the train, didn't he? Okay, then the more casual, the better.
You mean whoever hired him won't be expecting you to show up now?
I mean, Lemuel isn't in condition to report for a
I do
while.
not care what the union says about chambermaids. I have an opinion, too, you know. Have you been a clerk for 12 years? Well, have you? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Be just a moment.
Oh, no. Finish the phone call.
Oh, now, listen. I don't care how many chambermaids you've known. Do you run a laundry service or a... Oh, hold on, will you? I'm so sorry. Now, what was it?
George Valentine. I've got a reservation.
No, I won't call the manager. He doesn't live here. What was the name, sir?
George Valentine.
Ah, let me see. Yes, he's in his room.
What?
At 350 towels, I told you, not 340. Oh, for heaven's sake, hang on, will you? What's the matter?
Well, I asked...
Oh, yes, it was George Valentine you asked for, wasn't it? Well, he just checked in a few moments ago. Yeah, he's in his room. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's room 419. It's elevated to the right.
But...
Oh, thanks a lot, Buster. Come on, Angel.
You see, my dear fellow, if the chambermaids don't count the towels, they're pretty.
But who is it, George? If somebody took your room...
I don't know, Brooksy. Looks like they're still one step ahead of us, whoever they are. It's a cinch Lemuel couldn't have revived in time.
Well, whoever the impersonator is in there, he doesn't seem to answer very fast.
Come on. Sure. Of course he's dead. Hey, shut that door.
There's no gun. I don't see
Shut
a
the
gun.
door, will you? He's shot, all right.
George, he's about your same build.
Huh?
Around the same age.
Yeah. There's a briefcase over here under the bed.
It's a sample case, isn't it? The kind salesmen carry?
Neckties. Nothing but neckties.
Look, George, there's a key on the floor next to it.
Here, let me see. Yeah, to another room, 631. Hey, wait a minute. Here. Card in his wallet. Sure, of course. Harold Stark, Sure Silk Tie Company from Salt Lake City.
Necktie salesman. Only suppose he came in on the train tonight, George.
Yeah, sure. Single guy, looking generally my type. You mean suppose he got picked up by somebody watching the hotel here, somebody expecting me?
So they kill him and put him in your room?
Wait a minute. Let it ring.
We ought to talk to the clerk, to the bellboys.
Now listen, whoever shot this guy did it and ran. Okay, then so will we.
George, that's crazy.
Is it? I was hired to find out who a big-time collection man is in this town, right? Only whoever it is got one jump ahead of us. I can't even start working until I get out from behind the 8 ball, can I?
Oh, George, that phone, it keeps ringing. Somebody's going to hear it. What are you doing?
I'm putting my own wallet, on the body. What do you think?
No.
You take this, guys. Go back to that drive-in on the edge of town. Run a fast telephone check on him. Harold Stark, Salt Lake City.
The clerk knows we're here. He'll keep ringing.
Wait till I grab the neckties. We'll dump them in the alley. And I'll be out from behind the 8 ball if I'm dead, won't I?
George.
I'll be free to find out those guys who hired me. So come on, give the police a chance to find the body of George Valentine.
Yes, come in, Mr.
Valentine, I told you. Your name is Nielsen, isn't it? You sent for me, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, don't look like a ghost, like you're scared.
What do you want with me?
What's that?
Why do you keep your hand in your pocket?
Because I want a cigarette. Look. See? Now all I want is a little talk, Mr. Nielsen. With you and Mr. Vickery and Emmett Wall, the mayor.
You know all of our names.
Well, sure, of course. Here's the letter you wrote me. Oh, hey, I'm beginning to get this. Have you just had a phone call or something?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact, from Vickery. He happened to be at police court. For once, they work fast in this town. A patrolman has reported the murder of George Valentine.
Okay, sit down. I'll explain if you will.
I have nothing to...
Buster, I'll use your phone. Prove it to you. The police here in the city. I know you've never seen my face, but they can identify my voice for you.
Here, let me have it.
No. Hello?
George?
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out, Brooksy?
I found out that you're crazy, absolutely crazy.
What?
Darling, I tried to contact those people in Salt Lake, but I can't. I mean, I got the company all right, but nothing about Harold Stark.
Why not?
They've never even heard of him. Nobody by that name has ever sold neckties. Don't you see what you've done? Throw away that wallet, George. The man who was killed was a phony. You can't be somebody that doesn't exist.
All right. I believe you. I agree you're Valentine.
Then you realize how fast I gotta work, Nielsen. I told you what Miss Brooks said. The body was a plant of some kind. This thing gets deeper every minute.
And you haven't even started your investigation.
Whoever the man is I'm after is calling the shots in advance. And you claimed only 3 of you knew about me.
Yes, I understand. You think it's one of us. But I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference if I do help you now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'm not a cowardly man, but I'll admit, when you knocked on the door...
Yeah, sure, you were scared to death. But what's that got to do with...
Valentine, I don't think you realize yet just how far behind that 8 ball you are. That same patrolman who found the body also saw a man and woman throw away a briefcase in an alley.
Huh?
You and Miss Brooks. There was identification with the neckties. At the door just now, I thought you were the man every policeman in town is looking for. Harold Stark. He doesn't exist, you say? His description is yours. And you know who you are?
Never mind. I get it. I dug my own grave, didn't I? Yeah. I killed George Valentine.
Well, this should prove something, that nothing's impossible. Who else do you know can bump themselves off and live to tell you how it felt? I think George is wasting his talents in Summer Springs. This boy should be in Washington. They could use him, just like you should hear this. I don't know if you've been able to follow this little story up to now, so in case you haven't, don't let what I have to say confuse you, because it will. It seems that a group calling themselves the Syndicate figures the politicians in the town of Summer Springs as fall guys for their nefarious deeds. Now, the mayor of said hamlet does not look kindly on this plot, as he figures that he's committed enough crimes already to go round. So what does he do? He writes George Valentine. And what does he do? he bumps himself off, which is getting out of it the easy way, which the mayor does not like and tells him so.
Well, Valentine, for once it seems the police wasted no time discovering a mistake, that George Valentine was not killed.
Well, that's nice to know. You mean they re-identified that body I found?
Clarence Prell, up-and-coming accountant. His name's been mixed up in this thing already. He's been making a tremendous amount of money the past few years. It's just possible our big shot is already dead.
Well, why would this man, this accountant, have the identification of Harold Stark on him? Who killed him? Who put it there? Who put him there in my hotel room?
Now, listen to me, Valentine. You can get to work now. You're off the hook. They know it's not your body.
Now, look, I've been in trouble because it wasn't kept secret that you three were hiring me. Is that right?
Oh, there you go again. We're honest. Stupid? Yes, but honest. None of us are mixed up in any rackets.
Okay, skip it. But even if the big shot isn't one of you, you're now in the way, aren't you?
What?
Well, maybe I'm wanted by the police, but if the killer with Strong Boys knows about me, he also then knows about you. Yeah. Lock your doors tonight.
Shh. Turn out those lights.
Huh?
The car just stopped out there. I could see the lights blinking.
Take it easy, Nielsen. It's only Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Oh, George, sometimes I think you're the 8 ball.
Angel, the heat's on the big shot, whoever he is, a lot more than it's on me. Come on, we're going in here.
Where, the drugstore?
Yeah. Got a nickel in your purse?
Yeah. Why don't you go straight to the mayor himself?
Brooksy, I need a little more time to work alone. You're going to give it to me.
What?
The mayor's got his own ideas. I've got mine. But if I don't work fast, a lot of people are liable to get hurt. Hello, operator. I want a policeman. This Mr. Rex will do anything to cover his tracks before a full investigation.
George, what on earth are you doing?
Hey, police, look. I just heard that thing on the radio. I mean that description of that guy and that girl, that Harold Stark with the girl who was dressed... Well, slow down. How can I? I just seen her, the girl, having a soda. Hey, what's the name here? Oh, yeah, Kleshimer's drugstore. She's wearing a brown coat. Hey, you better come and get her quick.
George Valentine, of all the dirty tricks.
At least you won't get hurt, Angel. Tell him to look for me any place but the Summer Springs Hotel, room 631. Now, you play 8 ball for a while. $6.31. Key fits all right. Ouch! Where are the lights in this plane? Oh, no. How long have you been dead, Baldy? Huh. Just about as long as the other guy, I guess, huh? Only what's your name? You the real Harold Stark? Are you the... Hey! Oh! Oh, what in the... Hey, where am I? Hey, who in the name of...
Shut up. People in the next room.
Hey, Lemuel.
Yeah. It's a lousy hotel. They let anybody in.
I thought I knocked you out of the picture before once.
We're even. I didn't hit you hard enough either.
Yeah, you're out of condition, Buster. That's bad. You kill that guy?
I was with you and another Tom. Don't talk so loud.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to... Hey, get out of my pocket. What's the idea?
There's a gun in your stomach. Don't argue.
Well, why put a gun in my pocket, too?
It's empty. Don't get your hopes up. Be quiet.
Another wallet, too. If you think you can frame me for killing this guy, whoever he is, you're crazy.
I'm not. Cops don't kill cops.
What?
Can't you tell Flatfeet when you see him? His name's Harold Stark. An eye that got shut. Like you're gonna be.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, sure, there is a Stark, a detective. Came to town acting like a necktie salesman, huh? Ouch. Just let me get in that chair, will you?
Sure. You're fixed. You got everything.
Wait a minute. 2 guns. 2 guns I got in my pockets.
Not so loud. There's 2 men dead, aren't there? You're a bright boy, a real up-and-coming eye. Dead eye.
Yeah, sure. The real Stark dead in this room. That accountant named Prell dead in my room.
So come on, bright boy. Get on your feet.
Yeah, sure.
Look out. Get away from that phone.
Hello, anybody?
Now shut up, like I said.
Hey, what's going on there? Can people have no privacy? You're listening. That's what you're doing.
Oh, for the love of... Walk, will you? Go on the door.
All right. Plenty of standing room. Don't shove.
Well, what are you listening to? You think you hear something or something? Of all the nerves.
Now out the door.
Okay. Just thought you might not want the guy who's coming down the hall to see you.
What?
Oh, it's only the desk clerk. Get back in there.
What's going on here? What in hell is...
Valentine!
What do you think you're doing?
Come on, get out of the way, fast.
Let go of me, really.
Down here, will you? Okay, he's not going to shoot.
Shoot? What kind of a disturbance is this? This is not the sort of hotel you get... Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Yeah, you're the guy who gave out my description.
What? No, I didn't give any description. Oh, you're the laundry man. Oh, no, that's what I was talking about. I remember. You're the... Oh. Well, see here, there was a mix-up
Come
on
on,
route.
skip it. Just show me the fastest way out.
Get that gun away from me.
That big man in there, was there anybody with him when he came into the hotel?
What? Well, no. Yes, I mean, yes. There are several men down the lobby. I don't know who they are. You're wanted by the police. That's all I know.
The back stairs, then. Where are they? Come on.
I won't help a criminal.
Come on, don't argue, friend.
Well, all right. Here, duck in here. There are several policemen in the hotel, too. There are cars at the alley entrance.
You're going to find me a way out, so stop shaking. I didn't kill anybody. The police don't think I did.
Why not?
Now, look, you. I'm just a guy behind the 8-ball, see? There's a big crook in your town, Clarence Prell. You know him?
No.
An accountant. Man in a nice spot to take payoffs coming in from the city. But Prell is dead, so he's not the crook.
What? Oh, for heaven's
sake. Find me a way out of here, or people will be wrong. They'll think he was the crook. They'll say he killed a detective named Harold Stark who was on his trail.
Let them say what they want.
They'll say I killed Prell, maybe in self-defense. But I was real smart and collected all the evidence, including the guns. Then poor Valentine, he was on his way to get himself out of trouble with the police when something happened to him.
You're mad. You're worse than the laundry people.
Now, look, Buster, I'm telling you all this so you'll help. It's a frame-up, see? To get rid of 2 private detectives and take the heat off by making Prell look like the big shot. A triple play.
Here we are. Here, give me a hand with the window.
Huh? Okay. Only 6 stories up. I forgot my umbrella. I can't jump, Buster.
No. Look, out there, you see? To the side. It's an old fire escape. It hasn't been used since we built the new wing, but it comes down in the service yard. This is the side street.
Yeah?
Well, go on. How much help do you need? Oh, there's no one down there. Here, you see?
Yeah, sure, I see. Uh-huh. Little rusty, though, isn't it?
Well, what do you expect, a red carpet?
I expect you to go first. Lead the way.
What?
It just occurred to me it's not so bad being behind an 8-ball, if you've got the cue in your hand.
Mr. Valentine, for the love of...
Remember the gun, Buster. Lead the way. Now, tell me, why do you call me Valentine? Why not Prell or Stark? Or any of the other names thrown around tonight?
Well, back there, Lemuel called you Valentine.
How do you know his name?
Well, I'm a hotel clerk. I see lots of people.
And that switchover of rooms today. I don't see how anybody could have done it but the hotel clerk himself.
Well, but what on earth are you talking about?
Human nature. How you and your boy Lemuel found out about my coming here.
How I?
An accountant sees lots of people, sure. But a hotel clerk sees a lot more. Now, who's in a better spot to receive payoff deliveries on the QT than the man behind the desk?
I'm going back.
You're going nowhere. Now, listen, Buster. It had to either be one of my 3 clients or you.
What?
Yeah, so take human nature again. It couldn't be one of them, or why get me in it? But they did write the letter right after a Civic League luncheon.
What do you mean, human nature?
I mean how people mail letters in hotels. In a hotel, you just hand the letter to the clerk to mail, don't you?
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't.
I'm going back.
What's the matter? Don't these rusty stairs go on down there? Do they just fall off in the dark someplace?
That's you who's going to fall off in the dark.
Not even afraid of the gun, are you? You already know it's not loaded. Just evidence to be found on the patsy.
Look out. don't.
This is where you get racked up, 8-ball.
No, I don't think that was very nice of George. He gave Buster time to open everything but his parachute. While we're waiting for the desk clerk to make a 3-point landing, here are a couple of good points for you.
But, George, how did you get off that fire escape? It was rusty. You would have fallen through. That's why he led you out there. What he expected you to do was...
Hey, slow down, will you? How'd you get out of jail, Angel?
Oh, George, please, I want to understand.
Oh, he was a guy, all right, the hotel clerk. Yeah, he kept the job so nobody'd ever guess, as well as because it was such a perfect spot for payoffs. He knew the heat was on when he heard I was coming, and Lemuel couldn't stop me. He had me all set for a double fancy frame.
But that other detective...
Well, the mayor said he wanted to handle things himself, didn't he? That he knew a man he wanted to hire.
Harold Stark, posing as a necktie salesman.
Yeah, and that accountant had been working with the clerk on the rackets, so he figured he'd make him fall guy. Strictly from desperation, Angel. But it all might have worked.
But you would have died accidentally, fallen and been killed, and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only how on earth, after you knocked him out, how did you get him off the fire escape?
How did you get out of jail?
Well, you saw him. That big, good-looking policeman.
So what? You said you didn't tell him anything.
No.
Well?
He was very sweet. Well, I mean, after a while, there was no reason to hold me. In jail, I mean.
Oh, why, Brooksy.
And, well, why should I tell you if you won't tell me? Good night, Georgie.
I'm telling you, George, you better watch your step with Brooksy. Didn't you ever hear the saying how when the cat's away, your secretary will play? Play what exactly, I don't know. But I do know that Robert Bailey plays George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and Eddie Dunstetter kept things organized at the organ. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
All right, Shamus, hand it over. Let's have it.
Have what?
I ain't got time to play games. This time you gotta believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're not making it very easy.
I'm gonna make it a lot tougher.
How much tougher can things get?
You'd be surprised. I've waited a long time for this.
Well, I guess everything comes to he who waits.
You won't have to wait anymore. You know something? I don't mind killing you at all.
Here's another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicide made easy. With us, it's the corpse that counts.
Oh, I just don't think I'll ever get used to it.
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Right now, nothing. but I've been considering a few push-ups or something just to keep my heart going. I've been sitting behind this desk so long my blood doesn't circulate anymore. It just lies around in puddles.
Oh, Rick.
Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, hold it a second, honey. Morning, Phil.
Who's Phil?
The postman.
Oh.
Special delivery for you. Return receipt on it. Here, sign right here.
Sure. Okay, there you are, Phil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Rick?
Yeah, yes, dear?
Well, what is it? What did the postman want?
Oh, wanted to give me a letter.
Oh?
Special delivery. From the City Hall.
Oh, must be important. What does it say?
Let's see. It says, Mr. Richard Diamond, address, so on and so forth. Oh, yeah. Dear sir, you are hereby notified that under the laws of this state, you can be called... Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's the matter?
Of all the rotten...
Oh, stop making noises and tell me what's wrong.
You know what this stupid letter is about?
I've been trying to find out.
I, honey, have got to report to the police commission and get examined.
Oh, Rick, have you caught something?
Dear, in this state, the commission can call in any private detective and give him a test to find out whether or not he can still qualify to keep on operating.
You mean they give you a test like in school?
You're darn right. Oh, and it says here I've got to appear today.
Well, what if you don't?
Well, I lose the bond I had to post when I took out my license.
Oh, Rick, you better get right down there.
Oh, and here's something else that's real cute. Guess where I have to take the test?
Walt's precinct. Has to be.
Yeah, aren't they the little devils? Report to Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide.
What time, Rick?
Time? 10 minutes ago.
Oh, bye, Rick.
It was 10 after 11 when I hung up on Helen. It was 12 after when I hit the street. The 5th Precinct was a good 10 blocks away, and I was bounding into the squad room by 11:18. Needless to say, it put a horrible strain on several unused ligaments. 4 or 5 boys in my charming profession were there ahead of me.
Well, boys, it looks like the commission's serious this time. When they start dragging in their pets, namely one Richard Diamond, you can bet the heads are going to start rolling.
What if the heads do start rolling, Romero? You got a spare?
That's very...
Hey, Shamus, you're late.
Well, Sergeant Otis, do you need a shave, or you've been sleeping with your head on a porcupine?
I ain't got no time for your crummy jokes, Diamond. Take a seat and wait your turn.
Thank you, Otis.
By the by, you're the last on the list.
That figured.
Yeah, take a seat, Diamond. Last on the list, huh? Looks like you don't swing as much weight as you thought you did.
At least now I can understand the reason for this examination.
Oh, you can, huh?
Sure. Guys like you, Romero, would make it necessary to clean up any organization.
Oh, I take it you don't think I'm a credit to the profession, huh, Diamond?
Take it any way you like, but stick with the first guess.
Oh, what's the matter, Rick? Maybe I'm taking some of your business away, huh?
Look, Romero, the kind of business you handle would keep me buying too much disinfectant. And as long as you're asking what's wrong, I'll tell you. 2 things.
Yeah?
You're a lousy detective, and you'd burn your grandmother if there was enough money in it.
Oh, okay, what's the second beef, Ricky?
You just said it. You want to talk to me, it's Mr. Diamond. You slip again, and I'll put your jaw in a position so you won't forget.
Is that right?
Oh, get out of my way, Romero.
Oh, sure, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, Rick, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, by all means, see your friends and have a good talk about me.
What is it, Alan?
I just thought you might be more comfortable over here. I would have called you sooner. I was kind of hoping you might lay one on Romero.
Oh, I'd love to bust his face up. There's just no excuse for him.
Okay, so we all got our bonds to worry about. Relax, you got a long wait.
Okay, Diamond, it's your turn now.
Not really.
Go on in. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you, Sergeant Otis. You're very kind. If I'd waited any longer, I'd have been numb. And don't ask me where.
Now, come in, Rick. Bring your slate pencil.
Yeah.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
In a nice, soft chair? Oh, I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Lieutenant. I've gotten so used to that bench outside, sort of grown to fit it, you might say.
Oh, now, Rick, I'm sorry, but there was nothing I could do about it.
Mr. Diamond, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. I hear you've been giving that to a lot of people lately. Otis tells me you and Pat Romero had some kind of discussion along those lines.
Why doesn't the government stick Otis out on the beat somewhere and use him for radar? Let him look for flying saucers.
Rick, there's no sense in acting like a child.
The name is Diamond.
Since when?
Since 2 hours of solid sitting, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Diamond. Unfortunately, the commission set this thing up, Mr. Diamond. I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Diamond. As for your waiting, there's enough hard feelings about your relations with this department. If I put you at the head of the list, Mr. Diamond...
shut up.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Mr. Diamond.
Mr. Diamond.
That's better.
It certainly is. Here's the first half of the examination paper. You'll get the second half later. Write the answers to these questions.
How long have I got?
Take your time. Still mad?
Yeah.
Oh.
So for the next 30 minutes, I wrote. I wrote, and Walt stewed. It was something I could always count on with Walt, and being my best friend, he never had been able to get used to it. I looked up and caught him a couple of times, looking out of the corner of his eye to make sure I was getting them right. Don't misunderstand, Walt would never give me the answers. He'd just cough or blow his nose or something to show me I wasn't on the right track. Oh. Oh? Huh. There you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Am I finished?
You most certainly are not. Like the others before you, Mr. Diamond, you will have to solve, to my complete satisfaction, a hypothetical case of homicide. And then come back here and fill in the second half of the examination.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Walt. I did that in police school.
It's for Pete's sake, Lieutenant.
Oh, all right.
One moment, Mr. Diamond. I'll get the man who's going to give you the test. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Oh, no.
Would you mind coming in here and taking Mr. Diamond down to the basement?
He's ready for the test, huh?
Yes, Sergeant. He's ready.
Now, there's a dummy in that room there, Diamond.
You sure leave yourself wide open, Otis.
Thanks. Now the dummy, or in this case, the victim, has been murdered. You will go in and try to solve the murder to the best of your ability. If you are intelligent and observing, you will locate the necessary clues which have been placed about the room. Go on in.
How long have I got, Sergeant?
30 minutes, starting now. Go ahead in.
Otis! Otis!
Oh, now come on, Shamus. You ain't gonna tell me you solved it already.
No, Otis, I ain't. But there's something I think you should know.
Yeah, what?
There are 2 victims in this room. And I hate to be the one to tell you, but I'm afraid one of them isn't really a dummy.
What do you mean?
One of them is a body, and it's very dead. Get the lieutenant. Well, there you are, Walt. Pat Romero, shot through the head.
Oh, no. Shut the door, Otis.
Yeah.
And lock it. Stand in front of it. Don't let anybody in. How did this happen? How did Romero get shot in my department? Oh, what'll the commissioners say?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
Walt, relax. Will you take it easy now?
Oh, sure. Relax. Take it easy. When the commissioner hears about this, I'll have a lot of time to relax on a beat in Flatbush.
Look, Walt...
And the newspapers. What's going to happen when they get wind of this?
Listen, Walt...
Private detective shot in lab room of 5th Precinct. Homicide. Relax. Take it easy. Sure.
Well, at least shut up long enough to hear what I've got to say.
Rick, what am I going to do?
Well, now listen to me. If we can solve this thing before anyone gets wind of it, maybe it won't be so bad.
You're right. Maybe it won't.
We'll keep this room closed up as long as possible.
Otis, if you let anyone in here, I'll personally see that you never... Where are you going, Diamond?
I'm going to Romero's office. I'll call you from there. Make a check on his body and have all the dope ready for me.
Oh, don't you worry about the dope, Rick. I've got more dope in this department than any other in the whole world. I've got the biggest. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Walt chased Otis up the wall, and I headed for Pat Romero's office. Everything was happening so fast, I didn't take time to think much past the fact that the private detective profession had taken a step in the right direction when someone retired Romero. But Walt was in a spot, and someone had broken the law, so it looked like it was up to me to try and tie things together. I got to Romero's building, went up to the 8th floor, tripped over a couple of rats having a nervous breakdown because they couldn't find their way out, found his office, opened the door, and started feeling sorry for myself right away. Oh. I never saw him. All I remember is something black and shiny in front of my face just as I hit the floor. When I tried to take a better look, the bright, shiny something kissed me right in the mouth, and I went to sleep the hard way. When I finally came around, it was like trying to tiptoe through an acre of beach balls. I stumbled a couple of times, spit out a little blood. Very little, because the way I felt, there couldn't have been too much left. When I finally got around to a normal way of thinking, I perceived two things. It was still daytime, and the office of one Mr. Pat Romero, deceased, was a wreck.
Fifth Precinct, homicide.
Well?
Who is this first?
Oh, now, come on. This is Diamond.
Well, I thought so, but I'm not going to admit anything for a while, even my name.
Anyone find out about...
Shh, no. What did you find out?
Well, I walked into his office and got my brains scattered.
By whom?
By whom? I don't know. I wish I did. I have a very sore head.
Well, Romero was shot all right, but we can't find the bullet.
Well, it's not a very big room.
We'll find it, but in the meantime, here's something else. Romero had $10,000 in cash on him. New bills.
Go ahead.
That's all we've come up with so far. We'll have more to go on when we find that bullet.
Well, maybe it's still in him.
Went clean through. Messed up his pretty patent leather haircut.
What?
What do you mean, what? I said the bullet...
Oh, never mind. Never mind, Walt. Bless your little pointed head. You just gave me an idea.
About what?
About the guy who worked me over a little while ago.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Hurry up and find that missing bullet. Walt had said something about patent leather when he referred to Romero's greasy hairdo. That was all I needed. It opened a door someplace, and there, sitting with its legs crossed, was the biggest hunch I've ever seen. And it was wearing patent leather shoes. The only guy I could think of who would know a man like Romero and still wear patent leather shoes in the afternoon was a local gambler with a reputation as a fashion plate, monocle, striped trousers, and always the patent leather shoes. In fact, that's where he got his nickname, the Patent Leather Kid. This was a small clue, and I knew it, but one thing was in my favor. Anyone who would tear up Romero's office and kick me in the face had to be a bad little boy, and the Patent Leather Kid was typecasting. The kid's real name was Amos Fletcher, and he ran a small club over on 14th Street.
Oh, I'm sorry, my friend, but the... Well...
Hello, Fletcher.
I was going to say I'm sorry, my friend, but the place isn't open until 6.
I got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Got a few questions.
Come back at 6.
Fletcher, I'm a little unhappy right about now. You answer the questions like a good boy, or I'll kick you all over the place.
You mind if I call a few of my boys to watch?
If you like. Tell them I got a .38 under my arm that goes off when I get excited. Tell them I sort of lose my head when I get kicked in the mouth and don't get the answers I want. I think you better believe me.
So you got kicked in the mouth?
Yeah, by a pair of patent leather shoes, just like yours.
I had nothing to do with it.
You know a guy named Romero?
Romero? No, I don't know a guy by that name.
Where were you an hour ago?
Right here. I have a couple of friends to prove it. We were playing cards, canasta.
Okay.
I'm glad you're satisfied, Mr. Diamond.
Who said I was satisfied?
No?
Not a bit.
Well, what about this Romero?
He got himself shot.
Badly?
As bad as you can get shot.
Well, Shamus, that's a chance you boys take. Maybe Romero would have lived longer in another racket. Think about it, Shamus.
I'll think about it, Fletcher. I'll think about it a long time.
Good. Let me know what you decide.
You'll hear about it.
Homicide, 5th Precinct.
Walt, check and find out where Amos Fletcher does his banking. See if he's made any big withdrawals lately.
The patent leather kid? What's he got to do with it?
Just check.
Okay.
Now, what about the bullet? Have you found that yet?
No.
Oh, swell. Did you find anything else?
A bunch of stuff in Romero's wallet.
What?
Oh, driver's license, social security number, some business cards. Card from a real estate office that might be important.
Why should it be?
A notation on the back. Says call Miss Crockett about new lease. Date after that. Yesterday.
New lease? Romero has an office. Wonder what this new lease is.
Why don't you check? Crockett Real Estate, Lexington Avenue.
Bye.
Au revoir.
What?
something I could... Well.
Good afternoon.
Ain't it though? Dull as can be before you rolled them gorgeous shoulders through that door. Sit down, Sonny. Relax. Have yourself a drink.
No, thanks. A little early in the day for me.
A little early. Well, you'll excuse me, won't you, Sonny? If it gets any later, my stomach's liable to rust. Get it?
Yeah, all over me.
What's your name, Sonny?
Uh,
Gotta know, if I'm going to sell you some real estate. Play football in school, Sonny? Figures. Oh, look at them shoulders.
Look, sweetheart.
Huh? What did you say?
I said, look, sweetheart.
Oh.
Why?
No sense in raising all these goosebumps for nothing. Sweetheart, huh? Well, what can I do for you, Sonny? You want Madison Avenue at 50 cents a front foot?
Hey, that's pretty good.
Sure you won't have a drink, Sonny?
No, thanks. I'd just like to ask you one question.
Go right ahead, Sonny. You know, I may not look it, but I'm considered one of the best real estate agents in this state.
Do you know a man named Romero?
Sure, I know him.
Did you just rent him some offices?
Yep. Signed the lease yesterday. A whole new suit of offices over on 46th Street.
46th Street? Where on 46?
Oh, right there. Say, are you a cop?
What makes you think that?
Oh, I don't know. Romero's offices are right across from the police station.
The 5th Precinct.
Sonny, you bother me. You're too nervous. Now, why don't you just sit down and get comfortable and we'll
What
talk...
building are the offices in?
Carson building on the 4th floor. But why don't you just take it easy, Sonny?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Oh, you devil, you.
Now, look, Rick, we know Romero was shot in this room while he was either sitting or kneeling.
Because the bullet entered his head at a high angle.
Yeah.
I think he was shot with a rifle, Walt.
A rifle?
Yeah, from across the street. Romero rented some new offices in the Carson building, directly opposite this building. I just saw them. Somebody tore those apart, too.
Well, I checked on Amos Fletcher. Does his banking at the National. Made a withdrawal this morning, $10,000 in new bills. Who is it?
Otis.
Come on in.
Has the shaman solved it yet, Lieutenant?
Walt, come here.
Yeah?
Now, look, 4th floor. Carson building, right over there. See the open window?
Yeah?
Now, if someone in one of those offices fired a rifle, and there's no bullet hole in the lower portion of the window in this room, that means it went through the open part. So Romero would have to be standing, let's say about right here.
Well, that would make the slug somewhere out in the hall.
Right.
But it would have to pass through the door. There's no hole in the door.
Hey, the door was open when me and the shamans came down here.
That's right, Walt. Let's see if we can find that bullet.
What was Romero doing down here?
Oh, he was just finishing this part of the test when I went up to get Diamond.
Hey, Walt.
Huh?
I think I got the bullet. Yeah.
Under the rug?
Yeah, you'll have to pry it out. It's in the floor pretty deep.
Okay. Who did we go after? Amos Fletcher?
That's right.
What's your proof?
Not much. It's all a guess. You know what kind of a guy Romero was.
Yeah, the worst.
Well, let's see. Romero had $10,000 in his pocket. Fletcher took out $10,000 this morning.
Sounds like blackmail.
Could be. Somebody was tearing Romero's old office apart looking for something when I broke in on him. And got a patent leather shoe in the face for my trouble.
That isn't very much to go on.
Well, how about this? I asked Fletcher if he knew Romero. He said no. But as I left, he mentioned that Romero probably got killed because, like myself, he was in the wrong racket. How did he know that?
Well, still not enough to convict him.
Would a confession do it, Grouchy?
You know darn good and well a confession is the only thing that would do it. That or find the murder weapon and prove it belongs to Fletcher.
No, you're so technical. Okay, I'm going back to the office. Give me about 10 minutes and have Otis call Fletcher.
Oh? Have Otis call Fletcher?
Oh, not as Sergeant Otis. Just have him call and give Fletcher a friendly tip. From the way those two offices were torn up, it's my guess that Fletcher hasn't found what he's looking for yet. Just tell him I found it.
Found what?
Found anything. You don't have to be specific.
Who said I was going to be?
Going to be what, you mallet head?
Specific.
You don't even know what it means.
It means precisely formulated or restricted.
Huh?
Oh, here, I got the bullet out of the floor, Lieutenant.
Bye, Walt. I left the precinct and headed back for Broadway in my office on the corner of 53rd. I knew that Amos Fletcher, the patent leather kid, was the boy we wanted. But whether or not he'd fall for the gag was a matter of luck. Luck is a big part of my business. So I went to my office and sat down behind my desk to wait. In case Amos Fletcher showed up, I wanted to be sure to be able to hold up my end of the conversation. So I took out my .38 and put it across my knees. Diamond Detective Agency. If you've slaughtered a dozen, no difference to me. 1 or 50, it's the same old fee.
What kind of a remark is that, Shamus?
What kind of remark did it sound like, Sergeant?
I ain't got time to answer that. I called Fletcher.
Good. What did you tell him?
Well, I was pretty good, as a matter of fact. I disguised my voice like this, and I says, Amos Fletcher, and he says, yeah. So I says, just a little tip I thought you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. He found it in Romero's new offices. How was that, Shamus?
Brilliant change of voice.
You think it'll work?
Put down the phone.
You hear me, Shamus? You think it'll work?
Hang it up.
Hey, Diamond!
Oh, that's better. All right, Shamus, let's have it.
Have what?
I haven't got time to play games. This time you've got to believe me. This time I'm unhappy, so hand it over.
You're making it pretty tough, Fletcher.
I'm going to make it a lot tougher.
Oh. Oh, now, isn't that a pretty big gun to be carrying around?
It's a little big, sure, but it does everything I want it to.
Mm-hmm. A German Schmeischer, isn't it?
That's right.
Put a stock on it, and you could shoot it like a rifle.
I'm going to count 3, and then I'm just going to shoot it. Now, why don't you be smart and give me the stuff? Let it ring.
Well, it might be a paying client.
It might. Let it ring.
You shot Pat Romero from his new offices across the street from the 5th Precinct, didn't you, Fletcher?
Is that what you say?
Yeah. What was he doing, blackmailing you? You gave him $10,000 sometime today.
You know, you're talking yourself right into a long box.
Why did you shoot him in a police station?
I paid him the $10,000, and he handed me the stuff, and I thought it was a McCoy. I went back to my office and started checking through this stuff. That phone's gonna bother me!
There. You checked the stuff back in your office, and you found out it was phony. You got worried, went back to Romero's offices. He wasn't there. He was across the street in the 5th Precinct. You spotted him through the window and shot him.
That's right, Shamus. I saw him talking to a cop and figured he might be spilling his guts. I waited until the cop left, and I nailed him. Now, give me the stuff.
You'll have to believe me, Fletcher. I haven't got it.
Don't give me that. I got a tip.
Sure you did. That was Sergeant Otis from Homicide.
You're crazy.
Am I? He said, just a little tip I thought maybe you might want to know about. Richard Diamond has got that which you has been looking for. What did Romero have on you?
Some records. You know something, Diamond? I don't mind killing you at all.
Drop it, Fletcher.
What? I got Walt.
Fletcher.
How is he, Walt?
Pretty bad. I didn't know you had a gun, Rick.
Neither did Fletcher.
Diamond,
Yeah?
phone for a doctor. Hurry.
I'll do it, Rick. Hey, who tore this phone out of the wall?
Fletcher got tired of hearing it ring.
What's that you're playing, Rick?
Oh, it's an old thing.
Oh. Yes.
Hello, Helen. This is Walt.
Yes, Walt, he's right here.
Thanks, Dave. Hello, Walt.
Rick, we found the stuff Romero was blackmailing Fletcher with in a safety deposit box. A bunch of books that exposed one of Fletcher's old rackets, enough to send him away for life.
Well, bully for you.
Oh, and something else. You better get down here right away.
What for?
You didn't finish your test. You don't want to flunk it, do you?
What?
You got the first part all right. The hypothetical part I can cover for you. But you didn't do anything on the last part of the written examination.
Now, you listen to me, Fatty.
Fatty?
The fattest. I've chased my head off solving a case and getting your big feet...
Big feet?
Big feet out of trouble. I've gotten shot at, insulted, kicked in the face.
Well, those things...
I don't want to hear any more of your lame-brained excuses. You just fix it up for me, and I'm going to go in and drop a few subtle hints to the commissioner about his nasty old lieutenant.
You wouldn't.
Oh, but I would. What did you say?
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Take the test for me. Fill out the answers yourself. Cheat.
Cheat?
Cheat.
But...
Oh, that's what you always say.
Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, honey, you were asking me about this little old song.
Pretty. What is it?
Oh, well, give a listen. Oh, how I miss you tonight. Miss you when lights are low. Oh, how I need you tonight. More than you'll ever know. Each moment though we're apart, you're never out of my heart. But I'd rather be lonely and wait for you only. Oh, pal, how I miss you tonight. Okay?
Oh, it's very pretty. Shall I?
Might as well.
Yes.
May I please speak to Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness, Rick.
Walt?
Yes, but look out.
Oh, all right. Hello.
You passed, Mr. Diamond, 99 out of 100.
99 out of 100, Which one did I miss?
The last one. I knew you wouldn't care, so I let Otis fill it in for you.
No.
Yes, the commissioner wants to see you tomorrow morning.
Why? What was the question?
To what department does the cleanup squad belong?
Well, what did Otis write for an answer?
The Department of Sanitation. Tomorrow at 11, Rick. Au revoir.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Francis Robinson, Don Diamond, Ann Morrison, and Paul Dubov. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Today's show was written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? One of the finest programs in NBC's Sunday lineup of stellar entertainment is Theater Guild on the Air. Later today, be sure to hear Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright in the romantic comedy There's Always Juliet. That's Richard Widmark and Teresa Wright on Theater Guild on the Air today on this NBC station. Next, hear James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cornelia. I'm glad you called, but I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. Tonight I'm tied up with a character who tried to pull off a legal swindle. He found a loophole in the law, but we found a bullet hole in him.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Stooges' Errand.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and tall, slender Rog Saunders has just come out of his apartment building, accompanied by his squat, cigar-chewing companion, chauffeur, bodyguard, and canasta partner, Jocko Quinn. As they approach Saunders' new foreign-made racing job, they see a man walking around the car, studying it, appreciative.
Hey, boss, Macy.
So I see, Jocko. So I see. Well, Macy, like it?
Oh, hello, boys. Yeah, Saunders. Beautiful automobile. Wish I could afford one like it, especially if I already had two other cars.
What's on your mind, Macy? What are you doing here?
You know the answer to both those questions, Saunders.
It couldn't be money, by any chance.
On the nose. A genius. Not that I like to be mercenary, understand, but if my money is going to be buying in fancy automobiles, it ought to be buying them for me.
You know I don't like to be dunned.
Dunned, he says. Look, pal, you borrowed the insignificant sum of only 20,000 berries from yours truly, a mere nothing. And it was only 8 months ago, practically yesterday, and you were going to pay me back in 3 weeks. You're only 7 months late. Done.
You'll get your money.
I've heard that song before. I used to believe it. But you've been living high. When I hear you bought yourself another jalopy, imported yet, I figure this rate's a look-see and conversation about my Mazuma.
Shall I hand him the old scramble,
Let
boss?
go of
No,
me.
Jacko, no. He's entitled to his money. He wants to be small about it.
Small, he says. 8 months.
You're worried because I'm a little fast with a buck. You think I'm tossing the roll.
Look, I didn't ask you any questions when you needed the dough. I figured you were a pal. You said you were going to make some investments, okay. But now, what do you expect me to think?
I have made investments, Macy. I have. Very good investments. All I'm blowing is the velvet. Now, tell me something. You know fighters. What do you think of Pepper Dugan?
Good punch. I don't know how he is on distance. He seemed to tire the last time.
Tire? Coaster, that's all. Had the decision wrapped up with the ace, so he took 9 and 10 easy.
You know all about it.
I ought to. I own the controlling interest in Dugan.
Oh?
That's where your 20 is, Macy. That's what Dugan cost me 8 months ago, 20 grand. And since then, he's won 3 fights. Big ones. He's worth double the 20 now, at least.
Yeah, could be. So you've seen a profit. Now let me see my 20.
I'll do better, Macy. I'll give you a choice. Cash or what you lent me, plus a 5 for Dugan.
How's that?
I'm offering you Dugan's contract for the 20 I owe you, plus 5 grand more. That's all I'm asking. A profit of 5 G's. You said yourself Dugan is worth plenty, over 25 now.
Yeah, but then why should
you... did me a favor. I'm doing you one. That's all.
I don't know.
Well, it's up to you. Take it or leave it. You want cash, I'll pay you cash. You want Dugan? Just give me back my notes and a check for the balance.
I'll think it over.
You do that, Macy. You just do that.
That's it, Dugan. Now throw your right. No, doggone it, the right. Harry, you throw a right. This time, Dugan, when he does, counter with your right. Now, Harry. No, Dugan. All right, boys, hold it. Will you hold it? Come here, Dugan.
Sorry, Mr. Mason.
What's the matter with you? Harry comes through with his right and you just stand there.
It's his hand. It's hurting again.
What hand?
My right hand. Didn't Mr. Saunders tell you?
Tell me what?
Why, I busted my hand in the 8th of the Gasha fight, you butt.
So that's why you slowed down.
Sure. It's a bad break. Doc doesn't know if it'll ever heal right.
And Saunders was doing me a favor unloading you. Oh, that's just great, that is.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Macy. You think Mr. Saunders gypped you intentionally?
Are you kidding?
I don't know. I always trusted him. He talks so honest.
Sure, he's got a great line.
I don't believe he's a crook. He was always good to me.
He gave you the heave-ho as soon as you slipped a card,
Well,
didn't
he told me he was getting out of the fight game.
Because you busted your mitt.
Could be, but I hope you're wrong, Mr. Macy. I sure hope you're wrong.
Look, kid, I hate to destroy your faith in mankind.
It's not my faith I'm worried about, Mr. Macy. It's my 15 grand.
Your what?
Mr. Saunders held back part of my cut of the gates in the last couple of fights. Said he was going to invest it for me.
Oh, fine.
Mr. Macy.
Yeah, Dugan?
That lawyer you're going to see, do you figure he could take on an extra client?
Hello? Hello, does Michael Waring live here?
I do.
Oh, you're, My name's Ralph Macy. I need a detective. My lawyer suggested you.
Well, what's your lawyer's name?
George Hollis. What?
Well, if it's a good case, he rates a box of cigars come Christmas.
I just want you to find a man for me.
Well, what did he take, your money or your woman?
How do you know it's either?
Usually is, especially with a lawyer involved.
He gypped me out of $25,000, and another fellow out of $15,000.
Gypped and skipped, huh?
That's right. And my lawyer tried to reach Saunders. That's the fellow, Rod Saunders. Tried to reach him at his hotel, but he's gone. No forwarding address, just a back bill for over 2 months.
He doesn't miss a trick.
You find him for me?
At $50 a day in expenses, I'll try.
They say the Falcon never fails.
Who says?
Well, do you?
Well, let's just say I never admit failure. All right, Macy, what can you tell me about Saunders?
Yes?
Are you Ivy Gray?
That's right.
Well, they told me Saunders has expensive taste. I see what they mean.
What are you talking about?
You and Roger Saunders. I understand you were good friends.
Were. We still are.
Oh. Well, then maybe you can tell me where to find him.
Maybe I can. What do you want to see him about?
About 10 minutes.
What is it, Ivy? Someone for me?
Yes, he didn't give his name.
Oh, no, don't tell me you're Saunders.
Why not? Isn't that who you wanted?
But it's too simple. I've just started looking.
Looking? For what?
For you. In the first place, I tried.
Who are you? Why are you looking for me?
My name's Mike Waring. Ralph Macy hired me to locate you.
Hired you? You a detective?
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. Waring. You're not the Falcon.
For my mistake, I thought I was.
Macy could have saved himself the trouble and expense of hiring you, Waring. Why didn't he call Ivy himself?
Probably didn't think she'd talk. He thought you were hiding.
Why should I hide?
Well, you did check out of your hotel suddenly.
To prevent their throwing me out. I was what is known as in arrears. But I'm not hiding.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I've moved to the Grafton Apartments. Macy can find me there if he likes, but, just what does he want?
His money back. He says you gypped him.
What? I did him a favor.
Well, he doesn't see it that way.
Well, if he wants money, he'll have to get in line.
Yeah, so I gather.
And, you might tell him the line's not going anywhere.
What's that?
Can't collect what I don't have.
Well, you have 3 cars. A summer estate in Maine, 50 suits of clothes.
Who's been taking inventory?
Macy's lawyer.
Oh. Well, tell him to look a little closer, and he'll find none of it belongs to me. It's all in Jocko's name.
Who's Jocko?
Jocko Quinn, friend of mine. And Jocko owes nobody. So you see, Waring, I'm not in hiding. Nobody can touch me legally, because I have nothing to touch.
Yes, I see, Saunders. But when your creditors hear about it, I have an idea they're liable to touch you, and in a way you won't like.
Come in. That you, Dugan?
Yeah, Mr. Macy, I just come from the doctor.
I hope he had good news for you. You'll need it.
Huh?
I got a report from Waring. He located Saunders.
Oh, good.
Good, he says. Saunders has pulled a legal cutie. Handed all his marbles to Jocko.
I don't get you.
You don't get anything, pal. Neither do I. It's hocus pocus with our greenbacks. There's nothing we can do.
Wait a minute. Take it slow, will you?
Look, it goes like this. Saunders has turned all his cash into merchandise. Clothes, cars, houses, whatnot. And he mortgages the whole package to Jocko.
I still don't get it.
The stuff is in Jocko's name. Legally, we can't touch it. But Jocko is just Saunders' stooge. So Saunders has full use of the whole works, and we're out in the cold.
Can he do a thing like that?
He's done it.
That's just great. That's all I need. You know what the doc said?
Your hand still isn't right.
I can't fight for at least a year.
Oh, no.
That's what he said. That means no dough coming in. Now I gotta collect from Saunders. That's all I gotta.
So do I, but the question is
if
how.
That lawyer of yours is no help, I'll just have to help myself. If I could only get Saunders sometime when Jocko isn't around. After all, I still got one good hand.
Yeah, Dugan. You've also got a very good point there. I hope something comes of it.
Let's pause for a moment. Les Damon returns as the Falcon right after these messages.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. And now we'll return to Les Damon as the Falcon in the case of the Stooges' errand.
A few days have passed since Macy and Dugan decided they weren't going to get a legal technicality to stand between them and collecting the money Rog Saunders owed them. They're also not going to let Saunders' stooge, Jocko Quinn, stand between them and the money. But Jocko knows none of this as he enters Saunders' apartment, where he's met by a white-faced Ivy Gray.
Jocko, where have you been?
Just down to get some cigarettes from Mr. Saunders. Why?
Was anyone with him when you left?
No.
Was he expecting anyone?
Only you.
You're sure?
What is this? Where is Saunders? Why doesn't he...
He's in the other room.
Well, why the questions?
Look for yourself.
Huh?
Go ahead. Right in there.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, I'm back. Hey, what's the matter with him?
He's dead. That's what's the matter with him.
Hello?
Is that the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Mason again, Waring.
Oh, have you lost Saunders again?
In a way.
Well, I thought last time was a little too easy to be true.
I know where he is, Waring. It's not that.
Oh, well, keep it up. You're making great sense.
He's dead.
Oh. Well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Murdered.
Am I supposed to register surprise or sympathy?
Sympathy.
For a guy who gypped his friends?
For me, the police think I did it.
Well, did you?
No.
Why not?
I've been told it's against the law.
Oh, and you never break the law.
Well, I parked overtime once, but I paid my fine.
Okay, you're a model citizen. What do you want me to do about it?
Convince the police.
It'll take more than a character reference.
That's why I'm calling on you. You can find the real killer.
Can I?
The Falcon never fails.
You dreamer, you.
This is one dream that better come true, Waring. All that depends on it is my life.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett.
Well, goody. It's Mike Waring. Did you come down to headquarters to see your client, Waring?
No, of course not, Corbett. I came down to see you.
He loves me.
To know you is to love you.
How did we get into this? What do you want, Waring?
What have you got on the Saunders killing?
He's dead.
Well, thanks so much.
His girl found the body.
Ivy Gray?
Yeah.
What's this? List of things you found on the body?
Yeah, just the usual.
Handkerchief, key, package of cigarettes, matches, coins. Any fingerprints in the apartment?
His own, the girl's, and Jocko Quinn's, guy who works for him.
So right away you suspect Macy?
Macy had a beef. Claims Saunders gypped him.
If you suspect everyone whom Saunders gypped...
We do.
Then Macy doesn't head the list?
No.
You brought him down here?
Just for questioning, we let him go.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why?
Since he's my client, I'd like to feel sure he's innocent. And nothing could give me greater confidence along that line than your thinking he's guilty. How's it going, Dugan?
Do I know you?
I know you. I've seen you in the ring.
Oh.
This what you train on? Irish, straight?
Are you going to give me a temperance lecture?
No, it's a little out of my line.
Then go away.
Macy tells me Saunders owed you $15,000. Says you were sore when it looked like you might not get it back.
Oh, Macy says, does he? Macy says. I tell you, he talks too much. I'll fix Macy so he doesn't talk so much.
Like you fixed Saunders?
Huh? A wise guy, eh? Maybe you want something too. No.
You don't do so good with a busted mitt and a stomach full of fog juice, Dugan. Come on, I'll help you up.
Oh, my head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my head.
What's this in your pocket?
What do you mean?
I think I'd better keep this until you come out of dreamland.
Hey, give me that,
You've had too many shots of alcohol to risk letting you take any shots with a gun. Now, come on your feet. Hello?
Hello, Macy. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. How's it going?
I don't know yet. I've just seen your boy, Dugan, loaded to the gills and packing a rod.
Uh-oh.
You can say that again. He was planning to go gunning for you.
For me? Why?
Well, that was my fault. I tried to get him steamed up to see what he'd say.
And now he wants to feed me lead,
Yeah, but I've got his cannon.
Oh?
But I thought I ought to warn you anyway, because he might dig up another one.
Thanks, Waring, but I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can, Macy. The question is, can you take care of Dugan?
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Now, why don't you call me Mike?
I hardly know you.
Well, let me in. We'll go to work on that.
Please, Mr. Waring, Roger's death was quite a shock.
Well, then why not help me find out who done it?
What difference does it make now?
A lot of difference. To the murderer.
Well, I'm afraid I can't be much help.
You found the body.
I'd like to forget that.
Were you in love with Saunders?
I liked him.
Because he was a good spender?
Partly.
Of other people's money?
I don't know. I didn't ask where he got it.
I do know.
Look, if you're going to make insulting remarks...
Facts.
Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Just a minute, Ivy. Where was Jocko Quinn when Saunders was killed?
Roger sent him out to get some cigarettes. Now, will you please go?
If you'll answer just two more questions.
Sorry.
I wear 11 E's. You can't possibly close the door.
What are the questions?
Was Saunders absent-minded?
What? No, of course not.
Was he a heavy smoker?
Not especially. And that's 2 questions.
You're right, you are, Angel. So long. Pardon me, you Jocko Quinn?
Yeah.
Ah, good. I heard that you eat in this bean wagon. In fact, I've heard quite a lot about you, Jocko. It's time we met.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Mike Waring.
Oh? I've heard about you, too, Falcon.
I think we ought to get along fine.
You having dinner?
No, I was just looking for you.
Well, I'm finished. Here, sister, keep the change.
Thanks.
Oh, come on, Waring, if you want to talk to me.
Sure.
Now, what do you want?
Information about Saunders' murder.
I don't know nothing.
Now. Don't be so modest, Jocko.
I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Saunders sent me out for cigarettes.
You're lying, Jocko.
What?
I said you're lying, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Saunders had a pack of cigarettes on him when he was murdered. He wasn't a heavy smoker, so he wouldn't have sent you out to get him some. So, Jocko, what do you got to say to that?
What have I got to say? Just this?
Oh, no, you don't.
Dugan, you showed up in the nick of time. Thanks for knocking out Waring. You saved me the trouble.
I've been looking for you, Jocko.
Seems everybody's looking for me.
Yeah. Now that I've taken care of Waring, it's your turn. Come here, Jocko.
Let's take a short break. Les Damon returns as the Falcon in a moment.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Dimension.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie. Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
This is Stan Freeberg, reminding you that my friends at Radio Spirits have a free catalog listing 4,000 old-time radio shows available on high-quality cassettes and CDs. Collect your favorite episodes of The Shadow, Jack Benny, Our Miss Brooks, The Life of Riley, Suspense, Boston Blackie, and hundreds more. Call for your free catalog right now. Operators are standing by. 1-800-RADIO-48. Or if you prefer, 1-800-723-4648. We'll rush your free catalog listing all your old-time radio favorites. Just call 1-800-RADIO-48 or 1-800-723-4648. And now, Les Damon returns as the Falcon in the conclusion of The Case of the Stooges' Errand.
Hello, Corbett.
Welcome to headquarters again, Well, look at you. Who stepped on your face?
That's what I'd like to know.
You mean you got your jaw pushed out of shape like that and you don't know how it happened?
That's right.
Well, that's what comes of hitting the bottle.
It feels more like the bottle hit me. But at least I solved the case for you.
Oh, you solved it.
Mm-hmm. I know who killed Saunders.
Are you going to tell me, or do I guess?
Well, let's not wait for miracles. I'll tell you.
Don't do me any favors.
No favor. I have an account to square with Jocko.
Jocko? Is he the murderer?
He is.
You don't say.
I do say.
And you have an account to settle with him?
He's responsible for this lump on my jaw.
Thought you didn't know how you got that.
I don't, not the details. All I know, we were fighting, and all of a sudden it's lights, bells, and curtains. But so help me, I'll swear he didn't throw a punch when it happened. My eyes aren't that bad.
He just blew the man down.
I don't know. But I'm going to find out as soon as you pick up Jocko, so get to work on it.
I anticipate your every wish. We've already picked up Jocko. Now all we got to do is put them together again.
What?
Let's go down to the hospital, and you can see for yourself.
Hospital?
That's right, Waring. He was unconscious, but maybe he can talk now. You know, for a couple of boys who didn't throw many punches, you fellas sure did a lot of damage. Hello, Jocko. Visitors.
Hello, Sarge.
You know Waring, Jocko?
Yeah, we met.
Yeah, head on.
But I want to know, Jocko, what hit me?
Dugan, with the sap.
Oh.
Dugan?
Yeah, Sergeant. He come up while we was fighting. He wanted to get Waring out of the way so he could go to work on me.
What's he want to do that for?
Said he was collecting for himself and Macy. He couldn't collect from Saunders no more, so he was going to collect from me.
Yeah, with a blackjack.
Yeah. He got me in his car, tried to get me to sign a paper, and when I said no, he started swinging.
Well, I can see why you didn't want to sign away your stuff after you'd killed a man for it.
I didn't kill Saunders. He always treated me good. Why did I want to kill him?
For all the stuff he put in your name. With Saunders dead, you stand to keep it.
But I didn't kill him.
And how about that lie about the cigarettes?
Okay, so I lied. That don't make me a killer.
Well, why'd you lie?
Because I didn't go out for cigarettes. I went down to Louis' cigar stand to place a buck. I played the numbers with Louis, only I didn't want Mr. Saunders to know because he didn't like me to play. I didn't want to make trouble for Louis, so I tried to keep him out of it. That's all. What's a joke, Sergeant?
I'm not laughing at you, Jocko, but look at Mastermind here. He had the case all solved. There was just one little thing wrong with his figuring. It gave him the wrong answer.
Only an hour has passed since Mike Waring found that a private detective's lot is not always a happy one. Now the Falcon has arrived at Ivy Gray's apartment, still in search of the elusive solution to the case.
Mr. Waring, will you please go away and stop bothering me?
Sure, as soon as you tell me just exactly what happened up at Saunders' place.
I did.
I missed some of the details.
I told you I want to forget.
All right, so let's get the facts straight before you do. You found the body?
Yes.
It was in the back room of the apartment?
Yes.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
After you found the body, what did you do?
Started to leave, to call the police. At the door to the apartment, I met Jocko Quinn. He said Roger'd sent him for cigarettes.
Did you tell him about the murder?
No, not right away. I started asking questions. When he wanted to know why, I showed him the body.
And then?
Then I got out of there. Now, is that all?
Just one more question.
What is it?
What are you doing tonight, Angel?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Mike Waring's out here, Sergeant.
He's out there? Well, send him in. I want him to see this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Macy, sit down next to Dugan. You on the other side of him, Jocko.
Okay.
Just what is this, Sergeant?
I'm going to prove a couple of points, but we'll wait until Waring gets in here. He's right outside.
Prove, he says. You don't have anything on us.
We'll see. All right, Waring, come right on in.
What are you so all-fired cheerful about, jolly boy?
What's the matter, Waring? Still sore that you pulled the boner?
I haven't tossed in the towel yet. Hello, Macy.
Hello, Waring.
And Jocko, what are you doing out of bed?
He's going to wrap this case right around your boy's neck, Waring.
Yeah?
Sure. Dugan told him he was collecting for himself and Macy. That means they were working together. And the beat-up of Jocko was part of a plan.
Man, this is the first I heard of it.
That's right, Sergeant. Mr. Macy didn't know.
Yeah, well, you told me.
Even if we did have a
Shut up!
Must we go through all this rigmarole?
You shut up, too, Waring. We tried your way. Now it's my turn.
I like my way better.
Except it doesn't work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you got the case solved again?
No, not again. Still.
Huh?
I said Jocko killed Saunders. He did, and this time he's not squirming out of it.
See, Waring, I told you.
Did you, Macy?
Sure, the Falcon never fails.
I'll tell that to Sergeant Corbett. For a while, he thought the Falcon had laid a great big egg.
How'd you finally clinch it?
Well, when Jocko ran into Ivy in Saunders' apartment, he told the Saunders to send him out for cigarettes. But I proved that was a lie.
Yeah, but he explained that.
Mm-hmm. But how come he thought he could get away with that lie?
What do you mean?
Well, since Saunders didn't send Jocko out for cigarettes, Saunders would naturally trip him up on it.
But Saunders was dead.
Sure. Only how did Jocko know? Supposedly, he didn't learn of the murder until after the lie.
Oh.
Yes, if he'd been innocent, he'd have thought Saunders was alive in the apartment, and he wouldn't tell an obvious lie involving Saunders right under his nose. Therefore, he knew Saunders was dead. Therefore...
All right, Waring. I get it.
Oh, good. That's all there is to it.
You're pretty sharp, Waring. Pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe. But there's one angle to this case even I don't get, Macy.
What's that?
I asked Ivy for a date tonight. And if the Falcon never fails, how come I'm spending the evening with you, huh?
And that was The Case of the Stooges' Errand, starring Les Damon as the Falcon, as originally broadcast November 26th, 1950.
A few days have passed since Macy and Dugan decided they weren't going to get a legal technicality to stand between them and collecting the money Rog Saunders owed them. They're also not going to let Saunders' stooge, Jocko Quinn, stand between them and the money. But Jocko knows none of this as he enters Saunders' apartment, where he's met by a white-faced Ivy Gray.
Jocko, where have you been?
Just down to get some cigarettes from Mr. Saunders. Why?
Was anyone with him when you left?
No.
Was he expecting anyone?
Only you.
You're sure?
What is this? Where is Saunders? Why doesn't he...
He's in the other room.
Well, why the questions?
Look for yourself.
Huh?
Go ahead. Right in there.
Okay. Mr. Saunders, I'm back. Hey, what's the matter with him?
He's dead. That's what's the matter with him.
Hello?
Is that the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Mason again, Waring.
Oh, have you lost Saunders again?
In a way.
Well, I thought last time was a little too easy to be true.
I know where he is, Waring. It's not that.
Oh, well, keep it up. You're making great sense.
He's dead.
Oh. Well, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Murdered.
Am I supposed to register surprise or sympathy?
Sympathy.
For a guy who gypped his friends?
For me, the police think I did it.
Well, did you?
No.
Why not?
I've been told it's against the law.
Oh, and you never break the law.
Well, I parked overtime once, but I paid my fine.
Okay, you're a model citizen. What do you want me to do about it?
Convince the police.
It'll take more than a character reference.
That's why I'm calling on you. You can find the real killer.
Can I?
The Falcon never fails.
You dreamer, you.
This is one dream that better come true, Waring. All that depends on it is my life.
Hello, Sergeant Corbett.
Well, goody. It's Mike Waring. Did you come down to headquarters to see your client, Waring?
No, of course not, Corbett. I came down to see you.
He loves me.
To know you is to love you.
How did we get into this? What do you want, Waring?
What have you got on the Saunders killing?
He's dead.
Well, thanks so much.
His girl found the body.
Ivy Gray?
Yeah.
What's this? List of things you found on the body?
Yeah, just the usual.
Handkerchief, key, package of cigarettes, matches, coins. Any fingerprints in the apartment?
His own, the girl's, and Jocko Quinn's, guy who works for him.
So right away you suspect Macy?
Macy had a beef. Claims Saunders gypped him.
If you suspect everyone whom Saunders gypped...
We do.
Then Macy doesn't head the list?
No.
You brought him down here?
Just for questioning, we let him go.
Oh, that's too bad.
Why?
Since he's my client, I'd like to feel sure he's innocent. And nothing could give me greater confidence along that line than your thinking he's guilty. How's it going, Dugan?
Do I know you?
I know you. I've seen you in the ring.
Oh.
This what you train on? Irish, straight?
Are you going to give me a temperance lecture?
No, it's a little out of my line.
Then go away.
Macy tells me Saunders owed you $15,000. Says you were sore when it looked like you might not get it back.
Oh, Macy says, does he? Macy says. I tell you, he talks too much. I'll fix Macy so he doesn't talk so much.
Like you fixed Saunders?
Huh? A wise guy, eh? Maybe you want something too.
No. Oh. You don't do so good with a busted mitt and a stomach full of fog juice, Dugan. Come on, I'll help you up.
Oh, my head.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my head.
What's this in your pocket?
What do you mean?
I think I'd better keep this until you come out of dreamland.
Hey, give me that,
You've had too many shots of alcohol to risk letting you take any shots with a gun. Now, come on your feet. Hello?
Hello, Macy. This is Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Waring. How's it going?
I don't know yet. I've just seen your boy, Dugan, loaded to the gills and packing a rod.
Uh-oh.
You can say that again. He was planning to go gunning for you.
For me? Why?
Well, that was my fault. I tried to get him steamed up to see what he'd say.
And now he wants to feed me lead,
Yeah, but I've got his cannon.
Oh?
But I thought I ought to warn you anyway, because he might dig up another one.
Thanks, Waring, but I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can, Macy. The question is, can you take care of Dugan?
Oh, hello, Mr. Waring.
Now, why don't you call me Mike?
I hardly know you.
Well, let me in. We'll go to work on that.
Please, Mr. Waring, Roger's death was quite a shock.
Well, then why not help me find out who done it?
What difference does it make now?
A lot of difference to the murderer.
Well, I'm afraid I can't be much help.
You found the body.
I'd like to forget that.
Were you in love with Saunders?
I liked him.
Because he was a good spender?
Partly.
Of other people's money?
I don't know. I didn't ask where he got it.
I do know.
Look, if you're going to make insulting remarks...
Facts.
Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Just a minute, Ivy. Where was Jocko Quinn when Saunders was killed?
Roger sent him out to get some cigarettes. Now, will you please go?
If you'll answer just two more questions.
Sorry.
I wear 11 E's. You can't possibly close the door.
What are the questions?
Was Saunders absent-minded?
What? No, of course not.
Was he a heavy smoker?
Not especially. And that's two questions.
You're right, you are, Angel. So long. Pardon me, you Jocko Quinn?
Yeah.
Good. I heard that you eat in this bean wagon. In fact, I've heard quite a lot about you, Jocko. It's time we met.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Mike Waring.
Oh? I've heard about you, too, Falcon.
I think we ought to get along fine.
You having dinner?
No, I was just looking for you.
Well, I'm finished. Here, sister, keep the change.
Thanks.
Oh, come on, Waring, if you want to talk to me.
Sure.
Now, what do you want?
Information about Saunders' murder.
I don't know nothing.
No. Don't be so modest, Jocko.
I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Saunders sent me out for cigarettes.
You're lying, Jocko.
What?
I said you're lying, and I can prove it.
Yeah?
Yeah, Saunders had a pack of cigarettes on him when he was murdered. He wasn't a heavy smoker, so he wouldn't have sent you out to get him some. So, Jocko, what do you got to say to that?
What have I got to say? Just this?
Oh, no, you don't.
Dugan, you showed up in the nick of time. Thanks for knocking out Waring. You saved me the trouble.
I've been looking for you, Jocko.
Seems everybody's looking for me.
Yeah. Now that I've taken care of Waring, it's your turn. Come here, Jocko.
Let's take a short break. Les Damon returns as the Falcon in a moment.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Dimension.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
This is Stan Freeberg, reminding you that my friends at Radio Spirits have a free catalog listing 4,000 old-time radio shows available on high-quality cassettes and CDs. Collect your favorite episodes of The Shadow, Jack Benny, Our Miss Brooks, The Life of Riley, Suspense, Boston Blackie, and hundreds more. Call for your free catalog right now. Operators are standing by. 1-800-RADIO-48. Or, if you prefer, 1-800-723-4648. We'll rush your free catalog listing all your old-time radio favorites. Just call 1-800-RADIO-48 or 1-800-723-4648. And now, Les Damon returns as the Falcon in the conclusion of The Case of the Stooges' Errand.
Hello, Corbett.
Welcome to headquarters again, Well, look at you. Who stepped on your face?
That's what I'd like to know.
You mean you got your jaw pushed out of shape like that and you don't know how it happened?
That's right.
Well, that's what comes of hitting the bottle.
It feels more like the bottle hit me. But at least I solved the case for you.
Oh, you solved it.
Mm-hmm. I know who killed Saunders.
Are you going to tell me, or do I guess?
Well, let's not wait for miracles. I'll tell you.
Don't do me any favors.
No favor. I have an account to square with Jocko.
Jocko? Is he the murderer?
He is.
You don't say.
I do say.
And you have an account to settle with him?
He's responsible for this lump on my jaw.
Thought you didn't know how you got that.
I don't, not the details. All I know, we were fighting, and all of a sudden it's lights, bells, and curtains. But so help me, I'll swear he didn't throw a punch when it happened. My eyes aren't that bad.
He just blew the man down.
I don't know. I'm going to find out as soon as you pick up Jocko, so get to work on it.
I anticipate your every wish. We've already picked up Jocko. Now all we got to do is put them together again.
What?
Let's go down to the hospital, and you can see for yourself.
Hospital?
That's right, Waring. He was unconscious, but maybe he can talk now. You know, for a couple of boys who didn't throw many punches, you fellas sure did a lot of damage. Hello, Jocko. Visitors.
Hello, Sergeant.
You know Waring, Jocko?
Yeah, we met.
Yeah, head on.
But I want to know, Jocko, what hit me?
Dugan, with the sap.
Oh.
Dugan?
Yeah, Sergeant. He come up while we was fighting. He wanted to get Waring out of the way so he could go to work on me.
What's he want to do that for?
Said he was collecting for himself and Macy. He couldn't collect from Saunders no more, so he was going to collect from me.
Yeah, with a blackjack.
Yeah. He got me in his car, tried to get me to sign a paper, and when I said no, he started swinging.
Well, I can see why you didn't want to sign away your stuff after you'd killed a man for it.
I didn't kill Saunders. He always treated me good. Why did I want to kill him?
For all the stuff he put in your name. With Saunders dead, you stand to keep it.
But I didn't kill him.
And how about that lie about the cigarettes?
Okay, so I lied. That don't make me a killer.
Well, why'd you lie?
Because I didn't go out for cigarettes. I went down to Louis' cigar stand to place a buck. I played the numbers with Louis, only I didn't want Mr. Saunders to know because he didn't like me to play. I didn't want to make trouble for Louis, so I tried to keep him out of it. That's all. What's a joke, Sergeant?
I'm not laughing at you, Jocko, but look at Mastermind here. He had the case all solved. There was just one little thing wrong with his figuring. It gave him the wrong answer.
Only an hour has passed since Mike Waring found that a private detective's lot is not always a happy one. Now the Falcon has arrived at Ivy Gray's apartment, still in search of the elusive solution to the case.
Mr. Waring, will you please go away and stop bothering me?
Sure, as soon as you tell me just exactly what happened up at Saunders' place.
I did.
I missed some of the details.
I told you I want to forget.
All right, so let's get the facts straight before you do. You found the body?
Yes.
It was in the back room of the apartment?
Yes.
How did you get in?
The door was open.
After you found the body, what did you do?
Started to leave to call the police. At the door to the apartment, I met Jocko Quinn. He said Roger'd sent him for cigarettes.
Did you tell him about the murder?
No, not right away. I started asking questions. When he wanted to know why, I showed him the body.
And then?
Then I got out of there. Now, is that all?
Just one more question.
What is it?
What are you doing tonight, Angel?
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett speaking.
Mike Waring's out here, Sergeant.
He's out there? Well, send him in. I want him to see this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Macy, sit down next to Dugan. You on the other side of him, Jocko.
Okay.
Just what is this, Sergeant?
I'm going to prove a couple of points, but we'll wait until Waring gets in here. He's right outside.
Prove, he says. You don't have anything on us.
We'll see. All right, Waring, come right on in.
What are you so all-fired cheerful about, jolly boy?
What's the matter, Waring? Still sore that you pulled the boner?
I haven't tossed in the towel yet. Hello, Macy.
Hello, Waring.
And Jocko, what are you doing out of bed?
He's going to wrap this case right around your boy's neck, Waring.
Yeah?
Sure. Dugan told him he was collecting for himself and Macy. That means they were working together. And the beat-up of Jocko was part of a plan.
Plan? This is the first I heard of it.
That's right, Sergeant. Mr. Macy didn't know.
Yeah, well, you told me.
Even if we did
have
have
a
a
Shut up!
Must we go through all this rigmarole?
You shut up, too, Waring. We tried your way. Now it's my turn.
I like my way better.
Except it doesn't work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you got the case solved again?
No, not again. Still.
Huh?
I said Jocko killed Saunders. He did, and this time he's not squirming out of it.
See, Waring, I told you.
Did you, Macy?
Sure, the Falcon never fails.
I'll tell that to Sergeant Corbett. For a while, he thought the Falcon had laid a great big egg.
How'd you finally clinch it?
Well, when Jocko ran into Ivy in Saunders' apartment, he told us Saunders to send him out for cigarettes. But I proved that was a lie.
Yeah, but he explained that.
Mm-hmm. But how come he thought he could get away with that lie?
What do you mean?
Well, since Saunders didn't send Jocko out for cigarettes, Saunders would naturally trip him up on it.
But Saunders was dead.
Sure. Only how did Jocko know? Supposedly, he didn't learn of the murder until after the lie.
Oh.
Yes, if he'd been innocent, he'd have thought Saunders was alive in the apartment, and he wouldn't tell an obvious lie involving Saunders right under his nose. Therefore, he knew Saunders was dead. Therefore...
All right, Waring. I get it.
Oh, good. That's all there is to it.
You're pretty sharp, Waring. Pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe. But there's one angle to this case even I don't get, Macy.
What's that?
I asked Ivy for a date tonight. And if the Falcon never fails, how come I'm spending the evening with you, huh?
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, All His Sisters and His Cousins and His Uncles and His Aunts.
His name was Powerhouse Pratt. He probably shot more people, solved more crimes, chased more crooks than all the detectives, police forces, and FBIs in these United States. And you could follow each and every one of his daring exploits in the comics section of your Sunday paper. Only trouble was Powerhouse was just a funny paper character. The artist who drew him was another case. He didn't shoot anybody, couldn't solve anything, and was buried in death threats up to his ears. It all began not on a bright Sunday morning while reading the funnies, but on a dull and smoggy Thursday while entering the Lyons office. My boss, Anthony J., was hanging up the phone with a look of utter confusion on his face. When he saw me, however, he quickly covered it with a broad and cheery smile.
Jeffrey, my boy, I'm glad you got here.
Bad news, Lyon?
No, of course not, Jeffrey. We have a client.
Yeah, but you aren't sure.
Of course I'm sure. I just talked to Mr. Phineas on the phone. He wants you to come right out.
Oh, Mr. Phineas is the new client.
Mr. Harold Phineas. His address is right here, Jeffrey, so you just run right out there and talk to him.
Just a minute, Fatso. Mr. Phineas must have said why he wants a detective.
Now, Jeffrey, I'm very busy, very, very busy. You just talk to Mr. Phineas. I'm sure he'll explain everything.
Lyon, I don't talk to anybody until everything is clear first. Come on, let's hear it.
Jeffrey, Mr. Phineas has a unique problem. That is, the way he explains it, oh, very well, I'll tell you, but you aren't going to like it.
Already I don't like it, so you haven't got a thing to lose.
Jeffrey, Mr. Phineas says his life is in danger. He says that every morning when he wakes up, he finds himself dead.
What?
That's what he told me, Jeffrey. I'm sure of it. That's just what he told me.
Like I said to myself this morning, it's a perfect day for the beach.
Jeffrey, this man's life is in danger. Besides, he said he was mailing us a check for $50.
In other words, you gave him a verbal contract to handle the case.
You see, he said, and then I said... Oh, Jeffrey, it has something to do with those cartoons he draws. You see, Mr. Phineas is a cartoonist.
Fatso, this man doesn't need a detective. He needs a straitjacket.
He needs $50 worth of detective service. Now get out there and see what's wrong with him.
The Lion waved the gas bill and the electric bill and the office bill in my face. I agreed to meet our new client, Mr. Phineas. The address was 3rd Street, Santa Monica, 3 blocks from the ocean. By the time I got out there, the fog was so thick you could serve it for cake frosting. I sliced my way up to the house, which turned out to be big, old, and divided into 4 separate units. The mailbox said Phineas was in apartment 3, upstairs, left. But when I stepped inside to the hallway, it was so dark I needed a match to find the stairway. I dodged furniture, burned matches, and eased my way along the ancient carpet. I was just starting up the stairs.
Yes?
She was tall, pencil-thin, and hawk-faced. She stood in a doorway, candle in hand, and the yellow flame danced across her eyeballs.
Where do you think you're going, mister?
Upstairs, Phineas's place.
You from home?
From where?
Home.
No, I'm not.
Then why you seeing Harold?
Look, lady, he sent for me. Maybe he needed somebody to turn on the lights.
The lights are busted. That's why they ain't on. They're busted.
All right, I'll tell him. See you around.
Hey, wait a minute, you. Harold's working up there. He ain't got no time for salesmen, you hear?
Yeah, I hear. A thin, hawk-faced woman drifted back into a dark doorway like a wavering strip of fog that had somehow gotten indoors by mistake. And I climbed the stairs. At the top, I reached to knock on the panel door.
Okay,
and
Murdoch.
decided not to.
Reach and reach high. Eddie, put the cuffs on him.
Murdoch, watch what you're doing. Bang, 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 bang. There, cross with me once more and I'll... Oh. Hiya.
Your name Phineas?
Yes, I'm Phineas. And I'll bet you're Mr. Regan, the Lion's Eye.
Well, that takes care of the two of us. Now, where's Murdoch?
Oh, he's just an imaginary character, Mr. Regan. He's in the comic strip I'm drawing. Look, right there on my drawing board. You see?
Oh, yeah, I see.
The fat one, that's Murdoch. He was a crook. He's dead now. The tall man with the felt hat, that's Powerhouse Pratt.
Powerhouse Pratt?
Don't tell me you haven't heard of him, Mr. Regan. Gee whiz, Powerhouse Pratt is carried in the comic section of over 300 newspapers.
Well, I sleep late on Sundays.
Oh, but gee whiz, Powerhouse Pratt. Gosh, I thought everybody knew Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater.
I'll cheer up, Phineas. Nobody appreciated Rembrandt until after he was dead.
Oh, Mr. Regan, you shouldn't have said that. You just shouldn't have said that.
Oh, sorry, Phineas. Suppose you tell me about your life being in danger.
Oh, gee, yeah, it sure is. Somebody wants to kill me.
The lady downstairs?
Huh?
Tall, thin woman hiding behind a candle.
Oh, you mean Aunt May. Oh, gee, that's silly, Mr. Regan. Aunt May wouldn't hurt a flea.
How about people?
Mr. Regan, Aunt May is my relative. I won't let you talk about her that way.
Okay, my apologies to your relatives. Go on.
Well, it's this way, Mr. Regan. Every morning when I wake up, I find myself dead. Oh, it isn't so funny as you think. No, indeed. You see, it started a week ago when I got up early and looked over the drawings I'd made the night before.
And?
There in the last panel of the drawings was me. A picture of me lying face down in the picture. Dead.
If the cartoon showed a figure lying face down, how did you decide it was supposed to be you?
Across the back of the man's suit was printed F-I-N-I-A-S. Phineas. That's me.
Remarkable deduction. Continue, Dr. Watson.
So it's been that way every morning for a week. Me waking up, walking over to the drawing board, finding another picture of me. Dead. It's getting monotonous, to say the least. Here's one of them. Look.
That's your story, huh?
Well, sure. Gee, Mr. Regan, you believe me, don't you?
Suppose we get back to the lady in the candle. Who else lives here beside her?
Well, there's Aunt May and Uncle Fred in the downstairs apartment on the left, and there's Cousin Sue in the downstairs apartment on the right. Then there's Aunt May's sister and her husband upstairs here across the hall.
They're all your relatives?
Yes, I guess so. Except maybe if you count Cousin Sue, she's a relative by marriage.
What do they do?
Do?
For a living.
Oh, well, they're all retired, except Cousin Sue. She works part-time in a department store in Santa Monica.
Just one more, Phineas. Are you married?
Well, I'm sorry you asked me that. I was married.
Divorced?
Yeah. I guess I am. Or I will be. It takes a year, you see, and the year won't be up for another 8 days.
Okay, Phineas. Do you know of anyone who might want to kill you?
Kill me? Mr. Regan, who would want to kill me?
Harold Phineas, cartoonist supreme, creator and originator of Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater, gave me his former wife's address. That turned out to be 6 blocks away near Lincoln Boulevard in Santa Monica. I drove through more fog and arrived at a stucco apartment 5 minutes later. Mrs. Harold Phineas opened the door.
Yes?
Could I talk to you a minute, Mrs. Phineas?
Yes, come in.
My name's Regan. I'm private detective.
I know.
Oh, Phineas phoned you.
Yes, he phoned.
I'm afraid you won't be able to help much unless you stop crying.
Yes. Yes, I'll stop.
Good. Do you know anyone who might want to kill your ex-husband?
No, I don't.
You sure of that?
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Okay, Mrs. Phineas. Who?
I won't tell.
You'd rather see your ex-husband dead, is that it?
Oh, no.
Name?
Sue Hitchcock.
Sue Hitchcock?
Cousin Sue. Dear Cousin Sue.
Downstairs, right.
Cousin Sue. A cheap, conniving, scheming little peroxide blonde, if I ever saw one.
You think she'd kill your ex-husband?
She'd do anything she took a fancy to. She's from home, Mr. Regan, from home.
Where is home?
A little town outside Des Moines, Iowa, where they all come from. All his sisters and his cousins and his uncles and his aunts.
Yeah, sounds like you and the relatives don't get along, Mrs. Phineas.
Get along. I told Harold it was them or me, Mr. Regan. He chose them.
Well, she'd said Cousin Sue. By the time I got back to 3rd Street and the Phineas clan, the damp night fog was turning into rain. The dark house rose in front of me like a lost ship adrift on a glassy sea. I moved slowly up the front walk, feeling my way toward the darkened house. I made the stairs on 3 matches, then the hallway, then the door, downstairs right. And before I could knock...
I really wouldn't want you to catch cold. Please do come in, Mr. Regan.
What was standing behind a candle in front of me was small, slim, and willowy. Slow eyes that fluttered and reached out to you and fluttered back just in time. She was dressed in a robe that fit like tights on a ballet dancer. The hair wasn't peroxide blonde. It was red.
I said come in. I heard your footsteps outside, Mr. Regan. I knew you'd have to talk to me.
Yeah. Harold Phineas seems to have told everybody.
Harold loves his relatives, Mr. Regan, especially his cousin Sue. Sit down.
Somewhere I got the idea you were a blonde.
That was yesterday. Cigarette?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
No, we won't need the candle.
Nobody heard of electricity around here?
They went out at noon. The lights, I mean. No one seems able to fix them. Do you mind?
Well, I'd hate to try dominoes in this light.
Jeff, you and I don't need to play dominoes. You don't mind if I call you Jeff, do you?
Look, your cousin upstairs, Phineas. Somebody's interested in making his bed into a slab. Let's talk about that.
It's an interesting topic, Jeff, only don't put any faith in it.
Oh, you don't believe him?
Cousin Sue's from home, Jeff. These death threats. That's for yokos.
Oh. You've been around, is that it?
All around.
Phineas's ex-wife has other ideas.
Like what?
Like you.
She's jealous, just plain jealous. I could wrap Phineas around my earlobes anytime I felt like it, and she knows it.
Only, you have other interests.
Sure. Why not? The adventures of Powerhouse Pratt crime beater don't amuse me, Jeff. I'm just insurance.
Insurance?
Sure. The family and I have a working agreement. I keep Phineas in line, and we all eat.
Off Phineas.
Ah.
That makes the cost of looking at you come pretty high. Especially to Phineas.
Jeff, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Cousin Sue doesn't have to depend on Harold Phineas for romance. Just remember that. Cousin Sue... Jeff!
Later, lady. Later. I moved out of the room double time. Lights or no lights, I stumbled upstairs where the shots had come from. Made the top of the landing and the door to Harold Phineas's room. It was open. Inside, 2 candles gave enough light to show a chair upside down, a drawing board on its side. I moved in slowly. On the floor, in the center of the room, a pile of Sunday funny papers. And underneath, very still, the form of a man, his arms and legs protruding. Harold Phineas.
Oh! Hi! They didn't get me that time, Mr. Regan. I guess they didn't get me that time.
It started when a cartoonist phoned my boss, the Lion, that his life was in danger. His name was Harold Phineas, and he was creator of that all-American comic strip character known as Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater. Only when I showed up at the Phineas place in Santa Monica, I found a house loaded with relatives, a sobbing ex-wife, and a sultry redhead affectionately known as Cousin Sue. I was ready to let Powerhouse Pratt take over until somebody fired 2 shotgun blasts at my client, Phineas. They missed. You couldn't prove it by Phineas.
They tried to kill me, Mr. Regan. Somebody tried to kill me.
Since they weren't shooting at flying saucers.
Oh, you got to do something, Mr. Regan, right away. I don't like being shot at.
Well, maybe we ought to consult Powerhouse Pratt. He's a demon for clues.
This is no time to be funny. Powerhouse Pratt is just a figment of my imagination, and my imagination isn't working right now.
Oh. Well, from the looks of that buckshot in the wall, I'd say your attacker fired from right here by the door.
Yeah, that's right. That's just the way it was. The door opened, and this person shot at me, and I fell down.
And you couldn't see who was behind the shotgun, huh?
I told you several times, Mr. Regan, I just couldn't see anything. Just this figure in the dark, and then the gunshots. It could have been anybody.
We'll call the police.
No. Let's don't do that.
What?
Publicity. Terrible publicity. I wouldn't want that. It might make Powerhouse Pratt look bad.
You'd rather be dead, is that it?
No, of course not. That's why I hired you, to find out.
But whoever shot at you, Phineas, escaped through the room across the hall. I was downstairs. I didn't hear anyone come down.
Yeah, but they just couldn't have gone in there. That's my Aunt May's sister's apartment, and they went on vacation. It's locked up.
Okay, Phineas. You sit tight. I'm going to check on it just the same.
You mean you're going to leave me here alone?
Either that or call the cops.
Stay, but hurry back, Mr. Regan. Hurry back!
I left Phineas trembling in the middle of the room. Outside in the hallway, I lit a match. The door of the apartment wasn't locked. It was open. I went in. Off the back porch, there was a wooden stairway that led down to the yard. Whoever had shot at Harold Phineas had escaped through this apartment into the backyard. And the chances were that was somebody, one of the relatives. I crept slowly down the stairs to the yard. It was like feeling your way into a bottomless pit. The fog and the rain and the night were black curtains circling around you just out of reach. And somewhere in the yard, a man with a shotgun had drifted behind the fog. I reached the bottom of the stairs, turned.
Stand where you are!
And then out of the same fog bank came two men. One tall and muscular and thick-jawed. The other medium-sized and beady-eyed. The beady-eyed one was the one who'd spoken. In his hands, a shotgun.
You heard me. Don't move.
I'll see if he's got a gun on him, Mr. Hitchcock.
Yeah, he'll have one, all right.
Yeah. Now, don't you move, mister. Yeah, Mr. Hitchcock, he had one.
Give it here, Carl. What's your name, mister?
Regan, what's yours?
Don't sass me none.
Don't you sass him, mister.
That shotgun you're carrying, you like to shoot it?
It's mine, mister. I do with it what I please.
Like trying to kill people?
Hey, who do you think?
Shut up, Carl. I'll tell him. Mister, it looks bad you around this here yard after a shooting.
You're carrying the shotgun, Mr. Hitchcock.
So, you know my name, fella?
How could I miss? You're from home.
Hey, what does this fella mean, Mr. Hitchcock?
You're one of Phineas's relatives. His Uncle Fred, maybe. Downstairs, left.
He knows something, I'll bet.
You know something, mister. You better come with us.
The man with the shotgun, Uncle Fred, walked behind me. The big muscular character he called Carl led the way. We moved around the house, up the front porch, and in through the door I'd seen the hawk-faced woman close. Aunt May's place.
May.
Yeah?
This here fella. Found him outside.
You did?
Yeah, you know him?
Seen him this afternoon.
He was bothering Cousin Sue, I'll bet.
He was seeing Phineas.
Oh.
You reckon we ought to call the police, May?
Yeah, he did the shooting all right.
Doesn't it occur to any of you characters that Phineas might be dead now? That those shots might have killed him?
If he was hurt, mister, we'd have heard from him.
Yeah, a little buckshot never hurt nobody.
Where do you fit in?
What? Oh, I'm Carl. I'm from home.
You, Uncle Fred, where'd you find that shotgun?
In the garage, where I always keep it.
Let me see it.
What right?
Hey, quiet, Carl. Mister, you're too nosy. I think we'll call the cops.
Call them. They'd like to look at that gun, and chances are it's been fired.
I'm gonna hit him, Mr. Hitchcock.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea.
Okay, mister, you got it coming. Thanks for the lead.
Yeah, you shouldn't have done that, mister.
Give me that gun, Hitchcock. Now it's my turn to call the cops. I took the gun out of his hands before I knew what had happened. It had been fired, and I called the police. Then I headed upstairs to see my client, Phineas, only I got a surprise. Coming down the stairs toward me was a redhead, Cousin Sue.
There's no use in your going up there, Mr. Regan. Cousin Phineas has disappeared.
I chased up to Phineas's room. It was empty. Closets had been ransacked, drawing board bare. Even the candles had gone out. I lit them and searched and got nowhere. And then I went back down to the phone and called my boss, the Lion.
Anthony J. Lion, Detective Bureau, eh?
Me, Fatso. Got a job for you.
About Mr. Phineas, Jeffrey?
Yeah, why?
Jeffrey, I just found out who our client really is. He draws Powerhouse Pratt, crime beater.
And he won't let you forget it for a minute.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, don't you realize this is our chance to find out what happened to Powerhouse?
What?
Well, in last Sunday's paper, Powerhouse disappeared, completely off the face of the earth. This is our chance to get behind the scenes, find
Sure
out...
thing, Lion. Just one catch. Mr. Phineas has disappeared.
What? Oh, no, that's terrible. And who'll ever
Lion,
find...
cut it out, will you? Run down to the Hall of Records. Check up on an interlocutory divorce decree granted to one Harold Phineas and his wife. Find out when the year's up. You got that?
Yes, but Jeffrey, if anything happens to Mr. Phineas, we'll never find out what happened to Powerhouse Pratt. Think of the millions of children who'll be broken-hearted.
To say nothing of Anthony J. Lyon. Get busy, Fatso. 10 minutes later, the police came into it. They asked questions, got answers, and drew conclusions. Or, as a Santa Monica detective sergeant named Smathers put it,
attacked by person or persons unknown, then subducted to place or places unknown. Regan, this guy's a famous cartoonist. He has money. So he gets death threats, then kidnapped. All we do now is wait. Sit tight and watch for the ransom note.
Only I had other ideas. I called the Lion back. Phineas hadn't been lying. His divorce was final in 8 days. I left Smathers talking with Uncle Fred, Aunt May, Carl, and Cousin Sue. Cousin Sue was doing fine with Sergeant Smathers. 10 minutes later, I was knocking at a door and hoping I'd do as fine with the ex-Mrs. Harold Phineas.
Oh.
Mind if I come in?
Oh.
Thanks.
Oh.
Mrs. Phineas, your ex-husband's in trouble.
He is?
He was kidnapped.
He what?
No tears. When I saw you this afternoon, you had plenty.
Well, Mr. Regan,
You bruise easy, but you heal quick.
Yes, that's it, Mr. Regan.
There's something funny about your husband's disappearance, Mrs. Phineas. Kidnapper seems to have taken clothes and drawings.
He did? I mean, they did?
Yeah, kind of odd that a kidnapper would stop for those things.
Yes, it certainly is.
Of course, if your ex-husband had been going somewhere, he might have taken them.
Well, now, Mr. Regan, I don't...
You see, if a man were pulling out of a tough situation in a hurry, he might stop to grab a shirt or two and let it go at that.
Mr. Regan, if you're going to say...
I am, Mrs. Phineas. Your ex-husband wasn't kidnapped. He sneaked out. He went somewhere in a hurry because he was caught in his own trap.
Oh, Mr. Regan.
Wouldn't make good publicity for Powerhouse Pratt, Mrs. Phineas. Papers would play it big. Now, do you want to tell your husband to step out from behind those drapes?
All right.
Okay, Mr. Regan. I give up. Arrest me, put me behind bars. I deserve it.
Oh, Harold, no.
Oh, Dorothy, Dorothy.
Now, take it easy, both of you. Nobody gets arrested. Not yet, anyway.
They don't.
Phineas, you made one big mistake. You lied to me. That business about being threatened. The cartoon of yourself lying face down.
Yeah, but Mr.
You drew your own pictures. Your story was so phony it smelled halfway to Ocean Park.
Yeah, but...
But being shot at. It wasn't your idea. That's when you ran. Your idea backfired.
Yeah, I tried everything, Mr. Regan. I cut off the gas, busted the lights, but they just wouldn't leave.
You dreamed up the threat to get rid of your relatives. You wanted your wife back, and she'd said it was her or them. You wanted her. And you only had 8 days.
I did it for Dorothy.
You wanted the relatives to go back home. Especially Cousin Sue.
Yeah, they wanted me to marry Cousin Sue, but I didn't love her, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell
but you
them.
didn't threaten them. They're the stubborn kind. That might make them stay longer. So you said your own life was threatened. Indirect scare.
Yeah, that's just what I did. Yeah, but there's just one thing, Mr. Regan. Honest, I didn't shoot that shotgun at myself.
Yeah, you gave somebody else the idea. As long as you wanted to play target, they decided to help you along.
Who?
Who?
Maybe it's about time you grew up, Phineas. Stick with me and you'll get to meet that somebody yourself.
Harold!
Phineas turned 3 shades of red, kissed his wife goodbye, kissed her again, exchanged tears, and came quietly. He didn't say anything as we drove back to the house. He said less when we walked in and faced the family.
Harold!
Well, I'll be dooked.
Family, meet your long-lost nephew, Harold Phineas. Say hello, Phineas.
Hello.
Harold, what on earth's the meaning of this, scaring us half to death?
Well, Aunt May, it's like this. You see...
No, I don't see. You owe us an explanation and an apology.
Yes,
And
Mr. Regan.
This would make hot copy for the papers. The Raiders of Powerhouse Pratt.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan.
Take your choice, Phineas. You either want your wife, or you don't.
Mr. Regan,
What was that you said, Harold?
Well, Aunt May...
Either apologize or we leave this very minute. We're going home, Harold, the whole family, unless...
Well, then I guess you'd better go, Aunt May.
What did you say?
You'd better leave.
Well, I never.
Oh, now, see here,
You
son.
listen to me. I didn't mind it when you came out to visit me for a month, and I didn't mind when you decided to stay for the fall. I even had the house fixed up when you decided to stay for the winter.
Yeah, take it easy there, son.
This goes for you, too, Uncle Fred. But when you decided to stay for the spring and then another summer...
Now, Harold, this isn't like you at all, getting picky.
I've been supporting the whole gang of you for 11 months now, and I'm sick and tired of it, and I'm broke. I can't feed the whole darn town.
You mean you'd let your own kinfolks down, son?
Harold, we're from home.
Yeah, home. You took over my house, spent my money, and ruined my marriage. So you can all go back home. And you can take Cousin Sue with you. The only person I'm marrying right now is my wife. So there.
Were you calling me, Cousin Harold?
I sure was. As for you, you no good little...
No, you wait a minute, you little shrimp.
Huh? Carl. Carl Miller from back home.
He got in town yesterday. He came for me.
That's right, Shrimp, and I don't like what you're saying about my fiancée.
Well, that explains a lot of things. Carl, you're the guy that took that shot at me. You never did like me, and you thought you'd scare me away from Cousin Sue.
Like I said, a little buckshot never hurt
Yeah,
nobody.
that's what you think.
Hey!
Oh, you can have Sue, all right, but this is for the buckshot.
Harold, you knocked him down.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, Phineas?
How come you knew all this?
Deduction, my dear Watson.
Mr. Regan, you're greater than Powerhouse Pratt.
Harold Phineas decided not to prefer charges against Carl, and the family took the hint. The whole clan packed up bag and baggage for a long trip. Not back home. Nope. Seems Phineas had a sister living in San Diego. The next morning, I checked in with my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. He looked triumphant.
Jeffrey! Well, it was just as I thought.
Huh?
It wasn't a kidnapping at all. I'll say one thing for Phineas. He planned it carefully.
Lyon, where did you learn about the case?
To check there, just in case, and sure enough, I was right.
The newspapers knew Phineas was building up a phony death threat just to get
They
rid of
had
it.
the advanced story, Jeffrey.
Oh, great. And I promised Phineas I wouldn't let a word of it get out. It's bad publicity for the comic strip, Lyon.
Oh, nonsense. I won't tell anyone, Jeffrey.
You won't tell anyone. What about the other million readers?
Well, by the time the papers hit the newsstands, it won't matter anyhow. Everyone will know the truth. Although I must say it was pretty clever of me to get it first. Here it is, Jeffrey. Advance copy. Listen, I'll read it to you. Now, Powerhouse Pratt says, so I cleverly disappeared just when the crooks thought they'd killed me. Actually, I was disguised.
Lyon, that's the comic section.
Yeah, but of course, Jeffrey. Where else would I find Powerhouse Pratt? Oh, here we are, right here.
Lyon,
Murdoch
never
says,
mind.
It curses Powerhouse Pratt. I might have known you weren't really kidnapped.
Lyon, never mind.
And here's the real clever part. Just as Murdoch tries to flee, Powerhouse Pratt turns suddenly. Hey, Jeffrey!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at this same time over CDS. Joe Walters speaking and inviting you to be with us again next Sunday at 8:30 for more suspense, mystery, and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
I wonder if you remember the old-time comic who always began with, "Tonight the show's going to be different." And so it is with Let George Do It. Only we've switched it to, "Tonight the mayhem's going to be different." And I want you to listen closely, as this would be a swell way to discourage your brother-in-law of taking your upper plate for the Ladies' Aid taffy pull. It has its beginning in a cozy little cave on Crescent Lane. You know the type. One of those modest country places with 6 rooms and a polo field. As our story opens, a nervous young filly is writing a letter to George Valentine. For this, she is using a very special pen. It not only writes under water, it also writes under blood.
Dear Claire, I meant to write you so much sooner than this. It's been so long, hasn't it? But it only seemed that way to me because we're so isolated out here at Crescent Lane. Anyway, I've known, of course, that you'd be here for the weekend tomorrow, you and George, and I've... Oh, hello, Avery, dear. It's all right with you, isn't it, to have them here? I meant to tell you that I'd asked them, but I guess I forgot all about it and...
With me, I think it's a terrific idea.
Joe!
Who else would wander in to haunt you? You want to know how it is with Avery? You'd better ask him.
Well, I thought you were Avery.
Why, does he creep up on you, too?
Well, I was just writing a letter, and Well, you see, I thought this George, this boyfriend of Claire Brooks, could go fishing this weekend. I mean, Avery loves a chance to show off his own trout lake, and... Well, it would take them a couple of days.
Hey, this gets better and better. Go on, write your letter. I think it's a wonderful idea. With the squire out of the house for a couple of days.
Cecile? Yes, Avery?
There's old Thunderhead. See you later, baby.
I want my lunch now, Cecile.
All right, Avery. I was just writing a letter to...
Yes, of course, but I'm in a hurry, dear.
But I wanted to tell you this weekend I've invited...
I said I'm in a hurry, Cecile.
Yes, Avery.
What's the matter with you, anyway?
Oh, nothing.
Was Joe Ames here?
Well, yes, but
I don't like that man or his money either. He doesn't belong in Crescent Lane. He's not the sort of man...
Well, just because he wasn't born
here...
Oh,
for heaven's sakes, I want my lunch, I told you. Do I have to call one of the servants, or...
All right. I'll be right with you, dear.
That's the girl. That's my sister.
I have to mail this in a hurry, Claire. But remember, I'm expecting you this weekend without fail. Sincerely, Cecile Lewiston.
This gal Cecile may have the whips, but she ain't so dumb. She figures by inviting Brooksy, Valentine's girl Friday, for the weekend, she will still have Joe Ames, her boyfriend, Monday. Wonder how the plan will set with Brother Avery, though. I bet not half so well as the plan my friend here has for you. My friend, I think you'll go far with that kind of talk. Now let's see how far Brooksy and George go when they get that letter from Cecile.
Cecile Lewiston? I just don't know her.
You don't know her. But then why would she write as though you were an old friend?
I don't know. I tell you, I've never even heard of her.
Uh-huh. Well, I've heard of an Avery Lewiston up there in Crescent Lane. Big shot among big shots. Sportsman stuff. You, too, can wear trees.
I know.
Wait a minute. Someplace in the paper here. I read it.
What?
Yeah. Here it is. Yeah, society section. Where else?
Oh, let's see. Prominent Crescent Lane bachelor who will preside at the Hunt Club.
That's him, all right. The early George Apley, mustache and all, distinguished looking.
Look, George. There she is.
Huh?
There. Holding the bridle of the horse in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Miss Cecile Lewiston. She's not very attractive, is she?
But she writes as though you were a friend. All right, come on, Angel. Let's find out why.
I'm so glad you could come.
It's certainly a beautiful place, all your gardens and the woods. But I'd still like to know
yes, my brother's very proud of it.
Well, aren't you too, Cecile?
Well, it's really his. I mean, I've always lived here. Ever since my mother and father died, I was just a child. But my brother is... Well, it's sort of his. I always think of it that way. Here, we'll go in through here.
Well, wait a minute. What about that letter of yours?
Mr. Valentine, please don't ask any questions.
You might as well ask him to stop breathing.
I'll explain everything later.
No. It's all right with me.
What?
No questions.
Thank you. Come on.
All right. But you've told your brother we were old friends of yours.
Mr. Valentine, you promised
Well, now, that's not a question.
Just an observation.
And you wrote the letter to Brooksy that way because he was watching you write it, maybe. So that makes your brother a curious kind of duck who looks over his shoulders.
No, I mean...
All right, never mind. I'm close enough. But why a full-grown woman would pull a childish stunt like that on her brother is beyond me.
But you're wrong. I mean, Avery doesn't even know about you yet. I haven't had a chance to tell him. He was out all yesterday afternoon with a man named Joe Ames who's new here, and, well, this morning...
Hold it.
Well, hello.
Hi. We were just admiring your place.
Oh, no. No, this is not Avery. I mean, this is Paul Merrill. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
How do you do? I'm sorry.
Paul lives down the road. What do you want, Paul? If you're looking for Joe, he hasn't been by here this morning.
Well, why'd I want him? I'm all through with Joe Ames.
What do you mean?
Well, he got what he came here for, didn't he? The big tycoon with social ambitions. He's made the grade now.
What's this?
Huh? Oh, hi, Avery. Well, where are you?
Right here in the study window.
Oh.
But what did you just say about... No, operator. Hang on a minute, will you?
Well, it was nothing important. Go on, finish your phone call. We'll walk around the porch and come inside.
Avery, these are some friends
Be
of...
quiet, will you? Shut up.
What? Avery.
Nice guy.
You know why Ames has been here to see you. You stay out of this.
Yes, Avery.
Well, all I meant
and
was...
you don't know. Go on. What do you think it is, Paul?
Oh, Avery, for gosh sakes, Joe Ames just bought my place, that's all.
He what?
Well, sure, I dropped by. I thought you might be interested. Yeah, now, Joe's made the grade, house in Crescent Lane. He bought up my second mortgage without telling anybody. Sort of had me over a barrel. What else could I do? Oh, I haven't signed any papers yet, but what's the difference? Who cares? I can't pay the taxes by just growing peaches. Well, Avery, hey! Well, what the heck's the matter with him?
Paul, please leave us alone. Get out of here, will you? Please, Paul, please.
Well, sure. Take it easy. What a place. Everybody always upset all the time. Well, I'll see you later.
Ames, Paul Merrill, hot tempers, social climbers. What kind of a thing is
Mr.
it?
Valentine, something's wrong with my brother. I don't know what it is, but he's been like this for weeks. Just any little thing will set him off. I mean, he doesn't care about Paul Merrill selling his property any more than I do. That's what I wanted you to do this weekend. Take him fishing, make him get away from here. Why, Avery hasn't left this place for years, not even for horse shows out of town.
Hey, slow down, will you? Tell Brooksy, not me.
Oh, Mr. Valentine...
Don't mind if I climb in the window, do you? I want to make a phone call.
George, what are you talking about?
A guy has to be pretty upset to just drop a phone without hanging it up.
Oh.
Hello, operator. Do I still want to talk to police headquarters? No, never mind, thank you.
Police headquarters?
Cecile, why would your brother be talking to... Cecile.
George, she's gone.
Yeah.
Listen.
Hey, 5 shots. Sounds like it's over in one of those sheds. Stay here, Brooksy. Well, it's you. Hello, Avery. My name's George Valentine. What have you got here? Miniature rifle range?
Get out of here.
A man gets upset, he can come out and plug away at a sandbag, huh?
It's a repair shed. I haven't been here for months, but the door is always open. Yes. There's no lock.
What's that?
Mr. Valentine, I know who you are. I know why you're here. There's something wrong with me, isn't there? My poor little sister that I've given half my life to. She's so normal, so honest.
Hey, take it
But
slow.
she's going to run away from me. Did she tell you that? Did she? There's a man named Ames, you see, and I...
What's this?
Oh, I know. It's all very confusing. But it's really not. Cecile is stupid. She's not pretty. She's never had a man like that make a play for her. Ames, Joe Ames, rough and ready, man of ambition. Would have to be accepted around here if he married a Lewiston. Only, of course, I'd never allow it. Would I?
Oh, clear it up, please, Buster. What are you talking
A
about?
moment ago, I got the idea. It hit me like a sledgehammer. Elope. That's what I've been afraid Ames would try. Elope with her, so I couldn't stop it. And that's why you're here, to get me out of the way.
Well, it might make a little sense. Your sister certainly hasn't so far.
And neither have I. Because now I know I'm wrong, you see. Now move, will you? Stand over there.
Huh?
Because somebody else has been in this shed. And so has my rifle. Look, slug in the waste box. See?
Oh, now, look, how about one thing at a time?
That's what I'm doing. Someone's packed a rifle bullet into a shotgun shell. He could dig the rifle slug out of the sandbag.
I
there.
still don't get it. Let me see.
Look out, I'll spill sand all over you.
Yeah, here's a slug from your rifle. Another couple. 3 of them in the sandbag, but...
They match with the one in the waste box, see? Look at it. And here, the one in the shotgun shell.
Now, wait a minute, Buster. Let me get this straight. You're talking about being upset over your sister, but now you've got a shotgun shell loaded with what's left of a rifle bullet.
Listen to me. I don't understand it. I just found it. Ames. I've been worried about Ames making a play for my sister. Wanting to take her away, yes. Of course, I've been behaving strangely. But now I find a thing like this.
Uh-huh. Somebody's been experimenting with your ammunition.
I don't know what it means.
Well, here. Might mess up the barrel of this shotgun a little, but we'll try.
What are you going to do?
Well, I've heard of taking the buckshot out of a shotgun shell and stuffing something heavier in front of the powder.
Look out!
Well, that one wasn't packed very tight. Let's see. There's the slug over there, buried in the wall. The slug that was originally fired from your rifle.
George, where are you?
Oh, yeah, and here, Brooksy.
Don't tell anyone. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it. It
George,
doesn't make...
I think you better come inside.
Why? We've got a big enough mystery cooking right in here.
Oh, George, listen. The caretaker's on the phone from the next estate. He says he was out in the woods and found the body of a man with a bullet in him.
What?
What's that?
It was the body of Joe Ames.
You know, this piece of news is going to come as a big shock to Cecile. Here she was, all ready to marry Ames, and he often elopes with an angel. Poor girl. In her present mental state, she's liable to toss convention to the winds and get on her broom and join him. However, here's a fellow who doesn't need a broom to take a flyer. He does it with words. Sweep a syllable this way, pal. You remember the old saying, never go for a tramp in the woods unless you're wearing a bulletproof vest. Well, Joe Ames didn't. He went looking for a partridge and turned out to be the pigeon. Now, this made Brother Avery a happy little monster, as his cup ran over even at the mention of Ames. All of this came to pass just because George and Brooksy got a weekend bid from Cecile, a hysterical female who's just itching for a jacket that buttons down the back. 2 minutes in these surroundings would have told anybody to get your bustle back to town. But not our George. He took a shot in the dark and stayed. Meanwhile, someone took a shot in the woods and didn't. Was it murder? Was it suicide? I don't know. Mr. Worth, the local constable, thinks it was an accident. How about you, Brooksy?
Avery Lewiston made some sort of a phone call to the police, or was going to earlier. Remember, George?
I already asked Mr. Worth about that, Angel.
Yeah, Avery's been pestering us, trying to find out all the facts about this Joe Ames. That's about all.
Yeah, that's what he told me, too.
What do you mean facts about Joe Ames?
Well, Ames has made a lot of money back east, you see. I guess Avery hoped somebody would tell him Ames was crooked.
But Ames wasn't. Huh?
Oh, no, of course not. You know, just a bit rough, ambitious. I don't know why Avery should have worried so much about it. He's got plenty. Nothing Ames could have done to him except to bring a little noise and progress into his precious Crescent Lane.
Oh, no, there was something else. His sister.
What?
Skip it. It's all over.
By the way, Valentine, I want you to show me this hocus pocus out in the shed. This shotgun rifle slug stuff.
Oh, yeah, I'll get Avery.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Let's clear it up.
That's it. That's what I found.
Understand, Mr. Worth?
That somebody's been experimenting with how to fire a rifle slug out of a shotgun? Well, of course I do. Only tell me, Avery, where do you keep your rifle?
Well, generally in my study inside the house.
So your rifle itself couldn't very well be borrowed and then put back without your noticing it.
I suppose not.
But the slugs fired from it could?
I don't understand.
I think I do. Go on, Worth. What was it your crew reported to you from town?
Where's your rifle now, Avery?
Well, I had it out here earlier when Mr. Valentine went... No, it's gone.
Yeah, that's right. My boys have it. They ran a ballistics check, Valentine. The bullet that killed Joe Ames was fired from Avery's rifle. Well, I'll see you later.
What? Wait a minute.
Somebody trying to build you a noose, Avery?
Yes. Yes, I'm finally beginning to understand. I thought I was a well-liked person. In fact, for years, I've been sort of an ex-officio mayor of Crescent Lane.
Take it easy.
But now it seems someone would like me to hang. Why? Just because I'm known to express my opinion on Ames? Because I would make an obvious suspect?
Easy now. Worth is going to comb the woods for a shotgun. Try and check everyone in the neighborhood that might have been fired. He figures whoever practiced stuffing shells in here is the one who did it.
But the slug was from my gun. It had the telltale markings from the barrel of my rifle. So when he finds that everyone disliked Ames, it'll be much easier to put the handcuffs on me.
Oh, cut it out, will you
Why?
please?
Don't you understand? How will we ever be able to prove that the bullet that killed Ames had already been fired once by me in here?
Sometimes a crime is simpler than it looks. You said everybody hated Ames. But everybody didn't have access to the shed, did they?
No. No, that's right.
Hello.
Paul. Hello, Paul.
I just wondered if there was anything I could do.
No. No, I guess not.
Mr. Merrill, you live down the road, don't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, all is right.
I suppose the police have asked you where you were this morning.
Yeah. I don't have any alibis, if that's what you mean. Yeah, but on the other hand, I don't kill people. Hey, you fixed this place up pretty nice, Avery. Moving the lathe out gave you more room in here, didn't it?
Haven't you been in here since then?
Me? Well, no, why would I? Now, what's going on anyway? I'm not interested in guns, if that's what you mean.
But you're a neighbor. You're around here all the time.
Well, now, let's get it clear. What do you mean?
No, Valentine. It's ridiculous. Paul and I have nothing in common. As for my sister, she actually goes out of her way to avoid him. There must be others.
I was thinking that Mr. Merrill and Joe Ames had something in common, that's all.
What's that?
Yeah, that business of the property.
Oh.
Oh, now, look here. He forced me to sell. What of it? I don't mind getting out of here. I've been full of Crescent Lane all my life, and I'm sick of it. Well, just because he didn't give me as much money as... Oh, I'm getting out of here. I'm sorry I can't help you, Valentine.
Paul.
No, let him go, Avery. It's about all over anyway.
What?
Yeah, sometimes a crime can be so simple. And the simple way is the only way I can figure it.
Well, where are you going? What do you mean that it's...
To see an old friend that I didn't meet until today. Your sister, Avery.
No, Mr. Valentine. Please leave me alone. Please.
Now, look, you lied to begin with when you wrote us your letter. And if you don't help me now...
But Joe Ames was an awful man. Don't you see? Anyone could have done it.
An awful man? Ames has been around here for months, hasn't he? He wanted to buy some property. But even more than that, he wanted to marry you.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy, what'd you find?
What have you been doing back there?
I was in your room, Cecile. I had to go through the bathroom. The other door was locked.
You have no right to...
Well, if you won't tell us, we'll find out ourselves. Go ahead, Brooksy.
She had 3 suitcases, all packed.
Oh.
There isn't anything left in her closet but a few things to wear over the weekend.
No.
Okay, so you were planning to get out of here. That is why you brought us out here, isn't it? To get your brother out of the way so you could leave.
You must be scared to death of Avery.
No, I'm not. It's just that
I know. He didn't want you to get married.
But I wasn't going to be married. You don't understand.
This is your engagement ring, isn't it? I found it in your dressing table.
Okay, Cecile, okay. Avery had already guessed it. He told me about it. Now, you tell us about it.
No, I won't. I can't.
You're protecting someone, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Someone like yourself.
What?
Ames was murdered by a bullet from your brother's rifle.
Avery, come in here.
Oh, no, never mind him. He couldn't have been the one to try and frame himself, don't you understand?
So it's someone else you're protecting?
No. Oh, leave me alone.
Oh, come on, Cecile, let's go into town.
What?
Oh, George, she's so upset she's sick.
The person she's protecting is Cecile. How many times do I have to say it?
George.
Well, who else would have access not only to that shed out there, but also to the study where Avery kept his rifle?
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, come on, sister. You can tell it to Mr. Worth at police headquarters.
George, look out.
Oh, yeah, I've got her. Well, she just fainted, that's all.
What is it? What happened?
Oh, nothing. Brooksy, get on the phone. Call Worth. Tell him I'm on my way.
All right, George.
Then wait here for me.
What are you doing with her? Cecile.
She fainted, that's all. Never mind, I can get the door.
Put her down. Valentine.
She'll be taken care of, don't worry.
Put her down, I said.
I have. There's a doctor in jail. He can take...
Get away from her!
Will George get away from her? Will Avery give it to him in the end? Boy, doesn't a situation like this kind of get you deep down inside? Oh, well, in case it didn't, maybe what my friend here has to say will. Now let's get back and see how George is making out. Say, this is terrible. He's still standing there.
Get away from her!
Well, where did you get the shotgun?
Merrill's. Found it out in the woods. Just bringing it to show you.
Well, don't wave it at me like that. Hey, what's that shotgun loaded with? Buckshot? You better get your hand off the trigger. You'll hit us both.
What?
Or is it loaded with another one of those 5 slugs from the shed? You went over to Merrill's and you stole his rifle, and now you're getting ready to plant it in the woods.
Get away from her.
Oh, yeah, sure. The big squire of Crescent Lane that everybody calls Thunderhead. And the only person that really takes you seriously, I guess, is Cecile. After all, why not? She's not very good looking. There weren't any boys. She's waited on you hand and foot ever since your parents died.
Stop it. Be quiet. What makes you think I'd want to plant Merrill's gun?
Now, you listen to me, Buster. You move 1 inch and she gets hurt, see? The gun, simple. The whole crime's simple, I told you. I always wondered what it'd be like to walk in on a case just a few minutes after a man had been murdered. Now I know. A man will try anything when he's desperate, won't he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, forget all the fancy stuff. Forget that shotgun stuff. When I walked in here today, you were phoning the police. You were all upset. Well, suppose you were going to phone in and tell them that you just shot a man by accident in the woods.
No, that's not true.
He was the guy who was going to take your sister away from you. With your standing around here, how could anybody ever prove it wasn't an accident?
But the shotgun...
You shot Ames with your rifle. Only then you changed your mind. How desperate can you get? Sure, why not make it a murder now?
For the last time, Valentine, I'm warning you.
Why not get rid of Merrill, too? Why not go out to the shed and show me a perfectly obvious switch with the ammunition that'd make you look innocent forever?
But I found those shells there.
You knew ballistics would prove it was your rifle that killed Ames, so you showed me how someone else could have used one of those 5 slugs.
For the last time, get away from
5 slugs, Buster. 5 slugs. You ripped open the sandbag, remember? There were 3 in there. 1 in the wastebasket. 1 in the shotgun shell you just stuffed.
I don't even know what you're talking
about. But I heard you fire your rifle 5 times. So why weren't there more slugs? If somebody else was getting them from an earlier shooting out there, he'd have to get them out of the sandbag, wouldn't he? But the bag wasn't ripped open. And when it was, we only found 3.
Valentine.
5 slugs, and you fired 5 shots. Now drop that gun.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I knew he must have done it. But I couldn't tell you what I knew. I couldn't.
All right. Take it easy, Cecile. Your brother's a strange guy. I guess you know that better than anyone else. But you don't need to explain anything. Not even why he suddenly decided to make his simple crime look like a murder. He made quite a mistake, didn't he?
Mistake? George, what do you mean?
Haven't you figured that out, Angel? Well, come on. I'll tell you on the way out. All right, think, Brooksy. Why didn't he just leave Ames' death as an accident? Why didn't he finish his call to the police? You remember what happened?
Well, Paul Merrill was there talking about selling his property.
Angel, Cecile was planning to elope. Now, would the man she'd elope with buy property right near the murderous brother they were running away from?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what hit Avery like a sledgehammer.
But on the other hand, why would Merrill be perfectly willing to sell at a bad price and get out?
Now you have it.
But she and Merrill were so cool toward each other.
Well, if it was necessary to elope, it'd also be necessary to put on an act, wouldn't it? Avery never even guessed until that moment. It wasn't Ames at all. It was Merrill.
And Avery started working to pin the murder on Merrill.
Sure. Get rid of the real suitor who was going to steal his sister. But at least it ends happily. You see, now they can get together. Love always wins out.
Ah.
You know, it's amazing to me how Valentine can romp his way through a million clues, then top it off by saying the wrong thing to Brooksy. That poor gal's got enough frustrations for a sorority house. Oh, well, time will tell. And I've got just enough time to tell you that Robert Bailey plays George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and Eddie Dunstetter gave you a shot or two at the organ. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Phyllis. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to give me a rain check, Angel. I'm all tied up. But that's only temporary. Some efficiency expert is dropping around to demonstrate that if I plan my work properly, I'll have time to kill.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the puzzling pinup. Now, the case of the puzzling pinup. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and a young man named Charles Sylvester Brayton II breaks all records dashing up the steps of a small rooming house in New York's West Side. And when he gets to the top floor, he begins hammering on the door of room 413.
Come on, Pat. Open up.
Who is it?
You know who it is. Now open up.
Go away, Charles.
No, you can't send me away like this. I've got to talk to you.
All right, just a second.
Lock it.
No, it's all right. Nobody will disturb us.
I said lock it.
Look, Charles, you're not well.
Don't you believe it for a second. Don't you see, Pat? It was just a scheme to keep us apart. But I fooled them.
Charles, please don't lock that door.
What's the matter, Pat? Don't you trust me either?
Of course I do. It's just that I don't like to see you so upset. Look, I've got an idea.
What are you doing with that phone?
I was just going to call your father.
Put it down.
But, Charles...
Put it down. So you're working with them, too?
No, I'm not.
Then prove it. Marry me.
You're insane.
What did you say?
Nothing, Charles.
You're lying. You were going to say I was insane.
I wasn't, I swear.
I'll give you one last chance. I've got a car downstairs. Will you come with me?
Look, Charles.
Answer me.
But, darling...
All right, Pat. You had your opportunity.
What are you doing with that gun?
I gave you your chance, Pat. You'll have to admit that.
Darling, now, listen to me. I've changed my mind.
How do I know that you won't change it again?
Charles, you can't do this. They'll hang you.
No, they won't. You see, I'll be dead.
No.
Yes, you don't think I'd let you go without me.
Charles, please.
Don't be afraid, Pat. I'll be right by your side. Goodbye, darling.
No.
I was down in the basement fixing the boiler when I heard the shots, Mr. Shelley, so right away I got on the phone and called your newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else here in Driscoll? Oh, no, wasn't nobody else home. What about the cops? I ain't notified them yet, you know. That was smart, Driscoll. We'll take care of you. All right, where do we go now? It's this room here. Okay, open the door. Well, what are you waiting for? Your editor, Mr. Wingate, said you'd have a little present for me. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll give you 50 when we get inside. But Mr. Wingate promised me 100. Okay, here it is. Oh, thanks. Now, where's your pass key? Shut that door. What's the girl's name? Patricia Brooks. You know the guy? No. Pull up the shade. I want to get a good look at his puss. Holy smoke. What's the matter, Mr. Shelley? Well, you know who this is? Charles Sylvester Braden II. Who? Skip it. Hand me some flash bulbs. They're in that case by your feet. Oh, okay. You know, something tells me these shots are going to be every bit as sensational as Mr. Braden's.
Tom?
Hi, Mr. Wingate.
Oh, hello, Shelley. I'm sorry that tip didn't pay off. The way the janitor spoke on the phone, I thought we had something.
Huh? What are you talking about, boss?
The yarn I sent you out on. Whole story just came over the ticker. Cops were just there. Too bad there was nothing to it.
Nothing to it? Do you realize...
Oh, look, Shelley. Maybe in the hick town you come from, a pretty girl committing suicide is big news. But in New York, it happens every day in the week.
Yeah, but what about...
Well, what about what?
Well, what did the cops find?
The same thing you did. Dead girl named Pat Brooks holding a gun in her hand.
Nothing else?
What are you getting at? Should there have been anything else?
No, of course not.
Where are your pictures?
Pictures?
That's what I sent you there for, remember? Where are they?
They ain't. You see, I forgot to take along film.
You what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, boss. I feel like an awful jerk.
Okay, forget it. At least there was no harm done. But it'll teach you to be more careful in the future.
Oh, yeah. I learned my lesson, Mr. Wingate. I bet I'll pick up plenty from an experience like this.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Charles Braden Sr., please.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Mr. Braden's only son died yesterday in an automobile accident.
Yes, I know. I read all about it, but I still think he'll see me. Tell him it's Walter Shelley of the Gazette.
Who is it, Laura?
It's me, Braden. I'm the guy you spoke to on the phone this morning.
Yes. Won't you come in, sir?
Thanks.
This is the young man I've been telling you about, Laura.
Yes, so I gather.
Miss Allen is my secretary, Mr. Shelley.
Good enough.
Well, now, suppose we get down to business. You told me you had some pictures I might be interested in.
That's right.
May I see them, please?
Sure. Here they are.
Very interesting.
Like a drink, Mr. Shelley?
Well, thanks, dollface. Well, here's to what we all want.
I'll join you in that, sir.
Had time to look at those pictures yet, Mr. Braden?
Yes, indeed.
Notice anything peculiar about them?
I presume you mean that one of the bodies is that of my son, Charles.
Yeah, and he's holding a gun.
So?
So when I heard that the cops only found one stiff, I immediately jumped to the conclusion that you must have taken care of the other by bribing the janitor of the building.
But why should I do that?
Look, let's stop kidding each other, Braden. A guy with your name couldn't stand the disgrace. You wouldn't want to go through life known as the father of a murderer.
There's something in what you say, Mr. Shelley. How much do you want?
10 grand for the set of pictures you've got in your hand.
And how much for the negatives?
Negatives?
Oh, come. You mustn't take me for a child, Mr. Shelley. I'm aware of the elementals of photography. Now, where are those negatives?
Cut it out, Braden. You're choking.
Where are they?
Give me a chance.
All right.
Yeah, you could have killed me then.
The negatives, please.
Yeah, sure. I got them right here in my pocket.
Mr. Braden!
I'd advise you to put away that gun, sir.
You're not as smart as you think.
Apparently not.
Wouldn't I be a chump to keep those negatives on me? Oh, no. You're going to pay for them, mister. And pay through the nose.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
Who's calling?
Walter Shelley.
Who?
Walter Shelley. I'm a reporter on the Gazette.
What can I do for you?
You mean, what can I do for you? I understand you're one of the best private dicks in New York.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, the usual reliable sources. Don't they call you the Falcon?
Only when they can't think of anything worse.
Look, will you be home for the next half hour?
Why?
Well, I'd like to come around, drop a fortune in your lap.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's only a few weeks before Christmas, and I like to play Santa Claus nice and early. I'll be seeing you, Weary.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 15 minutes have passed since Walter Shelley called Mike Waring with a promise to drop a fortune in his lap. And now we find Mr. Shelley as good as his word.
Yes?
You Waring?
That's right.
I'm Walter Shelley.
Oh, you're ahead of schedule. Come on in.
Thanks.
You said something on the phone about dropping a fortune in my lap.
Uh-huh, and I never lied. Catch.
What's this?
Just what I promised. In that envelope are pictures worth $500,000.
What makes them so valuable?
The pose.
Oh.
You interested?
Go on.
This party will pay off plenty, Waring. I know I've already seen them. We've got all the angles covered.
We?
Got a partner. Of course, that means we'll have to split 3 ways, but it's worth it. Now, this partner of mine has a swell in, see? What we need is someone to handle the detail work. Tried another guy, but he couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm. What made you come to me with a swindle like this?
Well, look, you don't have to take that tone with me, Waring.
Oh, I don't? All right, now get up.
Hey, what's going on in here, Mr. Waring? I was cleaning the hall and I heard a fuss.
Oh, it's nothing serious, George. Will you get rid of this for me?
Huh?
Character on the floor. Throw him out.
Oh. Come on, buddy. Get up. Come on, pal. I have... Mr. Waring.
Yeah?
I think there's something the matter with him.
I know. He ran into my fist.
No. I mean, I can't feel his heartbeat.
You what?
Yeah. I think you killed him.
All right, Waring, let's have the truth now. And don't give me any more stuff about pictures, because we didn't find any.
You didn't?
No. Why'd you kill Shelley?
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Lieutenant.
You admit you slugged him.
Look, Webster, I may brag now and then, but I'm still no Joe Louis. What do the autopsy reports say?
Hasn't come in yet.
Well, what are they waiting for?
Hey, Lieutenant, open up, will you?
What do you want, Sergeant?
There's a Mr. Wingate to see Waring.
Wingate?
Well, tell him to beat it. Waring isn't having any visitors.
I've got a court order here, Lieutenant. Maybe you'd like to look at it.
Yeah, let's see that. There you are. Seems to be all right. Open it up, Sergeant. You can have 5 minutes, no more.
Fair enough. Hello, Waring.
Well, who are you?
Out at the Wingate.
Still means nothing.
I hold down the slot in the Evening Gazette. Shelley worked for me until he came to me this morning with an idea how he could make some easy dough.
Wait a minute. You must be the guy he told me he'd talk to before he came to see me.
That's right. I threw him out.
Well, what are you doing here?
Well, when the story came over the ticker, I thought there might be something I could do for you.
Why should you?
I want this story for my paper, exclusively. And I'm willing to pay for it.
Okay, Wingate. You got yourself a deal. Do you know what was on those pictures of Shelley's?
No.
Did he mention any names?
Not a one.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here are my keys. The superintendent of my building is a character named George Kennedy. Check with him and see what he did with the envelope. And bring it back to me.
Haven't the police got it?
No, the lieutenant told me they didn't find a thing. It may have been brushed aside in all the excitement.
Well, it doesn't sound like much to go on, but keep your fingers crossed, kiddo. I'll do what I can.
Okay, Waring, on your feet.
Oh, you back again, Lieutenant?
Yeah, get your things and get out.
How come I'm being released?
The autopsy on Shelley clears you.
What was it, heart attack?
No. Poison. He got it in the drink about 6 hours before he came to your place.
Well, tough luck, Lieutenant. I know how you must feel. Can I use your phone?
Sure. There's a pay phone right over there.
Thanks, Webster. Maybe I can do as much for you sometime.
On Waring.
Yeah?
Don't use any slugs.
That you, George?
Oh, hi, Mr. Waring.
Say, is Mr. Wingate there?
Oh, sure. You want to talk to him?
No, I'll see him later. What did you do with the pictures?
We didn't find him.
Well, they can't have disappeared. They were on my desk before I slugged Shelley.
We ain't there now. We've practically taken the place apart.
All right, stop wrecking the joint. I'll be right over.
That's no use, Mike. We've looked in the desk already.
Yeah, he's right, Mr. Waring. We went over everything with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, I don't get it. Now, George, you're sure when the police removed Shelley's body, they didn't take anything?
I'm positive. I was here every minute of the time.
Yeah, we might as well give up, Mike.
No, wait a second, Wingate. Shelley was standing right where you are when he tossed that envelope in my lap. When I got up to throw him out, it must have fallen to the floor.
Well, I don't see what difference that makes.
Well, I could have kicked it over there, and then that... Hey, wait a minute. What's that under the radiator? Whatever you are, George, you're certainly no detective.
Is that the envelope?
Must be.
Well, let's get a glimpse of $500,000 worth of pictures.
Huh. We was robbed.
What's the trouble?
Well, look. It's a picture of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Brooklyn Dodgers?
Yeah, now you tell me who would pay $500,000 for a still shot of that group when you could go see them in action for $1.25.
You hear that, Mike? 3 a.m.
I don't care. I'm not leaving until I make head or tail of these pictures. What makes them worth all that money, Wingate?
Shelley must have been crazy.
Well, then why was he murdered? Come in.
I hate to disturb you, gentlemen, but I'm looking for Mike Waring.
Well, you've come to the right place.
Are you Mr. Waring?
What's your name?
My friends call me Laura Allen.
Well, I bet you've got a million of them, Angel. So I can't understand why you should be looking for new ones at this hour.
I'm looking for something else, Mr. Waring. What do you want for them?
What do I want for what?
The pictures.
What pictures?
Don't give me that. Shelley had them before he died. He hasn't got them now, so who does that leave?
Me?
Yes. What's your price?
I suppose I said I didn't care to do business.
It won't do you any good. If you see what I mean.
Mike!
Don't worry, Wingate. I saw it. Take a blind man to miss a cannon that size. Look, would you mind pointing it elsewhere, Laura?
What's the matter, Mr. Waring? Does it make you nervous?
Yeah, I don't know what's come over me these past few days, but I can't seem to keep the thing on my stomach particularly gun.
You let go.
Come on, Angel, drop it.
Oh!
Nuts. Get it, Wingate.
Okay. It's got. Well, now what are you going to do with me?
Nothing. You can leave whenever you like, Angel.
You mean you're letting me go?
Yeah, sure, I'm a sport. I always throw the little ones back.
Just what are you fishing for, Mr. Waring?
The big one.
Well, I wouldn't if I were you. You know, some big fish are dangerous. And take it from me, this one's a man killer. Good night, Angel.
Shouldn't let her get away, Mike.
Why not? That little lady wasn't going to tell us anything, except what she wanted to.
Yeah, but remember what Shelley said about a partner.
You think that girl...
Well, don't you?
You know something, Wingate? You're right.
Well?
Yeah, she's already gone down the elevator.
Hello, Laura.
Mr. Braden,
That's right.
what are you doing in my apartment?
My dear girl, I think the answer's fairly obvious. I was waiting for you.
And I told you that if I had anything to report, I'd let you know.
Well, you can hardly blame me for being anxious, Laura. Now, where are the pictures?
I didn't get them.
You know, my dear, I find that very difficult to believe. You're such a very determined young lady.
Well, I ran into a very determined young man.
And yet Mr. Waring let you get away,
Yes, and don't ask me why, because I don't know.
You must be tired, my dear.
You're quite right, Mr. Braden. I am tired. I'm tired of trying to protect your precious name. Why don't you pay off and let it go at that?
I don't like to hear you talk that way, Laura. But knowing you as I do, I'm sure you'll never let this little conversation go any farther.
Hello?
Is that you, Waring? This is Laura.
Who?
Laura Allen, you remember?
Oh, sure.
Now, listen, Waring, there's something I've got to tell you.
Where do you live?
At the Rainey Apartments. But before you come, I want you to know that I killed Walter Shelley.
Oh, you admit it?
Well, if you want to be convinced... Oh,
Hello, Laura. Laura! And that's all I know, Wingate. Right after I heard the shot, I grabbed a cab and started over here. Then I remembered my promise to you, so I detoured over to your office to pick you up.
No, I appreciate it, Waring. Hey, what floor do we get off on?
Right here, the third.
Oh, okay. It must be down this way.
Oh, here it is. Laura Allen. Uh-oh.
Unlocked?
Yeah.
So, she did commit suicide after all.
It seems so. Hey, what do you make of this?
Silver cigarette case.
Silver nothing. This is platinum.
Huh?
Yeah, they don't hand these out on push carts. And here, look at the engraving.
Can you make it out?
Yeah, it's a Laura Allen from the tyrant Charles Braden Sr.
Charles Braden Sr.? Hey, this girl moved in the big leagues.
Yeah, so right. And if she was in Braden's employ, then he's the boy who's interested in the pictures, and she was working hand in glove with Shelley.
Yeah, but why would Braden want to picture the Brooklyn Dodgers?
He didn't. The pictures we found must have been phony. Say, wait a minute. Wasn't his son in some sort of a mess recently?
Well, he got killed in an automobile accident.
No, that's too pat. Braden's hiding something.
Who are you calling?
The police.
Well, make it snappy. I want to phone my paper.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the trouble?
I just thought of something. I heard the shot that killed Laura over the phone.
So?
Well, if she died instantly, who hung this receiver back on the hook?
Yeah, but that means...
Yeah, go on, say it, Wingate. She was murdered.
But you said she talked to suicide.
Someone could have forced her to by holding a gun in her back.
Who?
That's what I intend to find out. Now, look, I want you to get a fingerprint expert up here.
What for?
The killer made one blunder when he put the receiver back on the hook. Isn't it possible he made another?
I don't follow you.
Maybe he left his prints on the instrument. You got any idea where we can find an expert at this time of night?
Well, we got one down in the paper.
Swell. Get him, Wingate.
Well, I'll meet you later.
Make it Mr. Braden's. Something tells me he'll probably be very interested in the results. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
My name is Waring.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
You were a friend of Walter Shelley's, I believe.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Strange that he entrusted his most precious possessions to you.
I don't think I understand you, Mr. Braden.
I'm referring to the pictures, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that?
Yes, that. May I trouble you for them? And the negatives, of course.
What's in it for me?
Well, I could promise you any number of things.
Yes, but they'd be just that, promises.
You see my point.
Oh, yeah. You don't have to draw me a diagram.
No. I had only to draw a gun.
All right, put that thing away, Braden. You're forgetting something.
I can't imagine what.
What's going to happen when the police discover you killed Shelley and Laura?
Shelley and Laura? I hardly think there's any danger of that.
Well, maybe I can prove you're wrong.
I beg your pardon?
I think that call is for me, may I?
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello? Is that you, Mike?
Yeah, how'd you make out, Wingate? Did they finish checking those fingerprints?
Yes, but there wasn't a single print on it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What's the matter with you, Mike? Can't you hear me?
Didn't miss a word. Now come up here and bring that report with you.
You look pleased.
Yes, I am. Whose fingerprints do you suppose they found on Laura's telephone?
Nobody's.
What?
You'll forgive me, sir, but I'm afraid I've been guilty of eavesdropping.
Oh, you'll never hear anything nice about yourself that way.
Perhaps not. But then, Mr. Waring, I'm not a very nice person. I think you're going to find that out.
Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 2 minutes ago, Charles Braden Sr. told Mike that he wasn't, quote, a very nice person, unquote. And judging by the gun he keeps trained on Mike, Mr. Braden believes in telling the truth.
Oh, really, Mr. Waring, you don't know how this pains me.
Well, I'd never guess it, Braden. You certainly hide your grief well.
And you, sir, your fears.
Oh, that's where you're wrong. I don't believe you're going to shoot.
Tell me, Mr. Waring, what is your purpose in glancing at that window every 5 seconds? Frankly, I find it very distracting.
That was my purpose. All right, Wingate, grab it. Nice work, Wingate. Now give me the gun.
Okay. Here you are.
Now phone police headquarters.
No. My paper comes first.
Well, any way you like, but don't forget the cops.
I don't suppose there'd be much point in appealing to your better nature.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think, Wingate?
No, I'm just an innocent bystander, Waring. You better leave me out of this.
Well, that's impossible, friend. You've got a lot to say.
Oh, you mean because I saved your life?
No, because you killed Shelley and Laura.
What are you babbling about?
Murder, Wingate. I'm just wondering who's going to cover your execution for the Gazette.
Gee, I don't get it, Mr. Waring. You mean
Mr. Wingate actually killed Shelley and the girl.
Yes, actually, George.
Yeah, but why?
Those pictures.
The ones we found in your apartment.
No. The ones the police found in Wingate's apartment. He got them from my place before he even called you. Then he planted those phony shots and waited for me to make my great discovery.
Yeah, well, why did he do that?
Because he knew I wouldn't stop looking until I found a set of pictures, so he made things easy for me.
Well, I still don't understand why he killed Shelley.
He was Shelley's partner.
Wingate?
Mm-hmm. He was in from page one, but he got greedy and wanted the whole pie. So he poisoned Shelley and waited for the pictures to drop in his lap.
And instead, they dropped in yours.
Well, that he couldn't figure on. But he did okay as it was.
Well, why did he kill Laura?
Well, he had good reason for that. First, he forced her to confess to Shelley's murder.
Oh, he thought that would leave him in the clear.
Mm-hmm. If she committed suicide, then the case was closed, and he could go ahead and blackmail Braden safely.
Well, how did you know he was the killer?
Remember I told you I sent him to check the fingerprints on Laura Allen's phone?
Yeah, and he said there weren't any.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what gave him away.
Well, I don't see why. Ain't it possible the killer wiped off his own prints?
Yeah, sure. But what happened to mine? I handled the phone after the murder when I was going to call the police.
Oh.
Now, does that answer all your questions?
Well, all but one.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Waring, what was on those pictures anyway, huh?
Ah, you'll never know, George.
Oh, come on. Break down, Mr. Waring. Must have been pretty hot stuff, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed, they were. Some of the hottest shots I'd ever seen. Why, just to handle them would blister your hand.
Yeah? What were they, huh?
Well, they were 8x10 blow-ups of the Chicago fire. Good night, George.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Joe McNabb, Northeast Indemnity.
Hi, Joe. Good to hear your voice.
It's not mutual, Johnny.
And I always thought you cared.
Whenever I hear your voice, it's because I'm in trouble.
Oh, what is it this time?
Ever hear of Harvey Stone?
Sure, the Stone Corporation.
And Stone Enterprises and the Stone Foundation.
Sounds like he's a foundation himself.
Practically. Late 30s, bachelor. Took over the management from his father, E.J., when the old boy got crippled up with arthritis last year.
So?
So the total amount of insurance we're carrying on him is over $100,000.
So?
He lives in New York, Westchester County. Last night he was driving along a road in the country. A small object hit his windshield.
Oh, look, Joe, don't tell me you want me to investigate a claim for a broken windshield.
I sure do, Johnny. That small object was a bullet.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Northeast Indemnity Associates, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the imperfect alibi matter. Expense account item 1, $1 even, taxi to the office of Northeast Indemnity where Joe McNabb was waiting for me.
It's kind of a complicated situation, Johnny.
Yeah, well, it usually is when people get shot at, Joe.
Now, mind, we're not sure the bullet was meant for Harvey Stone. He's inclined to brush the whole thing off. Thinks somebody might have been doing a little target practice in the woods.
Stray shot, huh? Well, could be.
Yes. But with the kind of insurance we're carrying on
Yeah, better give me a rundown on him.
Harvey's father, E.J., built up the business. A widower. 2 years ago, he remarried. Last year, he had to retire. He's in a wheelchair now.
I see.
Well, now Harvey is running things. Lives with his father and stepmother in a big place in Westchester County, but he also keeps a small apartment on East 57th in Manhattan.
Uh-huh. Any trouble in the family? Anything like that?
Harvey's been running around lately with a supper club singer named Helen Barrett. I gather he's thinking of marrying her. I also gather his family is bitterly opposed to the idea.
How about Harvey's business affairs? Could he have made any enemies there?
One, at least.
Who?
Dutch Krieger. Know him?
Yeah, I sure do. A gambler with a lot of dough behind him and a couple of gunsels in front.
That's the one.
How come he get mixed up with a character like Krieger?
He didn't. He refused to.
Come again.
Krieger's put on a big act about going legitimate. Young Stone was negotiating a sizable real estate transaction recently. Found out that Krieger was one of the associates in the deal. He threatened to call it all off, made the other associates kick Krieger out.
Oh, Dutch wouldn't forget a thing like that.
No, he wouldn't.
Well, who's the beneficiary on Stone's insurance policies?
Father and stepmother jointly. Johnny, I smell trouble. I want you to go down there and nose around, see what you can turn up. And do me a slight favor.
Sure. What is it?
Keep Harvey Stone alive, will you?
Expense account item 2, $12.50, transportation and incidentals to the Stone estate in Westchester County. It was one of those massive, dignified-looking places, nestling comfortably in about 10 acres of grounds. The butler showed me into a room only about half as big as Grand Central Station, so I wandered around inspecting the paneling and the Italian works of art. Then I zeroed in on one of the paintings. It involved a luscious lady, a bunch of grapes, and a pool of water.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah?
The painting, I mean. Quite nice, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, if you like grapes. You must be...
I'm Mrs. Stone, Mr. Dollar. Daphne Stone.
Mrs.? I didn't know the wedding had taken place.
My, you are behind the times. It took place 2 years ago.
Well,
I'm Mrs. E.J. Stone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, is your, stepson here?
Harvey, he should be back any minute. He had to run into the city. But let me give you a tip, Mr. Dollar. Don't call Harvey my stepson in front of him.
Oh.
You see, he and I are just about the same age, and he's...
Yeah, okay, I'll remember. How about Harvey's father? Is he here?
Yes, my husband will be along in just a moment. He has to get around in a wheelchair now, but he's very stubborn. Won't let anyone push him.
Well, Mrs. Stone, I think you know why I'm here.
Yes, of course. About that absurd thing that happened to Harvey last night.
Absurd?
Isn't it ridiculous to think that it was an attempt on his life? After all, he will go tearing around these roads at night in his sports car. Probably someone out hunting.
Is that what you think, Mrs. Stone?
What else could it be? Nobody has any reason to kill Harvey.
Everything harmonious here at home, I suppose.
Of course.
How about Harvey's plans to marry Helen Barrett?
Oh, yes, that.
That?
Mr. Dollar, say, I'm getting a little weary of that name. It's Johnny, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Daphne. Johnny, let me give you another tip.
You seem to be full of them. What's this one, Daphne?
I wouldn't mention Harvey's fiancée to his father.
Oh?
Mr. Stone is quite violently opposed to the match.
How about you, Daphne? How do you feel about it?
Why, anything Harvey wants. Oh, Edward, this is Mr. Dollar.
Yes, I know.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
That idiot McNabb from the insurance company phoned me about you, Dollar. Worries like an old woman. Seems to think that fool accident Harvey had last night was an attempted murder.
Oh, he's just taking normal precautions, Mr. Stone.
Precautions? Well, just as well, I suppose. Harvey could use a nursemaid. He always manages to get things fouled up somehow.
Now, Edward,
You want to see my orchids, Dollar?
Orchids?
Of course you do. This way, out in the solarium.
Okay. Oh, here, let me push you.
Never mind. I can manage.
All my good advice.
Sorry, Daphne.
This way, Dollar.
I'll have a drink for you when you're ready, Johnny.
Thanks.
Here we are.
Well, some orchids.
Who cares about orchids? Just wanted to talk to you.
Well?
What do you make of this business, Dollar? About Harvey, I mean. That bullet in his windshield last night. You really figure somebody's trying to kill him?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Stone. That's what I'm here to find out.
Well, I don't know who it'd be. Harvey's not a bad sort, really. Terrible businessman.
Oh? How so?
Oh, I could run the Stone Corporation better than he does from my wheelchair.
He, doesn't do things your way, huh?
Nothing's like it used to be. Everything's done differently now.
Maybe it has to be.
Has to be. Business is business.
Yeah. Well, how about his fiancée? I suppose you disapprove of her, too.
Helen Barrett? No, by golly, I've got to hand it to Harvey there. Don't quite know how he managed to land someone like her.
Wait a minute. You mean you're not opposed to his marrying her?
More power to him. Chip off the old block, I guess.
What's that mean?
Oh, I did the same thing. That's what. Picked himself a Broadway girl.
You mean Mrs. Stone, Daphne?
Right out of musical comedy.
I see. How does she feel about Helen Barrett?
Yeah, won't seem to warm up to her. Oh, well, how can you figure out a woman?
Yeah, how can you? So it's Daphne that disapproves of Helen. Well, that's very interesting.
Interesting? It's a nuisance.
Here's your drink, Johnny.
Oh, thanks, Daphne. Mr. Stone, you're not having any?
No, that fool doctor of mine says no.
Edward, you look tired. Perhaps you'd better rest.
Tired? Who's tired?
Well, then just one more question, Mr. Stone.
What is it?
Do you know of anyone who might want to kill Harvey?
Once in a while, I sure would.
Edward.
I tell you, when I think of how he's running that business into the ground, I could wring his neck.
Edward, it's no time for jokes. Johnny, this whole thing is ridiculous. Harvey hasn't an enemy in the world.
Well, have you gotten me nicely taken apart by now, people?
Oh, Harvey, dear.
Hello, Daphne. Father?
This is Dollar, Harvey. Jimmy, isn't it?
Johnny.
Yes, I heard Mr. Dollar was coming. And why? How are you?
You look tired, Harvey. Let me fix you a drink.
Thanks, darling.
Thanks, darling. You know, Dollar, sometimes I wonder which one of us is married to Daphne.
That was a perfectly charming thing to say, Edward.
Yes, Father, you seem to be in unusually good form tonight. This is for the benefit of our guests, no doubt.
Look, if I could just talk to you for a moment, Harvey.
Oh, don't mind these little exchanges, Johnny. If you're around this place very long, you'll get used to them.
Good night.
Good night. Father?
Mr. Stone.
Like a drink now, Harvey?
Oh, never mind, Daphne. I can manage.
All right. I'll go on up then. I hope we'll be seeing you again, Johnny.
Oh, you probably will. Good night.
I'm sorry about that business with Father just now, Johnny. Most of the time, he thinks it's fine that Daphne and I get on so well together, but sometimes he doesn't. I suppose now he's in the wheelchair, he feels the difference in their ages even more.
Yeah.
And ever since I've taken over the management of the corporation, well, I'm sure he must have made it very clear he doesn't approve of my policies. And he's probably right.
Oh?
Well, my heart's not in it, really, but somebody had to take over.
Look, Harvey, you said you knew why I was here.
Oh, sure. About that silly business last evening.
Well, what exactly happened?
Well, I have a new sports car that I'm fond of. I went for a drive. You know, there are some pretty good country roads around here. Mm-hmm. And I slowed for a sharp turn, and I heard what I thought was a backfire. But my windshield shattered. It was a bullet.
Well, what'd you do then?
I stopped to warn whoever it was to keep away from the roads.
It didn't occur to you that somebody might be trying to kill you?
Oh, well, good Lord, no. Look, Johnny, I used to roam these woods when I was a kid, taking pot shots at fence posts. That's obviously what happened last night.
You didn't see anyone when you stopped?
No, it was probably some kid. He's probably still running.
And you can't think of anyone who might want to kill you?
Of course not.
How about Dutch Krieger?
Krieger, the gambler?
I understand he was involved in a business deal you were thinking of making. You refused to go through with it until his associates dumped him.
Of course. After all, the name Stone does have a pretty honorable history. I couldn't very well have it connected with somebody like Krieger.
Well, Dutch wouldn't forget a thing like that. Look, about your fiancée, Helen Barrett.
Johnny, I suggest you confine your questions to subjects not quite so personal.
All right, so I sound nosy, but you're heavily insured, Harvey, and that bullet last night could have been meant for you. My job is to find out if there's anyone who could possibly have any reason to kill you.
There isn't.
Do you know of anyone who's opposed to your marriage?
I told you I'd rather not talk about that. Anyway, there's a good chance there isn't going to be any marriage.
No. What do you mean?
Look, Johnny, I have a good idea. It's almost time for the last train into the city. I'll drive you to the station.
A polite but firm message that the interview was over. Harvey got called to the phone, and I went outside to wait for him. Daphne had lied when she told me Harvey's father opposed the marriage to nightclub singer Helen Barrett. It was Daphne who didn't like the idea. She and Harvey seemed pretty chummy, and the old man didn't seem to like that. Harvey had crossed a rough boy named Dutch Krieger in a business deal, and it's a cinch Dutch didn't like that. And now Harvey just told me there might not be a marriage, which indicated some kind of trouble there. All in all, it looked like a cozy little powder keg. Then as I started for Harvey's car, the keg exploded right in my stomach in the form of a fist. I couldn't see who they were, but the two of them really knew their business, the way they worked me over. Hard enough to hurt, not hard enough to put me out. Finally, I guess they got bored. One of them did me a favor. He put me away.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, look, you should never get in a card game with a professional gambler. He can deal you any card he wants, even the ace of spades, the death card. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Joe Rastelli at Homicide, Johnny. I was out when you called.
Anything new on the Harvey Stone killing, Joe?
Not a thing, but maybe we've already got all we need.
Meaning Helen Barrett?
We're still holding her.
Joe, I don't think she did it.
No?
Oh, I know it all adds up to her, but... Well, just call it a hunch.
Hunches are fine, Johnny, but facts are better. You want to hear some facts?
I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To the Home Office, Northeast Indemnity Associates, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the imperfect alibi matter, location, New York City. Expense account continued. Item 8, $1.40, cab fare to police headquarters from my hotel to talk to Lieutenant Joe Rastelli.
Sit down, Johnny.
Thanks. Facts, you said.
Facts. Number 1. Harvey Stone was shot in the left side of the forehead at close range with a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson. The gun was near the body.
Any prints on it?
No, it was clean. But Helen Barrett had gloves with her.
Helen says she left Harvey's apartment and went to her own to pack up. They were going to elope. When she got back to his apartment, he was dead.
So she told me, Johnny. I'd like to believe her, too. She seems like a pretty nice kid, but...
But what?
Not enough facts in her favor. Who saw her leave Stone's apartment? We can't find anyone who did. What time did she leave? She can't remember. Did anyone see her return? What time? That's a lot of questions not to be able to answer, Johnny.
Yeah, I know. What was the time of death?
Medical examiner figures it's somewhere between 11:30 and midnight.
Well, Helen told me she thought it was about 11 when she left Harvey's apartment and about midnight when she returned.
Yeah, about. Even if she did leave, she only lives a few blocks away. There's a lot of time unaccounted for, Johnny.
Yeah.
Better fill me in on what you know.
Well, as I get it, Harvey Stone took over the management of his father's corporation when old E.J. took to a wheelchair about a year ago.
Yeah, I know.
2 years ago, old E.J. married an ex-chorus girl named Daphne.
Yeah.
Well, she's about Harvey's age. The two of them were apparently pretty friendly, and the old man was bothered by it occasionally. Incidentally, he and Daphne are joint beneficiaries on Harvey's insurance policy. $150,000 worth.
Sounds like you're trying to tie the old man into the killing. Be quite a stretch, Johnny, from his wheelchair up in Westchester County to Harvey's apartment on East 57.
I know, but right now I'm more interested in Daphne.
Oh?
I told you last night I thought Dutch Krieger was mixed up in this. I went to his office afterward and spotted a picture of Daphne Stone on his wall. Inscription, All My Love. Signed, Daphne.
You think Daphne got Dutch to do her and himself a favor, huh?
That's a possibility, isn't it?
Sure, it's a possibility. Trouble is, there are all kinds of possibilities. Right now, I got to stick with a probability. Helen Barrett.
Uh-huh. How are you doing on motive for her?
Not good, not bad. We know there was some question as to whether they were going to be married or not. Helen says the hesitation was on her part. But suppose it was the other way around.
Harvey decided not to go through with the marriage?
Yeah. Getting cut out of the Stone money would hurt some girls plenty. Maybe this was her way of getting even with him for breach of promise.
You know, Joe, for a guy who loves facts, seems to me you're edging over into hunches, too.
Well, I admit it isn't a closed case by a long shot. So let's get back to facts. Harvey was shot in the forehead with a .38 Smith & Wesson sometime between 11:30 and... Excuse me. Rostelli speaking. Who? What about? Oh, well, send him in. Somebody wants to see me about the killing.
Oh?
You Lieutenant Rostelli?
That's right.
You're handling the Stone killing?
Trying to.
I want to talk to you about it.
Sit down.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Gentry. Alvin Gentry.
So what about the Stone killing?
I killed Harvey Stone.
What? Let's have that again.
I said, I killed Stone. I want to make a statement.
Why did you kill him?
He was making a play for my girl. I didn't like it.
Your girl? You mean Helen Barrett?
Who?
Helen Barrett, Harvey Stone's fiancée.
No, I don't know her. I mean my girl, Doris, the hat check girl at Barney's.
Well, go on.
Well, Stone was on the make for her. Every time he came in Barney's, he'd make a play for her. I told him to lay off, and he wouldn't. He asked her to go away with him. I went to his apartment, I killed him.
How'd you kill him?
I shot him.
Where?
I told you, in his apartment.
I mean, where did the bullet hit him?
Oh, in the chest.
What kind of gun did you use?
45 Colt.
What'd you do with the gun?
I threw it in the river.
Okay, Gentry, get out.
What?
I said get out.
But I told you...
Yeah, you told me all right. Now I'm telling you, get out.
Look, I don't understand.
I'll tell you what you do. You just go on out of here and think it over. When you come back with a few facts straight...
Facts?
Yeah, like the caliber of the gun and where Stone was shot and the location of the gun. You get the facts straight, and I'll be glad to listen to you. Now get out.
Okay.
Confessing Sam #1.
Yeah, there's always a string of them. That's one reason we don't usually release the caliber of the gun to the papers, to help weed out these confessing Sams.
Wonder why they do it.
A psychiatrist was explaining it to me once. Something to do with repressed feelings of guilt, I think he said. Next one will probably say he stabbed Harvey Stone with a letter opener.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to run out and have a talk with Daphne.
Rostelli speaking. What? Now, look, Mike, you take the statement, huh? Thanks. Well, I was wrong about the letter opener, Johnny.
Oh?
We got a guy now who claims he used a razor on Harvey. Slit his throat from ear to ear.
As I left, I spent about 3 minutes feeling sorry for Rostelli and his crank confessions, but then I dropped that routine and started feeling sorry for my own problems. The case against Helen Barrett looked pretty bad, but I still kept thinking of Daphne Stone's picture in Dutch Krieger's office. Expense account item 9320, transportation to the Stone estate in Westchester County. I was shown into the king-size drawing room again to wait for Daphne. But then I saw a very interesting sight that wiped Daphne out of my mind for a moment. It was old E.J.'s wheelchair at the door to the solarium. And what was unusual about it was that it was empty. I edged toward the door. Then I got a glimpse of E.J. puttering around his orchids. He spotted me, though, and hobbled quickly to his wheelchair. With an abrupt wave, he wheeled into the hall and out of sight. A couple of minutes later, in came Daphne.
Hello, Johnny.
Daphne?
Look, you said it was important that you talk to me, but I really don't feel much like talking after what's happened. I'm sure you understand.
I think so. How's E.J. taking it?
My husband is reacting as I suppose any father would who'd just lost his son. He's bewildered and hurt.
You didn't tell me E.J. could navigate without his wheelchair. I saw him a minute ago inspecting his orchids. The wheelchair was parked near the door.
I didn't think it was important, Johnny. It It's true, he can be out of his chair for short periods, but it's rather uncomfortable for him.
Out of his chair for how long?
Not long enough to get into New York and back, if that's what you're wondering.
Thanks. You told me it was E.J. who was opposed to Harvey's plans to marry Helen Barrett, but I found out that you were the one who was fighting it.
I suppose it was foolish of me to pretend otherwise. I guess I just didn't want you to get any wrong ideas.
About what?
About the reason I opposed it.
What's the right idea?
The name of Stone means something, Johnny. Dignity, tradition, breeding. I doubt if someone like Helen Barrett, an entertainer, nice as she is, could keep that tradition alive.
Are you kidding?
I'm completely serious. Something like this happened once before with Harvey's secretary, Martha Winters.
And you stopped it just like you were trying to stop him from marrying Helen.
I don't like the way you put that. I merely persuaded him to think of the family name.
You know, you kill me, Daphne.
What do you mean by that?
This dose of blue blood you've picked up, aren't you a Daphne come lately yourself?
How dare you?
Save it. E.J. told me he lifted you out of a chorus line when he married you. Now, how about it?
Yes, it's true.
So where do you get off with this?
I don't suppose you'd ever understand this, Johnny. But there are chorus girls and chorus girls.
This I know.
I had to support my mother somehow. But all the while, I knew that life wasn't for me. And when I got a chance at this life, I took it. And since I married Edward, I've lived the way anyone with the name of Stone should live. I've put my past behind me.
Even Dutch Krieger?
Dutch?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw your picture on his office wall.
He was part of the past. It doesn't exist anymore.
Isn't it kind of a coincidence he tried to worm his way into one of Harvey's business deals?
I had nothing to do with it. And Harvey acted correctly in refusing to have anything to do with Dutch.
I see. Then you opposed Harvey's marriage to Helen to protect the family name, huh?
Just as I opposed the previous attachment to his secretary.
Sure it wasn't because you didn't like the idea of competition?
It's a pretty low thing to say under the circumstances.
Well, just what are the circumstances?
It's very simple. I've lost someone who was very dear to me. Even though I was Harvey's stepmother, we were practically the same age. Sure. I know people talked about it, made crude jokes about it. But I didn't care. Because I found in Harvey something I'd never had in my life before.
Oh? What was that?
A friend, Johnny. A real friend.
I went back into the city. If I could only find somebody to establish the time period Helen had been away from Harvey's place. I went over to her apartment house, figuring there's always one tenant who knows everybody else's business. 5 doorbells later, I found the one.
Sure, I had to come in late, but I don't remember just what time. I was watching a program on the TV. There was this old man and woman.
Yes.
Really, what?
You're sure it was Helen Barrett who came in?
Well, I ought to be sure. She lives right under me. Besides, he was waiting for her, and they had a talk. I couldn't quite hear what they were saying. She kept telling him to quiet down. Well, I wasn't really paying any attention. It was...
No, of course not. You said he was waiting for her. Who do you mean?
Friend of hers, at least he used to be. She used to go with him.
Happen to remember his name?
Sure. Gentry. Alvin Gentry.
Alvin Gentry. It was Alvin Gentry who'd made the fake confession in Rastelli's office. At the time, there'd been nothing to tie him into the case. But now, according to Mrs. Carson, he was a friend of Helen's. My hunch about her innocence took a nosedive. Yeah, that confession he tried to make could be his way of trying to protect her. And that would add up to just one thing. Helen was guilty after all.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, up pops an eyewitness and drives the final nail into the wrong coffin. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Joe Rastelli at Homicide returning your call, Johnny.
I've uncovered a couple of items on the Harvey Stone killing, Joe.
Good, let's have 'em.
Remember Alvin Gentry?
The crank who made the fake confession in my office yesterday? Yeah, what about him?
Looks like he's not a psycho after all.
What do you mean?
I just found out he's a friend of Helen Barrett's.
Well, what do you know? Could be he was doing it to shield her. That sure doesn't look good for her, Johnny.
Yeah, I got to admit my hunch about her innocence just took a nosedive. I also learned that Harvey's secretary, Martha Winters, used to be his girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm up to date on that one. Matter of fact, Martha's in my office right now.
Oh?
Says she wants to make a statement. You want to hear it?
You bet I do.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Northeast Indemnity Associates, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the imperfect alibi matter. Location, New York City. Expense account continued. Item 10, $1.40 cab from my hotel to police headquarters. Martha Winters, secretary to the murdered man, Harvey Stone, was in Lieutenant Joe Rastelli's office. She was a blonde, and again I had to admire the dead man's taste. He could really pick them.
Miss Winters, would you mind telling Mr. Dollar here what you've just told me?
No, not at all, Lieutenant. You see, Mr. Dollar, I have a small apartment in the same building as Mr. Stone's apartment.
On East 57th?
Yes. Harvey, that is, Mr. Stone, transacted most of the business at his apartment rather than the office when he was in town. That's mainly why he kept the apartment. And we felt it would be more convenient for me to be nearby.
I see.
Well, the night before last...
The night of the murder?
Yes. I'd been out to a show. I got home about 11:30.
Go on.
I saw Helen Barrett walking toward Mr. Stone's apartment.
What? You sure about the time?
Well, not right down to the second, of course, but I am positive it was within 5 minutes of 11:30.
I see. Well, why did you wait until this morning to tell us this?
Well,
Come on, let's have it, Miss Winters.
Well, naturally, no one likes to get mixed up in things like this. And I didn't want to make trouble for anybody. Helen Barrett always seemed like a nice person. But Mr. Stone was my employer and my friend. And after thinking it over, I could see what my duty was.
You say Harvey Stone was your friend. Was he anything more than that?
I don't think I know what you mean, Mr. Dollar.
I think you do. I understand that at one time you and Harvey were planning to be married.
That's true. But that's all in the past.
Oh?
Yes, we decided mutually that it was a mistake. We've been friends ever since, but nothing more than that.
I see. Well...
Heard enough, Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Winters, that'll be all. Thanks for coming in. We'll get in touch with you again if we need any further information.
All right. Anytime, Lieutenant.
Well, Johnny, according to Martha Winters' statement, Helen Barrett was in Harvey's apartment at the approximate time of the murder. We know it was somewhere between 11:30 and midnight.
Helen said she left Harvey's apartment around 11 to go home and pack. They were going to elope. When he didn't come for her, she got worried. She went back to his apartment around midnight, found him dead.
But that story won't hold water if Martha's telling the truth.
Yeah, if.
You don't sound convinced.
Are you, Joe?
I don't know, Johnny. I don't know. It's a pretty nauseating shortage of facts in this case.
Nauseating's the word for it, all right.
No, I mean literally. When I get one like this, my stomach starts acting up.
Joe, what have we got in the way of facts?
Well, number one, Harvey Stone was shot in the forehead with a .38 Smith & Wesson sometime between 11:30 and midnight.
Yeah. And even that fact got twisted around yesterday by Alvin Gentry when he made what he called a confession. He said he shot Stone in the chest with a Colt .45 and threw the gun in the river.
Yeah. You told me you'd found out he was a friend of Helen's. His confession doesn't look good for her, believe me.
I know. But I can't seem to lose my hunch that she's innocent.
Look, Johnny, I don't blame you for trying. It's your job.
What do you mean?
Harvey Stone was insured for $150,000 by the company you represent.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, his father, E.J. Stone, and his young stepmother, Daphne, are the joint beneficiaries. Now, if one of them should turn out to be the murderer, your company wouldn't have to pay off.
Wait a minute, Joe. Wait a minute. I think you know me well enough to figure I'd a lot rather see that company pay through the nose than convict an innocent person.
Sure, but just about everything we've got points to Helen Barrett.
Just about, but not quite.
For instance?
For instance, Harvey's father, E.J. Stone. He thought Harvey was running the business into the ground. He didn't like it. He also didn't like the fact that Harvey and his stepmother were pretty friendly.
A man in a wheelchair is liable to resent a lot of things.
Yeah, well, that's just the point. E.J. can get out of his wheelchair when he wants to. I saw him out of it yesterday.
Huh?
Sure. Then there's Daphne herself. She opposed the idea of Harvey marrying Helen. Said she wanted to protect the Stone name. But that sounds pretty fishy coming from somebody who used to be a chorus girl herself.
Did you ask her about that picture of her you spotted in Dutch Krieger's office?
Yeah. She said that was all in the past. But I wonder. Dutch got kicked out of a business deal by Harvey. He wouldn't forget that, and he's a tough cookie. And there still could be a connection between him and Daphne.
Here we go again. Could be.
Okay. So I guess what it all adds up to is just that I kind of got myself sold on Helen.
Sure, I've been sold on people, too. Sometimes it's ended up costing me. So now I just hold back and don't make up my mind one way or another.
All right.
It's turned out to be a pretty good idea, too. Why don't you try it, Johnny?
Expense account item 11, a double martini for me. Well, I thought over what Joe Rastelli had said. Sure, it was good advice not to get too sold on people, but it didn't help me much at the moment. I still couldn't believe Helen Barrett had killed Harvey Stone, but I had to admit that if she wasn't the killer, it left a lot of things unexplained. For one thing, Alvin Gentry's fake confession. It sure looked like he was trying to shield her. I checked and learned that he managed a supper club where Helen used to sing. I decided to have a talk with him. I found him at a corner table.
Yeah?
I'm Johnny Dollar. Gentry, we met in Lieutenant Rastelli's office.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
About the Harvey Stone killing.
There's nothing to talk about.
I don't agree. I think there is.
I made my confession. You guys didn't believe me.
Well, now, that's because you got a few of the things wrong, Gentry. What interests me now is not your confession, but the reason you made it.
What do you mean?
Well, you said Harvey Stone had been making a play for your girl, a hat check girl, wasn't it? You said that's why you killed him.
So?
So, you said you didn't know Helen Barrett.
I don't.
But you're lying.
Look, Dollar.
We found out you're a friend of Helen's. You used to go with her, and you were waiting in her apartment the night of the murder when she left Harvey's and came home to pack. Well, how about it, Gentry?
Okay, so I do know Helen, but she didn't kill Stone.
How do you know?
She couldn't have. She's not that kind.
Oh, sure.
You were waiting at her apartment that night. Why?
I wanted to see her.
What about?
She used to sing here. She drew good crowds. I wanted her back.
What kind of a mood was she in when she got to her apartment?
What do you mean?
Well, did she talk about Harvey Stone any? Did she seem mad or upset?
I don't remember.
Cut it out, Gentry. I want straight answers.
Well, I guess they had a little argument.
What about?
I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Helen didn't kill Stone. She was with me.
You mean for a few minutes at her apartment?
I mean longer than a few minutes. She was with me at the time of the killing.
Now, look, Gentry. I know you're trying to help Helen, but believe me, this isn't helping her. First, you make a phony confession, and now all of a sudden you're giving her an alibi.
Sure, it was stupid of me to make that confession.
You can say that again.
But I realized later it wasn't necessary. I realized that Helen had been with me at the time of the killing.
You're going to stick to that story?
Sure I am.
Under oath?
Under oath.
Perjury's a pretty serious thing, Gentry.
Perjury's pretty hard to prove, Dollar.
One thing seemed pretty clear. Alvin Gentry was apparently convinced that Helen had killed Harvey Stone. He was doing everything he could think of, even perjuring himself to shield her. And the more he scrambled, the worse it began to look for her. Then, too, there was the statement of Martha Winters, Harvey's secretary, that she'd seen Helen returning to his apartment at 11:30. That would put Helen back there during the time of the murder. I still wasn't completely convinced that Martha Winters was telling the truth, so I spent the rest of the afternoon checking on her to see what I could find out. And a couple of things I found out were pretty interesting. So interesting that I decided to try to run a little bluff on her.
Oh, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Martha. I'd like to talk to you.
Well, I was just on my way out.
Well, this won't take long.
All right. Please come in.
Thanks.
Well?
It's about that statement you made to Lieutenant Rastelli this morning.
Oh? Well, I really haven't anything more to add to it, Mr. Dollar. Look, I'm sorry, but I have an engagement now.
Yeah. You told us this morning that you and Harvey Stone used to go together. But you called it off and were just friends after that.
Yes, that's right. Now, look, Mr. Dollar,
But that isn't the story I picked up at the office of the Stone Corporation a while ago, Martha.
The office? Now, what right have you to go snooping around that office?
Sorry, Martha, but snooping's my business. And you know, you pick up a lot of interesting information that way.
Well, if you're going to listen to office
For instance,
gossip...
I found out it was Harvey who called off the deal with you.
No.
And you've been carrying a torch for him ever since. There've been a couple of nasty scenes about
That's
it.
a lie.
Matter of fact, once or twice he'd almost made up his mind to can you, but each time he decided not to.
Lies, all of it.
Okay. We'll let that go for a minute. Now, about your statement this morning.
Mr. Dollar, I haven't time to stand here and repeat what I've already said.
That's where you're wrong, Martha. You've got time to hear this. You'll take time.
Well, what is it?
You said you saw Helen heading for Harvey's apartment at 11:30.
Yes, I did.
Where were you at the time?
Why, here?
In your apartment here? But your apartment's around the corner of the hall from Harvey's.
Well,
How could you have seen her from here?
Well, I didn't mean I was in my apartment. I was at the entrance, just coming in.
The front entrance, huh?
Yes.
But Helen came in the side entrance. You couldn't have seen her from the front.
But she's lying. Anyway, I hadn't reached the front entrance yet. I was outside.
Sorry, Martha. The doorman and the cop on the beat both would have seen Helen.
I tell you...
lied, didn't you?
No.
You didn't see her at all.
Well, it had to be Helen. She's the one who killed him. I know she did.
You lied, didn't you, Martha?
If it hadn't been for her...
If it weren't for her, maybe you'd be Mrs. Harvey Stone, huh?
I didn't mean that. I meant Harvey'd still be alive. I just didn't want her to get away with it.
You lied, Martha. You didn't see Helen at all.
Yes, I lied, Mr. Dollar. I lied.
Yeah. My bluff about the doorman, the cop on the beat, and Helen coming in the side entrance had paid off. Looking at Martha, I didn't exactly feel like giving 3 cheers about it. But one thing was clear, though. The Harvey Stone murder case had just busted wide open again.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the wind-up. A gambler stakes his life on his hand and loses. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Joe Rastelli at Homicide, Johnny.
Glad you called, Joe. Got something new for you on the Harvey Stone murder case.
Well, let's have it.
Yesterday, Harvey's secretary, Martha Winters, told us she'd seen Helen Barrett approaching his apartment at just about the time he was murdered.
Yeah?
She just admitted to me that she lied.
Oh?
She wasn't in position to have seen anyone approaching the apartment at the time.
Well, that maybe opens things up a little again.
Yeah.
I've got an item along that line, too, Johnny.
What is it?
Harvey's young stepmother, Daphne, up in Westchester County.
Oh? What about her?
I just found out she was here in the city the night of Harvey's murder.
What?
Yeah.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Northeast Indemnity Associates, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the imperfect alibi matter, location New York City. Expense account concluded. Item 13320, transportation to the Stone estate in Westchester County to question Harvey's young stepmother, Daphne Stone. As a suspect in Harvey's killing, Daphne was very much alive again.
Sit down, Johnny.
Thanks. Nice out here.
Mm-hmm. Drink?
No, thanks.
How's the investigation going?
Well, that's what I came to talk about, Daphne. It hasn't been going too well.
Oh? I was under the impression that an arrest had been made.
Helen Barrett's being held.
Well, then.
Helen Barrett could be the killer. A lot of things point in her direction. But there are a few that don't.
What do you mean?
Right from the start, you've been giving me incomplete answers or false answers. First, you told me it was Harvey's father, E.J., who opposed his plans to marry Helen. Then I found out you were the one who was fighting it.
Look, I explained all that. It was because I didn't want you to get the wrong idea.
Oh, yeah, so you said. You told me you opposed it because you didn't think the Stone name should go to a supper club singer like Helen.
Yes.
But you yourself used to be a chorus girl.
I explained that to you, too, Johnny.
Okay. So you oppose the marriage for the dignity of the family and not just to keep Harvey at home with you.
That's a vicious thing to say. I told you Harvey and I, being about the same age, were very good friends, true friends.
Is that what your husband thought?
You forget Harvey's father is confined to a wheelchair. Understandably, he might occasionally resent those who can be more active.
That's another thing you didn't tell me, Daphne, that E.J. could get out of his wheelchair on occasion. I caught a glimpse of him out of it the last time I was here.
Short periods only, and with considerable discomfort.
So you and Harvey were friends. Like you and that gambler, Dutch Krieger, huh?
Johnny, my patience is running out. I explained that Dutch was in the past. Completely in the past. Before my marriage.
But Dutch got kicked out of a business deal by Harvey. And he wouldn't like a thing like that.
Harvey acted perfectly properly. Really, Johnny.
All right, just one more thing,
Well,
Daphne.
what is it?
One thing more you didn't tell me. That you were in the city the night Harvey was murdered there. Well?
I should have told you that, Johnny. I went into the city that evening because I knew Harvey was to have a meeting with Helen later that night. I wanted to talk to Harvey first.
What about?
I knew he was planning some definite action about her.
So you wanted to talk him out of marrying her?
If you want to put it like that, yes.
What time was that?
I saw him in his apartment about 9. I left before 10.
Can anybody verify those times?
I don't know.
I see. What was the outcome of your talk with Harvey?
He assured me he'd break off with Helen.
You sure about that?
Completely sure. I decided to stay at a hotel that night instead of coming back home. I suppose that's how the police knew I was in the city.
It's Helen's story that when she saw Harvey later, they decided to elope.
If I believed that. But I don't. I think she's lying.
And how about you, Daphne? Have you given me the whole truth now?
Yes, Johnny. The whole truth. Everything I've done has been done solely to protect the family name. Everything.
Right then, I'd have given a lot to know just what that everything involved. Whether or not it also included some weird idea of killing Harvey to somehow protect the family name. Expense account item 14, 320, transportation back to the city. I got permission from Joe Rastelli to talk to Helen Barron. When they brought her into the interrogation room, she looked pale and tired.
Hello, Johnny.
Helen, several things I want to ask you about. Sit down.
Sure. What?
Martha Winters, for one.
Harvey's secretary? What about her?
Well, she made a statement that she'd seen you heading for Harvey's apartment around 11:30. That had put you inside there during the time of the murder.
No, I'm sure it was later than that. Almost 12 when I got back there.
Martha later admitted that she lied. But the question is, why? Still carrying the torch for Harvey?
Yes, I guess she was.
Next item is about Alvin Gentry.
Lieutenant Rastelli told me about that confession Alvin made.
He got all the details wrong. Caliber of the gun.
Poor Alvin.
What do you mean?
Well, he'd always made it clear how he felt about me. But I didn't think he'd go that far.
Well, how do you feel about him?
I've always liked him very much. Used to go with him some. But I stopped when I started seeing Harvey.
Did you talk to Alvin long at your apartment that night?
No, just a few minutes while I was packing.
You know, you just talked yourself out of an alibi.
What do you mean?
Well, after Gentry's confession didn't sell, he was willing to swear you were with him during the entire period the murder could have taken place.
Johnny, why does an innocent person need an alibi?
It helps in court. Believe me.
Well, how'd you make out with Daphne and Helen, Johnny?
Joe, remind me never to get involved with show people again. They make their living putting on an act, and I'm just country boy enough not to be able to tell the difference once in a while.
They both gave you nice, straight stories, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure. Real sincere. Look me right in the eye, both of them.
But one of them was lying, huh?
Daphne said Harvey told her he'd break off with Helen. But Helen says the two of them were planning to elope.
Of course, Harvey might have changed his mind after talking to Daphne.
Yeah, but that's something we're not going to be able to confirm now.
No. Johnny, it's a cinch Alvin Gentry's convinced that Helen's guilty. I think he's holding back something. Guy doesn't stick his neck out that far without a reason.
I know, but I still don't dig her motive.
Well, suppose Daphne's telling the truth that Harvey broke up with Helen. Maybe she couldn't stand getting the brush off.
Yeah, could be, all right.
People can do some strange things under the name of love, Johnny, particularly when it turns to hate. And that can happen awful fast.
Expenses, items 15 and 16, $1.40 cab to my hotel, and $1 even for a pot of coffee in my room. 1 hour, 3 cups of coffee, and half a dozen cigarettes later, I was still nowhere. I was beat. But then a weird little idea began pecking away at me. A couple of things Rastelli had said suddenly started adding up to a pretty fantastic answer. Maybe it wouldn't stand the light of day, but it was night now, and it was the only idea I could come up with. I decided to try it on for size. I went to the club Alvin Gentry managed.
Oh, hello, Dollar. I was sort of hoping you'd be around again.
Oh?
Yeah, I want to talk to you, but not now. It's almost closing time. Stick around, will you?
I waited at the bar while the customers left. 20 minutes later, Gentry and I were alone. He slid onto a stool beside me.
Drink?
No, thanks. What's on your mind, Gentry?
Well, I've been thinking about what you said the last time we talked about perjury.
Oh?
I decided you were right, Dollar. They make it pretty tough on you for perjury.
Yeah, they do.
I'm withdrawing my statement that Helen was with me at the time of the murder.
Well, that's probably the smart thing to do, Gentry.
Sure, what's the use? I'm getting tired of being a sucker in this deal, a fall guy.
Oh?
That goofed-up confession I made was bad enough. Then I had to stick my neck out still further with that fake alibi for her, and for what?
So you're withdrawing the statement, huh?
Yeah. That's probably what you came to see me about, huh?
No, that isn't why I came to see you at all, Gentry.
Hmm?
And I wouldn't exactly call you a sucker. I think you're one of the smartest guys I've ever seen, in a sort of weird and twisted kind of way.
What are you talking about?
You played this whole deal real cagey right from the start. Everything you did was supposed to look like a cover for Helen. But instead of that, you were really trying to put a noose around her neck.
You're out of your mind, Dollar.
And that confession you made, Gentry, that's why I came to see you. To tell you it wasn't goofed up at all. You did kill Harvey Stone.
You know, you got a real weird sense of humor.
Have I? A couple of things Lieutenant Rastelli said added up in my mind a few minutes ago. Love can turn to hate fast. And you'd have to have a good reason to do what you did. You wanted Helen bad. When she told you that night she was going to marry Harvey Stone, you couldn't stand the idea. If you couldn't have her, nobody could.
You're talking crazy.
You went to Harvey's apartment and killed him. Then you made that fake confession to look like you were shielding her. Actually, you were framing her.
No.
You knew we wouldn't believe you, and we wouldn't believe that alibi you offered for her. It all made her look more guilty by the moment.
Dollar, you're forcing me to say something I didn't want to.
Oh, what is it?
Helen was mad at Harvey that night. I was worried. I followed her back to his apartment. When I got there, she was standing over the body with a gun in her hand. She said, "Why did I do it?" She kept saying it over and over. That's why I made the fake confession, to protect her.
Sorry, Gentry. It's a little too late for that story now. I keep telling you that confession you made was legitimate.
Are you crazy? I didn't even get the caliber of the gun right.
Yes, you did.
What are you talking about?
We made a mistake. Harvey was killed with a .45 Colt, just like you said.
You're crazy. It was a .38 Smith.
Yeah. A .38 Smith & Wesson. I know that. So do the police. So does the killer. But nobody else.
It was in the papers.
No, Gentry. It wasn't in the papers.
You're dead wrong, Dollar. Dead wrong.
He kicked a bar stool at me, and I dove behind the end of the bar. The lights went off. I had my gun out now, but I couldn't see anything in the dark. He couldn't get past me to the front door, but he could get out of the back. I had to locate him fast. Then my hand touched an ashtray at the end of the bar. I picked it up and tossed it toward the center of the room. I spotted the flash of his gun. Now I had him pegged. I found a lamp on one of the tables. Gentry was slumped in a corner.
My shoulder. Help me.
Don't worry, Gentry. You're not going to conk out. There's plenty left of you to stand trial. Final item on expense account, $12.80. Transportation and incidentals back home. Total expenses, $192.40. Rastelli arrived in response to my call and had Gentry carted away. Helen Barrett was released from custody. Remarks? Here I thought Dutch Krieger was the gambler in the case. But the little game of winner-take-all that Gentry'd been playing was just about the weirdest I'd ever heard of. I thought about him up there in the death house at Sing Sing and realized that the big trouble with that kind of gamble that he was taking is that the loser's seat can get awfully hot. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the biggest, toughest, loudest characters I've ever met. A real two-fisted terror. And her name is Meg McCarthy. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Tony Barrett, Shirley Mitchell, Will Wright, Chet Stratton, Ted Corsia, Barney Phillips, Lillian Baeff, and Harry Bartell. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
From New York, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men at 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are again in front of Dr. Watson's cheery fireplace. A bitter December wind makes us glad to be inside, toasting our toes and listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure. What's it to be tonight, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, let me see. Tonight I think I'll tell you how Holmes' arch enemy, the diabolical Professor Moriarty, came close to disrupting the Queen's Diamond Jubilee festivities.
You mean the celebration that marked the 60th year of the reign of Queen Victoria?
Right. On that occasion, London was a mecca for adventurers and thieves, drawn by the many visiting potentates and notables, all wearing their most fabulous jewels and elegant trappings. Oh, by the way, speaking of glad rags, as you Yankees call it, aren't you, rather dressy yourself tonight, Mr. Harris?
I wondered how long before you'd notice my new suit, Dr. Watson.
Not bad. Stand up, let's have a look. Yes, not bad at all. Is it...
You mean, is it a Clippercraft suit? You bet it is, Doctor.
Now I know why my friends say Clippercraft means what the well-dressed man will wear if he wants to get his money's worth. Yes, I wonder if I spoke to Santa Claus, I'd find something like that in my stocking, eh?
All I can say is there's nothing the average male would rather find under the Christmas tree than a Clippercraft suit.
But the mystery to me is, how do they manage to turn out that handsome rig at the price?
Well, Dr. Watson, that mystery doesn't take a Sherlock Holmes to solve. Here's how Clippercraft makes it easy for a man to look his best on Christmas morning and hundreds of mornings thereafter. It's through the Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 924 leading stores across the nation, making tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. The plan brings you the finest clothes at prices far less than you expect to pay, at your own local independent store, at the store you can trust. Beautifully tailored Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats and overcoats are only $40. Yes, indeed. The friends who drop in on Christmas Day will think your clothes cost twice as much. For Clippercraft values are so amazing, we urge you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, supposing we get back to Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee and the gentleman who tried to spoil the celebration.
Yes, well, all London was on fate, Mr. Harris. The festivities were endless. Garden parties, concerts, parades. The entire city was in a holiday mood. All but my friend Sherlock Holmes. He had drawn the blinds to shut out the brilliant spring sunshine and lay moping on the sofa, morosely pulling apart the tassels of his ancient dressing gown. Oh, for heaven's sake, Holmes, buck up and stop strewing bits of silk all over the carpet. You look as if you were molting. Everyone else is overjoyed at the celebrations.
Leave me alone. I'm having my own private celebration.
Oh, what are you celebrating in this particularly lugubrious fashion?
Watson, do you realize it's just 6 years since Professor Moriarty and I pushed each other into the Reichenbach Falls? He never came back, poor chap.
Well, you're not going to tell me you're sorry you finally rid society of that monster?
No, I suppose not. But think what an occasion of this sort would have meant to him. Theaters and ballrooms fairly dripping with jewels. Intrigue and cabals on every street corner. What a veritable El Dorado for a master criminal like Professor Moriarty. And what's happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you might give Scotland Yard some credit. They've been working night and day to protect the holidaymakers.
Scotland Yard? How would Scotland Yard have prevailed against a mastermind like Moriarty? Yes, the one antagonist I ever found who was my mental equal. Army.
Oh, well, you forget if you hadn't finished him, he'd have finished you. You ought to thank your lucky stars he's gone instead of moping about like a dying duck.
See what it is, Watson. That's a good fellow.
Inactivity, that's wrong. What's wrong with you, Holmes? If you're engaged in any normal occupation, you... Oh, yes. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Hudson. There's a letter for you, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson says it was delivered by hand.
Probably some female whose pet poodle has eloped with someone else's spaniel. I'm not interested.
Purple letter paper addressed in a large, scrawling hand. There's a strange sort of crisscross in the upper left-hand corner of the envelope.
What's that? Watson, give me that envelope.
Well, all right, you needn't snatch it out of my hand.
By all that's holy, that's not a double crisscross, it's the letter M. Watson, it's Professor Moriarty's handwriting.
Oh, you're off your head, Holmes. This Moriarty business has become an obsession, an idée fixe. You'd better go out in the fresh air and get some exercise, or you'll be imagining that you see him...
Shut up, Watson, and listen to this. To the world's greatest detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, warning. At least he doesn't underrate me, Watson?
Oh, go to blazes.
You will doubtless be astounded to learn I am alive. I managed to survive our little personal encounter in Switzerland, not without sustaining physical damage which kept me in the hospital for over a year. The remainder of the time which has intervened since we last met has been spent in building myself a new organization. You destroyed my last one, if you remember. I shall not soon forgive you for that. You doubtless look on yourself as society's protector. You are wrong.
Oh, I like that.
Don't interrupt, Watson. The more I am thwarted, the greater is my thirst for revenge on society. I have held my hand long enough. From today forward, look out for me. I shall begin this afternoon by staging a daring jewel robbery in the Strand. Tonight, a certain lady at the command performance in Albert Hall will lose her famous emeralds. Tomorrow and the day after, I shall perpetrate some new outrage.
Oh, he's ranting like a madman.
And last but not least, you and your colleague, Dr. Watson, will be put out of the way.
What?
I take pleasure in advising you of the fact that your hepatudinous friend, Dr. Watson, will be the first to go. Signed, Moriarty.
So I'm to be the first. It doesn't frighten me, the old babble-headed blowhard. Oh, I say, Holmes, what is hepatudinous?
Hepatudinous, my dear Watson, means rather blunted mentally.
Oh, it does it?
What's happening at Albert Hall tonight, Watson?
I believe it's a concert by Adelina Patti. Everyone will be there. You weren't thinking of attending, I suppose.
Why not, Watson? Why not? You might tell Mrs. Hudson to shake the camphor out of our evening clothes. I wonder if I have a clean, stiff shirt.
Oh, dash it all, these...
Seems to be the difficulty, Watson.
Oh, everything's shrunk. My collar, my waistcoat, even my evening pumps. Why is it when anything's laid away in mothballs for a few months, it inevitably comes out a size smaller?
It couldn't be because you've grown a size larger, I suppose.
Oh, shut up. There, you see? You see what happens when I lose my temper?
What?
I just popped another button.
I suggest you descend to the kitchen and allow Mrs. Hudson to repair the damage.
Oh.
Now what?
It sounds like one of your confounded clients.
Don't worry, I'll get rid of him in short order. Better take the back stairs down to the kitchen, Watson. You don't want to be caught in disarray in case the client is a lady.
Oh, good Lord.
Flowers that bloom in the spring twilight. Come in.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes?
I am Hector Pomfret, of Pomfret and Smog. We're the best-known jewelers in London, Mr. Holmes. By appointment to His Highness, the Prince of Wales, no less.
Of course. Of course. You have a shop in the Strand, and you've just been robbed.
But, Mr. Holmes, how did you know? It happened less than an hour ago.
My dear Mr. Pomfret, I have rather special sources of information.
It's incredible. I haven't informed anyone, not even the police. You see, some of the stolen jewels weren't my property. Lady Biddlesford's pearls, for instance. She said they'd be restrung. Then, of course, the great Burmese ruby. I had that on consignment. I'd practically sold it to that wealthy Mrs. Tecumseh Jones from Denver. Oh, it'll ruin my business if they're not recovered.
Pity.
Well, it's outrageous that such a thing should be allowed to happen in a civilized country. And in broad daylight.
What's happened in broad daylight?
Lestrade, where did you come from?
And what in thunder do you mean bursting in on us like this?
Mr. Pomfret, I understand you've been burgled. I've come to see about it. I'm Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
Well, I don't want you. Go away.
You may not want me, Mr. Pomfret, but your partner, Mr. Smog, does. He's the one that sent for me. He told me where you'd popped off to, so I came round to make sure you didn't get any bad advice.
Thank you, Lestrade, for the vote of confidence. And now suppose you sit here quietly while Mr. Pomfret tells me just what occurred.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I was in the shop alone. It was getting late and I was about to lock up when a nice, respectable, youngish man walked in the door. He wore a Prince Albert, carried a silver-headed Malacca stick, a small black satchel, and had just the suggestion of a limp.
Pardon me, you're Mr. Pomfret, I believe.
Why, yes. Is there something I can do for you, sir? I was on the point of locking up, but if there's anything
No, nothing very important, I'm afraid. I've just broken the crystal of my watch. I'm a doctor, you see, and my watch is a rather important bit of equipment in my profession.
Of course, I understand. Well, I'll see if we have a crystal to fit. If you don't mind waiting a moment?
No, not at all. I amused myself by looking at the handsome baubles in this showcase here.
They're more than baubles, I assure you, Mr.
Watson, Dr. Watson.
Well, that ruby in the middle is worth a king's ransom, as they say.
Very.
Ah, yes, here we are. This crystal's perfect fit. Just a slight bit of pressure, so, and there we are. Here's your watch, Dr. Watson. The charge will be 2 shillings.
Keep the watch. It served its purpose. I prefer the ruby and the other baubles.
What do you mean?
Stand back or you'll be cut by flying glass.
Wait, Dr. Watson, put down that case. Oh, stop him. I'm being robbed. Stop, thief. Stop. Quick as a she'd snatched the contents of the showcase, ran out the door, and was lost in the crowds.
Showing no signs of a limp, I take it, Mr. Pomfret.
Why, no, Mr. Holmes. The limp certainly wasn't evidence he ran out of the shop.
Leaving his watch behind?
Yes, I brought it with me. I've heard you can deduce a man's entire history from his watch. Well, here it is.
Interesting. Very interesting.
The thing that interested me about Mr. Pomfret's story was the thief's name. Watson. Dr. Watson.
My dear Lestrade, you don't suppose any jewel thief is going to be foolish enough to give his right name?
I'm not so sure. What did he look like, Mr. Pomfret?
Oh, I don't know. Not bad looking. A bit above medium height. Military moustache. Slightly grey at the temples.
Yeah, I think that'll hold if I don't take a deep breath. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, as a matter of fact, the thief looked very much like... Oh, no, by Jove. He was this gentleman who just came in.
What thief are you talking about now? Oh, good evening, Lestrade. How's the Scotland Yard's prize watchdog, eh? Holmes, my watch. Where on earth did you find it?
Where you left it, Dr. Watson, in my shop, when you smashed my showcase and made off with a Burmese ruby, not to mention Lady Biddlesford's pearls.
Holmes, what's the man raving about?
As if you didn't know. So, you turned thief, eh, Dr. Watson? This association with Sherlock Holmes is responsible, no doubt. I've always suspected you two work both sides of the street.
What's this all about, Holmes? Has everyone gone mad?
I think I can explain the confusion, Watson.
You'll not talk your way out of it this time, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. We've got the goods on your friend, Dr. Watson. Mr. Pomfret has made a positive identification. I've been looking forward to using these handcuffs on you chaps.
For heaven's sake, Lestrade, sit down and try not to be a bigger fool than the Lord intended. It's also perfectly simple. Here. Read this letter I received this morning and see if you can comprehend what danger we're really in.
It'll take more than a letter.
Shut up and read it. Now then, Watson, when did you first miss your watch?
Why, let me see it. It was this morning when I wanted to take Mrs. Hilton's pulse. I was positive I slipped it into my pocket when I dressed this morning, but I suppose I left it behind on the bureau. I sometimes do, you know.
No, Watson, you took it with you. Remember you told me the time as you were about to leave?
That's right. So I did, but then how did it get here?
The watch was lifted from your pocket by one of the light-fingered gentry in Moriarty's employ. Later this afternoon, it was used by another gentleman who impersonated you and robbed the jewelry shop of Mr. Pomfret here, leaving the watch behind to incriminate you.
Why, the blackguard, the filthy blackguard. Why, I've been in the entire afternoon. Why, you can give me an alibi, Holmes.
Naturally, he's in cahoots.
If you won't believe me, Lestrade, perhaps you'll take Mrs. Hudson's word. She spent the afternoon letting out Dr. Watson's dress shirt and fitting it to his person.
But this is incredible, fantastic. The thief was exactly like your friend, Mr. Holmes.
All this hanky-panky about Professor Moriarty and his outfit. I've never even seen the man. How do I know there is such a person?
You'll just have to take my word for it, Lestrade. Incidentally, we shall miss the first part of the concert at Albert Hall unless we hurry.
Oh, good Lord, and I have to rush home and dress. I'm sitting in Mrs. Tecumseh Jones's box, you know.
Who cares? I shall have to go to keep an eye on those blasted tiaras, I suppose. Ha! I hate music.
I know, but you wouldn't want to miss the professor's next robbery. Come along, Lestrade. Yes, Watson, I think we shall station ourselves here at the foot of the grand staircase.
Whose emeralds do you think Moriarty's after?
I don't know. It could be the Maharani of Saiba, or the Bolivian millionairess, Senora Boldaro. Ah, here comes Lestrade. He looks agitated. What's up, Lestrade? Anyone purloined the crown jewels?
These stupid women. Already Baroness von Ockfeld has lost an expensive brooch, and 2 of Madame de Roncesvalles' diamond bracelets are missing.
Sounds as if Moriarty's minions were warming up for the main event.
Rubbish. It's these fool females. Never make sure the catches are properly closed.
By Jove, Holmes, look. Look at that enormous red-headed woman coming in the carriage entrance. She looks like an animated Christmas tree. That's enough to blind you.
Yes, that's Mrs. Tecumseh Jones, the American. She has more jewels than most of the crowned heads of Europe.
Yes, and most particularly, she has an emerald necklace that makes the Maharanis and the Senoras look like something at the vicar's tea party.
I see. Look who's beside her, the little pipsqueak.
Yes, it's Mr. Rector Pomfret, so he didn't keep her waiting after all.
Must be a quick change artist, eh, Watson?
She seems to be giving him what for. Here they come.
Lestrade, I suggest you precede them to her box while Dr. Watson and I bring up the rear. Those emeralds certainly deserve a guard of honor.
Yes, and I'm pretty mad at you, Pomfret.
My dear Mrs. Jones.
You knew doggone well I wanted that ruby.
But I assure you, Mrs. Jones, it was stolen.
Stolen in broad daylight. Don't make me laugh. Some other woman offered you a better price, but you're not kidding me.
Dear Mrs. Jones, I assure you the jewel was stolen. Word of honor. Evening, Lestrade.
Good evening.
This is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, Mrs. Jones. He'll tell you I was robbed.
Look here, Mr. Pomfret. I wonder if you could persuade Mrs. Jones to make sure all her jewel catches are in working order.
Young man, I'm quite capable of taking care of my own affairs. Come on, Pomfret.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
Hey, get off of my train.
Watson?
I wasn't anywhere near the silly thing.
Well, someone tried to trip me up. Golly, Ned. My necklace. My emerald necklace. It's gone. Somebody stole it. I've been robbed.
Well, how could the dog bring me stolen when everybody was standing around me?
Here, hold still, everybody. Don't move.
A hand. I felt someone's hand on the back of my neck. Then the necklace was gone. Where did it go to?
Not very far, I assure you. No one has moved. Whoever took it's within arm's reach. Now, I was on one side of you, Mr. Pomfret on the other, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson were directly in back.
In back. That's where I felt his hand. On the back of my neck.
It's that Dr. Watson. He robbed my shop, but I let him talk me out of it. You renegade! You blackguard!
Let go of me, you idiot. I didn't touch the emeralds. The silly things probably fell off.
A likely story.
Well, all right, search me if you don't believe it.
I dashed well will.
That's right, search him. What's that bulge in his left-hand pocket?
Ha! The emeralds, and more besides. Would this be your ruby, Mr. Pomfret? And Lady, what's-her-name's pearls? Yes, this is the Ockfeld brooch, and the missing diamond bracelets as well.
Quite a haul, Watson. Congratulations.
Does it? Dr. Watson, you're under arrest.
This is preposterous. It's outrageous. Holmes, don't just stand there like a ninny. For heaven's sake, do something.
What is there to do, my dear Watson? Better go quietly. Yes, as things stand, I think jail may be the safest place for you.
Holmes!
Come in. Ah, Inspector Lestrade. Up and about early, aren't you, after last night's festivities? Patty was in excellent voice, didn't you think?
I didn't listen. I was busy seeing no more jewels were stolen.
Even with Dr. Watson safely under lock and key?
As a matter of fact, Holmes, several other pieces did turn up missing. The Duchess of Wentworth's tiara and Lady Mulder's diamond stomacher.
Oh?
Look here, Holmes. You don't think it's possible those jewels were planted on Dr. Watson?
Lestrade, you astonish me. Every now and then you show signs of intelligence. By the way, I had a further communication from Professor Moriarty this morning. Like me to read it to you?
I don't suppose I could stop you.
Quite. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, yesterday's exploits were so successful in spite of my advance warning, I think I shall let you in on my further plans. I rather enjoy watching your feeble attempts to prevent my activities. That's a rap at you, too, you know, Lestrade.
Go on.
I shall arise betimes, but this morning I shall rob the Sailors' and Merchants' Bank. At 9, the Merchants' Guild will receive my attention. At 11:15, I shall relieve Lily Langtry of her sapphires. I shall then take 2 hours off for lunch. The music at the Savoy is so refreshing, you know. At 2, Baroness Traphagen's famous cameos will be missing. At 4, Mortimer Brewster, the American millionaire, will find it convenient to pay me £100,000 to cover up a few little irregularities in his shipping business. Then I shall go home for a bit of a nap, a late dinner, and then the grand finale.
Well, what's he got up his sleeve for this evening, the blighter?
I shall spend the evening at Buckingham Palace, where Her Majesty is giving a ball. All the best people will be there. I do hope you can manage to come, my dear Holmes, for at 12 midnight I shall blow the whole place to kingdom come. Until then, au revoir. Signed, Moriarty.
He's joking, of course. He must be joking. Blow up the palace. Good Lord, it's unthinkable. It's a nightmare.
It's worse than that, Lestrade. It could very well be the twilight of the gods for the British Empire.
You're joking, Holmes.
I was never more serious in my entire life. Come in.
Inspector Lestrade, sir. Scotland Yard sent me. They thought you ought to know,
sir. What, Albert? And straighten your tunic.
Yes, sir. The Sailors and Merchants' Bank, sir, has been robbed, and the Merchants' Guild Hall has been set afire, sir.
You can't very well blame Watson for those calamities, Lestrade.
Maybe we should have locked you up too, Holmes.
But there's something else, sir.
What's that, Albert?
Mr. Pomfret, sir. Mr. Hector Pomfret was found tied up this flat when his charlady come to work this morning, sir.
Good Lord.
The city says he's been tied up since he went home to dress for the concert last night, sir.
But he was at the concert. I saw him with my own 2 eyes.
No, Lestrade. You saw someone who impersonated Hector Pomfret. The same man who earlier impersonated Dr. Watson, I suspect. I was pretty sure it wasn't Pomfret himself when he arrived so promptly. He hadn't had time to change, you know. And then when I saw his ears, I was certain.
His ears? What's that got to do with it?
A good makeup can disguise any feature except ears. The ears on the man who escorted Mrs. Tecumseh Jones were not the ears I'd noticed on Mr. Pomfret earlier in the day.
Whose ears were they, do you suppose?
I rather imagine they belonged to Professor Moriarty. I'm convinced he spent the last few years studying the art of disguise.
But then we wouldn't know him if we ran into him.
I would, Lestrade. I shall be looking for his ears tonight at the ball at Buckingham Palace. Do you think you could manage to release Watson in time to accompany me? I hate to carry my own revolver. It destroys the fit of one's evening clothes, don't you know?
You've seen clothes whose very appearance breathes fine quality, graceful tailoring, perfect fit, rich, long-wearing materials. But unless you've worn Clippercraft clothes, you've never seen that kind of suit at only $40 and $45, or that kind of top coat or overcoat at only $40. The quality so evident in Clippercraft clothes is made possible by the sensational Clippercraft plan. It concentrates the buying power of 924 leading independent stores across the nation, bringing you the savings that result from this group buying. Yes, even clothing experts are amazed at these remarkable Clippercraft values. Clothes that are truly fine in every way at the price of ordinary clothes. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
bean feast, eh, Holmes? Nothing like a ball at Buckingham Palace. Brings out the flower of the empire, I always say.
Quite a contrast to Bow Street Jail.
Yes, I shan't forgive you for that in a hurry, Holmes. Oh, here comes Lestrade, looking like a mother hen whose ducks have taken to water.
Look here, Holmes. I can't help worrying that someone sneaked in that confounded bomb in an opera cloak or a bustle.
My dear Lestrade, I told you I'd taken care of that. Shinwell Johnson has provided us with the best pickpockets in the business. They're acting as coat-room attendants. I promise you, every guest at this party has been thoroughly, if unobtrusively, gone over. Not a pocket handkerchief has been overlooked.
And I've had my men frisk the staff.
The great danger, of course, is the refreshments.
Well, I've ordered supper served in tents at the opposite end of the grounds, like you suggested. If it's too far for the guests to walk, so much the better. They'll have to get along in the punch and champagne.
And very nice champagne, too, I must say.
Yes, the old widow of Windsor keeps an excellent cellar, God bless her.
And keep her from harm.
Amen.
There's your Albert, Lestrade. What's he carrying in that basket?
Hey, Albert. Come here, lad. What's that you've got in the basket?
I'm taking in a chicken and a bottle of wine to the boys, sir. There's to be no refreshments served here, and the boys are uncommon hungry.
So we, Albert. Suppose you give us that basket.
Very good, sir.
Holmes, you're not going to have a picnic lunch here.
A nice, plump chicken, Albert. And rather heavy. Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Get another chicken for the boys, sir.
Oh, no, Albert. Stay here and share this one with us.
Holmes, that chicken, it's ticking.
Yes, Watson, it contains a very ingenious time bomb. When is it set to go off, Professor Moriarty?
At 12 o'clock, which is in exactly 30 seconds.
You're not, Albert.
Quite. Hang on to him, Lestrade. I'll take care of the bomb.
There's no time. 30 seconds. Holmes, throw that chicken out of the window.
It'll blow him to bits.
Fool. Why didn't he throw the bomb? Why did he have to run with it?
Because you can only throw it about 50 feet. The explosion would be too close. It would start a panic. On the other hand, it's remarkable how far you can run if you've been a sprinter in your youth like Holmes.
Will it never be 12 o'clock? It's the longest 30 seconds of my entire life.
I'm certain something's wrong. I'm sure it is.
Calm yourself, madam. It's just the signal to start the fireworks. Yes, there goes the first Roman candle.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Holmes, where did you get rid of that bomb?
I tossed it into the lake. Created quite a splash, but the water deadened the explosion.
One more question, Holmes. How in thunder did you know it wasn't Albert?
By his ears. Albert's ears are what you might call outstanding.
By Jove, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly a case of never a dull moment with Sherlock Holmes. So that was the end of Professor Moriarty.
On the contrary, he managed to give Lestrade the slip on the way to prison. Secretly, I believe Holmes was so glad to have the scoundrel back, he was both relieved and delighted.
And now, Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd like to give us a hint about next week's story.
Next week, I think I'll tell you about a friend of mine who married a beautiful young South American lady he had only known a few weeks. It wasn't long after he brought her home to England that his household began to suspect she was a vampire.
A vampire? Good Lord, is there such a thing, Dr. Watson?
But suppose you wait till next week, Mr. Harris, and find out,
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Help save lives by buying Christmas seals. These seals support the fight against tuberculosis. Buy and use Christmas seals and mail your packages early. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Sussex Vampire. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcast in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. Speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting
Inspector Faraday, you got a reporter from every paper in town in your office. Now start talking.
Yeah, Faraday, what's the big news?
My editor says I'm supposed to pick up the hottest story in years. What gives?
This is your moment of glory, Faraday. Better stretch it out.
Shut up, Blackie. All right, you guys. Quiet down. Quiet! You've been giving it to me long enough. Now I'll give it to you. What do you mean we've been giving it to you? You know what I mean. Every time I pick up a paper, I read how Boston Blackie has outsmarted me on every case. You've made me sound like a flatfoot with a flat head.
Well, we just report facts, Inspector.
That'll be enough of that. Now listen, and get this.
Did you get what he just said to you, Faraday?
Quiet, Blackie. You can have your say when I'm through with mine. All right, you guys. Here's your story. You better be good, Faraday.
Oh, we'll forget how to spell your name.
Oh, you'll spell my name right this time, and put it in capital letters, too. I've recovered that $100,000 worth of diamonds stolen from Gotham's.
Is this on the level, Faraday?
Yes, I recovered them last night. And what's more, I got the guy who stole them, too. Hey, this is all right, Faraday, if it's true. It's true, all right. Here are the diamonds wrapped in this cloth on my desk. Take a look at them.
Hey, the diamonds are terrific. I'd like to get a look at the guy who stole them.
Would you? Well, here's the real story on this case. I've got the guy right here. Boston Blackie.
What? I don't believe it. Ah, this is a gag, Faraday. You've never pinned anything on Blackie yet.
Yeah, well, I've got something pinned on him this time. I caught him trying to get rid of the rocks. Of course, he tried to duck out on me, but I got him. Hey, Blackie, what about this?
You'll pull down a stiff sentence if Faraday really has the goods on you, Blackie.
So they tell me.
Why aren't you worried about it? You've got a defense, haven't you? You got an alibi.
I'll beat this, boys. Haven't missed yet, have I? So far, I've been able to get out of everything but my skin.
That's right, Blackie. But if you don't beat this thing at the trial, the only thing you'll have to get out of is jail in 20 years.
And now, back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Order! Order in the court! Will the defendant please rise?
Good luck, Blackie. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Thanks, Mary. But it's a little late for that now.
Boston Blackie, the evidence for and against you has been heard by this court. And after due deliberation, you have been found guilty as charged. Have you anything to say before I pass sentence on you?
No, Your Honor, I haven't. At least not anything you'd care to hear.
Very well, then. But before I pass sentence, I want to say this to you. There's no question but that you have done a great deal of good in this community. And there's no one in this court who is not familiar with the able assistance you've given the police of this city. But we cannot let gratitude stand in the way of justice. By the evidence presented in this court, you have been found guilty of a grave crime. Therefore, there remains nothing for this court to do but to punish you to the full limit of the law and sentence you to not less than 10 or more than 20 years in the state penitentiary.
How can you do this, Inspector Faraday? How can you do this to Blackie?
I did the only thing I could, Miss Wesley.
You didn't do anything. You just stood by and let them send Blackie to prison. I thought you were his friend.
I gave him every chance in the world to defend himself, but he didn't. And why? Because he couldn't.
But you could have helped him. You could have tried to prove it was someone else who stole those jewels. I just don't believe that Blackie did it.
I didn't believe it either at first. It was a real shock when the evidence piled up against him. And even when I found him trying to sell the jewels, I still didn't believe it. I begged Blackie to tell me who really stole them, or...
But you know that he didn't steal them.
Yeah, but...
Even if he did, he had a reason. He's always been able to explain everything he's done, and you know that. Why didn't you give him the benefit of the doubt this time?
Because this time it was different, Miss Wesley.
Oh,
Sure. I've always said how anxious I was to send Blackie to jail. But I never really meant it. I was trying to keep him from interfering with the police.
I don't believe it. You're jealous of Blackie. Maybe you even framed
Miss
him so
Wesley,
that...
you have to believe me. Ask Rollins. Ask the commissioner of police. Ask anyone who had anything to do with the case. I gave Blackie every chance in the world to clear himself. But he couldn't. This is one time he slipped up.
It's impossible. It's just not true. I must be having a bad dream.
I wish it were just a bad dream, Miss Wesley. Blackie's my friend, too.
Yes, he's your friend. But are you his?
Of course I am. But I'm also a policeman. What should I have done when I found out Blackie was guilty? Resign? And let someone else arrest him? Would that have been helping any?
No, that wouldn't have helped. And I guess you're not going to be any help now, either.
And what can I do, Miss Wesley? How can I help?
You can prove who really did steal those jewels, but you won't. So I'll do it myself. I don't know how, but I will. You just wait and see.
Your visitor's in booth 3, Blackie. You got 5 minutes. Don't let it try to pass anything to you through the screen. You'll be watched.
Thanks for the warning, pal. I'll tell her to keep a shotgun in her purse.
Blackie. Oh, Blackie, they are letting me see you.
Oh, yes, they're very big that way up here. I can have visitors once a week. How are you, Mary?
Miserable. Just miserable.
Don't make it any tougher, Mary. I'm going to be a good boy while I'm here, and I'll be out before you know it. Especially if you brought me a cake with a saw in it.
Oh, Blackie, how can you joke?
Why shouldn't I, Mary?
Yes, but how can you in this awful place?
Oh, it's not so terrible. The company I keep isn't exactly inspiring, but I'm getting to bed early now and getting my beauty sleep.
Blackie, I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to prove that you didn't steal those jewels, or if you did, that you had a reason.
Don't, Mary. You don't think I wanted to be sent to prison, do you? Of course I didn't. I just thought I was smarter than I am. I had an idea that because I'd outfoxed Faraday so many other times, I could do it this time, too. It was not a very good idea.
Well, you're not guilty. You can't be. I just don't believe it.
Thanks for having so much faith in me, Mary. But you know I wouldn't be here if I could have prevented it.
I don't care. I'm not going to stop trying to prove that you didn't do it.
Okay, Jackson,
I'll tell you...
time's up.
You'll make 5 minutes short up here, huh, guard? Okay. So long, baby. I'll see you next week, huh?
You too, Blackie. Your time's up, too.
Just a minute. Well, Mary,
Blackie?
Come on, Jack.
Who's that terrible-looking prisoner the guard just spoke to? I've seen him somewhere before.
You've seen his picture, Mary. He's Bill Jackson. And, incidentally, he happens to be my cellmate.
Oh, no.
That's the only thing wrong with this place, the inspiring company.
Blackie, time's up.
Oh.
Come on.
Coming. Goodbye, Mary. See me again as soon as you can, will
I'll
you?
be here just as often as they'll allow it, Blackie. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, come on, you two. Back to your cell. Blackie, you and Jackson walk ahead of me. In step.
Sure. Hey, Blackie, that's some babe you got. Some class.
How would you know, Jackson?
Still think you're too good for me, huh, Blackie?
Much too good.
So, they even get you smart guys sooner or later, don't they?
After they've finished with all you dumb ones.
Come on, Blackie, thaw out. You and me as roommates. I give it a chill because I thought you was a stool. Now I know you ain't.
Okay, so you know that. So you know this, too. I'm a little antisocial, Jackson. Maybe we share the same cell, but as far as having anything to do with you is concerned, I'm in solitary.
Come on, you guys. Get those towels out of those sterilizers and into those wash tubs. Come on, snap it up.
Someday I'm going to hit that guard with a lead pipe.
And no talking, Jackson. Just work.
Sure.
Hey, you, Blackie. Get over by that row of tubs there and wring out those uniforms.
Yes, sir?
All right, you guys. Move over and let the new guy have a hand wringing out those clothes.
Here, Blackie. You can stand here.
Thanks, fella.
Yeah.
No talking.
Almost all set, Harry. And you're in.
Everything's fixed, huh?
Yeah?
Great.
About?
Great. Count me in, too.
Don't worry.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Huh? Nothing.
Come on, what is it?
Nothing.
Get to work over there. Cut the talk.
Boy, these uniforms are heavy when they're wet.
You're telling me. What are they made of, sponge? Hey, look, what were you guys talking about?
Go ahead and tell him, Toms. He's one of us.
Yeah, so I hear.
Well, then, what's up?
Break.
Yeah? No kidding. I want in.
That won't be easy.
No, why not?
Well, Jackson's leading the break. He says who's in.
And you and him ain't been hitting it off so good.
But I want out of here, so maybe I'll try to get in with Jackson.
I've had enough of this slop they call food. Me too, Toms. I'm not eating any more of it.
Quiet there!
Quiet, huh? I'll show 'em. Are you with me, Jackson? Sure. Bang your cup.
Quiet! Quiet, you guys!
Come on, start banging your cups, everybody. Start banging.
Quiet!
You too, Blackie. Come on. Okay.
Quiet! Quiet, you guys! You don't eat!
Keep it up, you guys. We can't eat this stuff anyhow.
Cut that out, all of you! Quit that noise! Cut it out!
You bunch of bums. What's the matter? You afraid of the guards? Keep it up like me.
You better stop it, Jackson. Here comes one of the guards.
You ain't stopping, Blackie. What are you trying to do? Trying to prove you're tougher than me?
That's not hard.
All right, Jackson. Blackie, cut that out or you'll both wind up in solitary.
What? Just for banging a cup around? I like music.
Look, wise guy, just because you're Boston Blackie don't mean you can
Go
do
ahead,
it.
Blackie. Pick a fight with this guard and see where it gets you. He's really tough.
Look how I'm shaking. Hey, guard, do everybody a favor. Get lost.
All right, Blackie, you better come with me.
I'm staying here.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, take your hands off me.
No, you won't.
No. What do you call it?
Look him again, Blackie. All he's got to fight you with is a club.
Okay, Blackie, you're practically baked for this. Don't any of you guys move. Not one of you.
What did you do, guard? Kill him, maybe, huh?
Shut up, Jackson. Gotta pick this guy Blackie up. If he's alive, I take him to Wharton. If he's dead, I take him to morgue.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Incredible as it seems, Boston Blackie, who has always done everything in his power to help the police in their fight against crime, has himself stepped outside the law and is now in prison, serving a 10 to 20-year sentence for robbery. In the prison dining room, Blackie has a battle with a prison guard and is knocked unconscious. As we return to our story, Blackie has been revived and is in the warden's office.
He's come out of it now, Warden.
Well, it's about time, guard. Can you hear what I'm saying, Blackie?
Yeah, but I'll hear better when the buzzing goes out of my head.
Well, listen to me. You're not a privileged character here, Blackie. Looks as if we're going to have to teach you a few things while you're here.
I think I've learned something already, Warden. I've learned my head isn't very hard.
Well, you're going to learn a whole lot more before we get through with you.
We'll give him special lessons, Warden. You'll want him in solitary, won't you?
I don't know yet, guard. Maybe I better teach him something personally. Wait outside a few minutes.
I get you, Warden. Okay, make it good.
Now, you listen to me, Blackie. Just because you were a name on the outside is no reason to think that you're...
It's all right now, Blackie. The guards can't hear us. You weren't badly hurt, were you?
Well, that club of his isn't made of feathers.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Blackie, but this was all your idea, not mine. You might have ended up with a concussion.
Maybe I have one now. I have the nicest headache I've had in years. How long was I unconscious?
About a half hour. Oh, I was pretty worried. But the prison doctor said you'd be all right. As soon as they brought you in here, I called the city for... Oh, here he is now, I guess. Come in.
Hello, Warden. I got here as soon as I could. Is he all right?
I think so, Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Faraday, I'm all right. For the first time in my life, I have a headache that you didn't give me.
Blackie, I told you this was a fool way to try to contact me.
But how else could I do it, Faraday? It had to be the real thing. When that guard hit me, Jackson might have gotten wise. It took almost a week for me to convince him I wasn't put there as a plant.
He believes you're a real prisoner now, though, doesn't he?
Sure. I've been playing hard to get so long, I have him trying to break me down.
Good. But you still haven't been close enough to him to get what you came for, huh?
No, not yet, Faraday. But I'll get it soon.
It may not be soon, Blackie. It may take you a long time.
It can't be a long time, Warden. We've got to find Jim Baker right away. Baker's a killer. Sure, he's been quiet since he killed those 2 policemen in Wisconsin and murdered that bank teller in Oklahoma, but he's not going to be quiet much longer.
You're convinced he's in the city, are you, Faraday?
Positive, Blackie. And unless we get him, and get him quick, there'll be a lot more innocent people dead from his gun. Why, he's killed crazy.
Well, I'll find Baker for you, Faraday. In fact, I'm going to let Jackson lead me right to him.
He'll never crack, Blackie. He has 25 years to go before he gets out of here. Make him tell you where Baker is hiding out, and we'll do the rest.
It's going to be easier to let Jackson lead me to him. You see, there's going to be a prison break pretty soon.
A break?
When, Blackie?
I don't know when, but I hear it soon, and I'm in on it. Better be prepared for it any minute.
Then you're getting out of here right now.
I'm getting out all right, Faraday, but I'm getting out with Jackson in that break.
No, Blackie, you can't. It's too dangerous. We can't let this go as far as a break.
But it's the only way I can get Jackson to tell me about Baker.
No, Blackie, we'll have to let the whole thing drop. Or try something else. A break is out of the question, especially with you in it. There'll be shooting. Maybe somebody will be killed. And that somebody might be you.
I can take care of myself.
Not against prison guards with machine guns, Blackie. And we can't let any of the guards in on what we're doing. Word may get back to the prisoners, and then they'll kill you.
I know that. So don't tip off the guards. Be prepared for a break, and let it get as far as the main gate before you stop it. If Jackson thinks we're really getting out, he'll tell me where I can find Baker.
But, Blackie, we will stop the break. And you may get stopped while we're doing it.
I know that, Faraday, but it's the only way I'll ever get Jackson to tell me where Baker is. And if I don't find out where Baker is, we can't stop him from going on a killing rampage.
Blackie, I can't let you do it.
Sorry, Faraday. It's just as good as done. Plans for the jailbreak are already made. I heard about it in the laundry this morning. We'll just have to let everything come out in the wash.
Hey, Jackson. When are we busting out of here?
Shut up, Tom, and keep walking around like you're enjoying your exercise.
Exercise, yeah. I'm saving my strength for when we get past these walls.
Get away from me, Tom. The guard up on top of that wall is watching me, so scram. You'll know when it's time.
Okay.
Come on, Jackson.
Scram, Blackie, and get some exercise.
I've had enough for now. I've walked around this yard 3 times. Come on out into the center of the place. I want to talk to you.
Okay, I got something to say to you, too. We're busting out of here.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Walk over this way, away from the wall. I'll tell you all about it.
How did you find out, Blackie?
Skip that. The important thing is I went in.
How do I know I can trust you?
Look, when the guard knocked me out, they took me to the warden, didn't they? I could have told the warden about the break then, couldn't I?
Oh, you knew about the break, huh?
Sure. I heard about it from Tom's and Harry in the laundry. If I'd wanted to tell the warden, I could have. Come on now.
Watch it. The guard's looking at us.
Let him look. We're talking about the weather. How about it, Jackson? I want in on that break.
Well, you didn't tip off the warden. I guess you're okay.
I didn't ask you what you thought of me. I told you I wanted in.
Sure. You're in, Blackie.
Good. How about a gun?
I got one for you in the drain pipe of our cell.
Swell.
The break's tonight, just after lights out. I'll go over the plans with you when we get...
All right. Fall in, you guys. Exercise is over. Fall in.
You see that guard there, Blackie? That's the baby I'm going to get.
First, you get him.
All right, in
I'll
line
get the
there.
one that I want, too.
In you go, you guys. March.
What time is it, Jackson?
Almost lights out, Blackie.
Don't you think it's time that I knew what was going on?
Sure. It's like this. Only the guys in this block are making the break, see? The switch that unlocks all the cells here is down at the end of the hall.
But how did we get there?
I've been working on that a long time. I got the lock on my cell fixed so it won't close. Got a piece of tinfoil jammed into the catch, so it clicks shut, but not all the way.
Good. Yeah, that's taken care of then. But after we get out of here, then what?
Then we beat it down to the end of the hall. You and me. Throw the switch that unlocks the cells. That'll set off an alarm. The guard will open the door to find out what's going on. We get him, grab his keys, get through the outside door and out in the yard.
And then?
And then it's every man for himself till we get to the main gate.
Well, how do we get through the main gate?
I got that fixed, too. Help from the outside.
Everybody knows you were Jim Baker's #1 man. Who's going to open the gate, Baker?
No, some of Baker's men.
Great. We get through the main gate, and then what?
Then we head for Baker's.
But what if we're separated? Does everybody know the way to Baker's?
No, only me. It's going to stay that way till we get to the main gate. Anybody caught before that might squeal to the cops about where Baker's hiding. I don't want that. This is going to be...
Uh-oh. That's lights out.
Yeah, there they go, too. You know your way up the hall in the dark?
Yeah, I think so.
There goes the no-talking bell. Shh. The guard's at the door at the end of the hall.
I know. I can see him.
But he won't be there long.
Quiet back there!
We better be quiet for a few minutes, Jackson. He'll go out in a minute.
Yeah.
There. He's gone. Sure this door of yours is unlocked?
Here, I'll show you. There. That's enough. We can slip out now, huh?
Easy. Which side of the hall is that switch on?
I'll show you. You pull the switch that opens all the cells. I'll wait by the hall door for the guard to come in.
Good. Just tap him on the head. A shot will ruin everything.
Don't worry. He's not the one I want. You got your gun ready?
Right here.
Good. Here's the switch. Stand here and pull it as soon as I give you the word.
Okay.
I want to get right up here by this door, and when that guard comes running in... Now, Blackie. Now!
Come on, boys, we're on our way out. Let's go. Get away from the hall door, Tom. The guard will plug you first thing. I'm out of the way, Harry. Come on, everybody, over here. Let's go on.
Look out, fellas. Here comes that guard.
Hey, what's going on in there? Listen to what one of you guys gave Blackie. I got the guard's keys, Jackson. Let's go. Come on. Come on, all of you. Let's go.
Hey, wait, Jackson. I'm going to stick with you.
Well, come on, man. This corridor will be full of guards in a minute.
Still clear all the way out to the door into the courtyard, Jackson.
Yeah, but it won't be clear out there. Run ahead, Tom. Quick. You got the keys. Yeah. Get that door open fast. We'll be piled up behind it.
Okay, I'm doing it.
Look, Jackson. They've got the floodlights on in the courtyard.
I told you this was going to be tough, Blackie, but you're in it now.
I know.
Hurry, Tom. Open that door.
I'm opening it as fast as I can. There it is.
Come on, let's go. Stick close to the wall, Blackie. They'll get you.
Maybe.
Hey, they got a couple of guys already.
Jackson, you all right?
Yeah, we got to duck the searchlights.
Well, over here. This way. Looks like a blind spot.
Shoot out that searchlight, Blackie. Shoot it out.
I'll try.
Good way, Blackie. You got it? Yeah, nice shooting, Blackie. First shot.
Glad I came along with you, huh?
Yeah, but I won't be real glad till we're across the yard, not the main gate.
We can run along this wall here for a few feet. Come on.
Yeah, but make it quick.
I made it.
Me too. I just did. But they got a couple of more. Where's Harry?
He's one of the guys they got. But he's just wounded. He's crawled back into the cell block.
Let him go. They can't get nothing out of him. Let's try for the gate, Blackie. When we get there, they can't touch us.
Yeah, but can we get there? Maybe if we zigzag. Let's go.
Okay. Fast now.
We made it, Jackson. We made it.
You mean we almost made it? There's still the guardhouse between us and the gate.
But we're under cover of the wall now, Jackson. Short dash around the guardhouse and we're at the gate.
Yeah, and it's open, too. I got a quick look at it.
Then we're as good as out.
You bet.
Those bullets are too close for comfort. Look, just in case something happens, you'd better tell me where Baker is.
I said I'll tell you when we get out.
Well, we're as good as out now.
Yeah, I guess we are. Okay, I'll tell you in case we have to separate. Baker's working in Begley's grocery store on Chester Street under the name of Ken Welch.
Got it. Well, let's try and make that gate, huh?
Yeah, come on. Let's go, you guys. Fast now. We'll be on the good side of these walls. Let's go. Around the guardhouse, quick. Come on, Blackie.
I'm right with you, Jackson. And the rest of the guys are right behind.
Hey, look. They got machine guns lined up across the gate. Get back. Get back. Well, looks as if we're not getting out of here after all. We better... Hey, Blackie, you did this. You tipped off the warden. Okay, this gun will get me even. Here's where you get it, Blackie. Oh!
Jackson's dead, and all this will be if we don't give up. What do you say?
All right. Okay. We quit. Okay, we quit.
That's what I thought they'd say.
All right. You two can laugh about it now. But I didn't think it was so funny at the time.
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley, but we were afraid to let you in on the secret.
But why?
Well, I'll tell you why, Mary. It was for your own protection. We were afraid Jackson would be suspicious of the whole trick, and maybe Baker's gang would have made you talk. Faraday is a big man on account of me.
What?
I found out where Baker was, and he grabbed him.
All right, I'll forgive both of you this time, but next time it's going to be different.
There won't be any next time, Mary. This was all a little too real to suit me. Gosh, when that judge sentenced me, I could have sworn he meant every word of it.
Well, that's what you get for fooling judges.
Oh, he was in on the deal, Miss Wesley. And so was the prosecuting attorney.
That's right. The fix was in, Mary. They sent me up, and I fixed up Mr. Baker when they did.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. An armed gang of blitz bandits has started to work in your city. Their pace is fast, 4 and 5 robberies each night. The criminals are not amateurs. They're well armed, dangerous. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, October 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of robbery. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the statistician's office, and it was 11:42 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
How'd it work out, Joe? Any good prospects?
Well, I don't know how good they are, but I got a handful.
How many did you get?
Well, let me see. 15, 18, 22. Ethel down in the stats office ran them on the IBM for me. There they are.
Let's see.
It's a gang of 3 men working on foot. Blitz robberies. They only take cash. M.O. is tie-ups. Work from 8 to 10 at night. One of the gang's tall, the other 2 short.
And these are the men the machine sorted out.
Under that heading, yeah. If our information's wrong, then so's the machine.
Got a good bunch of candidates here. Descriptions match up with what we got.
They seem to. Check the names on that list, Ben. Some of the smartest thieves in the country.
Yeah. Tommy Willis, Ray Grappa, Kemp Satelli, Manny Roberts, George Cross, Mario Koski. Reads like June graduation at San Quentin.
Yeah. George Cross and Tommy Willis are in town. We know that.
And Koski, he's around a couple of weeks ago.
And what about the rest? It's a big field.
Have to check them out, I guess. Might as well start at the beginning.
Did you go through the overnight reports yet?
Yeah. No restaurants, no liquor stores. That makes 5 days the gang's laid off.
Well, they can afford to, can't they? 18 robberies in 24 days, that's a pretty good haul.
This stop-and-go strategy of theirs, Joe, it's got me.
Yeah. They work hard for a week in one area, and then they lay low. If they just keep going, we might have a better try at them.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Chandler.
Fellow out here to see you, Joe. Name's Decker.
Decker. Henry Decker?
Didn't say. Want to see him?
Yeah, send him in.
Right. All right, Mr. Decker, this way.
How are you, Joe? You're looking good.
Well, Hank Decker. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Applause? Come on in and shut the door. Hank, this is my partner, Ben Romero. Ben, Hank Decker.
All right, Hank.
How are you, Ben?
Hank and I were in service together.
Yeah, I just dropped in for a visit, Joe. Are you busy?
No more than usual. Sit down.
Thanks. I remembered you telling me you were on the PD, so I figured I'd drop around and get an inside track.
How do you mean?
I just filed with Civil Service to take the exam next month. Figure I'd like to work at being a cop.
He's shell-shocked, Joe.
Great pep talk you boys hand out.
You sure you want to be a cop?
Oh, look, I'm 30 years old, Joe. I'm married, high school education, about a year of junior college.
What's your wife think?
She's not sold. Well, that's why I dropped in. How about coming out to the house for dinner tonight?
You want me to sell her?
Just talk to her. 7 okay?
Yeah, 7's okay.
I'm glad to have met you, Ben.
Same here, Decker. See you again.
Bye. Bye, Joe.
See you tonight, Hank. Well, what do you think, Ben?
Ought to make a good cop.
We had a list of 22 possible suspects. By 5 o'clock, Ben and I had checked out 2 of them who might possibly have had a hand in the blitz robberies of the 18 liquor stores and restaurants in the past 24 days. Number 1 man was Thomas Willis, Caucasian, age 29, 5 feet 11 inches, 175 pounds, dark hair, blue eyes. Number 2 man was Mario Koski, Caucasian, 5 feet 6 inches, 170 pounds, dark hair, dark eyes, large scar under his chin, running across his throat, up to and behind his left ear. According to our informants, and after questioning some of their associates, either Willis or Koski or both could have taken part in the blitz holdups. We showed their mugs to the victims, but none of them could give us definite assurance that either Willis or Koski were in the holdup gang. At 7 that night, I went out to Hank Decker's house for supper. Met his wife, Linda, his 4-year-old twin boys. We talked about the Army, played with the kids for a while. Before we sat down to eat, we put the boys in bed. Hank was in the kitchen carving the roast. His wife closed the door to the kids' room, and we started downstairs for the kitchen.
What do you think of our 2 atom bombs?
They're fine kids, Miss Decker. Hank told me that you were worried about him wanting to join the force.
I was 12 years old when my father was shot down. He was a policeman in Des Moines. He was only 37 when he died. I wouldn't know what to do if anything like that happened to Hank.
What do you want me to say?
But does Hank really want it? Can't you talk him out of it?
You're his wife. Can you? No, I think it's his choice, Miss Decker. He's going to have to make up his own mind.
I'm sorry. If it's what Hank wants, I guess I worry too much.
A lot of women marry cops. They have, and they will, and they all worry. Hank will be all right.
Will you guarantee it, Joe?
During the next month, I heard from Hank Decker only once. He was studying hard. During the same month, Ben and I were working hard, trying to find some kind of a concrete lead to break the Blitz gang. There had been no subsequent holdups which seemed to tie in directly with the gang or its operations. From the list of possible suspects which Ben and I made up, 18 names had been eliminated for one reason or another. Either they were in jail at the time of the robberies, out of the Los Angeles area, or out of the state. But 4 names remained: George Cross, Tommy Willis, Mario Koski, Julian Brock. During the latter part of the month, George Cross was booked on a minor charge, and we questioned him at that time. He showed no knowledge of the holdups. Nearly 2 months after the robberies were committed, Ben and I were still without a solution as to the whereabouts of the gang.
Never known a blitz gang like this way before, Joe. Once they get wound up, they usually go until they're caught.
Yeah. Did you get out those telegram checks to the east yet?
Last night before I went home. Sent out all 3.
Willis, Koski, and Brock. I'd like to find just one of them.
Chicago might have something. That's Koski's old hangout. Willis, too.
What about Brock? He's from Kansas City, isn't he?
Yeah. I got a wire, too. Might have an answer from one of them tomorrow.
That's a slow job. We'll have to wait it out.
Guess so. No follow-ups from the victims we talked to.
I'll get it. Robbery Friday.
Oh, hiya, Joe. Hank Decker. Congratulate me.
What for?
Just passed my written exam. Got the letter this morning. How about that?
That's fine. When do you take your physical?
Oh, not till the end of the month. Next week I take the oral and agility tests. Then the physical. If I get by them, I'm in.
Well, you're going to have a full month at the police academy after the test. There's a lot of work, Hank.
Oh, it can't be any worse than these tests.
It's a tough 30 days out there on the Hill. Law, court procedure, evidence, combat firing, target practice. You'll have to wade through all of them.
You ever going to have anything encouraging to say?
Yeah, when you graduate.
I won't count on it. How's your job going?
Slow. How's your wife feel now?
About taking the job?
Uh-huh.
A little better. She said to say hello.
Okay. Keep us posted, huh?
I'll do that, Joe.
Right. Bye. Hank passed his written test.
Sure anxious.
Brandy, Romero, got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
You got something, Ed?
Yeah, those blitz robberies you're handling. Not having much luck.
We were. Gangs disappeared. Not a trace of them so far.
They leave town?
Oh, we're not sure, Ed. We don't even have a good description. We're guessing most of the way.
What are your guesses? You've had a couple of months to make them.
12 of the holdup victims we talked to told us definitely that there were 3 men in the gang. 2 of them short, 1 of them tall. We've just been working from there.
All 3 of them have dark complexions. Started with 22 possibilities and got it weeded down to 4. No, wait a minute, 3.
Yeah. Tommy Willis, Mario Koski, Julian Brock. Willis and Koski are Eastern Hoods. Brock's from the Middle West.
And where are they now?
Haven't showed their faces around town. We're checking some of the cities in the east. That's about all we got, Skipper.
Not much for 2 months' work. Thieves can't be that smart.
Right now they are.
We've sounded out every lead we had, Ed. We're doing our best.
Either of you ever hear of a man by the name of Al Mishakov?
No, I don't think so.
Chicago gunman in the old days, wasn't he, Ed?
That's right.
I thought he was doing time in Joliet.
Paroled last year. Got a tip he was spotted on East Broadway night before last.
You figure it might tie in with our job?
I don't know. Find out. If I remember right, Mishakov's brother used to be pretty friendly with Mario Koski. I helped send both of them up 13 years ago. Same rap, robbery.
Was that all you heard, Ed? Somebody spotted Mishakov?
That's all. If you can track him down, you might get some kind of a lead. That's more than you got now.
That night and for the next 2 nights following, Ben and I had dinner downtown instead of going home, and then we spent the rest of the night covering the lower end of the city in search of Al Mishakov. We got more than a dozen leads on where to find him from some of our informants, but none of the leads paid off. We kept missing him. No one knew where he was staying. No one knew, or no one would tell us.
Worst thing about this job, Joe, leg work.
We must be averaging 10 miles a night.
My feet say 20. Almost midnight.
Here's McCarthy's place. Let's try it.
Right.
Let's go down to the end of the bar, Ben.
Yeah.
Hiya, Ben. Good to see you come in. What's new?
Oh, not much, Bert. Meet my partner, Joe Friday.
How are you, Friday? What do you fellas have?
Looking for a guy, Bert. His name's Al Mishakov, Chicago. You heard anything?
He was in here earlier tonight. A couple of guys with him.
Are you sure? What do you look like?
6 feet, about 45, I guess. Big build.
Sounds like him, all right, Joe. Is he staying in the neighborhood, Bert?
Down here, I don't think so. Most of those big-timers stay uptown someplace. You looking for Mishakov?
I'd like to talk to him. How long ago was he in?
Oh, about 8 o'clock. A couple of guys with him. They were talking about driving out to the airport. Something about Las Vegas.
Uh-huh. There's an 840 plane for Vegas, isn't there, Ben?
I think so. 840, 850. I can't recall which.
Bert, do you remember the exact time they left?
Exactly. No. Say, there's one of the fellas that was with Mishakov down there in the middle of the bar.
Which one, Bert?
There. One with a sandy hair, big chin. See him?
Yeah. Want to talk, Joe?
Come on.
Judge, you know what he said? He said when he was in Vegas last week... that
Pardon
he
me.
was killing. Yeah, that's...
Pardon me. I'd like to talk to you a minute.
Yeah, who are you?
Police, Sergeant Friday.
Oh, have a drink, Sergeant.
No, thanks. I said I wanted to talk to you.
Square John, huh? Wait a minute, George. Square John wants to talk to me.
Come on outside. We can talk better out there.
I ain't done nothing. What's the pitch? I got a right to know.
Let's go. Outside.
Maybe I don't want to go outside.
I think you better. Come on.
All right. Quit shoving, you dumb cop, shoving people around. What are you trying to do anyhow? We sausage.
All right, down this way.
Car's parked up the next alley, Joe.
Hey, look, what's this all about, huh? I got a right to know.
You were seen with Al Mishikoff tonight. Where is he?
Who?
Al Mishikoff. You want us to spell it?
I don't think you can spell your own name.
Nobody's asking you to play smart. Where's Mishikoff?
Out of town. What do you care?
Here's the car. All right, inside, you.
No. Look, you got me wrong. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Mishikoff?
You and some other guy drove to the airport with him tonight. Let's have it.
I'm clear, I tell you. I just drove out with him, that's all.
Where'd Mishikoff go?
Vegas. Took the plane for Vegas.
When?
About 8:30, 8:45. What's up, anyway?
Who's the guy traveling with Mishikoff?
Nobody.
Who's the guy traveling with Mishikoff?
Koski. I just met him tonight.
Mario Koski, is that the guy?
Yeah, I'm leveling. I ain't done nothing.
Ben, get to a phone, call the office, contact Las Vegas police. Ask them to pick up Koski and Mishikoff. When we got back to the office, we questioned the man we had picked up for almost 2 hours. His name was John Delmar, an ex-convict. He'd been paroled from Folsom Prison 2 months before after serving 3.5 years for burglary. He said Mishikoff was looking for a man to work with him and Koski. He didn't specify the work. Delmar said he refused the offer, but they parted on friendly terms. He said Koski and Mishikoff told him that they were going to Las Vegas for a few days, then return to Los Angeles. But when Ben and I checked back with the Las Vegas police the next morning, they reported that nobody answering the description of either Koski or Mishikoff was seen arriving or leaving the airport. We checked with the airlines and sent inquiries to law enforcement agencies throughout the entire area. No sign. 3 weeks went by. Still no sign.
Nothing in the overnights, Joe. No, not a thing.
Oh, yeah, same here. Reno, Sacramento, San Francisco. Nobody's seen him.
Ain't got to come out sometime. We can wait.
Yeah, we can wait. Gets on your nerves. Let's check with Backstrand. Maybe he's got a job for us in the meantime.
You're getting as eager as your friend Hank Decker, Joe. Incidentally, how'd things turn out for him?
He passed all his exams, putting in his month's training at the academy now. He should do all right.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Mike. Skipper busy?
Not in his office. Won't be in till afternoon.
What's the matter?
He's got a lecture at the police academy this morning.
Thanks, Mike. Come on, Ben. Ben and I drove out to the police academy near Elysian Park. We went out to check with Ed Backstrand on the Blitz robberies, not to listen to his lecture. When we walked into the classroom, he was just finishing up, so we sat in the back of the room and listened. It was a pretty good speech.
Because of the alertness of the arresting officer, his talent for memorizing detail, and his knowledge of how a criminal acts under a given set of circumstances, the arrest was made. Well, that's about it, gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. Now, when I ran this speech over at home, my wife said it wasn't a very good talk, but at least it came out on time. Now it seems I'm 2 minutes short, so I guess I failed on both counts. But if I may, I'd like to use the few minutes that are left to tell you what I think of being a cop after 24 years. For one reason or other, you men have chosen the career of a police officer. Well, let me tell you right now, without any qualifications, it's a thankless job. Maybe you can't see it now. Maybe you think I'm exaggerating. But when you graduate next week and get that uniform on, your whole lives are going to change. You're going to lose friends, a lot of them. They'll want parking tickets fixed, some other favors. You'll have to turn them down, so you'll be a heel, a fathead. When you're on the beach, you're going to meet the cream of society and the scum, the lowest. Sometimes you won't be able to tell the difference. Some of you will have to work with thugs, two-bit gangsters, dope addicts, cheap women. All the human garbage you can find in a big city. You'll come home at night and take a shower to wash off the dirt, but you still won't feel clean. That's the job. When you buy a box of candy and bring it home for your anniversary, the neighbors will say you chiseled it. When you save up a few dollars and buy a new car or some furniture for the house, it's graft. People are going to want favors. They'll offer you things, a free beer or a new dress for your wife. If you take it, you're a chiseler. If you don't, you're a tough cop. Well, here's a piece of advice. Take nothing from anyone, no matter how good a friend he is. Pay for everything you get and don't ask favors. Treat everybody alike, no matter what they look like or what they believe in. You don't play favorites. There are going to be times when a few men in the department get out of line. The newspapers will play it up because it makes good reading, and the average John public will love it. Because that's the only way he can pay you back for that traffic ticket you gave him. Being a good cop is a hard job, but it's a good one. Let me warn you just once more. It's one of the most thankless jobs on earth. That's all, gentlemen.
The following week, Hank Decker graduated from the police academy and hit the transfer list for a regular assignment. He drew a job of teaching combat firing and boxing at the academy. He didn't like it, so he put in a request for a transfer and waited. For the next 6 weeks, Ben and I waited, too, for some sign of the Blitz bandits. There wasn't any. The only possible suspects, Mario Koski and Al Mishikoff, had disappeared completely. We kept a close check on every possible avenue of information. Still, no sign. Ben and I were transferred to the night watch on robbery for a few weeks, and that gave Hank Decker a chance to drop in and visit with us a couple of hours when he went off duty at the academy. He was still as eager as ever.
Hi, Ben. Joe, anything new?
Hi, Hank. Nothing here. What about the academy?
Oh, big news.
What's up?
Getting a transfer starting next Monday. Gonna start on a beat.
Thought you were all tied up with that boys' club you started out there.
Oh, I was, but Hanson's gonna take over when I leave. The kids sure love it. Free swimming, the pool, boxing lessons. We teach them everything.
Where's your beat going to be, huh?
Central, right in the downtown district. Might learn something, huh?
You'll learn a lot if you want to forget most of it.
Look, it's 7:15. Don't you ever go home for dinner, Hank?
Oh, getting the wife used to it. This new shift's gonna be night work, you know.
Wait till you're on it for a year, and then you tell us how you like it.
A year? I want to be in the detective bureau after a year.
Well, you're not even going to last a year if you don't get home to dinner. Your wife's called twice this week already. She calls me.
Okay, when did she call tonight?
She hasn't yet.
Oh, I guess I better head her off. Let me know if anything breaks, huh, Joe? I'd like to tag along.
Okay, Hank. Well, on your way.
Okay, good night.
So long.
Good night. Yeah. How eager can you get?
Were we like that when we started?
Not me. I never had that much energy at one time my whole life. Hot shot, Joe.
I'll get it.
At 767 East Broadway, a liquor store, 211 and slugging. At 767 East Broadway, a liquor store, 211 and...
767 East Broadway, 211, liquor store.
Let's go.
.767 East Broadway, King's Liquor Store. We pushed our way through the small crowd outside the door and into the shop. 2 patrolmen in uniform were already interviewing the proprietor. He had 2 large gashes on his head just above the right temple. He was trembling and badly shaken, but he managed to give us a good description of the hold-up men.
Yeah, I can tell you what they look like. 3 of them. One short, one tall, husky, another short, fat.
You remember what they were wearing?
Coats. All 3, dark coats. One of the short men, he had a big scar here on the throat, like this. After the 3 men robbed the store, they slugged me and tied me up.
Turner, this man's hurt. You call an ambulance?
On the way, Sergeant.
That's fine. We have just one more question, Mr. King. Here's a handful of pictures. We'd like you to tell us if any one of these men were in the gang that held you up tonight.
Let me look.
There you are. Take your time.
No, not him. No. Oh, this one. Here. He took the money from the register.
Would you look through the rest, please? Are there any more?
Let me see again. No. Oh, here. Another one. The fat one with the scar. This is him. I think he's the one that slugged me.
Thanks, Mr. King. Here's our card. We'll be contacting you later. Turner, will you and your partner take the crime report? We got some checking to do.
Right, Sergeant.
Thanks. Come on, Ben.
Yeah. Koski and Mishikoff. He picked out both of them, Joe.
Yeah, he certainly did, didn't he?
Attention all units. Attention all units.
Wait a minute.
The southeast corner of Broadway and East 3rd, a liquor store and restaurant 211, code 3. All units. The southeast corner of Broadway.
Come on, Ben, let's roll.
East 3rd.
When we got to the liquor store and restaurant at Broadway and East 3rd, Ben and I knew for certain that Koski and Mishikoff were back in the city and working hard. Their M.O. matched down to almost the smallest detail. We put a call through to communications, and the entire Central Division was alerted. Then we called Chief Backstrand and told him the news. He assigned a special detail from the Metropolitan Unit to patrol the area until further notice. But at 9:23 p.m., before they pulled out of the police garage, the Blitz bandits added 2 more liquor stores and 1 more restaurant to their list of victims. Early the next morning, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
You got a make on that third man yet?
We ran his description through R&I early this morning, Ed. Closest candidate's a guy by the name of Julian Brock. Done time here in New York.
Any tie-up with Koski or Mishikoff?
Mama sheet says he knows Koski pretty well.
And that's good enough. Now, how do you think you're going to get these thieves?
We've got the alert out, Chief. Special detail from Metropolitan Division's been briefed. Communications all set.
All right. Here's a tip for you. Tell the men if there's a hold-up call that only the car in the area of the hold-up will handle it. These thieves are no amateurs. They may try some decoy trick. Tell the men to stay in the area they're assigned to until they receive a call. Check?
We'll take care of it, Ed. You going to be on hand tonight?
And when do you figure on starting?
We'll have the full detail out by 6:30.
Play it safe and start at 4. Why chance missing him?
At 3:30 that afternoon, we left the police garage with a special detail from Metropolitan Division, and we started to cruise the central area. We weren't looking for any action the first few hours, and we didn't get any. The 5 o'clock traffic in the downtown area was heavy as usual.
Hope that gang holds off till after 6. We couldn't get out of this traffic if our lives depended on it.
Well, we'd probably do better on foot if it wasn't for radio contact.
Control 4 to 80K. Control 4 to 80K, your location.
Get it, will you, Joe?
Yeah, wait till I get the mic. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4. Our location on Spring Street between 2nd and 3rd.
80K, stand by. 80K, call your office code 2. Call your office code 2, KMA 367.
80K to Control 4, Roger. KMA 367.
Yeah. Now what do I do for a parking space?
You know, you're lucky. That guy up ahead there, he's pulling out.
Good. That hasn't happened to me in 6 months.
Okay, hold on, Ben. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
City Hall.
2511.
2511.
Robbery, Chandler.
This Friday, Bill. You want us?
Yeah, just a minute, Joe. Chief wants to talk to you.
Hello, Friday.
Yeah, Ed.
Cruiser car just brought in a guy answering the description of Mario Koski.
Yeah?
Get over here right away and question the guy. If it is Koski, we can all go home early.
Ben and I went back to the office and questioned the man who gave his name as Conrad Larkin. He was Koski's approximate height and weight, same color hair, same color eyes. The resemblance to Koski's picture was evident. We questioned him thoroughly about the Blitz robberies, and then we checked out his fingerprints. The coincidence was hard to overlook, but we were satisfied. The man was not Mario Koski. There was a phone message on my desk to call Hank's wife. I called her, and then we checked with Chief Backstrand again and started for the police garage. It was 10 minutes past 6.
Hey, Ben, Joe, wait a minute, will you?
Oh, hi, Hank. What's all the excitement?
I heard about those jobs last night, the Blitz gang. How about tagging along tonight?
What's the stare?
You suit yourself, Hank. When are you due home for dinner?
I told the wife I'd eat out tonight.
You sure you're not due home for dinner?
No, not tonight, Joe. Does you have any luck yet?
Not so far, Hank. Maybe later on tonight.
Come on, here's the garage.
How close did you come to the gang last night?
Not close enough. 2 steps ahead of us all the way.
They sure must work fast. 5 jobs in a row.
All right, Hank, let's don't rub it in, huh? Hey, Ben, watch it, will you?
Yeah. Woman driver.
How about it, Joe? You think I can make the outfit?
You can talk to Ed Backstrand. He might get you a transfer after a while.
Yeah, I might try it. Joe, look across the street. There's a guy coming out of the bar.
Where?
In front of the bar. He's standing there. Guy in the dark coat, you see?
Yeah. 2 other guys behind him.
Who is it?
I can't be sure. Ben, you better pull up.
Koski. Looks just like his picture.
All right. Come on. All right, hold it, mister. We want to talk to you.
Run for it, Al, copper!
Watch it, Joe!
Hank, get down! Get down!
2 of them down, Ben.
Other than one up alley. Let's go.
Did they get Hank?
Yeah.
All right, hold it right here. All right, Koski. Throw out your gun and come out with your hands up. All right, let's return the fire. Come on.
He had his chance.
Yeah. Grab his gun. Let's get back to Hank. Did you get the guns from the other two?
Yeah, they're dead. Hank got them both.
All right, one side, please. Officer, did you call an ambulance?
Yeah, they're on their way.
Come on, Ben. One side, please. Will you let us through? Hank, how you doing?
Not so good, Joe.
Ben, will you get the crowd black? Give him some air.
Would you just move back and keep right on walking?
Joe,
All right, easy, Hank. They'll be here in a minute. Hank? Hank.
How's it doing, Joe? Gone?
Yeah, come on.
What have you got, Joe?
Phone message from Hank's wife.
For you?
Yeah,
You returned the call?
before we left the office.
What was it?
She wanted me to remind Hank. He was due home for dinner at 7 o'clock.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
You have just heard the 12th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Patrolman James Frank Goggin of the Cleveland Police Department, who, on the morning of January 13th, 1939, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen to Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy Dick Powell, heard Saturday on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You remember Charlie, who used to live around the corner? Poor fella. Always had a problem. He was forever trying to make square pegs fit into round holes. Nobody thought he'd do it. Then one day he did. He shoved his mother-in-law down the garbage disposal. But that's doing it the hard way. It would have been much easier to let George do it. At least George Valentine could have gotten Mama out of the house in one piece. Yeah, you never know when George will come in handy. Now take Jerry Mace, for instance. He's the guy standing over there on the crowded railroad platform. He's waiting to catch a train home to wifey. But I don't think he's going to make it.
Come on, give me my change. I'm trying to get the 5.15. Thanks. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, lady. Excuse me, that's mine. All right, so it's not the 5.15. Well, look who wants to read the newspaper. Who's following who, friend, you or me? Come on, loosen up, what are you... Hey, look out! Let go of my...
And so instead of making the 5:15, Jerry Mace caught the Heavenly Express. Hope he had the right ticket, because it's a long ride with no return. Speaking of tickets, my friend here always has the right one for you. All aboard, conductor. That was a streamlined spiel if I ever heard one. Now let's see if we can find out what caused Mr. Mace to do a jackknife onto the railroad tracks.
It's Jerry Mace.
Yeah, that's who it is, all right. Or was.
One of my boys who went out to get the body said he thought he recognized him. Thought he was a friend of yours, Valentine. That's why I got you down here to my office so fast.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant Johnson. Didn't he have any identification?
Pockets were practically empty, Miss Brooks. Wallet, stuff in his side pocket gone.
So he must have been slugged first, robbed, and then shoved in front of the train. Huh,
That's
George?
right, Miss Brooks. Otherwise, it might have looked like he'd just fallen or maybe even jumped off that station platform to kill himself.
Sure, he was a nice guy. But you don't have to beat around the barn to prove it was murder.
What do you mean?
He just got a new job a couple of months ago. Private investigator for the Independent Insurance Company.
For what?
Yeah, you heard me. Was anything at all left in his pockets?
Handkerchief, couple of theater stubs. Things are over there.
He used to carry a blue notebook, George, remember? That he'd write up his cases and...
Jefferson theft case.
Ah.
I remember now. Insurance bulletin. Independent Insurance Company. Yeah. Yeah, that's the insurance company in the case, all right.
What are you talking about?
Swedish match killing. 50,000 taken. And before that, the Prairie bank job. All one man. Prairie dog, the boys call him.
Clear it up, Lieutenant.
The one man I've wanted to get more than anyone else in the world. 6 unsolved crimes in the past 2 years. One of them a murder. Each time to the same guy. Dumb crimes. Clues all over the place. But we've never been able to catch him.
What's that got to do with the Independent?
He's sloppy. Leaves cigarettes on the floor when he cracks a safe. Uses a funny black kind of Swedish safety match. Wears a pair of greasy gloves. Oh, we know lots of things, but we can't catch up.
Lieutenant, I asked you what
His
had
last crime was another robbery murder. That insurance company a friend here worked for got hooked.
Oh, so that might have been the case Jerry was working on.
Prairie pawn shop.
What, George?
Hock your shirt, we'll loan you another. Yeah, it's a pawn ticket. Slipped down through a hole in his pocket, I guess, into the lining of his coat. No date on it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to find out for sure what Jerry Mace was working on. From the Independent Insurance Company.
It's after 6 o'clock, Lieutenant.
I know their office will be closed, but in a little while I ought to be able to find somebody.
What's the Prairie? What is it?
Didn't you ever hear it called that? Commercial Street, lower end, from front to third.
You mean it's a district right here in town?
Sure. In the daytime, it's industrial. Night's another matter. Shadows don't even trust the street lamps. Every man for himself, and the devil has to pay admission.
Yeah, nice place.
That's where this prairie dog killer of yours comes from?
Maybe, I don't know. That's why I want to check what Mace was doing.
Okay. Come on, Angel, we're leaving too.
Where are you going, Valentine?
To hock my shirt and see what I get in exchange.
Closed, George. The shop's closed.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't understand why you're so interested
Angel, why would Jerry hock anything? He's always had all the dough he needs.
Oh, well...
Unless he was interested in the place. Or unless it was somebody else's ticket he picked up for some reason. Or unless this place had some connection with the merchant.
$60 a month.
What in the...
You want it or don't you? Utilities paid until the 5th. 60 in advance, and I won't take a check. If you don't want it, loiter somewhere else. I'm nervous about the plate glass.
Want what, for heaven's sake?
I own the building. What do you think? I'm out walking for my constitution?
Hold it, brother. The hock shop here is for rent?
Yeah, tenant just closed up today. Name was Felix. Very substantial citizen. Always paid in advance. Can't you read the sign? Here.
Yeah, George. Out of business. Store to let.
Yeah, we didn't notice.
All right, now you do. Think you want it? Let me know. Choice location.
Yeah, sure.
Well, George, at least this is one lead you can cross off your... What's the matter? I read you the sign.
I'm reading between the cracks.
What?
Yeah, there's a light between the cracks. Premises aren't quite empty yet. Let's try one of the side street doors. Hello? Anybody here?
He said the man's name was Felix, didn't he, George?
Hello, is anybody...
What are you doing here?
Through here, I guess. We're just...
Shh. Come on, stop blowing your nose.
He's talking to somebody else.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Just wanted to see you, that's all, Felix.
Can't you read signs? Now go away, stranger. I'm busy. Try more the next block.
I don't want to hawk anything. Oh, here, like a smoke? Smoking's cheaper than eating, you know. Keeps the stomach quiet.
Beat it, I said. You want a handout, stick to soup kitchens. I've got an inventory
Ah,
to take.
please, Felix, listen. Hey, tell me, somebody says you loan money on things.
What do you think a hock shop does? Bake donuts?
Yeah, but I mean...
Stranger, for the love... No. What have you got?
Wristwatch.
Yeah, let me see it.
Yeah, my grandfather gave it to me. Wonderful man. Pretty valuable, don't you think?
George.
Yeah, Brooksy, watch this.
Your grandfather, huh? Only, of course, it's a lady's wristwatch.
I know. Guess he must have bought it for my grandmother, don't you think?
Piece of junk. But all right, come out back here a second.
Uh-oh.
Pieces of junk are worth something sometimes, though, don't you think? You see,
Your name, Felix?
Yes, that's right. What is this, open house?
Well, we want to see you, that's all.
I know, everybody does. I'm out of business at the side door, too.
If you gentlemen wish to discuss something, I'm...
No. Give me that thing. And you stick around, tall boy. Sit down, sister. I'll only be a minute.
Really, I could come back on
Give it to
Sunday.
me, I said.
Yeah.
Get it here in the lights. Look at that. Rhinestones aren't even real. Your grandfather got taken. Shut up. Hello, Prairie Pawn Shop. Oh, hello, Sergeant. Well, the same to you. But look, Sergeant, I'm locking up my place, and I... Yeah, okay. Let me have the description. Brown hair, skinny, short. Look, I've got other things to do than watch for a stolen wristwatch, huh? Wait a minute, you say the guy sniffles? Hey, you! Stop him! Stop him!
Stop that guy! Officer, grab him!
Let somebody else wear himself down. Well, you were a great help, tall boy.
Let him go.
All right, so who cares? Great neighborhood, huh? Classy type of people. Sister, what do you think of having a shop where guys like that come in? What's the matter?
Want to use this phone, that's all.
Well, if it's all the same to you,
Just looking, that's all.
What's the idea?
Well, the phone's dead, isn't it? Kind of a convenient call from his friend the sergeant, wouldn't you say, Brooksy? I wondered why you brought that guy back in here. Where's the button? Oh, yeah, here we are. Sure. Step on the button, it rings. Not bad. Bum walks in, obviously trying to peddle a stolen watch.
So you step on the bell and pretend to get a call from a police sergeant.
And then the bum runs away, leaving you the watch. Nice clear profit. How to steal from a thief.
Great neighborhood. Classy type people.
All right. It's no skin off of your neck, is it?
No.
The prairie. Gotta watch yourself in the clinchers in these parts, tourist.
George, what did Lieutenant Johnson mean about Swedish matches?
What?
Look. And it's black, too. It was a safety match.
Let me see that. Yeah. Now sit down, Buster. You and I are going to have a little talk.
No, George. It was the other man, the sniffy one who dropped it. It was when he lit his cigarette coming in here. I remember.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Come on.
Headed up the alley, Valentine, but I cut him off. Chased him 3 blocks since Felix gave his yell, but I lost him.
Hey, listen, there's another cop's whistle. They must have got him on the next street.
Oh, no, they haven't. He cut down this side, then ducked in someplace just a second ago before...
He's killing him!
Through here, back of the barber shop.
Yeah.
You like a shave, huh? Well, I'll give you a shave. Close to the skin from Tony, huh? I'll show you coming into my shop.
There he is. He's got him.
All right, Tony, you can get off his chest now.
A lady I have under the machine. He come running into my shop. She could pull her hair out by the roots.
He was just trying to find a way through the alley, I guess.
Oh, I catch him. Tony catch him. I chase him. First he tried to fight me.
Stop waving that razor around.
I could have sliced his ears.
All right, we said. Come on. On your feet, Sniffy.
Thanks. Yeah, much obliged.
Oblige, he says.
Oh, hey, look, mister. I didn't steal no watch. I didn't do nothing.
Oh, assault, battery, trespassing, scaring to death a woman under the machine.
Keep your shirt on, Tony. There's probably a reward for catching prairie dogs.
What? What are you talking about? I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, Sniffy. We'll forget the watch. You're under arrest for what's called suspicion of murder.
That boy Valentine's just full of good news, ain't he? He can toss more accusations around than a politician at a 4th of July picnic. Now, do you really think little old Drizzlepuss is the nefarious prairie dog? I can't go for it. Get it? Gopher? Prairie dog? Swell. Well, while you kick it around, let's see what old groundhog here can unearth. Dig me, pal? Say, do you remember when you were a kid how you liked to put pennies on the railroad track just to see what would happen when the choo-choo train ran over it? Well, there's a character around town called the Prairie Dog who has, shall we say, modernized this little prank. Instead of using pennies, he started using people. And you know what happened? It worked. However, this does not set well with George Valentine, as he figures it will give the railroads a bad name if they have to start putting body catchers instead of cow catchers on the front of locomotives. So, he sets out to do something about it. So far, all he's been able to find is a little sniffle-nosed character who's long on alibis and short on handkerchiefs. Meanwhile, the cops are busy, too. Bless their little hearts.
There, you see that? File we've drawn up on all the prairie dog cases.
Let's see.
That same kind of match has been found in every single one of them.
Why, I wonder?
Because the guy's dumb, Miss Brooks. Also because he smokes.
Big logic.
No, look there. Each one was a robbery that took some time. Makes sense?
Yeah. In one, a safe was blown, and another, a combination was worked out.
Well, is Sniffy a clever enough man to...
Guy gets nervous. He smokes while he works. Grinds his cigarettes out into the floor. Here. Like that. Always the same way.
Oh, the janitor will love you.
You can't buy those matches in stores. Try it sometime. Sniffy's cigarette was the same brand, too. Cheap, but not too popular.
I didn't see any greasy gloves on him.
That friend of yours, Jerry Mace, who got killed, was definitely working on finding the prairie dog. His office said he was working on a hot lead today, but they didn't know what it was.
You'll have to say more than that, Lieutenant.
Before you'll buy that it was probably the guy he was after who killed him? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sniffy can't offer a single explanation as to where he was at the time of any one of the prairie dog crimes. Also, we've already turned up a witness who says he saw Sniffy on that station platform this evening when Mace was killed.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
How good a witness?
That's why I didn't. For skeptics like Valentine, I'm waiting to get some more witnesses so I can...
Come on, let's go down and see Sniffy, huh?
All right. If you don't believe me, watch him hammer the nails in his own coffin.
Now, you understand I want to cooperate all I can, gentlemen. Just a simple misunderstanding. Oh, I don't blame you. I know how these things can happen.
Why'd you steal that wristwatch you tried to sell to Felix, Sniffy?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked me, because I've been trying to explain to this other gentleman.
Can it? Valentine, we can't find any record of it being stolen.
Well, of course you can. See, my grandfather...
Can it, I said.
Yeah, well, I just want you to understand. Now, I have stolen things before. I've even been to jail for it. I certainly wouldn't do a thing like that again.
Ah, so you've got a record, too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they'll find it out sooner or later. I might as well be honest, don't you think?
Yeah.
Just like that business of the station platform, it's suddenly occurred to me that I was there this evening.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, it was just hard for me to remember. Oh, not that I was there when any murder took place, but, well, I find the interurban's a very cheap place to sleep, and there are always plenty of newspapers to read, and so you see, I generally am at almost every station in town every day.
Speaking of coffin nails, Johnson.
Oh, would you like a cigarette? Excuse me. Of course.
Oh, thanks. New brand, huh? New matches, too.
I only want to be helpful, that's all.
Hold it. Where'd you get these? Didn't they take his stuff away from him, Johnson, when they dressed him in the faded suit?
Oh, I suppose one of the
Yeah,
guards...
let's see.
Hey, get away from me. Those are mine. You can't...
Sort of full pockets you wear, Buster.
Cut it out, Snippy.
Candy bar, package of gum.
Well, none of that stuff is worth more than a few cents. Not any of it. The man's got to be comfortable, doesn't he?
Where'd you get it? Yeah, even a cigar.
A what? Hey, that's mine. That's one of my cigars.
A very good cigar, Lieutenant. I meant to thank you.
But how in the love of...
Our friend here is a pickpocket, Johnson. Simple as that. The big suspect.
Oh, for
piece.
Of course, none of it's worth more than a few cents. You see, I've mended my ways. I wouldn't touch anything valuable.
Telephone for you, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Kill this guy for me, Valentine.
Is it wrong for a man to like his little comforts?
You took this stuff from the guards, huh? From anybody who's been near you, right?
Well, perhaps.
Just like the Swedish matches and special cigarettes you might have taken from anybody.
Well, it's an embarrassing thing.
But who? Come on, remember. Where'd you get those matches?
I wish I knew. He might have been anybody, I guess. Anybody I bumped against.
Oh, brother.
Oh, Felix himself, I suppose. Come to think of it, a man like Felix is much more the criminal type.
Shut up.
What?
Go on. We're letting you out of here. You've given me enough bad ideas for one night. Felix isn't the prairie dog. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I was only...
Because Felix happens to be dead. Murdered. That's Felix, all right. How about it, Sergeant?
Now, the prairie dog, sir, fits all the patterns.
Been hit over the head.
Blunt instrument, grease stains on the paperweight there, same as on the briefcases.
Motive robbery, huh?
Sure. A pirate like this guy Felix must have made a pretty penny in
Oh,
his
look
time.
out. Don't stand there, sir.
Huh?
A couple of marks on the floor, that's all.
Hey, where's this landlord? Did you find him?
Yeah. Come in here, will you?
Sure. Say, ain't this a tragedy, though? It shows you never can tell.
His name's Gallagher, George. I've been talking to him in the other room.
But I didn't say much. How could I? Left Felix here before you people came. You people saw me.
Never mind the alibi, friend.
He says he was here helping Felix pack before, George.
Pack?
Yeah, going to Florida. Fly to Nassau. He made his pile.
What do you mean?
Gonna retire. That's why he closed out his shop. Cashed in all the stuff he owned. Had a briefcase full of securities and stuff, and a roll of green goods in his suitcase that would have choked a horse.
Who knew that Felix would be ripe for robbery right now?
Jerry Mace, for one, George. Maybe that's why he was interested in Felix's place today.
Yeah, I thought of that, but who else?
Well, I guess most everybody in the neighborhood, friend, must have had some idea what was going on. Felix was a pirate. Wouldn't take much to figure he was worth knocking over. But knowing his exact schedule, the fact he'd be late in the shop tonight, be leaving from here and so on, well, maybe not so many.
Uh-huh.
Bit more than just you, I suppose.
Don't think I'd fall into that one, do you? I wasn't born yesterday, tourist.
Lieutenant, come here. Take a look. Tennis shoes.
Huh?
Marks from them, I mean. The killer was wearing them. On the floor, you see? Same as in the last prairie dog case. Same type shoe.
What are you trying to do, rub it in? Every time we learn more and more about less and less. Clues.
I just thought you'd want to know. The pattern is so...
Cigarettes, matches, greasy gloves. But do we get any fingerprints? No. I tell you, this prairie dog is one guy who
Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Valentine, he could be practically anybody in this entire city. He's killed 2 people today. And we haven't moved 1 inch closer toward catching him.
Yeah, I get the general idea. Only then I changed it.
Huh?
I decided I've heard enough. And if I'm right about what I've heard, then it's all over but the shouting.
Now, look, Mastermind.
Suppose you and Gallagher here just sit tight, and I'll be back later. Come on, Angel. Let's go to work on a prairie dog while he's still out in the open.
I wonder what George will use to dig up a prairie dog. Could be a shovel, maybe. I know what I'd use. A spade. Sam's spade. Not that I haven't confidence in Valentine, mind you. I do. Just like I have confidence in what my friend here has to say to you. Now let's see what George and Brooksy have dug up on the prairie dog situation. Oh, that's them getting out of that car over there.
I don't see him, George. I hope we made it in time.
Yeah, well, he had to change his clothes again.
If he's not here, I don't know where we'd ever find him.
Yeah, coming down the other steps.
Hello, Sniffy.
Evening, miss.
Well, welcome to the fresh air. No, wait, I need your help.
Oh, sure. Yeah, some things I'm pretty handy at.
Well, it's just helping my memory, that's all.
Wish I had one.
You know, I walked into this case because a friend of mine was killed by the prairie dog. He was getting too close, I guess. In fact, from the location of that railroad platform, he was probably on his way to see Felix. He'd nosed around there before, so I guess Jerry had practically figured what the next crime was going to be.
That so?
Or maybe he'd figured how simple all of these prairie dog cases really are. Figured the clues. Figured why the clues were always the same.
I don't get any of this, mister.
What I didn't figure until now was what it was I walked into myself this evening. When I walked into Felix's place. That's where the memory comes in.
Yes, we walked in by the side door, and then we heard Felix moving around, and he spoke, and we thought he was speaking to us.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know. I was there. You see, I had this watch of my grandfather's.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm trying to remember what it sounded like when you and Felix walked into the back room. Remember? Two of you coming into the back room, but only one pair of footsteps. His.
I don't get it.
And I remember the same thing when he pretended to get that phone call and you ran. You didn't make any noise.
I don't get it.
I suppose you dragged that watch in just so he'd invite you to the back room, where people would be less likely to see when you robbed and killed him.
I don't get it.
Why don't you say something different? What we walked in on was murder. That's the real reason you ran.
Look, you're worse than that lieutenant. I didn't kill Felix. Remember? I was in jail.
You weren't in jail when Jerry Mace was killed.
Huh?
You don't understand why the same clues were always left by the prairie dog. Of course not. You're dumb like everybody else, so it never occurs to you those clues, the cigarettes ground out, the special matches, the greasy glove marks, the tennis shoes, were only to make people think in terms of one man. But suppose the prairie dog is two men, working together.
And how to fool people. Not bad. Each would have an alibi one time or another. All sorts of neat ramifications.
Huh. That's a pretty word. And you're trying to make something against me just because you think I was wearing tennis shoes. Well, you don't make sense. Look. That's leather. Best pair in the city don't. And don't the rest of your memory work? Felix gave a yell. The cops started after me. I've been in jail ever since. This is the same pair I got dragged in with. No spares in my pocket, see?
That's why I'm so sure it's you. You've changed shoes.
When could I change my shoes? What
You had to change them. Your murder of Felix was interrupted by us, and there you were with all the evidence ready for planting. Well, you could save yourself on the matches and cigarettes by that little pickpocket exhibition in jail. But if you'd been caught with the shoes on, they would have hung you.
So, I wished a pair of hard ones out of the air, mister. When could I have?
So simple it hurts, Buster. Because there's only one person who could be your partner. Only one person you could have given the evidence to, so he could go ahead and kill Felix and get you off the hook as well as collect the loot. Only one person you could have run to when you knew the cops had you surrounded and would nab you any second. The guy who caught you. That barber, Tony.
Yeah? Is that so?
It's the only way it could work, Buster. Just like the only way Jerry Mace could have had his pockets emptied before he was shoved in front of that train. He couldn't have been slugged in public and then rolled and then pushed, could he?
George, that's right.
Yeah, Angel, we missed that before. His outside pockets were empty. In the crowd, the only way that could have happened was if a pickpocket did it before Jerry even knew he was there. So you hung yourself on that one, Buster, showing off your ability. Now, come on. We're going to go see the barber about a two-headed haircut.
Look out, Georgie!
Thanks for giving me an excuse, Buster.
So it was Sniffles after all. Say, I know a good way to save the state some money. Instead of sending him to the chair, thereby using up a lot of electricity, just put Junior in a cell with a box of paper handkerchiefs and let him blow himself to death. Oh, well, it's a dog's life at best. So, before they put me back in the pound, let me say that Robert Bailey played George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. The story was by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, and that baying in the background was that old hound dog, Eddie Dunstetter. I hope you'll save some time for another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.